How do we get this to work? So, this is just a test to see if I can get the vertical stream working, because so far I have not been able to get the live stream of the vertical to actually go live the way that it's supposed to, which I don't understand why it won't. It's like an auto dual stream thing. That and the super chat goal no longer works correctly. I don't know if it's a YouTube specific thing, but whatever's going on with it, it has an issue. I don't know why it has an issue. So far, I have of the vertical to actually live with this system. I don't understand why. It's like an auto dual stream thing. That and the super chat goal works correctly. I don't know if it's a YouTube specific thing, but whatever's going on with it, it has an issue. Why? Well, I'm kind of partially testing my mic setup currently. Oh, sounds like I'm far, far away. Wow, breathing is a lot louder than talking, it seems. Well, I'm kind of partially testing my mic setup currently. Oh, sounds like I'm far, far away. Yeah, I'm just testing mic stuff and trying to figure out why the dual streaming. Well, breathing is a lot louder than talking. That's weird too. It's doing like that double over talk thing like it did before. Wait, that's why. I get it. There, I changed it back out. So silly. Now I know why I could hear myself breathing. Ha ha ha. So my boom mic sounds significantly better than my headset mic does, and evidently, yeah, this is a much better sound setting. So earlier I had Voltaire helping me try and figure out what's going on with mic settings and some of the issues that I was having. Uh, the robotic, the robotic Abe, and I think we minimized most of that quite a bit, but it still pops up from time to time. But hopefully, this gets it under control. I don't know why the dual streaming thing isn't working though. For some reason, I can stream the horizontal just fine. It goes live like it's supposed to, everything. But the vertical does not, and I don't understand what's keeping the vertical from going live when this one goes live. Has anybody heard anything about it? Like since they changed the settings in StreamYard. One sec.
Ever since they changed the settings in StreamYard to be able to do both vertical and horizontal in the same stream, it hasn't worked since both the super chat goal thing has not worked right. Well, see, that's the weird thing. I don't set up a live when I create the one for the horizontal. I just do a live in StreamYard unless I need to run two separate StreamYards. Let's do this. I'm going to add a secondary of the same one. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. It's very strange to me. It should be live right now. It even says that it's live on that side, but it doesn't show it on YouTube being live at all. Let's do this. I'm going to actually look at my cell phone and see if it... check if it's available on the YouTube side, because I'd like that to work, right? I'd like... Okay, but if the YouTube's only sharing one, that's fine. It shows that I have two lives on YouTube right now. One did not go live. In StreamYard, it shows that I have two active. Right? So... Yeah, even on the cell phone, it says upcoming for the secondary one. Oh, did you? What the shit? I'd like it to just work. That'd be nice. That'd be nice if things just work the way they're supposed to. Good morning, Shazzy. Thank you. Thank you for joining again. Jeez, I wish this would just work easy, you know? Just do what you're supposed to do. Be so easy. Yeah, I'm glad that the mic did some improvement as well. That's definitely a plus. Let's see. I'm going to go into the studio on the secondary video and see if that will allow it to function the way that it's supposed to. Got this. I don't understand fully. So bizarre, dude. Let's see. I'm gonna try to add something, I guess. Edit, add. Let's do that. URL, copy, paste, key, copy, paste. Did that work? Oh, is that going to do something? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, great. Now I have two streams that are supposed to be verticals that aren't going. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Okay, I don't know what it's doing. That's rather confusing. Seems pretty silly if you ask me. I'm just gonna stack up a whole bunch of lives that aren't doing anything. That's pretty funny if you ask me. Delete. I understand. Thank you. Delete. Okay. There we go. Remove. Remove. Save changes. Okay. Okay, so how's everybody doing this morning? It's perfect. You guys let me know. Guys let me know if there's anything wrong, like if I go robot, for instance. But also let me know if there's anything particular you would like to talk about or want me to talk about. I can say there's been a lot going on in our space in general, whether it's the top people or the in-betweeners or the small channels. All of us are kind of having the sway, so to speak. Like the tides are hitting everyone, you know? I would set up two lives. The problem is it's a singular channel, and in my StreamYard, it won't allow me to do two separate things with one channel at a time. So it would be like I'd have to run a secondary StreamYard application unless I use the setting that they just created, which was the vertical and horizontal at the same time. So I was trying to get that to work because you can select both at the same time and go live. And it's supposed to create one video of a horizontal and one video of a vertical, both of the same thing. But you have two separate screens inside of StreamYard that you can control both from. And it's not allowing the second one to go live. It allows the first horizontal to go live and it creates the vertical, but it does not go live on the vertical. It just sits there as an upcoming video. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk to somebody who's actually gotten it to work. Like, is there something I have to do in YouTube settings or what? Because I already tried using like the URL and the stream key and created a secondary thing to try and do it, and that didn't work either. So I don't know. Yeah, that's what I did, Miss Shazzy. I created this stream and created. I set it as both orientations and went live, and it did not. It created one that went live, the horizontal, and the vertical did nothing. It just created an upcoming stream but didn't go live. So, and the last time I tried to do it, it did that as well. So, I don't know. I don't know. Other than that, how are we? How is everybody doing? Have you had a fun week? Have you had a fun month? I will say for myself, it's felt kind of crazy, kind of weird. Not like terrible or anything, just weird. Been a lot of weirdness. Whether it's the drama or the political, like everything. Everything's kind of wacky right now, it seems. Yeah, I think it has been a long November. I think not just a long November, but yeah, it definitely has. I don't know. Wait, Shazzy, are you saying it has been boring or it hasn't been boring? Or you don't like boring? Jeez. Keep on feeling like I'm gonna cough. I think I'm sick. Stupid. Off and on I've been sick, but it is cold season to be fair, so. You know what? Screw it. Just gonna do it. I was trying to decide if I'm gonna go to bed. I think I have like a vibe stream that I'm supposed to be on coming up in not that long, I guess. Later today. For his uncomfortable Bible study. But yeah, that's for fun. I think this one's What Are Angels? And I'm the special guest. And he's had multiple special guests on that show, but I said yes like months ago, and he had like a long scheduled out thing. And because I said yes, I figure I should honor that and show up. I gotta tailor the controls on this on this mic some more though, because I do notice it's picking up everything, including my mouse clicks, my typing, my everything. So there's like a certain level where I can change in the program settings, like what my noise gate is and all of that stuff. But one of the things that I've noticed with that is that if I open that program and screw with it while I'm utilizing the mic itself, I end up fighting. Test. What do you mean 8 hours, same as Emmett? What does it mean? What does it mean? I sang on Emmett's earlier today during his forced karaoke. It was pretty fun. Nothing as crazy as that one time when I was on there. People like to pay for the craziest crap when you decide that you are willing to sing for a small donation. So they'll make you sing the craziest things. I threw out a link if anybody wants to hop on panel and chat for a little bit. Don't think I'm going to be live for a really long time, but I went to the live and I didn't see anybody on. And I was like, you know what? Nobody in our community is live right now. That feels a little weird. I'll just go ahead and go live for a little bit. I can test my mic, figure out what's going on with it. And I can also get everything worked out for later. And then I wasn't sure if people would show up because nobody's been live for a little while. I figured if everybody went to bed, I'd go live, figure out my testing, open my StreamYard, go live, open my YouTube, turn on the sound so I could hear myself and then work through the kinks. But people showed up, so here I am. I know, oh, look it. Hello, Miss Shazzy.
Hello.
How are you?
You've got two screens
Oh,
going.
hold on. I'm not hearing you. Hold on. I think I have the wrong thing set as my hearing. What the heck?
Yeah, because there's two going and I was echoing.
Oh my goodness.
When you go on the StreamYards, I can see a small upright live and one that is or horizontal. So I see a vertical here in Streamlab and one the other shape. So you have two going.
It's what it says.
They both say 22.2 seconds.
Yeah. It's weird, right?
Yeah, but on YouTube, it's not coming up.
No. It won't
So you need to, you've set it up in StreamYard and not set it up via YouTube.
Okay.
Sounds
I'll have to
like
go
it.
in.
Yeah. You need to do it via YouTube, not Streamlabs, or it's just going to Streamlabs. You get me?
Yeah, I'm gonna look into the settings and see if there's a spot at which I can make it so that it allows that.
If you were to do a new stream, you can in YouTube you can set it up to go horizontal and vertical at the same time. But you haven't done that on YouTube. You've done it on StreamYards. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I came up just to see if you had the two screens up here, and you do.
Well, I appreciate it. That's very sweet of you to come and to say that. And
You
try to help.
You're so welcome. I'm not an expert, but Logic, you mustn't have set it up on YouTube first.
Yeah, it's got to be something in there that I didn't set up.
Yeah. Easy mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Easily fixed. You just start stream again with both going. Oh, there's no point doing it in StreamYards because you haven't activated the YouTube side. You could if you go into your YouTube set, what do you call that thing you go into? Studio.
Studio, yeah.
Yeah. If you go into that now, you might be able to do it.
That's fair. Huh. I'll have to do that the next time I do it. I'll go in and monkey around a bit.
Are you not sorry you didn't go to DebateCon?
I didn't go to DebateCon. I wish I could, but I couldn't this year. So
yeah. That's where everybody is. That's why nobody's live.
Okay, that's very fair. That's a very fair point.
And sometimes if you go into Discord, there's a few that will live stream the DebateCon, not on YouTube, but they're in Discord.
Oh, I saw some of it being live streamed in the Foundry earlier.
Yeah, and I don't know whether Jeremy did, but I think Jeremy had one set to do that too.
Yeah, JS was doing some of it, and JS has been in and out of his Discord while doing it as well. So
yeah, I seen him I don't like going in all the time because when it's all men, they like to do the wee talkie. So I don't like to interrupt. So
That's fair.
I don't, because I even said that to Jeremy last night in chat because I had sent him a message what he's streaming because he didn't want to go in. And he says he actually fell asleep and he only woke up there and seen my message.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was funny. But I,
mean,
still wouldn't. I still wouldn't go in and have a look. Like how
Right?
stupid am I? 60 and I'm still scared to go in.
My dear, sometimes there'll be somebody streaming something, and I'll just go to the messages of the side channel and say, "Hey, how's it going?" Or I'll say, "Hey, I'm going to bed," or because
Yeah,
I don't want to go in and get intertwined in the conversation either.
Oh, you see, there's somebody like me there. There you go, Abe.
Mhm.
Oh, is that the patriarch and the matriarch? Thinking.
Yeah, I just sometimes it's like I'm gonna jump in because I do want to get intertwined in the conversation. Sometimes it's like, yeah, I don't want to deal with it. I'm just gonna say hi.
Yeah. Well, I do mod. Never, when I'm mod, sometimes I'm mod and I'm just in the background watching the chat, making sure it's okay, but I mightn't speak. Just to let you know.
Yeah, I think we're the same on that. The ones I'm a mod on, oftentimes I don't say anything. I'm just sitting there watching.
Yeah. Because I go quiet quite a lot, but my fingers, it even hurts for me to touch my skin. And sometimes I can't bother to type. And when I speak, being Northern Ireland, the words don't come out the way you want them to. So you still have to go back and try and fix your words. It's bloody aggravating.
That's very fair. I hate autocorrect too, so much.
Yeah.
Like I say the stupidest things that I did not mean to say quite often because of that stupid autocorrect.
Yeah, me too. It gets me all the time, but now I know. Please look at your chat. Don't hit. But see my new phone. I don't know whether the case is too tight, but when I put my left finger on the side of the phone, but my buttons, say are on the right,
Mhm.
it'll just automatically send the conversation, and I didn't do it.
That's a pain
So
in the ass.
yeah, so yesterday I tried to send not me, and it went no me or no M. Me. What is the point?
We're like, what does that even mean?
Yeah. So I have to watch on this new phone until I get a new case. It's very sensitive. It must be too tight on the screen. Yeah. But I thought maybe someone would come up and you weren't talking on your own, tell you that bit of information. But they're all chickens in the chat. Buck, chicken. Good morning, Elder Lion. Has Abe went? Hello.
Well, that was silly.
What happened? You muted yourself.
Well, the internet dropped out on me for a second there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is that because the other stream's still going, maybe?
I don't know. I think it's just being stupid. That's what I think.
Get Elder Lion up here and get him to chat you through it there. Because I'm no expert, I'm just a woman.
Just a woman.
I'm just a woman. That's all I am. It's nothing high or anything. I'm just a woman who does her daily things, lives her daily life, love
Well,
everybody.
yeah, we don't really have a populace without women either, so I wouldn't say lowly. I would just say you're a woman.
Yeah, I'm a woman. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes I'm a bitch.
Hey,
Oh,
some,
hey,
some,
because,
All
you
right,
know,
I'll come have awkward silences with y'all. I'm not a chicken.
you're not a chicken. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. I'm just, well, you talk to Abe there. I'm going in to get a wee drink.
Sounds good.
Okay.
sounds good. What's good, Matt Voltaire?
Oh, I'm just still playing Fallout, getting tired, but at least we got something accomplished tonight, or this morning, or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Something. I don't know if it's day or night or morning or when. I don't even know what time it is. Most of the time at this point, I'm so caught in the wake of time that I don't. It's now.
Yeah, sometimes I don't even want to look at time just for that reason. Just like, oh fuck.
Oh,
Now I
look,
know
it's
what
now
time it is.
again.
Have you? I don't think you've gone robots yet. You think maybe restarting helped, or?
That's my hope. I would imagine that if I start opening a bunch of stuff, it's possible it'll still happen again. But at the current, I have 2 YouTube windows open and the stream, and it's been fine so far. I
It's so
pulled
weird how
up.
there was so many settings you had to go through. Like it's like that laptop was just did not out of the factory want to do what you want to do with it.
True. Now, there's a difference, right? Like, I bought my wife a nice Alienware one a while back, and hers seems to have its own particular issues with running
Yeah.
different programs in sync with one another, but she hasn't had the issues I've had with like mic control and stuff when she's like playing video games. So I don't know.
I found it funny when you finally told me what laptop it was, and I put it into Grok, and Grok's like, that is 100% the problem. I just started laughing. It's just like it's specifically your laptop. It's like, what the fuck?
Sounds about right. It's been what I've been thinking kind of off and on since the beginning. Everybody's like, "Well, the board you bought must not be good. The mic you bought must not be good." And it's like, look, I know that they're not the highest quality, but they're decent. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I bought decent, brand new XLR cable, brand new mic, a new audio interface. The only thing is, I'm running everything through a laptop. And yes, streaming doesn't take a crazy amount to do by itself. If I was just doing me sitting in front of the computer talking to the crowd or the chatters, it would be pretty simple. But if I want to have all the reference windows pulled up and clips that I'm going to play and other people linking in and possibly other programs running, like, say I need to run OBS as well so that I can do virtual cam, like all of those things stack up. And by the end of that, it's like, oh, my computer's running at 127%. I didn't even know that's possible. Oh, look, fire shooting out the fans. I didn't know I bought a jet. You know, so.
Well, I'm to be honest, it's a good enough model. I'm surprised that it's
It's
I get
decent.
you're asking a lot, but
Yeah, I mean, if I was running like a desktop with a separated power source and its own GPU and everything was, individualized and not integrated the way that laptops are, I think it would have a lot easier time. But the moment you start integrating like things into one another, like if your sound is also part of your GPU, okay, well now your GPU is responsible for hosting and handling all of the things that 2 things would have done on a desktop.
Yeah.
So,
and because of that, it's so intertwined,
mm-hmm,
basically.
mm-hmm. Turns into a weasel and it pokes people in the butt. That's what it does. And what I mean by that is it pisses me off.
Yeah. And using a shotgun against a computer is not a fruitful thing.
Sometimes it could be.
I've destroyed a computer with an axe once. It was therapeutic, but that's all I got out of it.
Yeah, it's not usually Yet you usually end up remembering later that, oh yeah, that thing actually cost me a whole bunch of money, and now I just shot it. My bad.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Oopsies.
And I go and find it. It's got an axe stuck in it. Oh,
Yeah.
that's what happened.
Or like you're so pissed at it, you just chuck it into the woods, and then winter comes, and you're like, "What's that sticking out of the snow over there?" Oh, right, that's a computer. My bad.
I'm back.
Welcome
Hey.
back.
I've come outside to make a wee smoke, but I'm going to give you a laugh. I'm turning my camera on for a minute.
Okay. Aw, that's cute. What the hell?
Cozy.
I've got ears.
I mean, it looks
Yeah.
really comfy though, for sure.
It's really warm because it's hold on, to turn it round. It's very dull and it's 11:30 in the morning.
Mm,
Look
yep.
at those clouds.
mhm.
So it's a bit cold. But yeah, that's my use the hair. I did dye it for VK with
Oh,
a bit
nice.
of blue in it.
Looks good.
'Cause I was going to be a woke woman, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll come fall out. It'll fall out.
So then Kieran stole your bit.
Well, yeah, but things happened here, and I couldn't go streaming. I had 4 kids in the end, so
Mm.
my night was wrecked. Dogs.
Yeah.
My
It's a lot for Speakeasy to ask for people to come on Halloween. I'm glad people do though.
that was a real
They-
good night, and
Yeah.
Chris's, his face was brilliant. The way, we used the paints and whatever.
He did really
But
good.
There was a couple that I thought should have won, and that was King. Yeah, King had 4 blooming costumes.
That's crazy.
And the alien was the alien was good, but so was the bloody horse.
Yeah. The dinosaur, that was
The
freaking funny.
dinosaur was bloody brilliant. Yeah.
That cracked me
Yeah,
up.
that was good.
Yeah, and then of course, Kieran, you see, I would have won because I had actually dyed my hair with a bit of blue in it, in the grey, and I
Put the
put my
work
nose.
into it.
What do you say?
You
I
put the
hadn't
work
it
into
in.
it.
I haven't it in for like 5 years, but I even re-pierced my nose,
Oh, yay.
and put a wee nose stud in there. The diamond's still in there.
Wow. That's a lot of commitment there.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say
know.
that's commitment.
I even bought this wee leather dress and wee jacket, and I had gone all out. I actually gave
Jeez.
the outfit to my granddaughter because she's 13 and wears the same size of clothes as me, 12s, 10, 12. So I give her the wee dress and she made a costume out of it.
That sounds
But
like fun.
I got it on Shein for like, I think it was $6 or something. It wasn't that expensive. But yeah, next year, I'll think of something better next year.
Yeah. Well, each new opportunity, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know I ended up having 4 kids for a Halloween party, because Sarah was working the next day and I was going to be having the kids. So I let them stay instead.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah,
that give her a free night before work.
that's fair. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it that night either. So,
Yeah. Family comes first,
yep.
Yeah.
So we did all our family stuff. And when it was done, I was like, okay, I'm going to check if BK is going to go. And it was. So,
Yeah. Was a good night. The other night was a good night, Easy's.
yeah.
So it was.
I wanted to come to that one too, the new thing, but I ended up doing stuff and it was already rolling and I wasn't sure if he was going to have more people on when he already had like a pretty full panel. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do a nothing little live and talk about random stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So it looked like a lot of fun though. I caught pieces of it. So
It was. I even didn't even I don't even think I slept the whole night. It was that good. I couldn't even go to sleep. Because that's my nighttime, because now it's 11:30, in the morning.
Yep.
So Easy would start at 2:30 in the morning, my time.
See, Shazzy, my schedule's gotten so wonky. Mine's a lot like Easy's at this point, although I'm up later, I guess, at this point. But
Yeah.
it started with me going live at like 8 or 9 in the evening, and I'd get off at midnight or 1. And now it's
but
like,
I could always catch your lives because it was at my time,
yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what happened. It went from like 8 to midnight or 8 to 1 and became like 8 to 8. And then
Yeah, I know. But sometimes you're having so much fun that the time just flies and you go, oh my God, no
That's
sleep
true.
tonight. It can happen.
We've had some serious laugh fests in here for sure.
Yeah. Like just think when Easy did his 50-hour stream.
Yeah.
That was epic. And I was at most of it, like.
Yeah, that's a long one.
Yeah, very long. It used to be like 12 hours, 14 hours, 20 odd at the most. And then when he did that, oh my God. Now he says he's going to try 70 something.
Sheesh.
Yeah, I don't think he should do that now.
I don't know about 70 straight through, but I could see it. I mean, there's
he's the one to do it. He would do it, like, because he is a vampire.
And he's sick right now too. That's just he's just getting through that.
Yeah. I know, but he doesn't sleep much anyway. 2 hours, I think, is the most. That's been me lately. But last night, oh my God, I had the best sleep ever.
See, I did a live, or I was on somebody's live. I can't remember which at this point, but I fell asleep early in the morning. Like it was already daytime, sun's already up, and usually I can't sleep well after the sun comes up. It gets really bad.
Yeah.
And this time I actually crashed and I slept into the day, a decent amount into the day, and I'm like, oh shoot, now my schedule's really screwed up.
Yeah, but your body tells you when you need that, Abe.
You're right.
Your body does tell you. It's like I know that fall I had the other night. Yesterday I was covered in black and blue. But the pains I had, I couldn't sit, I couldn't lie, and standing all day for me is a no-no. But I just stood over the aisle in the middle of the kitchen because that's where it was comfortable. And last night my son gave me some smoke, and I was able to feel pins and needles the whole time for about an hour. It was so good. Because usually, and then when the pains come back, it's like a throbbing drum, in your body.
Yep.
But last night, before I got into bed, I had another wee slice, sneaky smoke. I lay down, and that was me till 9 o'clock this morning, and that was 10 last night. I fell asleep. So I slept a good 11 hours.
Oh, I totally get that.
Sometimes, I mean, it does have its medicinal purposes. That's for sure.
For me, that's all. I don't do it all the time. But for me, it is for pain, because all they give me is my morphine coating patch, and I'm only allowed to take paracetamol, nothing else. The odd time I do buy the soluble pain tablets, because I have to. I can't suffer pain.
Well, you and I both get that, right, Shazzy? Autoimmune diseases are different. They're not like... When your central nervous system is your enemy, it's a little different ball game.
Yeah, like even my blood, my own blood was trying to kill my babies, you know,
Hmm.
because there was an enemy in there. You know, that's how autoimmune things happen, you know.
Yep. Yep.
But they didn't know that until my daughter was born. So I didn't get that injection until after she was born. But then she was a bit sick too, you know.
Yeah.
It happens because they don't know. They didn't know then. But the second one was different. I got a date to go in, have a C-section.
Hmm.
And
That happened with my mother as well.
I got the injection and everything. So I died, but he didn't die, if you get what I mean. The guy died was Zara that brought me back, and still with Jamie. I think it's something to do with the oxygen. It stops my heart.
Well, so like my mom had a similar thing happen, and for her, she didn't have her heart stop, but she did have stroke. So
Oh,
I
shit.
guess why where my heart stopped
Yep.
twice because of it. So
Wow.
they told me I'd be better not having anymore. And I think I was a bit scared to have another one, but then I did want another one when I was 38.
wow,
And I decided, no, I'll be stupid. I'll be stupid. So
you know,
I wanted to adopt or foster, not adopt, foster, but my husband didn't want to. So that was that.
Mm.
I see, I see. So my mic is still going good.
Yeah, you're good.
Dang,
Your
That's-
mic's the best I've ever heard it. Abe.
beautiful, beautiful,
Toby?
beautiful.
My mic? Shut it. Get in the house. Go.
I have
Shame
it in
on
a different placement than I did before too, actually. So hopefully it continues to be good.
No, it's perfect, Abe. I've never heard it as best as it is, because it would break up and all as well, but it's not.
Yeah, it's like up and off to the side here now. It's actually a decent distance from me, and I can still.
Yeah. Well, don't touch the bloody thing.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying not
Don't
to, Mama
fiddle.
Bear.
Man fiddle, don't fiddle.
That's not a lie.
Man do fiddle, come on.
We
I
do,
know.
and then,
Oh,
and
I
then
was-
it breaks, and then we're just
I've-
not happy after that.
Well,
This
then
is
you
it.
want to break the whole world to get back at it. Okay, I know this feeling.
Yeah.
Trying to fix it, trying to fix it, trying to fix it. You break it while trying to fix it. Now you just want to destroy everything. It's like,
And then
well,
you blame somebody touching it. I can see it happening. I can see it.
well, I just break my own fingers then. I'm like, you stupid hand. This is your fault. Done finger.
The worker always blames the tools.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I found a habit of base level accountability for yourself. Like I need to be I need to own everything that I do. Even if I
Yep.
feel like somebody contributed to my failure, it's still mine. I still did it. I still made the mistakes. I still chose to work with such and such person. Whatever it is, it's on me.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Same
I
as
used
me.
to blame the inanimate objects. I used to be like, "That's like if I lose something, I'm like that thing is fucking staring at me and just laughing at me." It didn't make it better. It made it worse. I'd just get more mad.
Same as me. I'm just took me 15 minutes there to try and roll it with my wee machine too. But
Oh shit!
I'm
yeah.
about to sin on a Sunday morning, so I've lots to make up for this. But I'm sorry, God, but I need it. I'm sorry. I'm actually looking up to the sky here, apologizing. What a prat. Do you know what
You
a
know?
prat is? Do you know what a prat is?
Like,
A twat. Yeah.
yeah,
It's
a
like,
turd, a jerk, a butthole.
yeah. Well, I'm a prat all the time. In my own way.
My dad used to call people that he would say, that person's a knob. They're just a knob.
Yeah. Well, here my son was leaving his son off back to his mother's there Friday night, and I was in the car, and this driver made a stupid thing, overtaking, and the corner of the bend was just. And here's me, oh no, and I called him a fucktard, okay? And my son said to me, Mummy, that's so 80s, and here's me. Well, I was born in the 60s, son, so I remember the 80s.
Yeah,
What,
true.
saying fucktard is old now?
Yeah, it's old now. My son, 30? He just turned 36 there, so he told me off for saying fucktard because it's so 80s, and here's me.
Shazzy, I think I've become a believer that we hit a certain point where we've accepted things we've been through already, and we're like, yeah, that's good enough. I
Yeah,
don't need to pick up all the new lingo and crap. I don't care about all the new shit.
no.
There's perfect,
I
good enough.
I can't understand it all. Abe. See all
Yep.
these new words and stuff. I just go by what I know and what I think
I
they
feel
are.
that.
Yeah, so if it's 80s jibber jabber, well, fuck you. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's,
exactly. I agree.
that's the way I meant it to him the other night as well.
I concur.
Well, learning new things stops having, not new things, but new lingo and stuff stops having a purpose.
Yeah, but it's just old words. They've made their new words. That's all it is.
Basically, yeah.
It
We're
means the
not gonna
same
fit in
thing.
at this point either.
Yeah, it means the same thing at the end of the day. It's still stupid. And
Well, you and I both know why it happens, right? We have our children, and our children
Yep.
are like, well, I don't want to use the words my parents use. I'm going to use something different that means the
Different.
exact same thing. And it's every next generation does it.
yeah,
But this new generation makes up things that are nonsensical, like 6, 7, just for the sake of making it up.
I don't even know what that means.
I know.
I don't know what that means at all.
It means many different
Nobody-
things at once.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Well, here's one. Like they say Riz. Can't you just say charm? It's just as easy, and it means the same
Yeah.
thing. Charm, charisma, Riz. That's so stupid. Just use charm. Like it's a pre-existing word that means the exact same thing, has the same syllables. Like you needed a new word. You needed a street slang word for a word that already exists. Okay.
I think that's how kind of street slang kind of is created. Like it's like if you know the word, then you're kind of in the it crowd, and people are like, "Oh yeah, this guy."
Yeah, it's gutter
knows
speak.
what's up. Yeah,
They're
it's gutter
trying to-
speak, exactly.
they're trying to teach us oldies,
Yeah.
new tricks, but we all know we're here longer.
It's just modern day gutter speak. It's been around, gutter tongue. It's been around forever. We all know it. Bees and honey for money. Like we know the
Yeah.
old things. It's just so what?
It's just
Great.
slang. It's just
You're
slang. That's
Right.
it.
It's like good. You're so clever. Now, can we get back to talking and understanding each other? Because that's more important than you being real clever with new words.
If it was a new word, it would be in the dictionary.
That's true. Well, now they have the Urban Dictionary, Shazzy Bear.
Yeah, but I look, I
No,
have
no,
I
no.
have a wee fetish. If I ever see a dictionary, in a books, if you go to a carpet sale or whatever,
Mhm.
I buy. You're going to laugh at me. Like I buy the dictionary, and if there's a Bible there, I'll buy the Bible. But I read the dictionary.
I did when I was growing up.
Um,
But if
I
they're
love
changing all the new
finding-
ones,
I love finding old words, and they're new words to me because I didn't read the dictionary at school. But
fair.
I know lots of words now.
Well, that's one of the
Um,
things in our sphere that's really important is we all know like argumentation requires semantics, but the
Yeah.
baseline of semantics is good linguistics. And if you don't
Yeah.
know words and the meanings of the words, then your semantics will fall on deaf ears because you
Yeah.
don't have the ability to express it correctly.
That's it. There's no point doing it because you're just going to get knocked back down.
Mm-hmm.
And someone smarter than you is going to prove you wrong. Like-
you can just get eviscerated too.
Yeah, that's why I like watching debates. Because I'm always for the right side. not the left. And I love the way the right side make the left look
Yeah,
when they
exactly.
debate, you know. Because they're definitely, the right side's definitely smarter, you know, than most of the right
Oh, for
people.
sure.
And I don't mean that being on the right side all the time, but they are. They're
You
thick
ha-
as jump.
Or you have to look at it, right? Like the ones going for long-term college education is generally
You
lefties
don't,
at this point.
you don't need college. You don't need debt, and you don't need, you
No.
know, because what you learn at school is enough to start you off. You get apprentices, and like that's how I couldn't afford to send my kids to college. My daughter went to tech, and my son went to tech, and he did his apprenticeship. He's an engineer, and he did it for 4 years. You know, now he's been an engineer for 18 years.
So,
You
like, I
know,
can see the usefulness, right? For things
yeah.
like brain surgeons and
Oh yes,
high
yeah,
expertise type fields.
yeah,
Yeah.
But a lot of things could
definitely.
be done in some level of trade school. Like
Yeah,
almost everything.
and there are jobs that are needed. You know, wood, steel. You know, all those things. Mechanics. You know, they're all important.
Not just needed, but in high demand, and there's less of
Yeah,
them than there ever has been.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous.
People who make furniture and like my cousin, he recarpets or not recarpets. He seats, you know, bars and stuff. You know the way he puts the leather on it. I actually have one of them in my kitchen. I paid him 500
Oh,
because I
upholstery.
upholstery. Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted one and just buy a bench on the other side, but I have chairs on the other side. But I knew he was good at his job, you know, and he makes a fortune at it, you know, because he
That's
does
good.
all the bars, and you know, you think, oh, that'll last for years. There's one bar he's done in 2 years, 3 times.
And that's something good because you can't automate that. Like it's something that you have to have a person who actually knows that to get
Yeah,
it done.
people are always defacing the seats, you know, or anything. So that's him called out to replace a piece of the leather or whatever it is, you know.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
These
Those
are
are
the type of jobs you don't need college for. It's done at your local tech, you know,
Mhm.
after school.
Well, that, and it doesn't even need to be a school. It could be just like you said earlier. It could just be
Well,
an apprenticeship.
my
Yeah.
grandson goes 3.5 days a week, you know, so there's a day and a half he can have a job while he goes to tech, you know. So that's how we live over here. It's all right, you have got university and stuff, but most of them get grants.
Yep.
And whatever for it, you know.
Yep. Yep. Well, I'll say this much. Like, we live in an era now where things have changed so drastically. I got out of the military in the early 2000s after combat, after the war, right?
Mhm.
And the world had shifted in such a way, thank you, John, in such a way that internet was way more open all of a sudden. Like all of a sudden there was this YouTube came out and Google Maps came out and all these things that didn't exist before that. And I realized really rapidly, oh, I can learn a shitload of stuff just by watching videos of people that know things. So then I started consuming information and I spent almost 10 years straight of learning everything I can about everything I can. Just
Yeah,
hours and hours and hours of just consuming content in information, not like random silly stuff, like
yeah,
physics, like things that you would go to school for. You'd go to college most of the time to learn these things. You could just go watch videos and figure out how these things work, how
well,
technology works, how all of it
yeah.
works.
When I was what age was I? 36, I think. I did a MVQ. I did have my MVQ2 in business management that I'd done, you know, years ago. but I went back there and did my MVQ3 in business management before I took over running this guest house for 24 hours a day.
Mhm.
And I loved it, but they put you into placement. So I actually worked in a mobile phone shop. So I learned how to repair Nokia phones, that were water damaged. But I still did my business on that phone shop. I had to do a big folder, on everything. I had to do it on Cellnet, the provider for
Mm.
Vodafone. But that was so many things I learned doing my MVQ3, and it didn't cost me anything because I was working and they were giving me was it £90 a week or something while I was learning. It was quite good, but it
That's
was
awesome.
still another. I was thinking going back to do the last one, but things happened and I didn't. My kids were all old. My son, I think, was 15 at the time.
That's what I was going to say. Life happens, though. So our
Yeah,
plans
yeah,
change because life happens.
yeah. I know.
I know you know.
I know. We live it. We live it, Abe. Everybody lives a real life, at home. Anything on here is just, it's not real, to be honest. It's not real. I came to YouTube for a bit of fun to find laughter. Husband had another woman and all that there. I wasn't looking for anybody. I've never looked for anybody. But I was just looking for fun and came and found nothing but disaster.
I can
Bully,
see that.
trolls. I've went through all that. I think the first year of coming to YouTube, and that was 7 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. I used to just listen to YouTube for music all the time because I have Premiere for years. I've had Premiere. I'd rather
Mm.
have YouTube than ordinary TV.
You want to
Yeah,
know
for
when
sure.
this channel started?
Your channel stuff. You've
Mhm.
been here for years, Abe.
Been here
Because
since July 1st, 2011.
yeah, I think I remember you, but you weren't using Abe at the time.
This is true.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I think I remember you from a section where I was, a few years ago.
it's
Um,
possible.
yeah, I think I do. I remember a lot of people, and I know there's a lot of people who are bad, thinking, I'm a good person, but they're not, they're evil.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
that.
And
A whole lot of that.
I was able, when some of them followed me, I didn't know, but I was able to tell Speakeasy who they were, and you just don't want those Kiwis farms anywhere near you. Right?
This is very true. This is
They're
very
all,
true. Well,
they're
you
all,
remember, Shazzy, when Speakeasy was starting and
yeah,
things like Lavloon came around and Mr.
yeah,
Girl came around and all
yeah,
those things could have tanked him. They could have wrecked him. I'm
not easy.
glad that
It,
fair,
yeah,
right? I mean,
his morals, he sticks to his morals.
I
That,
just mean getting in with the wrong crowd
oh,
can even just tarnish you enough to make
yeah,
it really hard or almost impossible to move forward. And I'm glad that people in our space, certain people in our space, didn't fall into that because
oh, definitely, yeah. That's why I'm loyalty to Easy because his morals have been A1 since the first day I started watching him. And now I'm a member. I'm a member for 28 months, but that's only, not including the time he started,
right, right. Well, I remember before there was VK, I remember it would be like me and Mantis would come from
Yeah.
Tomfoolery's show into his chat. There'd be like three of us in there
Yeah, that's right.
in the middle of the night, just chit chatting with Easy when he was first starting, and look, things have progressed. There came a time I made videos back in the day, and I didn't make anything. I didn't do any big lives. I didn't have any really grand shows. I jump on channels. I do call-ins. I do stuff like that. But I watched like everything, and
Yeah.
there came a point where I was just like, I need to just jump in, like all the way in. And this year was that for me. So yeah, I have videos from years and years and years ago, and I
Look,
finally decided.
I had my first debate the other day on Tariax
Oh, did you?
Oh yeah.
with Vintage.
Hmm.
And it
Original
was like,
vintage.
he's thinking of changing, now with our debate. So I must have did quite well.
Mm.
So yeah, you can ask him about it, because I did change his mind on a few things. So that felt good. But I don't
That's
think I
awesome.
could do it. I don't think I could do VK. I don't mind, like going up, because I'm not an angry person. When the men yell at you, I would probably cry.
I think you're made of pretty stern stuff, Shazzy. I think I know
Yes,
you better than
I'm
that.
strong at that, but I'm not very confident. That would be the word. I'm not very confident, Abe.
Sometimes people just get loud and stupid just for the sake of thinking that they're,
But
they're taking over the conversation. Like Kieran, he kind of just tries to take over with just absolute nothingness. And it's like, you just got to
that's
tell him to
just
shut the hell up.
That's just drunken prattle.
Yeah.
I always tell people, if they actually enjoy debate, VK is good in the way that it forces you to interact with people and understand some of
Yeah.
the stuff you're going to deal with, because it's more extreme than just a panel. Like, we're here just chatting, having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And
VK
this
kind
is
of,
good.
yeah. And VK primes you for a different thing. Like, oh, crap,
Yeah.
people might just talk over me. I might get yelled at. I might get insulted. And those things kind of like make you go, oh, okay, no skin off my back. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
So
I don't
I
have.
find it funny when. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just going to say
I
something.
was just gonna say I find it funny that people put their hand up on their cam. It's like you just got to get in there. Nobody's gonna stop.
Well, that
for
would
you.
be me. I'd be sitting, with a hand permanently up. Yo-ho, I'm here. I have threatened so many times to go up on VK, but I know I would go up, and the next 10 minutes I'd be disappeared.
maybe chat. I think chat would love you, though, right? I think
Yeah.
maybe some of the panelists might tear into you as much as possible, but you also
Yeah.
are. So
It'll be
I
to their
can't-
detriment, basically, if they try to
yeah.
tear into you.
yeah, every time they take a pop shot at you, Shazzy, they'll be like, they're screwing with Mama Bear. Take him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you heard about yesterday, did you? No?
No.
We were on Tariax yesterday, and Tariac introduced me to the stage, but Sharon was in the chat. Sharon wasn't on the stage because a certain person, Cyber Andy, come up as me. I'm actually livid. I've been trying to find information, but I think he deleted his account on Discord, or he's blocked me. I don't know.
Yeah,
So I can't find him.
he's a long-standing diptard, that one.
Yeah, but why use, people are going to think now when I go up, oh, we'll not trust her because it's not her. So I've made a wee post saying, it's definitely not me, and to check before I come up, and ask me to show my camera, because I'm not having that. Nobody's using me to get at people. That's my stance.
I agree. Well, I don't think anybody should be using anyone to get at people, and I don't think people should be trying to get at people. Especially not in these spaces. But you have a real world problem with somebody, maybe I could see it, but like.
But when he was on Jess's, and then that bad thunder, weather, and then he just all disappeared, and he disappeared for
a few months, and I kept asking, anybody heard Cyber Andy? Anybody heard Cyber Andy? Because I was worried. Now, I'm sorry he didn't get lost in the bloody thing.
That's fair.
But
That's fair.
that's me, because I'm an empath. Right? I feel everybody else's pain. You know, and to me, that's like sacrilege. How dare he? I was so worried about him, you know, properly worried.
Well, look, if and this is the thing with him, there's a pattern, right? He pops onto a panel, drunk as shit, says a bunch of stuff he shouldn't, makes everybody think he's gonna do something he shouldn't, and then is gone for a week, gone for 2 weeks, gone for a month, then shows up again, so drunk that he's doing the same thing again. And I've
Yeah.
seen this multiple channels, people like
Well,
actually concerned.
Don't let him up on your panel, Abe.
I won't. Oh, well, if I do, he's gonna get shredded. But
Make sure if I ever come up again, you make sure that you ask me to show yourself on camera, okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm not
Yeah.
having anybody use me as a weapon. That's what it's like. He's using, you know, he could have. I think he figured out I was in the chat because I went to Tariak, not me. That's when I made the mistake, you know, because I was going, not me, and it went, no, So I sort of laughed and, no, it's not Sharon, she's here in chat. Because I use my phone. I have to come out of chat to go on StreamYards, right?
Right.
But I have downloaded, I can hit the chat at the bottom so I can see both chats.
That's what I had to do when I first joined VK. You remember,
Yeah.
Mama Bear, when I didn't have my PC because I gave my laptop to my oldest son for
That's right.
schooling.
Yeah.
And I only had my cell phone. So I would sit on my bed in my room, do my thing, and hold my phone. And
Yeah, that's all I'm using. And I have my older phone there that I use when the battery goes on this one. So I can just sneak over quickly. But that's it.
but it does make it difficult. Makes it really difficult to do any navigation or links or anything.
Well, if I'm mod anywhere, I need to use the other phone so I can do mod, because I can't mod when I'm up here. Because you can't, you know, but I couldn't hit anybody's name and do anything up here. Say it just says show on stage. So I need the other phone to mod in the chat, you know. But I just turn the YouTube bit of it off.
Right.
And just watch the chat. Because I can hear it if I'm up.
Right. That makes sense.
But I'm only up here this morning because I usually watch your chat. Because you didn't have anybody and you were on your own.
Yeah, well, initially it was just going to be me doing some more mic tests because my OBS kept going robot. Every time I'd use my boom mic, I'd go really robotic. And I was trying to figure it out because I thought, is it my interface? Is it my cables? Is it the USB ports? What's going on?
Yeah.
And
the other, you just need to go into studio and set them both up there. That's all you have to do.
yeah, next time I do a live, I'm going to have to go and
It's all
investigate both.
They'll all automatically go into StreamYards then. I mean, when you set them up on YouTube, they'll both automatically go and you'll have two separate lives.
Okay,
where
I'm going to have to look at it.
You don't have a separate live here. You have two going on the one stream.
Right.
Yards, you know, they're just on the one stream yards.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just YouTube Studio. You have to.
I thought that was a me problem last night. I was like, oh, my thing's corrupted. Send me another link. And it's like, oh, it's the same thing. What the hell?
Yeah.
It's just the new settings in StreamYard.
It's the way they've readjusted everything, I think.
Yeah, because it's supposed to work the way that I just have to set up in StreamYard and go live. Because right now I'll just go into StreamYard and go live, and it goes straight to my YouTube. Now you have the option of doing both, but only one goes through. So I'll have to check YouTube's back end and see where exactly.
I get the option here now. Stream this to your audience, but I don't. I've only went live a few times. I'm not going to start and go live until I get somewhere new to live, and I'm living on my own. Because my son will be in shortly from work, because he works 7 days a week.
Oh, man.
But on a Saturday and a Sunday, he finishes at 1. He's went back to work too quick because he's got a chest infection, and he's the one that had the lung collapse. So I'm a bit worried about him, and he's trying to work hard to get money for for Christmas, New Year, because this is the month.
It is
For it.
indeed.
Because I think this month he gets paid twice. The way the things work out, there's 1 month where you get paid twice. It falls in. There's
I
5
see.
weeks. There's 5 weeks. Any month that there's 5 weeks in, you'll probably get paid twice.
Right.
That's the
Give
way
you
it works.
Yeah, it gives you that extra chance at earning a little more income in that 1 month.
He just needs 16 hours, and that gives him another 300-400 quid, because he gets good pay.
Yeah.
He builds planes for Canada and America.
Oh, that's cool.
He works for it's now called Sprint.
Yeah, aeronautics is a good field for.
Yeah, well, he actually has worked there 18 years, not there in Shorts. He used to work in Magella. It used to be down near Ballywalter. And then they changed companies. It was a Texan, and then Canada bought it over.
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah. And seemingly Sprint we're going to sell back to Boeing. But I don't know what's happened now. So there's still Sprint, not Boeing. So I don't know. Still going to be America, Canada. But he does the wings. He climbs inside the wings
Oof.
and does the welding in there. That's why his lung collapsed, because he didn't wear a mask.
Yeah.
For 17 years, he never wore a mask. So his lung was full of black solder,
Heavy metal poisoning and all of that.
Yeah, so he has a bit of eczema or something in the other lung. But this one is stuck to his ribs, so if he doesn't get into a fight, his lung will stay up.
That's your son who was hospitalized recently?
Yeah.
Jazzy?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah, well, it's
Well,
stupid. He's so stupid. He wouldn't. He says, no, it's not the company's fault. It's mine. I didn't wear my mask. So he knew it himself. He'd done it.
Yeah.
And if he tried to take a company off it, I would have never spoken to him ever again, because it's his own fault.
Right. Well.
So now he's wearing a mask. So he learnt his lesson.
Way.
I'm not being hard on him, but he was stupid not to wear a mask for 17 years. I never knew that.
We all think we're invincible until we find out that
but
the hard way.
Like, he was only 35. He's 36 now, but he's only 35 when that happened. Like, his life, that was, his life could have ended. He could have, I was scared I was going to lose him. I mightn't like him much, because he can be nasty and whatever to me. And I just take it because I'm a woman, and he's a man. Men are supposed to fucking lead and women are supposed to follow. But my son just thinks everybody should just follow him, Ain't going to happen.
Yeah, there's a difference between your, as for you, your man and other men. So.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Well, I brought him up with good morals, but now he just dists them, I don't need them. But he doesn't go out. He doesn't drink. He just smokes weed and plays Rust online. That's it. Goes to work. Comes home.
Nice.
Does the same thing. And his son is bloody. He's brought him up the same. He sits in his room, plays, goes online, I take his food to his bedroom. Most of the time I have to go and get the plates, you know?
Yep.
So
I feel that.
he had been here for 7 weeks solid there. And I'm so
Jeez.
glad he went home on Friday night because I get a wee break. It's just my son and I just ignore him. Feed him, smile.
Well, you're still his mom after all, right? That's not
Yeah,
gonna.
I think
You can't.
I think he got scared the other night because he's been nice to me, even giving me a bit of weed. Because he had to lift me off the floor. I've no power, to get myself back up. Unless there's something sitting there. So I was embarrassed because he had to lift me off the floor. But,
Shazzy, that has to be part of the deal, right?
yeah, but I think he realizes, oh flip, my mum isn't too good,
Mm-hmm.
So he's been nice. Hopefully he'll come today with a smiling face.
That's his
you know.
responsibility as your child.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't want them looking after me when I'm old,
I mean, it's been that way for thousands of years.
My daughter now is completely different. She's like me. She would do anything for anybody. She would give anybody her last. But where men's concerned, her husband just walked all over her and then just left. But this new guy, they don't live together or anything. He has his house and she has hers, but her kids come first, right? So this is why I give her the odd weekend off if she's not working, and I keep the kids so they can do something together. And it's working out. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, good.
So
Good.
yeah, her wedding was a waste of money. We all knew that at the start, but kids don't listen. Her first love, that was her first love, and she's got 3 beautiful kids to him. But he just treated her like shit, as
I
some
do.
DJ men do. Not all men, some DJ men do. But yes, I've said enough shit.
It's nice when you come up every once in a while and just chit chat.
A wee chit chat's nice, Abe, isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes it's nice to just have a chit chat,
Yeah,
Not all the fighting, just a chit chat.
yeah. Putting the
Yeah.
world to rights is good sometimes.
Yeah,
I
I
know
think we need both.
it would. Yeah, I think you're right, Abe. We do.
That's why I like to host just conversations sometimes. I mean, I know I host a little bit of debatage and arguing and stuff too, but just good conversation goes a long way too. So
Yeah. I'm just going to say one thing. It's not at you. Like, if ever that DJ is up here, I'll never be up. And
well,
that is Flo.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well,
He
see,
took something good that I done and made it dirty. Right? And that was
yes.
my tattoo. I only have 3 tattoos, right? The first tattoo I got is the heart on the left side, or the rose on the left side. That is my dad when he died. So he was close to my heart, right?
Mhm.
The next one was the half chain. I was supposed to get a full daisy chain because my sister, when she died, her favorite flowers were daisies, right?
Mhm.
But it was so painful I could only have half a chain. I could feel every wee flower bled, and there was holes in my leg. It didn't go right, but it's okay now. And then the last one was when my mum died there
Mhm.
5 years ago. She used to call me Shazzy Bear. That's why I changed my name to Shazzy Bear, right? But she left me on my own, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was just how I felt at that time. So I had asked Easy, would he mind sending me the bear thing, because I'm going to Benidorm and I know I can get a tattoo there for only €40, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted the last one to be my mum. That's why I don't have my kids tattooed on my arms, because my kids are here,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the other ones you don't really see. My ankles covered all the time. My boobs are covered well, if I wear maybe a low top, but that's not often. They're
Mm.
only seeing maybe a wee tiny bit of the heart or a wee tiny bit of the bear. But he made it that I was getting the bear for Speakeasy, and I was up his arse and all this here, but he took my good memory and made it trash.
So I'll say this much. I understand where you're coming from, 100%. And I
Yeah.
understand where everybody else is coming from, 100%.
Yes. It's just
You
the way
know
it
me,
looked at
Shazzy.
the time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I do the Switzerland thing because until, well, I won't even say it that way. I'm trying to be open to people
Yep.
speaking. Now, if they go way overboard,
Yeah. You can
I'm going to
stop
shut
it.
it down.
Yeah. Yeah. I
But
get you.
I do think it's important for, I think it's important for people to be given the room.
The chance to explain.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
not just that. Like, if you have that room, that space to speak, you're either going to do yourself justice or do yourself injustice. Some people give themselves a lot of rope.
But if you feel safe, in your chat, I feel
Mhm.
safe. In Easy's chat, I feel safe.
Mhm.
But I just stopped going to the other chats. I was a member in Flows, and I did like Flow and whatever else, but when he turns a lot on women, if you notice, what they did to Crispy, him and Sarah. It's always women that he's attacking. He's not he's trying to get round the men's arse, but he's attacking the women. It's the wrong way to go.
Well, and now he's trying to take shots at guys too, but
Yeah, but that's just so he can get money, off people. It's
right.
click
Well,
and views.
I think you and I have had this talk before, right, Shazzy? It's the whole thing of drama is a short-term gain for a long-term loss. You're only corrupting yourself and everyone around you by doing it, right?
Yeah,
If you instead put the drama down and stick to something that's either your passion or something you feel is important or even just good entertainment, you
yeah,
have a long-term strategy there.
true.
If you do the drama, you're just burning bridges all around you all the time until you're standing in the middle of a fire heap and there's
He
nothing
just
left.
he did it. He just did it to the wrong person, because I have high morals, and to me that's just low. What he did to somebody who supported him, I give him super chats. If I like somewhere, whatever, I'm enjoying the conversation, I'll give a super chat. I don't go out. That's my pocket money. Right. And most of my super chats come from Google, because I use Google. Google's my thing, protects me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I use it for my banking, whatever else. But when I play games or whatever, I get points. I'm up to, I think I'm diamond at the minute.
Mm-hmm.
So I build those points up, and I have so many hundreds of points. 100 points is a tenner transferred to giving super chats, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I have loads of points, I'll give loads of super chats.
Right.
If I don't have any money, I'm sorry, I can't, but I'll support other ways,
Yep.
And that's all I do. I'm paying for my entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Well, that's what we are now, right?
If I was going out, like if you were to go out, it's £100 to go out,
At least.
right? By the time you get because you don't want to drive, or I'm not a big drinker now, so I'm usually the driver. Okay. When we go out, I'm usually the driver, because I can enjoy myself with a Coke Zero where everybody's getting pissed. And that just makes me laugh because my sister falls asleep. My daughter turns a wee bit nasty. You know, I know all their traits, right, when we go out. So I know when we go out, I know what I'm up for the night. But I still have a good time, you know, because I'm getting out. But lately I haven't been able to go out because of my illness. I think, the end of the month. This month I'm going to a tranny show. I do have videos of the last one I went to. They're so funny, but I can't put them up on YouTube. Some of them I can. But this time I'm going and I'll get a few, hopefully, that I'll be able to post just to have a laugh at these stupid men in fucking clothes.
Yeah.
But I'll sit there for their 3 to 6 to do 3-hour show. And I'll go to the Meadowbank Club and for the 3 hours, you know, arrange my son to pick me up if I haven't taken the car, if I can't drive. And he picks me up at 6 o'clock because as soon as the show's over, I'm away because I know they'll be staying to get more drink. And I'm not sitting watching them.
Well, that's isn't it crazy too, Shazzy? You and I know you're a little older than me, but we grew up in a time when like all the important information, all the greatest entertainment is on the television or at a movie theater or a theater of some kind, right?
And I don't watch TV because I don't. I wouldn't pay BBC for a license.
Now, I would say like Gen Alpha, Gen Z, and the millennials probably almost exclusively stick to internet-based entertainment. And more people probably watch YouTube and things on social media than they do on, say, Netflix or somewhere else now. Now they're all here.
So I wouldn't even go on Facebook. You know, I have Facebook and I know I'm supposed to go on last week because I have like nearly, I'd say, over 100 birthday messages, maybe more. And I meant to go on and do a post thanking everybody and I haven't done it yet because Facebook's not important to me. Only things that come up are my family. I would look on and like them, you know, that's it. Because most of the people on my Facebook were, you know, that game Facebook started, the fight Mafia Wars.
Yep.
Well, I'm a big Mafia War fan, right? I used to play it and I was very good at it. And I must have like 1,000 of my friends on my Facebook are from Mafia Wars. I still can't figure out, I've deleted loads and I still can't figure out who to take off or whatever. So I've just left them on there.
Yeah. Well, I did basically the same thing. I did use social media like Facebook and stuff when back in the day for family and connecting with people in the past, but
then it got mad.
Yeah, I got rid of it in the teens, right? Like 2015, 2016. I was like, I don't even want this in my life. It's gross.
Yeah. You'll like if you go on to my Facebook, you know, I never post. If I post anything, it's maybe just one of them wee pictures with a godly thing or, you know, a moral thing that I see online. It'll come up and I'll post that, you know, treat everybody with respect or something like that will come up. I'll post that. But no, I don't even go on to chat anymore. I have it all switched off.
Yep.
You know, family
all changed so much too.
Yeah.
Like
family know to get me on WhatsApp,
right, or
Discord, or if it's real family, they have my mobile number. The only person online that has my number is Witch UK. She would be the only one that has my actual, because we would, you know, chat, text, or we would have a wee phone call on a Saturday night. We'll say like it's supposed to be for an hour, and the next minute it's 4 hours. We've chatted on the phone because we've always connected. You know, I know that she does practice just herbs and stuff. She's not an actual witch. Okay. Well, actual witches back in the day were, people who helped have babies, were doctors, they did
Well, there's a
medicine.
there's a difference between a naturopath and a
Yeah,
witch, right?
one of
So
which. I actually don't think there was really any witches. I think that's what they were. And they got prosecuted for helping people. That's what I think witches are. I don't think there's witches going about bad luck on you, blah, blah.
so I think there's different kinds, right? So
Yeah.
I think some of the witches that are talked about are ones that were not so much the curses, but women willing to
Nothing.
sleep around with everyone and cause destruction all in the
304.
community and
Yeah. Yeah. Back in the day,
do
they
damage.
laughed, yes. But people who helped people were getting prosecuted as witches when they weren't witches. They were doctors. What do you call it when you have a babe or your foggy brain, Abe?
Brain fog?
Yeah, a terrible brain fog. The words lately won't come out, but that's the RA, the rheumatoid
Oh, yeah.
arthritis. Who helps you have a baby? It won't come out. The word won't come out.
A midwife.
A midwife. Yeah,
Yes.
there were mostly midwives back then.
Well, so there's a story to that, right? Because there was the everyday midwife, which is not a problem. Obviously, we needed midwives all of the time
Yep.
prior to hospitals. But there was the midwives who were performing the ending of the life of children for the women, things like that.
Yes, that's bad. Yes, but
So those ones definitely got seen as witches because they were sacrificing children.
yes. Well,
But
that's all.
I think a lot of them got caught up in it that weren't doing it too, right?
Yeah, we young girls and stuff that weren't, that got burned at the stake and all. That's just evil.
Right.
The person who done that was evil.
I think if it was provable that evils were committed greatly enough or heinous enough to put somebody to the stake, I can understand. I can't understand if there was no foundation to
But nobody,
what was being done or said, right?
the head of that town then, nobody would go against him. He was the power. Like, he was like the wizard. And he was calling these people witches when they weren't. He was bad.
Yeah.
Two sides, again. Well, there's three sides to every story. But
Well,
two sides again at war.
there's so much that we don't know and don't see. And so
We're just going by what we're taught.
right. Well, that's part of why I love fostering conversations, because I think as much as obviously we should stay away from evil ideologies and evil things, so to speak, we should still, at the very least, try to understand whether or not that thing is what we think it is. So
you have to examine, and you have to go and find out yourself. This is why I love things like that, because I'll go back, and try and find out information. And this is why I did my family tree and find out, that I'm part of the king
right.
of Ulster, so I have his family name, I have his family crest,
Right.
I'm a lion, So I like things like that. I love history.
I do
I
too.
did get,
History's amazing.
yeah, at school, like, I got kicked out of history class one day for making some stupid statement. I can't even remember at the time, but I did get caned for that. I got over my hand. But I can't remember what we were talking about. Isn't that so stupid? But I think I made a comment that I think it was maybe we were learning about the Germans or something. And I don't like them N words, so I think it was something to do with that, and I got caned for it, for speaking my mind. But I was protecting the people that got killed.
Right. Understandable.
Yeah. because there should be no killing. There should, you know, it's in our morals. Thou shalt not kill, murder, whatever.
Well, unjustified, right? We don't want
Yeah,
unjustified life
Yeah,
taking, right?
But we shouldn't be doing the killing. Somebody of higher power should be sorting that out. You know,
Within reason, right?
if everybody was brought up on good morals that God set down, there shouldn't be any fighting, you know? This is what I can't do. If parents teach their kids good moral, it's the parents' fault. If parents don't teach their kids good morals, how are they supposed to learn?
That's a great question.
Like my 9-year-old daughter can tell you off by heart the 10 Commandments. She had to learn it the cheating way that they do now. You know, it's a different, they say them different. But I do have a video of her telling me the 10 Commandments. I think I posted it on my channel. And I'm happy. You know, Sarah and Jamie didn't. I don't think they got it. But
What's
this age, like Lily May is only 9 and well, she was only 8 when she learnt them. So she has got them in there, and I'm hoping this is the start of the new generation. My grandkids are the start of the new generation. I have taught them the morals that I learnt and have followed, you know, from, well, I'm 60, so say 55 years. Okay. From
Right.
when I can start remembering when I went to Sunday school and whatever. So that's what I'm trying to do. I know Zara, she didn't even get them christened. You know, she's not, her husband was a Jehovah. So they don't believe in that, right? But
Mhm.
now, my older granddaughter, who's 13, they've started doing christening down in the water here, you know, in Malile. And her friend, she watched her friend getting christened, baptized in the sea here. So I think she's next. You know, and I'm pleased about that. I'm not pleased that they're doing it in the sea, you know, because bloody freezing. But she's still making the effort. She's found her way somehow, and now she's going for it. But she's older, where wee Lily has already got there, but she is smarter. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I think if you can teach your children, I think your children should stay in the Bible if you can.
if you can keep them, yeah, just until they're a certain age, they'll be implanted.
But
You'll
at
have
the very least, Shazzy, I would agree that if you can get them to keep those 10 commandments firmly placed within them, then
Yeah.
they have a good baseline of what morality looks like in the world. So,
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example. Lily, being 8, thought if money was sitting somewhere, she could just take it, right? But that's stealing.
mm-hmm.
So we had a wee conversation about that. But not so long ago, my grandson, AJ, he lives here at the weekends. Like, he stays in that living room and that TV's his. And he has a PlayStation 5. I feed him. We have chats and whatever. He's an angel. Okay. He is an angel. But he's here because I decided life was important when he was born. So he is special to me. But Lily started, AJ does jobs for me, and I give him a $5, or yesterday I gave him a $10 because I had no money last week, so I give him double, right?
Mhm.
But Lily would have went into his room in his saving box, because AJ's a big saver, and like he had 300 quid in there, right?
Mhm.
They left him £40, right?
Yeah.
Her and the older sister came to my house one day. Look, Nanny, I found £20. Right? Excuse me, where did you find that? On the road, right? That was okay. The next day, Lily came in. Nanny, look, I found a tenner. I was all right. AJ went home because he had been here all weekend and found out that they had taken 200 and odd pound out of his money, went round to the Spar, the garage, and bought sweets.
Of
Okay.
course. Mm-hmm.
200. That stupid bitch in the shop let an 8-year-old spend £200 on sweets in the shop, and she is a child. She should know. You know, I went round there and gave them hell. Like, how a shop lets a child of that age spend £200 in the shop and think, Jesus, where's she getting all this money from? Right.
Right.
And so the lesson, Lily learnt the lesson because Lily didn't get any money from me. Like this week was the first she got money off me, pocket money, because she wrecked one of her morals. But now she understands about stealing, doesn't do it anymore.
Good.
But it was a rough 2 months there.
But you
A
gotta
rough
learn that
2 months.
lesson, right?
Yeah. And I keep saying to her, because she tells me what number the moral is. She says, no, Nanny, I'm not going to do that again, ever.
Good.
You know, I says, if you need money, you come and ask me or your mummy. And if we've got it, I'll give you it. If I haven't got any money, sure, you know, I'll give you sweets or whatever I have in the cupboard. Yes, Nanny, I promise. So that was a lesson learnt for a 9-year-old who knew what the moral was, understood the moral, but still went against it.
Well, don't you think that there's a certain level of that written in you, right? Like we can feel that what we're doing is right or wrong. The problem
Yeah.
is when we do the wrong thing enough times, we erode that sense of what is right and wrong to a point where we can no longer tell. I
Yeah.
think we wound
Well, his mum had to
ourselves.
pay. His mum had to pay AJ the money back because that was birthday money, Christmas money, and money he had saved up from doing jobs for me. But the moral was that they got no pocket money until that debt was paid.
Good.
So I was pleased that Sarah did that because it coincides with what I said.
Good.
So yeah,
Well,
lesson learned.
especially with children, you have to hold them to account. Otherwise, they'll
Yeah.
never become self-accountable, right?
Yeah.
So,
So they knew not to even ask for pocket money. They knew they weren't going to get any anyway because they stole AJ's money that he had worked for and saved. You know.
when you said all that, it made it kind of cracked me up internally, Shazzy, because you have you have grandchildren, right? And so
Yeah.
when you look at them, you realize how different children can be, even raised in the same household. Like I'm the oldest of 6, for
Yeah.
instance, and
I'm
none of us are
5.
alike.
I'm the eldest of 5.
Yeah, none of us are alike. I'm so different from my siblings, it's crazy. And
Me
then
too.
I have 2 boys. My boys are completely opposite. One will suspend his joy, he'll save his money, he will put things off to make sure that he has enough later. He suspends gratification to meet a goal. And my other son, he will spend every last penny he has. He will spend everything. Everything for fun. Doesn't really matter. We don't got to save anything. And it's not like a selfish thing, because he'll
It's
get
just moment to moment with them.
he'll get gifted money and he'll spend all of it. But it'll be like he goes into the store to get a snack and he'll buy the other kids in the store a snack too. And it's like, you guys are so different. It blows my mind.
Well, this is what the girls did. They took that money and bought the whole street sweets. You know, they didn't keep any of it. They spent it and gave everybody something off it. But that wasn't the best thing to do. The kids make me laugh, Abe. They really
Yeah.
do. Because I looked after my 4 other siblings from I was 7. You know, when I was 7, well, when I was 6, my mum had Yvonne, and when I was 7, she had Marion. But I was like Marion's second mummy. The first mummy, you know, my younger sister. And it's like that this day, you know. She treats me with respect and whatever else, you know, which is good. But my brothers were completely different. One brother was a worker from age 9, and he owns that business. He started off doing the milk run, and now he owns a milk run. And the milk run covers my town, Donaghadee, Bangor, part of the countryside, which is it's a big business. He should sell it now because he's riddled with arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis. It's long hours, you know, as you know, because you don't start work till 9 o'clock, but you don't finish maybe till 12 the next day. You know, when you're driving, getting out of the van, delivering the milk, and you know, I drove the van for him a few times. It's a long old horrible job, really is. But my other brother, he was the stealer. He was the one that got in trouble. Always, you know. I
Yeah.
really, I don't speak to him much, but I did get a birthday message there, and he did come out on my birthday night. I love him, but sometimes I don't like him. There, you know.
I get it. That's just like how I always tell people. I don't hate people. I hate bad ideologies, bad
Yeah.
actions, bad
Yeah.
things.
I hate
don't just-
hate's too strong of a word. I would detest more than hate.
So, right. One of the things my grandmother told me growing up, actually my great grandmother told me growing up, and she helped raise me for bits and pieces of my childhood. And
Right.
one of the things she said is, don't hate the people, because hate is like wishing the condemnation of hell upon somebody, and you
Yeah.
don't want to wish that upon anyone. You can hate what they're doing, and you can hate what they're saying or what they believe, but you don't hate that person, because that person may come to Jesus Christ. That person may get their life straightened out. They might be
Yep.
taught to think better. But
This
if
is
you
why
hate
we
them, you'll
forgive.
never try.
Yeah, this is why we forgive when it's earned. You know. Well,
Yeah.
there's one person I'll never, ever, 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 and I am a Christian. You know, I'm not a real Christian. I'm a Christian woman in my own way, right? But there's one person that in the world that I hate. And if I'm 60, he's nearly 80. And I can't wait to go and spit on his grave. I'm sorry. That's one person that has to get it.
Mhm.
I know God is probably working on it, you know, because he's getting to that age. And I just can't wait.
I just always remember it, scripturally, it's like, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, right? And
Yeah.
that's not to say that there's no vengeance on earth, but it does mean that not all vengeance is ours to take, you know?
Yeah, yeah. If there's one person I could ever or kill, I'd say that would be it. But I never would, because it's going against my morals. Oh, Abe, I have to drop a wee minute. I've got an important phone call.
All right. I'll see you later. I don't even know what that guy's talking about. Like, you're just gonna jump into my. You sound like Steelman and every other goofball that comes in and wants to fling shit for no good reason other than you want attention. I went and looked at who you are by looking at your channel to see what the hell's going on over there. And I don't know why you're like in my chat. Why don't you go do a live? Why don't you go talk to people? Why don't you go spread the message that it is you want to teach, rather than jumping in random people's channels and talking shit on them when you don't know shit about shit when it comes to who I am or what I do? And then you're like, well, you would let me come up and debate. Yeah, well, from what I see in the chat, it looks more like you don't want to come up and debate. You just want to come up and do something to cause a problem rather than to actually talk. Cool. That's like your opinion, man. Good Lord. Riddle me this, undocumented. If I'm so uninteresting, then explain to me why I am growing in sub count and have decent shows and do have people super chat my channel and am not producing like hundreds of videos and have less subs than I do videos. Just a curious question, because you're taking stabs at people. You see, you speak in one line like that. You don't effing care. About what? And why? And how? And when? Just random shots in the dark. Swinging at ghosts, buddy. Nobody actually knows what you're here for or what you're fighting. You're just here. Cool. But I would disagree considering you're in my chat wasting time arguing. You know that thing, time, the most valuable thing you've got in your life? You're spending it in my chat insulting people for no good reason. You sound so very intelligent. I mean, I don't know what else to say to you except for you kind of sound like an idiot ranting in somebody's chat while saying you don't care what they have to say and you don't care about their channel and then why are you here? Then what's the point of chatting? You've been doing it for quite a while. Probably could have made some money working if you weren't so busy taking pop shots at random people in chat. That's because this is like, I was testing my microphone, opened the panel a little bit, some people came up to chat, and I was just having a nice chat with people in the community, and you decided you're going to pop in and act a fool in the chat. At this point, I don't care if the mods time you out or ban you or whatever, because you're just an idiot trying to stir up trouble for no good reason. Roddy, Defnut, Sport. Sorry I didn't say hi. I want. Good to see you, good to see you. Yeah, only when they said that, you wouldn't debate me. I just want to debate. It's like, you don't, though. You actually just want to come up and spout a whole bunch of propaganda that you believe to be true and possibly say and do things to get the channel harmed because you have nothing to better to do with your life. I find that when people pop into chats and all caps insult everybody constantly, they probably have a mental illness or they're just irrelevant. And because they're so irrelevant and ignored oftentimes, they need to do something big and stupid for the world to notice them. Why would I want to talk about what you want to talk about? Especially that topic. All of the things that you've said in my chat so far tell me you're just going to come up, say a bunch of crap that will get channels shut down, because you don't have enough self-control to not type in all caps in random people's chat, insulting every single person that comes on panel or says anything in the chat. That's all it sounds like to me. I can assure you I'm not, but you can make whatever claim you like. I don't know how long you've been around the community, but I don't think that that's true, and I don't think other people would affirm what you're saying either. Just a guess. Yeah, I think a lot of us would have liked to AB, but it just wasn't in the cards this year. Maybe next year, though. That would be good. I wanted to, and I intended to, if I could pull it together, but just didn't happen. Again, I don't know what you're even talking about. What difference would it make? I won't tell you if it's true or false, but what difference would it make? Good to see you, Dave. Yeah. You can tell what? You don't even know what you're talking about. You're trying to profile somebody who's on the internet who you don't know anything about other than you saw a few takes from them and what they're wearing, and now you're making a whole bunch of retarded guesses. Special needs much? Def Not, are you just getting up or about to go to bed? I've noticed that a lot of the people on at this hour are either the ones who have not yet gone to bed or they're just getting up for the day. That's what I think that's what he's doing anyway, AB. I just think it's classic. It's the same crap that like Steelman pulled and others who are trying to make themselves relevant and noticed. It's a whole notice me thing going on in the chat all the time, so. But if you look, the rest of you are just conversing. Some of you are conversing about what we were talking about. Some of you are just having conversation with each other. And this guy comes in out of nowhere and starts insulting chatters, insulting people on panel randomly because of where they're from. And like the insults are ridiculous. It's like, yeah, you're right. Elderly people in foreign nations should fix the entire country by themselves. That's yeah, totally. Oh my gosh. I kind of feel sorry for you, actually, to be fair. I'm not scared of you, but I definitely do feel sorry for you. Because if you have to spend your time in random small creators chats insulting people, what does that say about you? Well, you seem to think your opinion matters, so you can say, I'm nobody, but you've been calling everybody everything you can and insulting them. I'll leave the judgment to Shazzy. She can throw you on the bus or she can leave you be. I don't care which at this point. I've already said what I think is happening, so, you know. That's what I thought too, Roddy. Like, if you have to repeatedly insult people from chat in all caps, I think that says something about your ability to read the room and your self-control and all kinds of other things. But Shazzy has a rather nice bus, so that's why I said, you know, she can do whatever she wants with that information. So for those of you who are Crucible Crew, there is a song of which Avarice wrote the lyrics for, and I turned into a song. I'll play it for you because it's kind of funny. Because, you know, Avarice, he's kind of a smartass, so I'm going to play it for you.
Well, I woke up this morning, thumb hurt from the scroll. Saw Abe Dinkus preaching on a live stream payroll. Top hat tip like a carnival barker gone rogue, claiming he's Lincoln reincarnate, spitting freedom's prologue. He says 407 subs ago, I freed the algorithm from the woke status quo. Got a beard so fake it's held on with glue. Looks like a possum died on his chin, still twitching too. Oh, Abe Dinkus, you grifting son of a gun, selling gold-plated truths for
Thank you, Shazzy.
$1.01.
I appreciate the chats, you know it.
Full of hot air boots, full of lies, debating ghosts of the union while the ad revenue flies. He challenged Karl Marx to a duel on the gram. Marx showed up late, said traffic was a scam. Abe fired first with the super chat donation. Hit Marx square in the ego, caused a proletarian commotion. Claims a ghost wrote the Gettysburg Address on the back of a Chick-fil-A bag. Grease stains and all, no less. Says Mary Todd Lincoln DM'd him for clout. Sent him nudes of a hoop skirt, now that's what I'm talking about. Oh, Abe Dinkus, you grifting son of a gun, turning honest Dave's grave into a merch store run. Limited edition stovepipe hats, only $19.90. Emancipate your wallet, boys, let the grifting begin. Now the FBI's at his door, but it's just a prank, bro. He's live streaming the raid, super thanks, keep the lights on, yo. Says they can take my channel, but not my freedom. Then whispers Patreon backups and the Caymans need him. He debated a house plant, called it Commie Field Plant, won by photosynthesizing while they bred the Bill of Rights. That is, misquoted every clause, crowd tipped and dogs going, now that's what I call applause. Last I heard he's running for Senate on a Bitcoin ticket. Platforms, one plank, Abe was me, deal with it. Got a tattoo of the Emancipation Proclamation on his left butt cheek, says his founding father vaccination. Oh, Abe Dinkus, you beautiful fraud. Lincoln's rolling in Springfield, applauding the yard. Top hat tip to the grift, boots caked in the mud of American dreams, now sponsored by Bud. So if you say Abe Dinkus coming down the information pike, hide your wallet, hide your wife, hide your crypto strike. He'll emancipate your common sense with a wink and a nod, then sell you the change back, signed yours and fraud. Abe Dinkus, the People's Shield, Esquire and God.
I thought it was very fun. It's very fun. I love the in between. Oh, Abe Dinkus. It's freaking fun. So, and of course, it's Avarice, so he had to be a smartass with the lyrics. Did the same with Rob's, so it was fun. I was like, yeah, why not? Let's do it. So, yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. It's 6 a.m. now. And coming to this point where I've got a choice to make. Do I keep going for like a long, long time? Or do I shut this down and lay down with my lady? So, yeah, it's very fun wording. It's very fun wording. So, also, I've been working on this project. I think some of you have already seen it too. I'm working on like it's like a borderline debate practice and training show. So it's like small, lots of I don't know how to put it. It's like there's contribution from people on the panel, but also people in the debates. And then there'll be some silliness and some fun to it, but it's basically just to get people into the phase, like a stepping stone. And then there's a secondary piece to it that's going to teach people who are doing things in debate, right? Like how to avoid using fallacies, how to avoid using obfuscations, things like that, to sharpen and hone themselves. So when they do things like, say, VK or a long form debate on like Swords of Reason or other bigger debates, they will have more of the requisite skills in order to make good argumentation and stand for their points. I think it's a good tie-in for the things that we do have going on in our debate space, right? So I think if more of the people who are taking part in the debates and stuff can learn how to hone their skills to use in the bigger shows, it will help them, and it will make things even more entertaining for all of us. It'll make it better. It'll make it easier for them to convey their ideas in clear and concise ways, and also not step on their own argument and make straight contradictions in their own argument without even catching the fact that they did it. Understanding logical entailments and things like that is kind of important. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. The branding pre-exists at this point because I am Abe Dinkus, and the show that I'm working on has a name that uses the exact same initials. I have named it, if I can find it. Oh, I have to change the brand that I'm in. Hold on. There. It's called American Debater, and it is going to be a lot of fun. I'm working on all the assets. I'm working on all the pieces and parts of it. In the background, I've been working on it for quite some time. I want it to go really well. My one of the big goals I have is to create something fun, unique, and original that fits in with the rest of the space that already exists. Not stepping on people, not pushing people out, not any of that. I want to create something that's unique and its own thing that actually ties into the existing things in a way that bridges and grows it even more. And so I think it would be good. So once I get it going, I'll start pushing it in a way that the Discord will know, chatters will know. I'm going to communicate. I've already communicated with some of the other creators in the space as well, in bits and pieces. And I think tying it into the whole of the space is really good. So I also made a song for it, like an intro song, but I have signage, I have scenes, I have a brand now set up in my StreamYard, layouts. I'm working on some videos and clips and scenes for the in-betweens and transitions. It's a lot of work, but it's fulfilling work if it goes forward and does something good. And I think that in our space, there's a certain level of need for this. We all have seen that there's been really great debaters who have come from the space and grown into even bigger and done more with it. But I think there's a lot of low-level debaters, and I don't mean that as a snipe at them or anything like that. You have to start learning somewhere, and if you've never done it in high school or college, or you don't have real experience in it, you might be able to make good, coherent arguments, but in debate, there's more. And so if I can help people understand more about the base level, foundational stuff, then when they step into the bigger arenas, they will have far more to work with in their repertoire. So we're pushing an upcoming show / game show, whatever you want to call it, that is also a debate show, but isn't focused. It's not like the others that exist. It's more like a training field type show where people can learn the basics of debate, how to avoid fallacies or spot fallacies and call them out, things like that, but also be able to make good, coherent arguments without contradiction. I think that those are really good things to have in the field of debate. And I think that if people intend to go places like I said, to easies or grids or any other, they want to go on modern day debate, they want to go on Swords of Reason, they want to do debate in a bigger way. If they can learn some level of fundamental skills in it, it will help them all. And so I want to create that. It's going to start small. I'll make it open to most people or all people, and we'll get it rolling. And if it does good, like I said, I've already communicated with some of the people in the space. I'm not trying to step on people or push people out. What I'm trying to do is create something that fits into the space and actually amplifies what already exists, right? We have Bloodsport debate, which is really good for showing people that they can take the insult, they can argue hard, they can overtalk, they could do the things that are also needed, because those things are in fact needed. When we watch debates, all of us, we see the moderator try to slow people down or try to jump in. Sometimes you do have to push back against the moderator. Sometimes you do have to disregard what's happening and continue. And it's good to know when that should happen, right? It's good to know, oh, crap, I have overstepped. I'm going to step back. Right now, we have spaces to teach you the assertiveness that you do need in the debate space, and the speed and volume and even the rhetorical tricks that you need in the space. But I don't think we have many places that actually teach people why your argument is falling apart or why it doesn't make sense to the people that are the chatters or to the judges or to whoever. And so I think that that's a good shoe in the space. So yeah, that's true. That's true, Abby. That's something too, is I've been told by a lot of people that they think I would do good in moderation because I'm very laid back. I don't take sides, generally speaking. And so, and I'm okay with stepping in when I need to step in and leaving it be when I don't need to step in. So on mine, I can do moderation of smaller training style debate stuff, and we'll see what that does, And I've had people contact me about, hey, would you moderate this debate for us? And I'm completely open to that. I'm not like anything special, but I'd be more than willing to be the in-between person that like sets things up and helps out and is an objective party. I know that I this is something we talked about last night or the night before, I can't remember which. Yes, we all have an internal bias. I'm not willing to help the debater make their points in the middle of a debate, or step in and make arguments, or give people more time just because I agree with them and not the other. And so I think that would lend itself to, no, it's not a moderator training school. It's to teach people who are base level or low level debaters learn how to evade and spot things like fallacies and obfuscations and make coherent arguments so that they're not contradicting their own arguments, so that when they step from this into things like VK or Swords of Reason or other debate shows or or formal debate, they have already done some of these things and understand it. Wait, what? What do you mean, Shazzy? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would love to. That's the other thing. Like Shazzy said tonight when she came up, she's like, I don't really want to go on those things. I feel like, there's a lot of people out there that would go on these panels if they felt like they had some ability to coherently argue and take a little bit of shit while they're up there and not feel overwhelmed. And VK is great, but you will feel a little bit slapped around if you don't know what you're getting into when you go on. So yeah, I think it's really easy for people to become over invested in the debate that they're moderating and step in or mute or allow things that maybe shouldn't be allowed in the debate space because they're on a side. Yeah, I mean, confidence is another thing. Like, there's a certain level of this. I actually figured this out recently too. Like, there's a certain level of comfortability of being seen and heard by people. And even though this are like panels and you jump in a program and you can't see the people that are watching you, you're not on a stage in front of a big crowd, you're very aware that there's a big chat watching you, that the people on the panel are judging and looking at you. And it's like that in between is weird, because if you don't have, Shazzy, the self-confidence to jump up and maybe make a fool of yourself to learn the lesson, it's really hard to get introduced and jump into it at all, because at first it's easy to step back and be like, I don't know if I want to do that. That's too much. There's too much yelling. There's too many people. There's too much arguing. There's too much. It's really hard for you to get to take part in those things. And I think a baseline level of training in it. Another thing I brought up the other day was there's a lot of people that they come on panel for the first time, or maybe the first few times, and they have zero panel etiquette because they don't realize once you're up, like, mics might overtalk the other mic, or your mic might make people who are on phones might completely cut out while you speak. So there's a certain level of even just panel etiquette that doesn't exist until somebody learns it, and that's over a span of time. When you're on panels long enough, you begin to understand it. It's almost like understanding stage presence and showmanship and all these things. And I think it comes with time being on screen. You realize how you're supposed to act. And I don't mean that as in like you have to act that way. I mean, like, you understand how to present yourself and your ideas in a more I would say acceptable, only it doesn't even need to be an acceptable message. You just get better at being on screen. It's just like you see newscasters and actors and television personalities and things like that. Some level of media training happens as you do it. You become better and better at it. You become better at expressing your ideas and also being comical and also being charismatic in some way. And those things come over time. And absent the time practicing it, you don't learn that. Right? Yep, that's true, AB. That's true. And I mean, a lot of the time I try to let people speak their piece, but also at the same time, I try to have a place where people can actually get their words out. So I think that, So anyway, that's the main idea. The main idea is it's going to be a show with different pieces to it that both may have some level of you learning and having some judgment and some feedback and some idea smithing, I guess you could call it, stuff like that. And I think all those things are good for building the baseline or the foundations of good debate. So, yeah, that's the plan. Yeah. So this little microphone test has become something more than a microphone test, it looks like, I think. Creedog, do you get what I'm saying, though? I mean, I don't disagree, but we don't need that in real life, especially these days, right? That's true. One big pond. That is true. If you have people come on panel and they just yell over everybody the whole time, that's poor panel etiquette. And I think some people either don't know that that's the case or don't care that that's the case. And I think if they get shut down when they do those things more often, they'll have a better level of learning. I've had some issues, Wobbly, but today it seems to be doing a lot better. Like, it's actually pretty far away from me, still picking me up just fine. And it hasn't been roboting out a whole bunch. That's one of the issues I was having for a little bit there, was every time I'd talk, it would be fine for a time and then it would go robotic. You helped me with the fact that it's somewhat directional, so that was a step. I was going through some stuff earlier today and had to change a bunch of settings and stuff, but I am still running it on a not super strong laptop. And because I'm running it on a laptop that doesn't have a lot of processing power and other things, yes, well, I'm using an M-Game audio interface and soundboard. And it's an XLR mic into the XLR port on that, and then USB to the computer. But what I did notice, Wobbly, is that when I am using it, if I open too many things on the computer, it immediately cuts it into robotic. If I pull up a game that's pulling a lot of GPU, CPU, all of that, then it will immediately go into robotic. So, but I changed some settings and it's doing it less so even when I do use bigger things. And I think that's partially because the Lenovo laptop that I'm using has, yeah, I think that's part of it. It's possible that it was USB overload. It's also some of the oddities of the brand of computer also were doing weird things with it. And once I changed those settings within the computer, it actually, like, each thing was causing it to happen and be worse than it should have been. So, like, I had to go into the audio settings and change off some of the USB settings that were kind of silly and take away controls from certain things that were kind of silly. And so it's gotten better ever since. Thank you, Shazzy. I'm glad this mic finally sounds good, because I was starting to get a little disheartened, to be fair. And I had to have it right in my face at first. Now I can have it off a bit, and you guys can still hear me just fine. Volume is decent. So, there's that. I'm sure I'm going to have to do more work with it, but once I get a better system, that will help as well. Nope, it's a Windows Lenovo laptop. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a nice, decent one for what it is, but it's still a Lenovo laptop. It's not like a really, really nice thing. It's got a touch screen, it's got a bigger hard drive, it's got decent stuff. It's just, how many ports do I have? I have 2 USB 3 ports and 2 USB-C ports, but one of the USB-C ports is specifically for charging. So I have 2 USB 3 ports and 1 USB-C port. Not much. I wish I had way more, and I wish it could support way more. That's another thing, Wobbly. So this specific laptop's GPU seems to have issues when plugging an external monitor into it. It like fights the sound systems, like everything goes haywire. So at first, until I changed settings, if I plugged in a monitor to the HDMI port, it would shut off all the sound on the laptop. I would just have the screen, but now all the sound is shut off. And I had to go through everything to figure out how to make that work. And so, yeah, I'm using the camera on the laptop. And I bet you that could be part of it as well. Because if the sound card and GPU are like integrated in some way, and then it's all running through the same stuff, I could see it being overtaxed and then throwing a fit or having issues because of it. It could be RAM, but I think it has to do with RAM and functional power. Like, thank you, Shazzy Bear. I appreciate that. I try. You're free to have your opinion. I've never claimed to be anything special, Demon Slayer. So, just like Undocumented, come in and throw insults for no good reason. Well, part of the plan is to upgrade to a better rig eventually anyway, Creedog. I used to have gaming PCs and such, but over time they go kaput. And I had a nicer laptop than this, and I ended up giving it to my son before I started streaming, before I was back onto the internet. I gave it to my oldest son for schooling, and so I bought a new one that was lesser than, and that's what I've been using since. Okay. Well, Wadley, you can hit me up on Discord or here. Either one works too. But I would appreciate any problem solved that others might know. It's a Lenovo Yoga, I think, is the model. Just like the exercise yoga. Oh, thank you, Abby. I appreciate that very much. Big 10 from Abby. Oh, again, Abby, 10. Thank you so much. Huge help. Ladies and gentlemen, Abby is a legend. I think everybody already knew that, but it's true. Abby is a legend. That's true. Nice. So, let's check around here and see what we have going on. I am going on Vibes later today as well to the chat. Vibe does, I don't know who all knows it, but Vibe does an uncomfortable Bible study. It was once a week, and then it took a hiatus for a little bit, and it's been somewhat contentious, some fun. But it's basically he has non-believers and believers on a panel, and then asks questions about biblical principles or things that are talked about, and then they have a back and forth about it. So I'll be going on there as a special guest this week. So that should be for fun. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully good. But depending on who's on it, I'm sure you could all guess how it could go. Yes, thank you, Abby. Yes, every little bit does help. I greatly appreciate it. I think hold on. I can link his channel for you guys because I'm gonna go on there. I might as well. Plus I link other people's all the time anyway. Hold on. Yeah, I greatly appreciate the help of those that know better than I do. That's for sure. I would never claim that I'm like have expertise in anything like that. On things that are far more like physical, I do just fine, but technology, like program-based technology stuff, not so much. Not so much. Okay, hold on just a sec. I will link Vibe's channel for you guys so that you have it for later today. Wish I could even remember what time the show's at, but I'm sure he will be messaging me at some point. So there's Vibe's channel. What happened? What did I miss? Oh, dang. Okay. All I can say is you do you, dude. Whatever it is you want to do in your life, you can do your thing. Increase, yeah. Awesome. Awesome. That's something about our community that's really cool. It's like a lot of people in our space are actually really considerate and willing to help out, and like even if it's just a few minutes to talk you through how to get something to work, cool. That's awesome, and it's greatly appreciated to the person who gets it. But there's so many people in this space that are willing to do more than that, even give extra time or appearances, or it's really cool. It's one of the things I love about our space and the adjacent spaces is that one, the chats and the creators, for the most part, are really cool when it comes to just giving you a hand, even if it's just to figure out some small stuff or issues that you're having. So, and donate, like that's huge and massively appreciated. Like, yeah, Abby is generous and amazing. Every time, man, it's amazing to have the support of other people. Like, I'm trying to give you guys good content, good things to watch, even just a good space where you can hang out and chat with people, all of those things, and I am glad that you like it as well, because kind of what I am aiming to do is create something that actually does good things, but also people enjoy and can take part in. And yes. Okay. All right. So, I guess what is going on this fine, fantastic morning? Let's look around real quick since I did the vibe link and stuff. Let's see if there's anything. The open panels and the games have been a blast. So you are appreciated from here anyways. Well, I enjoy you guys as well. Like, I enjoy the chats and the conversation. I enjoy playing the games. I enjoy being able to, if not learn more about beliefs or positions or understanding, expanding my own, or being there for people if they want to understand more. And if I can give that, then I'll do it. And I love that. I love that big time. So. Wow. So, oh, okay. Hold on. Let me look at this real quick. Holy smokes, Batman. Holy rusted metal, Batman. What is this? What am I seeing? I don't know what I'm seeing. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Boulay. Wait, did I say? Wait, wait. Who said grid is lower class? That's a funny play on words, considering they're both streamers, but I don't think I said that. Unless somebody in chat said it. I didn't say it. I think those channels are all bigger and have more in the space than I do. I'm just trying to build something that fits into the space and actually functions like a utility that bridges and grows everything. That's my basic goal there. I think if everybody understood the fundamentals and was capable of being on screen and acting in the way that is needed to facilitate greater debate, then they'll do even better everywhere else they go. So, good morning, Emmett. Did you sleep? Or did you stay awake, hiding away somewhere until just now? Okay, so let's ask this question. Does anybody know of somebody who's live currently that deserves a raid? That would be my question. Oh, thank you again, Mr. Boulay. Welcome to the memberships, the hats, or the hatters. Usually hatters, because we're all a little mad, right? I think that's a green bird raid. I think that's probably wise. If I gotta go on vibes after a little bit here, I should probably do that so that I can think clearly. Because if I go on there and didn't rest at all, I'll probably come across as a complete moron, not remember what I need to remember, and then have to argue with people that have the opposing ideology and make myself and my stances look bad. And I don't like that idea. Right? You guys are funny. I think it's probably the wisest choice to rest some at least. Oh my gosh, thank you, Shazzy. That's huge. Thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships from Shazzy. Thank you, Shazzy Bear. That is a huge W, guys. Should give W's in the chat for Shazzy, for sure. If you can give her W's, give her W's. Give her the money W's, too. Because they're awesome. Buddha. Welcome in, welcome in. Who do we get on that one? Yessie Rizzo, Ghost 1978, Daniel Ramirez, Mushmouth Joe. Wow. Thank you so much, Shazzy. That's awesome. All right. Chat, did we find anybody who's worthy of the raid? Do we know one? Who should get you lovely people? Nobody's got an idea of who to raid? I don't see anybody. I don't see people from our community on really. So that's why I'm asking you guys. Maybe you know someone I don't know that we could send to. Send a little love, you know? That's true. Debate. That's what Shazzy and I were talking about before. Is a lot of people went to DebateCon, and if they're at DebateCon and they're a streamer and they're not streaming, then a lot of people in our space haven't been streaming during DebateCon, and there's not as many people on to raid to or to watch, which is kind of a pain in the butt. Yeah. So much weirdness on here. Like, I'm looking at the live list. There's just all kinds of weird stuff in here that's playing right now. Like random old TV shows, random video game players, news. I don't know what else. Very, very sparse and very, very random. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Cree, I don't fully get it either. There's been some streamage going on at DebateCon, but not like a whole bunch. Like I would think that you would want to try to stream out as much of the events as possible. And that's not to say that none of it's being streamed, right? Because we don't know if it's being recorded for behind paywall purposes or whatnot, unless you do know, in which case, you know. But I don't know. And then there's the other option of them recording all of it and then uploading when they get back too, because there is a hassle to being live at events and dealing with all of that. So being able to record it, take it home, tailor it, and then put it up makes a lot of sense. Well, I wouldn't say it's completely dry panels till Monday, right? Because there's still a decent amount of people in the space that couldn't go or didn't go, that are still here. There's just a sparser number, and so you'll get them, and you'll get the here and there lives from people. Like JS did a live the 2 days before, the day before, and he's been in and out of his Discord talking about it too. So there's activity, it's just not the same level of activity. So that's true. Jim Bob did do that. If no one is live, old TV shows are often a good bet because people who have fallen asleep then still have something playing in the background, right? I think that happens from time to time. I'll realize that we have non-chatting people watching the live, and they're probably either passed out asleep or passively listening while they do things. So I don't see the 24-hour or the live ALF on right now. Usually when I go to Raid, I see it on here, but I don't see it on the list tonight. Let's see. What are we into here? Where's that one guy at? The cat guy. What's his name? The only problem with that, Emma, is if I do stay awake, then I need to stay awake from now until almost the same time tomorrow. And I've already been up for a decent amount of time. So it'll end up being like 2 days worth of staying up. I mean, that's all relative. You were being serious. Don't even say you're not serious. You're always serious, Emmett. Even when you're joking, you're serious. Well, there are tricks, Mushmouth Joe, to functioning without sleep. Not advisable tricks, but there are tricks. Although, I didn't use tricks when I had to stay up for really long periods of time in combat zones. And you do like end up doing weird micro nap type things where there's like a few moments of sleep and awake again to go. And it's off and on throughout the day. So, but those don't work as well in just a everyday scenario. So, go to bed while you stream? Is that what you said to me just now? I don't even know what you're saying to me right now, Emmett. You're using sleep speak. Pretty sure you're still asleep typing. I think that's what you're doing. I don't even know what you're saying. And that's not even, you're not even writing it in Spanish. You're just random. Yeah, it's micro napping. You remember that in that Freddy Krueger movie where the Dream Warriors or whatever were in it, and they were like getting to the point of sleep deprivation where they were micro napping because the brain starts to shut down particular parts on its own if you stay awake too long. So they like in a semi-dream state while being awake. I sleep type sometimes, Emmett. You know that. So I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that it's impossible for you to be doing it right now. Although, pretty sure you're not actually asleep. I'm just poking at you. You'll sleep while who sleeps? If you sleep at the same time as I sleep, then none of the people get to watch anything in it. That's also true, Mr. Mister. I would agree with that. When your life gets so jacked up, there's too much horrific crap going on, the micro REM cycles happen, which is often to the detriment of the person having them. Because reality kind of gets skewed. You're not sure what's real or what's fake. Everything kind of goes off the rails. And slowly but surely, you can't distinguish between reality and sleepland. I'm not going to sleep in this chair. I'm not Grumple. I'm not going to like conk out in my chair sleeping. Although my chair as beat up as it is, does still lean back. And I can rock in it, see? Can rock. I'm not going to pull a grumple because I have a beautiful wife in bed. Who already went to bed, to be fair. But not that long ago. If the hat comes off, what happens though? Buddha custom. To those of you that have been with the channel for a long time, right? More than the short term, more than a few weeks, right? When did I say that the hat would come off? Wait, Shazzy, you're going? You're leaving? Have a wonderful day. That's a great question. It's a great question, Wobbly. That's one of the great mysteries. If the hat comes off, does the personality stay or does it disappear? Do I turn to ash? Do I disappear? What happens? That's probably true, Abby. Does anybody remember? Did I make a claim of when the hat is going to come off? Well, there's marks on my forehead. That's for sure. If it isn't melded, then there's definitely marks. Nobody remembers? Was there an initial claim of when it would come off? Or when you would get to see? For the hat trick. Did I ever say? I'm asking the chat. Does anybody in the chat remember what was stated? I'm Emmett, you've been here a decent amount of time. Shazzy's been here a pretty decent amount of time. Hmm. Was there ever a claim of when this would come off? To be fair, hats aren't super comfortable. That's actually possible, Creedog. There's a possibility that I would take the hat off and and then if I was like live and people saw it, they wouldn't know who that person was. That would actually kind of be hilarious. Dark Abe comes out and play. Nobody's got to see the real Dark Abe, though, Emmett. Emmett knows, though, because Emmett's experienced some. But it wasn't, I didn't do anything on the live, because, you know. I think I will pass on Dark Abe. You did not win that debate, I promise you. If you ask the other people who were present, you didn't win it. You didn't. But that is what I'm talking about, to be fair. There's no cope in that statement. Zero cope. It'd be coping if I said I won the one, like, when we debated on grids. That would be cope. This time, it's not cope. Stealth coding. November. Well, that debate was before November. So I'm just giving you facts at this point. No, not that one. We argued about something fairly contentious that... Wait. Who rated? Oh, thanks, Kev. Welcome in, Raiders. Well, I think that... Yeah, imagine Abe angry. I think people saw me get close to anger when Steelman came up and started lying about Marines. That was a close one. That was a close to anger moment. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for joining us tonight. This morning, whatever it is. Like I said earlier, I kind of have lost track of time for the most part. It's just a number and it doesn't actually mean anything. Brigading tactics. Just start calling all the raids brigades. That's freaking funny. That's pretty funny. Not gonna lie. It was my honor. Thank you to any other veterans in the chat who also served our nation. Yeah, that's the one time I think on stream that I've gotten close to actual anger. For the most part, if I get like loud, boisterous, aggressive, usually it's for the occasion or because it's fun for the occasion, but it's not generally like serious anger, serious raginess. Oh, thank you, Creedog. I appreciate that so much. I wouldn't ask if people are broke to give. If I totally get that, but I really appreciate the donation. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Boulet. Happy belated birthday, Marines. Happy belated Veterans Day, vets in the chat. There was like 2 people there with us, Emmett. 2. How are you saying And by the way, those two people aren't here right now. So how are you saying nobody thinks I won that debate? Are you trying to get a debate with me right now, Emmett? Is that what you're trying to do? Is that what you're trying to do, Emmett? You just want some blood? Is that what's happening here? You woke up and chose violence? Welcome in, Phil. Good to see you. You know what, Emmett, we could debate on who's coping more. Whose Fifi's got hurt? Who has Fifi's these days? I'm too freaking asleep to debate you. Oh my gosh. Oh. I see how it is. And it's too eepy to debate. Poor Emmett. It's okay, Emmett. We know that you need sleep. Even though you came in here and said, stay up, sleep is for the weak. I guess by your own admission, that makes you the weak one. Leave my Fifis alone. That's also true. There's a lot of long cope streams for sure. I don't think I have anything to cope about, to be fair. I haven't broken so badly that I must cope about events on the internet sphere. Now I could cope for fun. That's a whole different thing. Like, just cope for no reason other than the coping because it's funny, but we did indeed. Well, James, to be fair, I would say I'm like so even keeled that I don't think there's another setting. And if there is another setting, which there probably is one. Okay, I'm going to say it for real. There is one. Most people don't want to see it. Or it would be super, super entertaining to see. One or the other, I'm not sure. And I think depending on why that other mode would come out would really depend at that point. Alrighty. Bane, have a good evening. It was nice to... Oh, day? See, I told you time doesn't... I have no idea. I don't know if it's morning or night anymore. It's just a time. Enjoy yourself at breakfast, which would be in the morning, not at night. What will be later on? Emmett, your stream? Are you doing one? Wait, Emmett, are you going to come to Vibes, because I'm the special guest on his Uncomfortable Bible study today? TikTok. Well, that's because you live on the other side of the world, Chassis. Yeah, no problem. Of course. I agree with that statement, Wobbly. I love breakfast for dinner. I love, like, fried potatoes and bacon and eggs and toast for dinner. It sounds amazing to me. Or a breakfast casserole for dinner. Holy smokes. Best dinner, man. It's even better to eat it at dinner than it is in the morning because you enjoy it more. The whole day was spent toiling, and then you get a beautiful high protein dinner. Like, can you beat that? You can't beat that with a stick, okay? You can't. Bacon, yeah. I'm gonna eat like 5 pounds of bacon. Cree. Telling you. Pizza for dinner. Breakfast for dinner. See, I can't even think straight anymore. Breakfast for dinner is peak. It is so good. And I'll make like a giant Pyrex of breakfast casserole. First I'll fry it all up, and then I'll oven bake it so that the cheese melts down through everything, and then serve it. It's the best meal. Like, it is the best. And I don't think you can even debate it, because how are you going to debate that fried potatoes, bacon, eggs, garlic, onion, cheddar, like all of that together? It's too good. It's too good. It's too good. And then if you add other things, right? Like you can make French toast on the side. You can make pancakes on the side. You can make waffles on the side. How do you beat that? I don't. Tacos comes close, but it's not that. It's not that. I'm so confused. Did I say I want you at Vibes, or did I ask you if you're coming there? I'm asking if you're gonna see it. Like, that's all. I know you would just scream heretic the whole time. That's great. That's fine. You can do that. That's your prerogative, my friend. That is your prerogative. However, mostly just asking if you're going to be there to see it. I'm not saying, "Dear Emmett, will you please attend this event with me?" I'm saying I'm the special guest. Are you intending to watch? That's all. Captain Smarty Pants. I think you're conflating the statements because you don't know the intention. But I didn't give you the intention, so you filled it in with yours. Which I think means you want to be there, and I only asked if you are going to be there. So I think what you're actually saying is you want to be there because you want to yell heretic, not the other way around. That's what I think. But you didn't come on panel to debate me about it, so now you just get to be in like little small sentences in the chat, and you can't even say fully what you want to say. See how limited you are with expression when it's just like, I don't even remember how many symbols you get or whatever. Abby, thank you for stopping in. Thank you so much for your donations and your support. Have a wonderful day or night or whatever it is. Well, you won't go live and you say you're sleeping and there's nobody in our community to raid and gift the people to them to help them out. So I figured you might be here because you either wanted to fight or I don't know what. Should have been here earlier though. You should have been here earlier though, because there was some dummies in the chat acting just like Steelman does, but I don't think it was him. Doing some of the same stuff, only spurging about different things for the most part, but it was pretty weird. It was pretty weird. Is that an excuse? I streamed for 12 hours. Welcome to the club. When are you gonna do your 24-hour one? Mm-hmm. Here's a question for you, Cree Dog. What if cholesterol is fake? What if it's just a scheme to keep you from eating bacon and meat? So sometimes I only stream 4 or 5. But it seems like the majority of the streams I do, I intend to do like 1 or 2 hours, right? And it ends up being 8 plus. Or that one time I did one and it was like, I don't even know how long. I had to stop it and start a new one and then went like 16 hours more after that one. So it was a little much, but there's definitely a certain level of propaganda in being healthy because we don't fully know what it takes to be healthy with diet alone. We know a lot, but like for the longest time, we were telling people to not eat fats and sugar was fine. Come to find out, sugar's most of the weight you gain, and fat is actually used as a fuel supply for the body and uses it for energy. So they cooked a lot of people's ability to be healthy for a long time by saying that fat was bad for you. Oh, look, it's the spinning wheel of death, Emmett Witz. Just so you know, if you're talking, nobody can hear you. Throwing it out there. I wasn't sure if you knew or not.
Yeah, they should be able to hear me now.
He can speak. What's up?
I don't know. You call me out. You're like, come up here.
I did not call you out.
Entertain the masses and shit.
You got that backwards, Emmett.
Okay, I'm like here all around here, trying to fall asleep again, and you're like, oh, you only sleep for 12 hours? Like, I'm trying to sleep, my dude. What the fuck you want from me?
You only
Come
sleep
up
for
here,
12
I'm like, I'm
hours?
far. I only
You-
streamed, okay? I told you I'm too fucking sleepy to have a debate with you, okay?
You
you come up, you come up to my dreams, and you're like, hey, why don't you come up? Why don't you fucking come up and debate
Wait,
me? And I'm like, fucking
wait.
sleep, well, dude.
I called to you in your dream.
I don't know. Maybe I'm dreaming still. I don't know. What time is it? 7 a.m. What the fuck is this time? This is like a slave time or whatever. I don't know. I remember last time I was awake at this fucking hour. Learn English, Emmett. Who the fuck is this? Oh, it's Red Peel McGill. You know, Red Peel shit McGill. Okay. You learn English. Well, how about you learn Spanish and English too? And man, I'm so
And
sleepy.
Latin.
And
And
Latin
Latin.
and Greek. Why are you going to Heretic Land? I mean, Vibe Stream.
Do you remember when he first started the concept?
It was supposed to be them talking about Bible. I don't know. I
Mhm.
remember he said like he wanted me there, and I said like, hey, and I said no.
So I didn't say no, but it was months ago, but I did not say no. And so now because I said yes back then, I just held to my word. And so I'm going to go on.
Oh man.
Do I like it? We'll see.
Who's gonna be there besides you?
Good question. I have no idea.
You have no idea.
It's just a like, you know what it is. You've seen it. You've been there.
I haven't. I seen like 5 minutes. I literally don't watch Bible study.
You've seen the arguments that happen there.
Yeah, well, you know, I haven't seen the arguments there, but I've seen arguments in both states, and then I turn away because I have nothing to add.
It's basically seculars and different Christians on a panel. He brings up topics and asks questions, and people give their takes or mistakes on it. Right?
I don't know. I've been thinking about it a lot, and every time I listen to secularists talk about anything, I just don't care. That's my that's exactly my position right now. It's like, no, I don't believe in this, but let me give you the actual way of reading it. Nah, fuck you. I don't care what you have to say. You know, let me go ahead and read the Humanist Manifesto and tell you what actually means. How about we do that?
Do you think it's a worthless endeavor then?
No, I think they can learn a couple of things from you.
I just
It's
mean in
just
general, not from me. I'm not saying I'm like some good thing. I'm asking.
I don't know what the fuck is the point, especially when it comes to the people involved. Like, what is the point of having a Bible study with fucking Ryan when he literally says that he is the creator of all of all reality?
Wait, who said that?
Ryan.
Ryan said he created reality.
Yeah, I may you might not remember, but we had a exchange in your channel, me and him. And I told him that if he could, he is the one that creates all reality. That was my question when it comes to knowledge claims. And he said yes. And then he asked me, "Do you have anything that you know that is real, that is not created by your mind?" And I said, "Yeah, the sun."
Hmm.
Like
Well, that sounds
that was just
stupid.
an example of things, right? It's like his epistemology is him.
Well,
That was where we ended up. It's like, well, how do you know things? Because I know things. How do you know things? Oh, because I know things. What about reality? Oh, I create reality because it depends on my mind. It depends on me.
Well, what was the okay? That's like in the tag argument, you mean, or just
That's
in
in the critique
epistemology in
of
general?
the epistemology argument. Because we don't. I never like most of the times you never get to tag.
That's fair. That's
Like
fair
the
because
only thing
usually it's
you
just
do is this the critique. Like if you want to go to tag, you have to understand the other side of the argument because I don't know if you ever I don't know if you actually seen the Jay Dyer versus Fabian Liberty debate.
I still haven't watched the entirety of it in one sit through.
So what I have watched it like 4 times, dude. I like that debate so much. I feel bad because I spent too much time watching that debate and I should be doing other stuff, but it's a good debate. But there's a point where he lays out the differences between them, right? And he says, well, the first part is the critique. And then after the critique, you made the positive claim for Christianity, where you say that the framework in which the way that the framework works is the positive argument. And that is those are the two parts of the argument because you are the first part is the critique and the second part is is your justification and then together they create the full tag argument. Now
Right.
it goes a long way because tag is not it's-
Well, that's what
I
I was going
wouldn't
to say.
say
You have to drag them down the whole path.
yeah I wouldn't say that tag is is the easiest argument. It's just the argument for like it's the easiest argument for justification of knowledge
It's
because all others are just how so right
I
your
wouldn't say that it's the easiest. I'd say it's the foundational argument for truth claims, right?
well what I mean by easiest is that I don't see or I don't remember any other that doesn't fall into the critique into the Kantian critique.
Right.
You know, when you're
Well,
like
you know,
when you say things like reality uh, the axiom one is reality exists or something like that. It's like, what do you mean by that? And then you have a bunch of presuppositions even in the statement of reality exists for it accepted.
right. There needs to be a basic understanding of philosophy to begin with. Because if it's lacking, then the opposing side is not going to even understand that it has to go down that trail of making the claim that existence exists is like a fraudulent tautology absent some prior understanding or some prior claim, right?
Yeah.
It's not the foundation, it's not the bedrock. Just because there is stuff does not mean stuff is the justification for stuff.
You get oh wait. Let me check my levels real quick. Yes, sorry about that. I said I'm very I'm too low. Why am I that low?
I turned you up, but
No, it's on my end, but I don't know why I'm that low.
I don't know either.
What?
Did you jump into somebody else's StreamYard that turned yours down?
No, it's on my settings on it's on I was playing with my settings because I was recording, so it's probably because of that. I should be good now. Audio noobs, audio, it's my audio,
Audio?
audio.
Oh, deal. You're a
Man,
dork.
I am a dork. I'm so fucking. I want to go to sleep. I want to go to bed.
Fine. Go to sleep.
No, you go to sleep. And don't tell me what to do, Abe. Okay.
I was trying to figure out who to raid to, Emmett, and no one was gracious enough to be online.
I know.
Okay?
I saw that. Well, everybody that should be online right now is in Nashville. So the slot's usually taken by JS.
Freaking
So
slouches. They should be live streaming even there.
so we see that, and then I could probably have gone really long, but I have my Saturday stream is during the day because I'm taking because stuff
Because of stuff.
because
But
I did Other Side by Red Hot Chili Peppers at the end, and it's a great song. Yeah.
that's fun.
I'm so fucking good at singing Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I didn't realize.
Yeah. I wish I could sing. I'm on the wrong
You
one.
can't even you can't even have a conversation with that person with their like sovereign citizen restart. Are we talking
Who?
about Steelman or Ryan or both? I thought
I mean,
the only thing that
that's
made me happy, I'm gonna be honest, the only thing that made me happy about the whole interaction with that we had the other day
mhm.
was that I said that the only reason I'm looking at chat is because I was trying to figure out where the fuck was Steelman so I could ban him, and everybody laughed.
That was a fair statement. No, I saw the link on his name and I was like, oh, I see how you are. You're going to go to other people's chats who are also linked into my StreamYard and talk crap on me. Because you can't do it from my chat.
Well, to be
Hmm.
fair, I did kick the fuck.
Yeah, but he only because of what he was doing, how he was being in the chat. If he
I
wasn't,
just saw him. I didn't really read. I just saw the tag, and I was like, "Ah, let's go. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna
if he
find
wasn't being a diptard every time he came around, then that kind of stuff wouldn't happen, right?
you." Because Emmett mean to me.
Basically, yes. Basically, that was basically the reason. Because Emmett, as a mod, was mean to me in someone's chat, I am now going to take more pop shots for no good reason at people. Yes, that's
Tag equals orthodoxy. Well, a tag is presented by orthodox philosophy, but like it's not the argument itself is not necessarily uh orthodox in the sense of how it goes. There's a lot of people who have been trying to take the idea of tag, including fucking. You know who pisses me off is Anson. Anson pisses me off
oh my
with his
gosh.
tag retarded.
Transcendental has a meaning, by the way.
Like, where is the mind? The universe. So the universe has a mind? No. Where these mind? Where this mind concept? What's the concept
Night,
lie on?
Shazzy. Thank you so much.
Chazzy, good to see you. Hope you have a good day. I saw you there. Thank you for letting me know about the microphone. I'm still low, but fine. It's fine. I'm okay.
Ashton,
Getting
the issue is he won't come out and debate people unless it's on something like a Bloodsport debate program because prolonged debate is not his forte. And he tends to get smashed after the first airings of thought come from his brain.
I wish he would just come out and debate people, at least have a combo in good faith. Who? Steelman? No. 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 Just gonna ban him every time I see him. My the time to talk to people, the time to talk to that person is over. I don't have anything to say to him. And it has nothing to do with what he says. It's just how he fucking acts. As
That's
I've
right.
told them before.
Could almost say, the time for words is over. Something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. The only way transcendent. Oh, yes. I mean that is part of the argument when it comes to Orthodox. I mean, tag is just the extra for what? No, is extra for y. That's the idea of the argument. And you can use it in a lot of sense. I literally use that to in a secular argument, in a secular way, present the idea of God as part of evolutionary process, and that's one of the coolest arguments I've made, by the way.
So, Ashton, I would agree with you that more conversations are a key to a better society. However, it's only the key to a better society if both parties are willing to meet in good faith and remain honest, above board, and not seek to obfuscate, tear down, berate, and destroy the other person and their character in order to get the win that they may perceive they're getting.
I also disagree. Sometimes better society means kicking someone fuck out of the society.
Well, no, I mean, there's still always going to be a point at which conversation is needed, right? Like, even within your
Yeah.
own group, you need to have
Yeah.
conversation to build cohesion. So there's going to be contention in every group too, also. Like, there's still some level of contention that happens between even people that agree on most things or almost everything. There'll still be contention. But contention does not give you permission to insult the character of every person you disagree with, try to tear them down and destroy them from the sidelines everywhere you go, rather than have good faith conversations about why you have the stances you have. And if you're just going to cloud and wrap them in non-answers, then you are no longer worth conversing with until you can make the good faith stance and argument to prove that you are. Like, I'm not going to have a good conversation with somebody who lies to me every single time they speak to me until they stop lying and I can confirm they're no longer lying.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, if that is the case, ostracizing from the community is also a good way about it. Yo, Gorilla Biscuit, welcome. Or maybe you were here before and I didn't see you. I can barely read that.
Yeah, it's just like I've conversed with the guy for months and months and months over time. And it's one thing for me to have an argument with somebody about our belief systems or our framework or our worldview or whatever you want to say, and to be like, oh, well, we disagree and we'll argue about it again later and all's good. We're, you believe that, I believe this. Cool. We still disagree, but cool. It's a whole different thing if you're willing to jump into every chat that person's in and make attacks on their character and their worldview and even things outside of that, and then also berate them in their DMs repeatedly for days on end and cause trouble for them everywhere you go. That makes somebody unworth conversation to me. I've said this before and I'll say it again, I'm sure, but I don't make people my enemy. People have to choose to be my enemy. And when they have chosen and shown me they're my enemy, I will accept that they are my enemy. And they will remain there until they make the actions to fix that.
I'm Orthodox Christian. I used to buy an Orthodox armament. I found out most Orthodox are like the papers who didn't attend church. I will not give them shit to anybody. So I think Orthodox is a stupid take anyway. But you know what? I'm not even giving them that. Okay, if they come
Wow.
up with a term that says, you're an Orthopro, that means you're evil, I'll be like, yeah, fuck off. I don't care. I can use the
think
term
there's-
however I want.
Well,
Okay.
sure, you can use it however you want. I just mean I would say this. I would say that there is people out there that will try to commandeer the name of Orthodox Christianity in the hope that it gives them some kind of credence, some kind of power in a sphere, even though they're not, and then go and argue and call people names and tear people down and treat them like crap because they think that it looks cool or it looks good, even though it has nothing to do with anything they're
Yeah, but I
purveying
mean,
to the world.
there's a lot of that. There's a lot of bad debate. Like, I'm gonna say bad debating. There's a lot of okay. So, for example, there's this person who you may know of, whose name was what's his fucking name? Uh, damn, I am asleep. Uh, every day this week there's the matin aqui no Vespers Laser. That's cool, isn't it? Yeah. Th- Damn. Like base streaker. Base streaker will be like what you would consider, well, where people will say, "Oh, that's an Ortho bro," because he would say, "Oh, yeah, it's Orthodox Christianity," even though he never been to an Orthodox, and then he will go complete full degen, right? So,
Sure.
but I don't see like this is the thing. Like I don't see that as an Ortho bro. I see that as a lefty or a fucking um infiltrator or some stuff like that, right? The idea of Orthobro was like given to the Orthodox Christians that were like getting into the debate spaces, even if they were not the greatest debaters. The term has a meaning, and it has to do with people that are Orthodox Christians. That's the point of it. That's why you're an Orthobro. It's not the guy that says I'm an Orthodox Christian, right? Like the guy that said, "Oh, I'm a Christian," and I asked him, "Well, do you know what the Nicene Creed is?" And then he's like, "I don't know." Okay.
Okay, so I love this because this is where it always goes with you specifically is I agree with you. This term has a meaning, right? And you and I both agree that we hate when people obfuscate the meaning of words for an agenda, correct?
Yeah.
However, even though that word has a meaning, and we know that meaning, it doesn't mean people won't use deception and trickery to seem as though they are that thing. And to the common folk who aren't that thing, they have no idea, one way or the other, if that's the truth.
Yeah, but we call
And
that
so long
infiltrator, so we wouldn't call him an Orthobro. I would say this guy's not
to
an Orthobro.
you,
It's fucking
to you. So I agree with you. That's not an orthobro. But to people outside of orthodoxy, to people outside of the debate sphere, to people outside of any level of understanding, when somebody says that to them, and it's been said to them 100 times before, and it always meant that it's somebody who acts the way that somebody like, say, Base Tweaker, if that's who you want to use as an example, does, and that's what an orthobro is, then at that point, to that person, they are convinced that's what that means. And when they see it, they're going to attribute it. So yes, it may be false, but it doesn't mean people aren't going to attribute it falsely and still make that connection. And it sucks. It sucks just as much as all the other things we've talked about where people are doing that. But so the only thing you can do at that point is fix it by showing the world the other way and taking it back. Or, like you said, you're just going to tell them to F off and ignore them. But if you want it to not be completely muddied and trashed and look like a piece of garbage to people who are outside of the group, you have to fix that reputation. I think that's like, you have to show that you are better than, you are not that thing, you don't do the things that they are saying that thing did, and then they can go, oh wait, maybe I was wrong about that definition, maybe I thought it was that, but I was wrong, and I had a bad representation shown to me many times, or a falsehood shown to me many times, and I bought it because of that. You know what I mean?
well, I could say that, for example. Okay, then I don't know what people mean when it comes to the idea of Orthobro, right? Because every time I ask for it, uh, Orthodox guy is far from Orthodox. I don't. Yeah, well, he's not Orthodox. He said it himself. I'm so fucking sleepy. Also, like, he's not here. Okay? Calm down.
That's actually not even what we're talking about. We're just talking about ortho bro as a term that people throw around to speak about.
Dude, I don't even think it's to talk about Orthodox people at this point. Like, one time people used it against me. It's like, oh, what do you think about Orthobros doing this? And I'm like, well, who? And they're like, what do you mean who? And I'm like, yeah, who is the Orthobro? And it's like, I don't know, like Orthobros. And I'm like, you mean Jim Bob and Jay Dyer? No, it's like, oh well, I don't fucking know who you're talking to then, okay?
I agree with you, Bill. I agree with you. Because it's the only way to recapture the meaning of the term and the character associated with it. The issue, again, Emmett, is that you are seeing something as a true false when humans don't work that way in general. They are going to attribute things through subjective means to terminology, right?
But can they be wrong? Can they be subjectively, inobjectively wrong?
Yes. It's still that changes nothing. If they run around screaming that people that do
Well, that means they're
horrific
liars,
violence in the
right?
world, your criticism was that people keep calling people ortho bros.
If they're
that
objectively
aren't.
wrong about calling something that is not correct, then you're lying.
Then maybe it doesn't matter, and maybe when they make it a terrorist organization, it'll be fine. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
You cannot rehabilitate
the
it.
Orthobros, the organization.
Do you not know how things work? Like, just because something isn't true doesn't mean people won't believe it and use it against people. It doesn't matter if it's true or false to humanity. It doesn't matter.
I agree. I just thought it was. I just think it's kind of.
I took it to the logical extreme, Emmett.
Yeah.
Because if enough people who are secular believe it means this horrible thing over here, and they all embrace it and use it
Oh, there you go.
to
There
write
you
law,
are.
then what? No, I think Emmett is interested in true false, which is a good thing. It's just it leaves out this really messy human thing that is used by most humans to make choices, to write legislation, even to all these things. And it's like, if you want those words to mean what they mean, then you have to first embrace them, wear them, and rehabilitate them to the masses who are misusing them. Or let it fall away and drop it completely. Like, those are the options you're left with.
Well, I think
In my
I
mind,
think
anyway.
the term. I think we are. I think we're giving up on the term too quickly. That's my idea. Like we heard Orthopro. Somebody said bad. Somebody said something. Somebody said the bad thing about Orthopro, and everybody's like, "Oh, Orthopro is now bad." And it's like that's not what it means, and that's not what it is. Like, for example,
I think it was a lot of people.
But yeah, a lot of people say. A lot of people say I'm the Crucible. And they have nothing. I'm not Andrew Wilson. I don't know if you know.
Obviously, I know. I
A lot of people keep telling me I'm the fucking Crucible, and I don't know if you know, but I'm not Andrew Wilson.
They're not saying you're the Crucible. They're saying you are Crucible. But they don't know the difference between Crucible and Crucible Crew and Foundry members, and they just don't know the difference between all those things. So they're making a character attribution to you in connection to the thing that they think you may be a part of. Again, wrong usage, but if you want it corrected, you have to line it out in a way that makes sense. Yes, I'm in the Foundry. Yes,
Wait.
I'm a fan of the Crucible channel. No, that doesn't make me the Crucible. Like, you have to get people to accept and know that.
Wait, Chad, send me my fucking money, okay?
Send me my fucking money.
You want your stuff? You have your free head? You're gonna send me my fucking
You want the show to continue? You're gonna pay. You're gonna pay. You're gonna pay. Give me my money. You know it was already mine. Just give it to me.
Mendrew?
I've been through. Damn. Give the man his money.
Emmett is not Romanian.
He's Taco Slovakian.
Andrew
Firmly Taco Slovakian. I think it's funny that the equation has been made so heavily on you, actually. Like,
Doesn't it?
you and I are sitting here talking with a panel of people, and they all point to you.
Yeah.
It cracked me up internally. I'm like, interesting. I had no idea.
But like, for example, in my case, there was an actual reason why I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It's like people are literally being like, "Ah, the Crucible crew are the ones that are attacking women and doing this and that. And you are you are the Crucible crew." And I'm like, "What the fuck is going on here? I'm not even involved." Like,
It's mind melting.
but next,
It is mind melting.
I'll tell Andrew you said great job.
You did great job. Thanks, boss.
Shut
Holy
up, Frankie.
shit.
Shut up, Frankie. I'm gonna start abusing you again.
Oh man, that's so funny. No, it was extra funny because I think at the time that all of that happened, it was like I was just in the Foundry talking to people.
I'm not even there. Like, when was the last time I was on the Crucible server?
I don't even know. Okay, like I go to the debate club. I go into the talking. I talk to freaking
I can't go to the
Avarice
debate
and-
club anymore because it's during karaoke streams. So I never go there, even though I still like follow every now and then, every once and again. Last time I was on a channel, I was muted and I was just listening because Andrew did a Q&A.
I'm not talking about that at all. We
Like,
were talking about people calling other people
maybe-
ortho bros.
maybe 8 months ago.
I don't really care about the side and other drama at this point. It's drama in the wind. And generally speaking, this is Switzerland. But if people knew what that means, they would understand far greater. But regardless, the point would be like the night before, the day before, whatever you want to call it, I was talking to them about stuff going on, and like I come in, I do a panel, we're on panel, you and me. Somebody on the panel on my channel calls you out as being Crucible, and I'm like, when? How? I think I even
Yeah.
said, really? And they're like, yeah. News to me. I had no idea.
And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? So,
I'm like,
so
yes.
I decided that I am the no what chat. You want an invasion? Where's my fucking money?
Wake up! Oh shit balls, Batman. No, I don't care anymore. It's not my fight. In fact, I don't want other people's fights unless it directly involves me in some way. So
I've been
It's
wanting
silly.
to have a Flat Earth to come on stream, but they're super careful who they will debate and what they game for me. And anyone who knows Flat Earth Dave tell him to hit me up. Who's Matt Mardigan? I don't remember.
Matt Mardigan.
Yeah.
He's a person.
I want to eat Emmett's bird with biscuits and grape drink.
We know, Marte. You're obsessed with trying
Marte,
to get
you
a hold
have
of
to-
Emmett's birds to
you
eat
have
them.
to-
We know.
You have to actually visit. If you visit, I'll get you fried chicken, and I'll set up the like a studio, and we'll do an episode together live.
Oh yeah, you could eat fried chicken with Emmett and do an episode.
Yeah,
That would
we'll
be
have
primo content. Chicken
yeah,
and waffles.
chicken and waffles. Yeah, we'll do chicken and waffles. That sounds good. It should be a machismo fitness stream.
Maybe
Yeah.
a month ago. Was it on my show or was it on somebody else's show? Oh, I love
I
bacon
think I
and
remember
eggs.
about machismo, but I really don't remember you.
And fried potatoes. You have to have fried potatoes. If you're gonna do bacon and eggs, you have to have fried potatoes. Like, it's a must.
And I'll go. In reality, my plan was gonna go get Chick-fil-A and bring it home. That was my idea. The- um.
Okay, Emmett, it's time for you to hold the chat ransom till they give you the money.
We're not gonna do anything until I get my money.
And I'm just gonna
You
stare
don't
at you.
If you don't like it, get the fuck out.
I'm gonna stare at you and I'm gonna play music. That's what you get until I get my money.
It's too low. You have to make it way louder so that everybody complains about the Mr. L.
That's only when Mr. E does it.
Lights flash fast, the crowd ignites. Words like bullets in the night. Step to the podium, fight for the mic. Who's got the edge? Who's got the bite? Boom, boom, the clock's a loaded gun. Tick, tick, you're almost done. American to better. Take your stand, speak your truth, make your demand. American to better. Rise or fall, one by one, who will have to talk them all? Oh, yeah. One by one, who will have to talk them all? Oh, yeah. Your voice ablaze, sharp as steel, cut through lies. Show what's real, sweat on your brow, nerves of fire, truth or defeat. What's your desire? Boom, boom, the pressure's on the line. Tick, tick, no more time. American to better. Take your stand, speak your truth, make your demand. American to better. Rise or fall, one by one, who will have to tell them all?
Not gonna lie, that one kind of fell in my lap. AD. Just saying. Just perfect. Simplicity. Emmett. It's simplicity. Wait, what I miss here? Which debate? Emmett, why did you mute? Oh, okay. You're playing. See? He's not even gonna talk till you give him the money.
Oh, I am muted. I didn't realize I was muted.
This one was written by Avarice, and
Well, I woke up this morning, thumb hurt from the scroll. Saw Abe Dinkus preaching on a live stream payroll. Top hat tip like a carnival barker gone rogue, claiming he's Lincoln reincarnate, spitting freedom's prologue. He says 407 subs ago, I freed the algorithm from the woke status quo. Got a beard so fake it's held on with glue. Looks like a possum died on his chin, still twitching too. Oh, Abe Dinkus, you grifting son of a gun, selling gold-plated truths for $1.01. Top hat full of hot air, boots full of lies, debating ghosts of the union while the ad revenue flies. He challenged Karl Marx to a duel on the gram. Marx showed up late, said traffic was a scam. Abe fired first with the super chat donation. Hit Marx square in the ego, caused a proletarian commotion. Claims a ghost wrote the Gettysburg Address on the back of a Chick-fil-A bag. Grease stains and all, no less. Says Mary Ty Lincoln DM'd him for clout. Sent him nudes of a hoop skirt, now that's what I'm talking about. Oh, Abe Dinkus, you grifting son of a gun, turning honest Dave's grave into a merch store run. Limited edition stovepipe hats, only $19.90. Emancipate your wallet, boys, let the grifting begin. Now the FBI's at his door, but it's just a prank, bro. He's live streaming the raid, super thanks, keep the lights on, yo. Says they can take my channel, but not my freedom. Then whispers Patreon backups and the Caymans need him. He debated a house plant, called it Commie Field Plant, won by photosynthesizing while they bred the Bill of Rights. That is misquoted every clause, crowd tipped and dogs going, now that's what I call applause. Last I heard he's running for Senate on a Bitcoin ticket. Platforms, one plank, Abe was me, deal with it. Got a tattoo of the Emancipation Proclamation on his left butt cheek, says his founding father vaccination. Oh, Abe Dinkus, you beautiful fraud. Lincoln's rolling in Springfield, applauding the art. Top hat tip to the grift, boots caked in the mud of American dreams, now sponsored by Bud. So if you say Abe Dinkus coming down the information pike, hide your wallet, hide your wife, hide your crypto strike. He'll emancipate your common sense with a wink and a nod, then sell you the change back,
Gorilla.
signed yours
Have
and
a good
fraud.
day.
Abe Dinkus, the people shall Esquire and God.
That's fun. It's a fun one. It's got some fun funkiness to it, I think. That, or I'm delirious, and that's possible. Let's be real.
I mean, I didn't realize I was muted. So I'm kind of, I am delirious. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it very much. Very, very much.
Oh, they caved in. Good. Where's
did.
where's my fucking? Oh, there's my fucking money.
Give me my fucking money.
That's actually funny. There's a lot of people that will get really very, very, very angry.
I think our
wait,
chat
wait,
knows
Mis-
what's happening here.
I think Mr. wants to ask a question specifically.
Oh, is there a question linked or attached to it?
Yeah, check.
Bum, 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 bum. Let's look. Let's look.
All I hear all
Oh.
day is kids screaming, asking for shit, and the damn kids.
I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, did you hear enough about the latest Epstein email dump? I haven't put any attention to it.
I need to, but I have not yet dug into it fully.
Marte, you can keep the last of your EBT, but only
You
because
cannot.
he provide.
Nope.
No, he provides a lot of black on black violence.
Give it all.
I like
Nope.
his entertainment.
Nope. No more EBT.
Oh, malevolent evil dictator. Let him
Look,
provide us
this
with more
hat
entertainment, please.
Means something, all right.
Wait, I'm
This
supposed to be the
hat.
Crucible.
This
My
hat
bad. My bad, Abe. My bad.
is the
No.
crown of
No,
tyranny,
Marte.
Emmett.
Give me my fucking money, Marte.
If you sit beneath the hat, tyranny is what you get.
Yeah, I just want to be enough to get people paying, not to make the hat look so. What the fuck is going on with my reading potential? I feel retarded.
You're sleepy.
You just want it to be enough to get people to think, not to make their head close like they seem to be doing these days. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hmm.
Yeah, I worked the exploitation last week. Wait, were you on stream, Marte? I didn't see you on stream last week. What kind of a stolen labor is this?
The work will be done until morale improves.
I fucked up. I have to put in the archive.
Ah.
The email
Yep.
said Democrat Raskin was bribing the Epstein prison guard.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know, Mr. because I will cover that shit. I will talk about that.
Bears Tillman go wrecked by drunk me in a tariff debate. I know nothing about tariffs. I have to say, Elder Lion, that your PFP looks amazing. That pixel art, my god, who would have done that? So good.
I'm gonna say there's this really good pixel art artist that I know. His name's Emmett. No relation to Emmett Witt's Golden Steinberg, but
no, it's a different Emmett.
But he's very good with pixels. Okay, I'm just throwing it out there if anybody's looking for one. You might have to look him up later.
I hate that everybody's like, yeah, I want one. I just don't know what. And then it's like been 6 months of them saying they want one, just don't know about what.
Sounds like a good idea to me. Oh, hello.
Hello, I'm back. What's Gucci my ninjas?
Oh, just
You
chilling.
sound like AI. Why you sound like AI?
Your face sounds like AI.
I am, well, look at me, okay? Look at that. That's not AI. You see, that's shitty art. It means me.
I'm just going to throw this out there. But when I'm talking to a bunch of cartoon faces on the internet, I start to wonder if this is real.
Oh, dude, I've been on camera multiple times, but it's just a lot of effort now.
Well,
I don't want to spin my chair
I'm just
around.
being a smartass mostly.
I get it.
I don't have eyes.
I don't have eyes. I was gonna say when Elder Lion said he beat him half drunk in a debate on tariffs. That's okay. I beat him with his own debate. I beat him on the Mushroom Jesus debate with his argument, and he couldn't fight back against it.
I'm sorry, the Mushroom Jesus.
Yeah.
Was the argument that Jesus was a mushroom, or
yes, that Jesus is an entheogen?
That he's fungi? I don't know what mushrooms are, I'll be honest.
Yep.
No.
That fungi are the basis of all religious belief.
Yeah.
And Jesus himself and his
he was a sentient mushroom?
That even communion is mushroom, not the flesh and blood of Christ, but in fact they ate mushrooms. And that it's an ancient thing and it's been here all along, and the Bible's not talking about Jesus as the Christ, it's talking about the mushroom. That's his.
To be fair, mushrooms have been around for a while, but I don't know how there's evidence that no, Jesus, he was a mushroom.
Well, basically,
and his father was go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just fighting with chat. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say,
chat on chat.
Jesus was a mushroom, and his father is a maybe a truffle. Yeah.
The idea is that Jesus and his disciples and every prophet and all of the holy people, all down through the line in the Bible, as well as Sumeria, as well as every other
Right.
group that's an ancient religion, has an undertone of mystery religion, and all of their transcendent experiences were all gleaned from intake of mushrooms, and that all theology and all things were written due to this, and all the holy experiences ever experienced from these holy texts were all done because of mushrooms. And his underlying argument would be that we are all God, and mushrooms are the way to help us find that.
Wait, was this that same crazy chick that you had on the other night? My God, that was so frustrating to watch.
No,
No,
No.
they're the same though. Well, no, they're not the same. They're different.
both
different
very
but the same.
Gnostic.
They're both
Like-
Gnostic. Yeah.
Yeah, I
is
understand
a
the
steal,
basis
man.
of this argument about the mushrooms because there's even that whole theory or whatever that the reason we have consciousness or that we evolved was because apes started doing not acid, but like mushrooms and shit, and that's what kind of like fast tracked evolution or some shit. I don't
Yeah,
know. It's
basically.
a whole thing. Yeah,
Basically, the idea is that mushrooms are the oldest living organism that's a complex organism. And because of that, it became the food source and has been integrated into all life forms on Earth since the very beginning. And it's a crazy, crazy. It's a crazy road to go down when you start looking into it. Because
I enjoy mushrooms on my pizza, but I feel like they're giving mushrooms way too much credit for the achievements of the human species.
Yeah, I would agree with what Wikimoto just said. I do think that psychedelics open doors, and
Mhm.
doors, when they're open, allow everything in, not just bad
Right.
things, or not
Yeah.
just good things. So.
I was reading Robert Monroe's book. He worked for the government. He was in like sounds or whatever. But anyway, he started having these out of body experiences, right? And he wrote a lot about it and did all kinds of crazy shit with it. So I'm reading it, and he talks about how when he would leave his body, there would be this moment that comes like, oh, I have to get back to my body. And this one time he's like, I'll be fine. So he's flying around having fun. And then something grabbed him and started dragging him down. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel the evilness of what it was that was dragging him. And he was like barely able to get back to his body. I put the book down. 'Cause I was like, I don't want to accidentally leave my body and have some demon drag me to hell.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but you open doors, man. It's both ways.
Well, I thought it's funny because he's studied anthropology, and he's into all of the big ones who did too, and the people who transcribed the first scriptures found in the caves. One of the researchers, which I can't even remember his name right this moment, did all his works talking about this specific topic, but out of many, very many, who helped do that recovery and study on all of the texts that were found, only he is the one saying these things. And then he authored books, and then a whole movement spiraled off of him, and now it's a huge movement of people that believe this stuff. And it's like, I get that one guy who was there for the excavation and the
Right.
cleaning and transcription and interpretation of them was there. That doesn't mean it's true. This
Are
is
you talking
one
about the
man's
Dead Sea?
opinion. Yes,
The Dead Sea Scrolls?
Dead
Yeah.
Sea Scrolls.
That's where all the Gnosticism really came from.
It's
Because
just
Well,
wild.
Gnosticism is the
There's,
most ancient heresy ever, right?
I'm sorry?
there were spin-offs of Gnosticism prior.
right, yeah.
But modern day Gnosticism, this twisting of what is between the lines in scripture and all of that,
Right.
that brand of it is a newer, more sola scriptura based.
So I haven't talked to any of them for quite a time. We're talking about the one where there were eons, right? And those the eon of what was it? It was a female eon. There's female and the male eons, and they get together and they make more eons. This one female eon, I want to say it was wisdom, broke off. It's like, I'll do my own, right? So she tried to make her own eon. It turned out to be a dum-dum. So she sent it away to not be embarrassed. And that's the God of the Old Testament. And
Oh my
he was
gosh.
very angry and shit, right? So then so that eon, the female eon, had to go tell all the other ones, hey, I kind of fucked up. So they sent Jesus to Earth to calm down drunk dad from the Old Testament and let us know the truth. That's my understanding of Gnosticism.
What was well put, Steelman?
Oh, that he said his last word.
Well, he could come up and explain that.
Oh, you're giving him okay. You're a better
mean-
person than I am.
Well, Mad Machismo.
Yeah, I saw it in the chat.
I mean,
Yeah, you
he
can come
asks
up.
questions, and if he really wants to understand what it is that Steelman speaks, then Steelman could come up and talk about it. No, not Josephus.
I will not interact with you.
It was.
You know what? I'll go to fucking sleep.
No,
You can go to sleep,
Josephus
that's
was
fine.
way before any of that. Yeah. Interesting guy though. I do think that they messed with some of his writings when he was talking about Jesus. I think some of the scribes may have added a little bit, as they were known to do from time to time. But he definitely is a good source of Jewish history from that time period. If you know about him.
Yeah. There's so much to it.
Are you talking about Gnostic? Mr.
No,
Easter, or
Josephus.
you-
He
no. It's look.
Oh wait, sorry. Were you responding to a chat that you read in your head?
Yeah. Yeah, they base their belief in love, conservation of energy. I come up with one. If you appear satanic, I don't want to say who he is. Got like 250,000 subs. But is he talking about a Gnostic or is he talking about Satanists? Because they're a little different.
Lilith, in my understanding, is Jewish mysticism or whatever. It was the first woman in the Bible, and then she was like, "Oh, I want to be equal to men." And so Adam and God got together and were like, "Hey, we got to get rid of her. Let's try again. We'll find somebody a little bit more easier to deal with." And then there came Eve.
Yeah, but that
Oh
I
my
mean
gosh.
that is misreading of a scripture, I think.
You could
Well,
say it.
yeah,
You
it
could
comes from
say,
Judaism.
Phil.
mysticism.
I was going to say, Phil. You could say it comes from Gnosticism, but it comes more like from Talmudic Kabbalism and stuff.
Right,
So it's
yeah.
way older than like
In-
the Gnosticism you see in the world today.
It's been a
Well,
while, but
no-
if I remember correctly, Lilith went to God and God was in good mood, so she asked for his name, like his true name, because if you know the name of a god, even in Egyptian mythology, you say it right. So God told her the name, she said it out loud, and then was able to escape Garden of Eden or whatever.
Oh, you gotta love word magic, right?
Well, Gnosticism, what it means is that you have some kind of a special knowledge granted
Yeah,
to you by some
hidden
kind
knowledge,
of
yeah.
weird experience.
Gnosis, right?
Yeah,
The knowing.
and that's why it all comes back to them, right? When you were talking with the chick,
Oh
whose
boy,
name shall not be named.
good, because I don't remember it.
Good. No, it's not that because we don't want to invoke her.
It was like
she lurks.
Candyman. If you say her name 3 times, she appears.
I mean, it seems to happen
Yeah.
with several people actually.
Yeah.
Either people creep and watch, or
No, she does
Or-
watch.
people contact them immediately upon their name being spoken. I'm not sure
Mhm.
which thing it is, but something happens.
I feel like the second one for sure.
but it
Probably.
comes with the point, or the point of it is that you listen to. They have like this special knowledge. That's what I mean.
Right.
They always have like this special revelation knowledge thing, and if when you try to question it, it all comes back to the.
A psychic connection. Okay.
Just come up on panel. Stop
Why don't
being
you just
such
come
a
up?
bitch.
You can
No,
talk
I
to
don't
the
think you should. I just
Oh.
didn't want to agree with everyone. I guess I was going to go against the grain.
You just want to go against the thing, yeah.
I was going to try to neg him like you do a chick in a bar. Like, hey, still, man, your dress is ugly. Guys, so last year.
It's possible he doesn't believe what he believed before either, so he's just gonna not.
He got a different revelation last time. He got a mushroom. He's been trying to figure
possible.
the new good mushroom because my mushroom was better than his
Well,
mushroom.
Maybe he's decided that it's not mushrooms that are the entheogen. Now it's something else. I don't know. Who knows? He would rather insult usually than actually converse. So
Yeah, you see that quite a bit with some thoughts around. Like even flat earthers, man, they're the same way. They're like I was saying in the chat, yeah, they're very careful about who they're gonna talk to because they know they're not gonna win the argument, even though they're just gonna be spitting out numbers and dumb shit the whole time. They're wanting something out of that interaction, either more eyes on them, so maybe they can get more people viewing their shit, or even if they're or getting paid to be on, you know?
I think it might. Well, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't ever see why the whole flat Earth debate is interesting.
What do you
Uh,
mean why is the thing? It's because dumb people.
I'm, but there's a lot more. Like, if I wanna laugh at dumb people, I would laugh at furries. They're fucking retarded.
I mean, I feel like you can do both. You can laugh at both of them.
They're like, they
Honestly, I
literally
just wanna
had one
understand
convention, and the reason why it was canceled is because someone threw a dirty diaper to a car.
I honestly, I really just wanna understand the source of, like, how they came to believe this, you know, because they don't ever ask questions about why yeah, okay, you can't go to Antarctica because they won't allow anyone there. Have you tried going west? Just go to, like, California and just keep sailing on a ship until either you hit an ice wall or, "Oh, it's round." I don't know why that's so hard. Go in any direction other direction. If it's flat and it's surrounded by an ice wall, you don't have to go to Antarctica, just go to another one. Take
It
a
would be
camera with
pretty
you.
easy.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that hard, right?
We
I
have
also
the documents.
Well, hello.
You're retarded.
Welcome.
I was
All right,
kidding
well,
about your
thanks for the
dress. It's
invitation.
beautiful.
All
I
right,
was kidding about your dress, though. I don't think it's ugly.
good to see you. Let me see here. So I'm getting my sound right, but wanted to apologize to you, Abe, for my disparaging comments towards you the other day. And
I
let
appreciate
me just get my thanks, man. Let me get my audio in my headphones. One sec.
It's a good start so far.
Oh, sorry. I
haven't-
can hear you from my YouTube. I'm trying to switch it to the StreamYard in my headphones, so I apologize for the delay here.
Conservation energy. Is that where you keep energy on, like, a ranch so that the poachers can't get the energy? I don't know what the law of conservation energy is.
It's when you go and hunt ghosts, and once you have them inside of the can, they conserve the energy.
Oh, man, these sound like the perfect people to call.
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
Wait, were you not going with them? I thought you were legitimately
Yeah,
making a ghost.
that was the joke. Yeah, it was
Oh.
Who are you gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
Well, yeah, it seems like you, you know, I heard you explaining the mushroom, you know, Jesus mushroom theory, and you did a really well job of that. You know, you seem to know it pretty well, and like you said, you probably know it even better than you had explained here. And you know, so that's pretty commendable, and I appreciate that.
I don't leave things hanging. I try to look into things. So
Yeah, interesting. You know, and I would ask you, you know, I'd probe you on what you believe and stuff about it, but you know, I'm not gonna like put you on the spot like that. But I think you can say there's pretty compelling evidence, you know, as far as just the scholastic side of it. And I will throw out there that you mentioned John Allegro was, you know, the name that had slipped your mind. But even though there's a lot of like the scholastic built around his work, because he had a lot of, you know, theory in that field. I mean, a lot of authority in that field. And there are other, you know, authorities that show like the artwork in ancient cathedrals and stuff like that, like doctors and stuff, you know, who wrote books on that. But really, even if you took all of that away, you know, for me, it was the experience itself. And even after I, wrote the book on it and everything, and then did it again after I had built it up to this whole thing, right? I was like, wow, this really is more than I could even explain, It's truer than I could explain. And the only way to get it is not through a book, or through any video or through any research. It's, of course, through the direct experience. You have to actually eat the body of Christ to experience it. And that's what the gnosis is all about, which I'm sure you know, but
But hold on, but people trip on mushrooms all the time without wanting to try to have some type of religious experience. They just want to get high and have fun. Is there some type of specific way you have to do it to have this experience to learn the hidden knowledge?
well, I mean, actually,
I
according
just
to the
don't
Bible,
understand why my
there
buddies
is.
that went to Disneyland high on mushrooms, why they didn't come back with like, bro, I got to tell you about Gnosticism. Have you heard the good
Yeah.
news?
So in the mystery schools, that's why they would do the rituals and whatnot. And nowadays in, psychology or whatever, they call it set and setting, But in the Bible, they even discuss where Jesus talks about, there are those who, or I don't know if it was Jesus who talked about it. It might have been some like a disciple or something, but they said, there are those who will eat from the body of Christ, but not discern what it is, and they will reap judgment upon themselves, meaning that there were literally people who can eat from the body of Christ and not know they're eating from the body of Christ, right? And how is that riddle work in, like orthodoxy, right? I mean, obviously anyone's going to know they're eating from the body of Christ, you would think, and not be reaping, judgment upon themselves and things like that. But that's what the set and setting is talking about. These are people who are having these bad experiences or who aren't experiencing these religious things, but it's because they're not realizing, they're going into it with this other mindset. It's a lot of it is set and setting to kind of draw out and really realize what it is. And then once you realize what it is, that's when you realize that it is like this sacred tool, of sorcery, and that Jesus was ultimately must have been like a mushroom sorcerer or whatever. But these are tools that a true shaman, a true sorcerer or magician uses to tap into the magical realms,
I gotta say, my issue with it though is I feel like God could come up with something better than having to do mushrooms. I'm just saying. I mean, if
Okay. So let me just walk with you on that. You're God could come up with something better, like what, like have a son that is him, and then have himself be killed. All that shit, right? That's obviously nonsense. So we're not going to walk down that route of
obviously
God,
nonsense.
God had
Okay,
a better. If your idea of God was a Christian God, then obviously he had a dumb idea in the first place, according to you, right? So
what?
but what I'm
No,
going
I
with
said
this
the
is,
dumb idea was the mushroom thing.
yeah, but I'm saying the good idea. Are you talking about the Christian God then? The good idea was to become a person and sacrifice yourself, and then make people
Yes,
fucking kill each other for centuries,
if I
debate each
reference
other
God,
over answers
I'm
and all that shit.
referencing God from the Abrahamic religions. Yes,
Yeah, if you think that's a better theory, I call that the Harry Potter theory. That's like, oh,
I
I
didn't
tell you,
say it
Harry
was
Potter's
better.
real. And I'm not trying to argue about it, but I'm like, oh man, when people laugh about the mushroom
Yeah, no, this is
being
great.
unrealistic, I'm like, the Christian.
What aboutism? This is perfect because I asked you specifically about the mushroom thing, and you immediately pivoted into, oh yeah, well, what
Right. So
about
I
the
wanted,
Jesus thing?
that's why I said, right, because I do want to walk down the other path, right? I'm going to say,
Of
there's
course,
the
you don't
right
want to walk
path.
down the path we were going.
No, I'm going to walk down the path. I'm going to say there's two paths. You can walk down the path and say Christianity is way more unrealistic, which is your path. But I'm saying I'm going to avoid that path and walk with you down my path, which is, yes, what is God? It's not this Abrahamic God that that they wrote about in a book. God is not found in a book, and it's more of a right. God is the signature of God is nature, as I put it. And this is the Trinity that we were talking about. Let me explain this Trinity. And you were the God and the Son and how God works with the nature. And A was talking about how if it wasn't for the mycelium or mushrooms, there would be no life. And that's because God works in a Trinity fashion. The spores that are in the air that we're breathing right now, that's the Holy Spirit. It's omnipresent in all unregulated airspace throughout the globe. And that's why, like, if you leave a sandwich out, it'll mold because the spores are everywhere in the air, and they actually go into your bloodstream when you breathe. We have spores in our blood.
So does atoms.
So, what's that?
Atoms, like the building blocks of everything. They're constantly moving, right? Am I not right about this?
Oh, but I'm talking
And
about
they
the
take
spores of
every
mushrooms,
possible
right?
path
So,
until you look. What I'm just saying, yes, like spores, so do atoms. So why don't we try to trip on atoms instead of mushrooms? I'm just saying that you're saying, oh, well, the spores are everywhere. They're part of it. Well, they're not the only thing, though.
okay, well, I'm talking about the Trinity, right? So this is how people say, is Jesus God? And it's like, how do they don't understand how the Trinity works? And how, well, it's simple when you understand it through the mushroom theory, right? The mushroom growth cycle is in 3 stages. It goes from spore to mycelium to the flesh or fruit body, or what the Aztecs called the flesh of the gods, right? So Jesus, which is the flesh of the gods, is the mushroom, is part of the Trinity. It's the the flesh of God. So you have the spore, which is in the air right now, the mycelium, which gives life to all chlorophyll using plants, right? So all chlorophyll using plants are hooked up to a network of mycelium called mycorrhiza, where they get their nutrients transported to them through the root system through the mycelium, right? So without this network of mycelium, you would have no chlorophyll using plants, you would have no life on the planet.
Right.
And so this is the third part of the Trinity, right? The cloud, the white cloud that Jesus comes back on, is this network of mycelium. And this is
Wait,
the
how do you
Trinity,
know
right?
that if he hasn't came back yet?
Well, he does come back. Jesus does live. Jesus is the sacred psilocybin mushroom. And when you
Right,
eat
but
his body,
we haven't gotten samples from the
then
cloud that he's on. So why are we trying to declare what it's made of?
sorry, what?
I
I'm
don't know.
saying,
It just seems like a leap. You're like the cloud that Jesus returns on is made out of. Well, how do you know that?
well, I mean, I'm telling you that's that because that's
That
well, I'm explaining to you. You know,
no, I'm
I'm
just
trying to
asking
explain
for
it
a
to you.
source on the makeup of this cloud.
No, I'm saying so mushroom mycelium is like a white fluffy cloud. In fact, it's like thinner than like spiders' webs. But the largest organism on the planet is actually a network of mycelium. The largest organism on the planet is mushroom mycelium. It covers acres. It's larger than aspen groves, larger than blue whales. The largest and the smallest organisms on the planet would be the mushroom spore and the mushroom network of mushroom mycelium. I mean, this thing
Can,
has a major footprint on the planet.
Okay,
Stillman,
right.
can you tell me why we care what the Aztecs believe or call things, and why did you
Yeah,
use
the
them as
reason
a
you would care that
source?
the Aztecs
Wait, wait,
called it
wait,
the
wait, wait,
flesh
wait.
of the
I'm not done
gods.
with my question. Not done with my question. Why should we care what these fucking retarded Mexicans believed? But not the Abrahamic religions. Like, why is one wrong just because they're Abrahamic and the other one is right because they're retarded cannibals?
Yeah, yes. So I wasn't trying to like totally throw out the Abrahamic religion and say it's all bad. But what I was trying to say is you can't sit here and say that the mushroom
Why
religion or
wouldn't it
something
be?
like that is
Why
goofy.
will it be good if it's if the Abrahamic religion idea of the Messiah is a flesh and man and not a mushroom?
Why would it be good, you say?
Yeah, because you're
Good
saying
question.
that it's the Jesus Christ a mushroom, right? But the Abrahamic religions explicitly says that he has to be a man. So if that is the case, why would it be good in accordance to your Gnostic belief?
Well, why I was referring to the Aztecs calling it the flesh of the gods
Yeah, I mean,
is
I
because,
know what you're saying that, but first answer my question, and then we'll go to the why should we care about what retarded cannibals from Mexico think.
okay.
But first, let's go with the first question, which is the Abrahamic religion. Why would they be good at all?
So sorry, I feel like for some reason you and I have sort of like a communication barrier. Can somebody kind of like reinterpret his question for me?
He's asking why would Abrahamic religions be good?
Wait, is that what he asked?
Why
I think
I'm
all of us are misunderstanding his accent. No offense.
No, no, I literally asked that if the Gnostic idea is that everybody, Jesus Christ is a mushroom, and the Abrahamic religion states specifically that it's a man. Why would any Abrahamic religion be
okay.
good?
Well, okay, yeah. So I'm not saying that any Abrahamic religion is good. First of all, I'm not sure
Okay,
what you
so
mean by that, but
all Abrahamic religions are bad. Good, gotcha. And
well,
then
I'm
why
not
should
claiming
we
that either.
fucking care? Why should we fucking care what the Aztecs, which are just retarded cannibals from Mexico, have to say about what the fuck is flesh?
Right. And the reason that we should care, why the Aztecs should say
Mhm.
what the flesh of the gods is
Mhm.
because it makes sense. What the Trinity is saying is the flesh of God is the sacred
So all
mushrooms, and then
Abrahamic
there's the other
religious
two parts.
bad. Okay, so all Abrahamic religious bad because in your views it don't make sense. But fucking retarded cannibals from Mexico make sense because in accordance to you, the
Well, I'm not
idea
saying
of
all
the flesh of the
Abrahamic religion is
goddess makes
bad.
sense. Gotcha. You
Well,
fucking retard.
in defense
You're
of the
so
Aztecs, I
so
don't know
dumb.
if you ever heard about the last battle they had with the like where they sent out the owl god. Now
I'm
it
from
turned out.
Mexico.
Oh, so you know about the owl god they sent out, which actually just turned out to be a dude that was high, probably on mushrooms, that they put feathers on, and he was on top of a roof, and they're like, "Yeah, no, we saw him up there, we shot him."
Yeah,
This is a real story
yeah.
that happened.
As
That
I
was the
said,
last
there
battle.
were retarded
Yeah.
cannibals from Mexico. Yeah.
I'm just saying, I feel like I'm gonna have to have more sources if I'm getting information from these people.
No,
Just
so
based
here's the thing.
on
This is the thing about
sources
this.
about what?
about this
the Aztecs
mushrooms.
being retarded
No,
Mexicans?
that there's plenty of evidence for that, but to believe what they believed and put more weight into what they say rather than anyone else, I'm gonna need
Okay,
more proof
so
because they
so
shouldn't
Matt
have-
Gizmo, if I was saying that right. So
Yeah, Matt's fine. You can
the
just say
thing,
Matt.
yeah. So the thing about these, like the Greek mystery schools and whatnot, and these secret societies, and why the ritual is so important, is that it comes down to a point where research is no longer sufficient, right? The experience becomes ineffable, is what it's called, in the scholastic world, where it cannot be explained in words. It has to be experienced. This is where the gnosis comes from, and this is where you go from belief to knowing. You don't want belief. Belief is like tainted
Should
evil
we
in the
take
Gnostic world.
hearts? Should we take hearts out of people so that the sun can rise again?
I mean, I guess
Here,
the Christians went and massacred. No. What I'm saying is that
I'm asking.
Matt,
No. That's not what I asked. Should
no,
we
I guess
take hearts out
Christ
of
ended human
people and offer
sacrifice. I guess
it to the sun so they can rise up again?
I guess if you're a Christian, then Christ came to be the last human sacrifice, just like when the Jays were sacrificing people, including their firstborns, and
yeah, people have done
that whole
shitty things
religious
since there's
tradition
been
came to an
people.
end.
When was the last
Religion
time that
doesn't
they
have the trademark on being shitty people. People have been
well,
shitty since there's been people.
before
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
When was the last time you think that people were sacrificed by Aztecs so that the sun could rise again?
So I mean, I feel like of course, it's purely just bad faith and trying to taint the well and all this
I'm
shit.
asking you. I'm
And-
asking you. When do you think was
and
the last time it happened?
So Matt, I apologize to you for that because you're getting a whole bunch of bullshit out of
When
this.
was the
and we could
last
be getting
time
a good
it
conversation,
happened? Still, man. Do you know?
So what?
Yeah. How long ago was the last time that people were sacrificed so that the sun could rise again? By the Aztecs.
I'm guessing it's right before they sent out that owl god guy.
Yeah, it's about
what-
right. But do you know in the time frame of history?
Yeah, I mean, you can, we can discuss the winged serpent that he just mentioned, which is cross-cultural as well, and the
It was
serpent.
It's
just
a
a dude.
year.
It was just
I'm
a
asking
dude that
for
was
a
trying to
year.
shoot darts at people. He got killed. But
Yeah.
here's the thing I do want to know. I don't. The thing that bothers me the most about this is having to alter my state of being, to have this experience to know the truth. Because
okay, Matt,
it's difficult to trust things when you're in an altered state of mind. Like, oh, this is real.
okay. Let me tell you something, man, about this. This is what the whole sacrament and communion is about, right? When you go into that church and they give you that wafer, you're not supposed to go in there and feel nothing. That's supposed to be the body of Christ, and you're supposed to go in there and you're supposed to have a holy experience. And what happens is that veil, that you're actually what we don't realize is right now we're covered in a veil of ignorance, which is what creates evil, right? And it's from all you can say a lot of different things, but down to the very food that we eat, the packaged processed foods that we eat, and all of these things, and all the bad things that we consume, and all this stuff that are tainting our minds, which is ultimately sin that we're living in that we don't realize because our society is so sinful and whatnot. And like when you take these sacraments and that veil is lifted, you're not in a bad form of altered state if you do this, what I'm saying, the right way, right? You're actually in a clearer mind than you've ever been before. You realize that all along, like right now, you're actually in an altered state. You're sort of in a dumbed down sort of state. And when you lift that veil, you have that Christ consciousness, that illumination, the awakening, you know?
Right. It's like seeing something in 4K for the first time. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I've been watching 720 or whatever this whole time. Is that kind of what you mean? Like, oh man, so many more pixels.
Well, not only do your visuals actually pick up, and yeah, you do see, like when you walk down the street right now, we just see a sidewalk when we're walking down the street. When your eyes are open, you'll see like all the little gum, all the little spits, all the little cracks. Everything in super high definition.
I was
right?
just using that as an example. I didn't know this was actually part of it, that now you can see layers of.
Yeah, it actually does increase visual
events.
acuity.
Still, does it let you see a timeline of events once you do that?
When your high wears off, do you lose your supervision?
So you can feel your, so what you actually, if you can, you know, if you reach like the place which, you know, you can call it the pinnacle or whatever, you reach that Godhead, and then it lasts a while, but then you, like you're saying, you start to feel it fade. You start to feel yourself having to walk
Sober,
back
right?
into
You start
the
to
world,
sober
you know?
up.
Exactly, yeah, but you don't want to let it go, right? So you take everything that you can with you. You know, you take all
Right?
the
Yeah.
lessons
No,
you learned.
I was a cop. I've met plenty of meth heads. They don't want to let the high go. Yes.
But I'm saying this clarity, right? When you're there and you're realizing everything, you're like, man, I don't want to go back to this dumbed down state. Like now again, where I'm back in the world doing regular things, you know, consuming junk and becoming just a product again, right?
Right.
There's more to the world. There's a spiritual side. There is actually something majorly important going on with our lives, and life is so much bigger than people give it credit for, right? And like,
Yeah.
and you don't
I'll
want to
suck your
forget
dick
that,
for a
right?
mushroom. I just got to get that high again, so I can see the
See,
world.
and then there's people like you who try to belittle it, but what you don't realize is,
what am I
as a
saying
true
wrong?
Christian, I see what I see. That's why I call you fake Christian, because I could say people who's going to the churches for Catholic communion, and they feel like they're getting something out of that, and I can say, oh yeah, you guys think you're getting something out of that. You guys go suck dick for your Catholic communion, you bunch of fucking druggies.
You see, you're
Well, one, you're
machismo.
assuming my religion, which
Okay.
I find offensive.
What do you find offensive?
That he assumed I was Christian. Am I? Yes, but that's not the point. The point is he made that assumption without me.
Well, I made it based off of evidence that I've had with you during this conversation. I can read people somewhat well, and it, obviously, you've made yourself to be out as a Christian.
In reality,
was I
I'm not
wrong?
even-
You are a Christian. Okay,
well,
now that you've declared yourself to be a Christian.
In reality, what
fact
I
is-
want to do is go back 500 years, because you cannot answer the question about how long ago were the last people sacrificed to the Godson, and start you sacrificing people to the Godson. I mean, that happened way earlier than 2,000 years ago, when the last sacrifice was supposed to be made, right, Steelman?
No, I
I'm
don't
more
get what you're trying
interested
to
in
say
the
at all. I mean, in fact,
supervision.
everything
Like
say
if
to me
you
just sounds like a bunch of
microdose,
nonsense.
does it last longer if you microdose? If the supervision, what can you do with this? Are there any other abilities that you gain?
So this is why I'm not a fan of, I mean, you can microdose, but the thing is, this is like the Greeks, for example. This is the mystery schools. It's not about microdosing. In fact, it's about more dosing, right? When you get into the deepest level of mystery schools, you go from 3 grams to 30 grams. And this is where the hieroglyphs and whatnot on the Egyptian walls start to become alive, right? This is how the true magicians actually summon golems and whatnot, right? They would make like clay figurines, trip 30
This is
grams.
pure
Wait,
retardedness.
hold on, I'm
I'll be
sorry.
leaving to sleep.
I'm sorry. You said that as if it's just a known thing that these wizards would be able to call in goblins or whatever you said.
Well, I'm not saying it as if it was a known thing. I'm
Well, no,
telling
you said it as
so
a
that
fact,
you
like
know.
how true musicians would bring to life.
No, I'm explaining it as if as so that you understand.
As
Once
if
you
it's
realize,
true.
once you hear some of these truths, if you have an open mind and you're not totally ignorant, it's like, okay, that makes sense.
But I'm not on
For
mushrooms though,
something-
so how can I know the truth?
First of all, something would first require evidence to be proved as a truth. You're saying once you know these truths, but you can't prove the truths. Like you can say there's magicians that took mushrooms and they saw dancing script on walls and they made golems from it, but you'd have to be able to justify the claim that that's happened, that they actually made golems because they saw the dancing inscriptions because they were on mushrooms. You'd have to actually draw the lines to give us some kind of evidential. Like there has to be.
Okay, Abe,
there
so
would-
here's the thing: in these mystery schools, and it's literally written in the Book of the Dead and whatnot, that they were instructed not to talk about these secrets to the point of death. You know, a lot of these, you know, that's why they're mystery school.
So
Well,
let's
then
take
how
a
do we know
snapshot
about
of
the
what you just
mysteries?
said. Let's take a snapshot of what you just said. It's written in a book by who?
Well, the tombs, it was written on the tombs of the walls, and then we put it into what we call the Book of the Dead.
Okay.
But it's not really a book.
Okay.
It was inscription on the tombs.
Right. But
walls.
was it your criticism of scripture the exact same thing, that it was written by people in a book and we believe it?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that, so there was like the mystery schools of Egypt, right? They had tombs that were uncovered where they had encryptions on the tomb walls, where they would talk about how everything was to be kept secret. No one was to speak any words of any of the
Right.
mysteries of the mystery schools.
So how do we
And,
know about it if they're supposed to keep it secret?
Well, okay, so that's what I'm saying. Once you take the entheogen, it actually links you to the Akashic records. And I don't mean to go too far down this road
Right,
with you guys
like
because
Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, whatever. But my
yeah,
problem
because I know
though
it's
is
a little bit too because you're already
it's weird.
you're
Well,
already
it's
having a hard
weird
time,
though because
but-
you're saying they were like, "Oh, don't talk about it, keep it secret," but
right.
you
So
can
here's how
know
let me
the
explain to you.
secret if you take mushrooms though. So I don't get why they were trying
Yes.
to keep it secret if all you have to do is
Because you gotta understand, I'm coming at you like honestly, man, with some good faith.
so
here,
am I.
okay?
These are
So-
honest questions.
Okay, so the thing is, when you take this sacrament, it literally links you up to something that's outside of our like concept when we're sober, right? It
Right,
removes
yeah.
these time barriers. It crushes the concept of time.
Right.
So like, yeah, we
I
think
get
there's a
all of
beginning
that.
and end of time.
I get all that. I don't even.
Well,
You don't have to
so
explain
let
all. I
me
get all
explain.
that.
Let me land-
But I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that
but
the
you're
people
not
that
letting
were
me
trying to
finish what I'm,
keep
like,
it
linking
secret,
it.
but the people that were trying to keep it secret, did they not know that you could get this information in other ways?
There is no other ways to get this information. You have to take the sacrament.
No.
You can't even get it from a
You
book.
said that they weren't allowed to talk about it, or they would risk being killed. They would risk death if they talked about it. Had to keep it secret. But you don't actually need them to tell you about it because you can just do it this way instead.
Well, not only do you not need to tell you about, no, what you need them to tell you about is what sacrament they're doing. There's nothing they can tell you other than what sacrament they're doing. They can tell you a bunch of bullshit, what they believe, what they think, and all this shit, or they can build technologies with the information that they get. But so what these religions do is nobody can teach you anything except Christ through his ingestion, through communion with Christ. That's where true religion comes from. You can't.
So
get
then why
religion
were
from
they
another person.
why were they trying to keep it secret then?
I mean, I can't explain like exactly why the Egyptians were. I can tell you that it was historically kept secret. The same reason that it is today. It's typically been either illegal. Look at the witch hunts, for example, where they literally went and killed, crucified all these what they call witches and whatnot, which is basically anyone who's into entheogens.
What do they benefit from keeping it secret?
Well, for one, they're not persecuted. So typically, just even like in our country, for example, it's still illegal for the most part.
What
pretty
is?
much everywhere. The body of Christ, and to be a true Christian, you would actually be put in jail or prison.
I'm sorry. When you say body of Christ, you're just talking about mushrooms, right?
Right, sacred psilocybin mushrooms.
Okay, because there are religious exemptions for marijuana. Maybe
Right, that's why I
be
said nowadays
mushrooms.
in most places there have recently been a movement to have religious churches that have. It's right. Thank you for bringing up another great point. There are government exemptions for churches to use mushrooms for religious purposes. I mean, in fact, I was just listening in on a panel the other day with this guy who apparently did mushrooms on a panel, and he said that he felt like they were bringing him closer to God. And I was like, yeah, of course.
I mean, yeah, because I again, is this it's difficult to try to think that you can trust what you're experiencing when you're in such an altered state. Do you understand what I mean?
I totally understand, but because this is why I'm saying you have to experience it, because what you don't understand, what I'm trying to say is I'm flipping it on you and saying what you actually can't trust is yourself when you're not enlightened.
Hi.
You can't trust yourself when you're not in communion with Christ. Yeah, you can only try to remember what Christ taught you and then know that that's what you can trust. You can't trust yourself right now. You can only trust what you remember that it's Christ-like, what you learned from Christ.
Right.
That's it. That's the only thing we know is it's real. Like all of my mushroom experiences are what I live my life by. Like I learned everything, all my philosophy, all my religion, right, from what Christ taught me through communion. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I don't know, man. I mean, when I was growing up, I was taught that there was this man that would come around once a year, December 25th mostly, and he was real and he would bring you presents. And I lived my life like that for a very long time.
Yeah, see, and that, I mean, you can get into how the Santa and Christmas is all based on,
Oh, no, no, no,
you
no.
know, the
That's not what
Amanita
I was going
muscaria.
for.
Yeah, it's all based on
What I was
Amanita
going for
muscaria,
was I was taught
Siberian
something that
mushroom use.
wasn't real.
No. Just like Christianity, you thought you took a mythology that was based on something that was real. Santa Claus is based on the Siberian Amanita shaman who dresses in red and white and goes out and collects his red and white mushrooms from underneath the conifer trees, which are pine trees, in the snow because it's in Siberia. Goes back, enters from the chimney or the top of the yurt because the sides of the yurt get snowed in, so their doors are on the roof.
Wow. So everything really does lead back to mushrooms. I had no clue that Santa's original, like his stick, like his bit was to collect mushrooms.
It is right. That's right, Matt. And hey, good. I mean, it's not. Hey, what's up, Terry?
What's good?
Was he trying to keep them from other people knowing the secret?
Well, I mean, the Bible does say that. Even Jesus says that. He says, why do you speak in riddles and whatnot? They ask him, and he says, it's only meant for a certain few. And the Bible discusses how only a certain few will be able to understand, and only those who God basically, anoints will be able to sort of have the eyes and ears to hear. I mean, I'm not quoting.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. So it's predetermined who's going to be able to learn the truth through God. God chooses who will know the truth. But does he have like control of the mushrooms? I mean, you know what I mean? Because you're telling me if I just have this experience.
Yes, okay. This is God does know there is no free will, and the Bible backs this up. And Terry has debated that point. But you're going.
Wait, don't drag me into your predeterminism bullshit. You're
the one who argues predeterminism based on the fucking what's this guy's name that sold Jesus out? Yeah.
If you believe in prophecy, then it would be logically followed that would be predetermined.
That's not the best argument I've ever heard for predeterminism. By the way, there is far more evidence for predeterminism rather than liberal free will because you can trace everything back. Like every decision you make, you can set it to like, okay, this is how I came to the point to make this decision, right? Even if you say no, that's bullshit. I'm going to go against what I normally would. Their free will, well, it's kind of not because. There's a lot into it, but I'm not saying there's not free will.
Yeah, exactly. We're going down a road that I'd like to kind of continue back on our.
Oh, no, right. But even in terms of the mystery cults, like you got the mystery cults wrong in terms of what they're like. In terms of like the reason why they're taking drugs is not to get like superhuman powers on Earth. It's to see what the afterlife was. That's why they literally technically be dead. And then they give themselves the antidote, and then they come back to life. And that whole aspect of you is not just physical; it's also metaphysical, which would imply.
But what would be the point of that, Terry? What would be the point of
else,
discovering all that if you're not going to come back and live with
Yeah,
those experiences?
because you are not just physical. You are,
right. And you learn that through those.
You are also metaphysical,
right? And when you come back and you learn that, then you live a different life, right?
No, you get ionic life, which is what the actual translation from the ancient Greek in the Bible is. Not eternal life, ionic life, which is fearless life.
Okay, well there you go. And thank you. That's my point. Thanks for backing me up.
That's not your point. You're talking about having like superpowers and you're able to see things like Ultra HD and all that kind of shit. That's the Fugazi. That's the
okay, first of all, I'm not talking about Teriak. I'm not talking about having superpowers. Okay, when I was talking about having visual acuity, that is a scientific, scholastic effect of psilocybin mushrooms. So don't act like visual acuity is something that I'm saying is a superpower that you're going to have forever.
Steelman, does oxygen deprivation also create the same effect with your acuity in vision?
I don't know.
Abe, I love what you just did there. I do feel like you can replicate the effects of mushrooms through other means. Would that not count though to get the true experience?
No, it does not count. And this is why again, being a true Christian, you have to understand once you experience this, you realize the only way to experience to get to heaven is through Christ. There is no other way. What's that?
Why link it to Christ?
Because you have to understand what Christianity really means. That there is only one way to salvation, and that is through Jesus Christ.
Well,
There
if
is no,
it
like
was
he's asking, can't you
predetermined
just
that
hold
you
your
would
breath?
get there.
Can't you just read a book? Can't you just do all this other shit? No, you have to eat the body of Christ, or you cannot. You will.
Right.
You have no life in you.
Which
As
is
Jesus
already
said.
predetermined by God. So, you know what I mean? That's kind of weird, right? Like the only way through heaven is through Jesus. Well, as long as you were pre-selected.
Yeah, I mean, you can go through the Bible and discern for yourself whether or not God selects who comes to Christ and who doesn't. That's up to you to decide what the Bible says about that. But I'm telling you that you only have life in you. You can only get salvation through eating the body of Christ.
Wait, I'm sorry. You have to eat. That's
and then
weird.
there's this
I don't
passage
remember
called
that part.
John 6. So what's interesting is in John 6:66, and it's an easy to remember passage, right? Many of his disciples left him. And I find it interesting because it's at the Last Supper. Many of his disciples left him. So after he did all the miracles, after he rose people from the dead, or after he walked on the water, many of his disciples still left him. Why? Because he said, you must eat from my body and drink from my blood. And they said, this is a hard teaching. We cannot accept this. And they left. That was the straw that broke the camel's back on most Christians. And that's the straw that broke the camel's back today on most Christians.
Well,
They
there weren't
cannot accept
Christians at
teaching.
that time, though, because Jesus was a lot.
No, they were
Christianity
his
didn't
disciples.
start.
And the
Right.
disciples
Yes.
of Jesus today, they turn away from him at that point all the time, every day, when they deny his body.
Okay, so you think at the Last Supper? Oh, sorry, I forgot about the mushroom thing, because there are people that like no, it's his literal flesh and blood. So, but when you say it, you actually mean mushrooms. What was the
Oh, of
drink?
course.
Is it a mushroom soup?
Well, that's what I mean. We can get into the other big wigs who discussed this about the Amanita muscaria, like you brought up the Christmas ritual, and how the mushroom actually grows up in its final mature state. It grows into a grail stage, where it goes from starts from the egg, and then the veil lifts and the ring is left, and then it goes to the table, and then from the table state it curves up, and it creates a cup. And that Amanita muscaria can get that red pigment from the morning dew, and it actually holds the blood of Christ. Is pretty much this commonly accepted belief in anthropology when it comes to that right now.
Wait, so I'm sorry, I lost the thread a little bit. What are you claiming is the blood of Christ?
So I'm still trying to decipher what the blood of Christ is, but from my anthropological research, it appears to be the Amanita muscaria mushroom in some sort of form. They use
Wrong.
there's some
Well, it
way
would have to be in a
activate-
liquid form, right?
Yeah. So and it's when the mushroom matures. Sorry, my headphones. My earphones are going out. I'm trying to switch.
You're fucking this up still, man. You like I said, this whole mushroom thing is you're too drawn on like one particular strain of drug.
Okay, I got it fixed. Okay, let me explain to you the Amanita part real quick. And this is where Christmas comes from. And it actually hits a lot of holidays. So the mushroom starts out in an egg state. This is where the Easter eggs come from. As it grows up, and they look like serpent eggs. And this is possibly where the serpent in the garden also comes from that offers the fruit. But anyways, they start out in what literally looks like an egg state. So like I said, there's your Easter. And then as it matures, the top grows up, and then the cap starts to separate from the stem, right? Well, that cap separating from the stem, that's actually called the veil starts to lift and separate from the stem. When that veil lifts and separates from the stem, it leaves the ring around the stem from where the veil was, right? So that's where you get your marriage ceremonies, where they lift the veil and they exchange the rings. This is all back to ancient, again, because you have to realize that the origins of religion are the mushroom and its growth cycles and whatnot. This is why we have.
I feel like this is all themes. Like when people talk about, no, bro, it's the feels of the movie. The Last Jedi is really good, and if you just look at the themes.
I know that you want to have some. I'm sure you have another explanation of where the veil and ring comes from in marriage.
Tag me in if you want.
You can explain yours.
Good one.
I'd love to hear your theories on where the veil and ring come from and where the Easter eggs and all that shit come from too. But
You can't make a guess and then say that it's true. You would have
no,
to
I'm not making a
give
guess. I'm
us
making a worldview.
historical-
I'm explaining a
You-
worldview that how all religions and these holidays and everything is actually goes back to this ancient mystery.
No,
mushrooms.
because you just referenced that he should have an example for it,
No,
which would mean that he would need a historical representation of a thing, and you don't have that.
No, I
but
didn't
you're
even name an
claiming a
example. I
thing.
said I'd love to hear your theories, your worldview. If you have some other explanation or worldview that ties in these all of this shit better than I do,
I feel like I would accept anything other than mushrooms at this point. I don't feel like those are the answer to everything.
Right, and you'd accept anything other than mushrooms at this point. And that's why I'm saying then you have failed because you accept you believe the Harry Potter.
What I said was I would believe anything more than I would the mushrooms. It's not that I would believe just anything you tell me. It's just oh boy. I feel like it would take a lot of work to find something more.
Tell me where's the hole in my theory, first of all. Even though you don't let me lay it out, you actually constantly interrupt me as soon as I start laying it out. But over enough attempts.
Steelman, I would like to point out the holes in your theory. Am I allowed?
Oh yeah, please.
Okay, so you're referring to the Christian religions and the Christian holidays via mushrooms. For one, there's no ever accounting of anything that relates to Easter within a mushroom planet ever. Two, you said about Saint Nicholas from I can't remember the country that you stated, but he was actually originating in Norway.
Norway, yeah.
Okay, so how do you get mushrooms from Santa Claus? For two, Santa Claus was based on the pagan holiday of Saint Nicholas, not a mushroom. He didn't go around picking mushrooms around in the field and then giving them out to people for them to fry their brain, literally. There are so many holes within your theory, sir.
Not literally. I object to that. That's actually blasphemy. Mushrooms do not fry your brain.
They do fry your brain, sir. The psychedelics,
really?
such as
show me the medical.
They do.
I'm sorry, but this is blasphemy. I have to interrupt. Show me the medical reports on that.
Sure, any LSD or mushroom-containing thing automatically classifies you insane from one hit.
Hold on a second. I love this guy's talking about. First of all, it's been proven that psychedelic mushrooms actually not only do they heal damaged brain cells.
Not heal, dude. Damaged brain cells, so they deep fry them. They fry the neuron receptors within your brain to where you do not feel that portion of your brain any longer. If you do too much of it, it can literally cause you to go brain dead.
Okay, actually, this is a total lie. Please, somebody,
show
me
your research from a medical journal, such as the DSM-5 or the DSM-4, that shows you that mushrooms are a healing agent.
Oh, you actually have some.
May I?
Sure.
It just because like we're getting bogged down in terms of like a drug legalization debate or whatever, or in terms of like there's a British study that was done like over a decade or maybe more at this stage, where it proved that like mushrooms were like more safer than alcohol. Particularly like there's no one who's ever overdosed on mushrooms. There's no one who's ever overdosed on marijuana as well. Like they're very similar in terms of their structure, their effects in the brain. A lot of the stuff that's been put out in media has been like the reefer madness that you see, where it's like apparently like just one puff of weed would be enough to send you crazy and like you'd be erratic and all this kind of shit. But when you actually look at like a person on weed, it's like they're literally just like, you know, chilling on the couch kind of thing. But to get back to Steelman, again, like I would say his point, but he's talking about the whole mushroom thing. He's fucking it up. Like the whole thing, like when you're looking back at the antiquity in terms of like ancients, like the ancient civilizations, like medicine was a key thing because in terms of like emperors, like people would just all of a sudden be falling to the ground, and it would turn out that they got poisoned, all this kind of shit. But like when you look at people's knowledge back then, like that shit would be like magic in terms of like putting a special powder in something and then like you get this like quote unquote magical effects. You be the same thing like the same stories from like Viking tales and all this kind of shit where like they have the berserker where like that's basically just like fucking like amphetamines or like some sort of drug that like an upper essentially is what the Vikings would take. That's why they were quote unquote so fierce. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So when you look back, it's not just like mushrooms and all stuff. It's like snake venoms and all this kind of shit. And like when you look at certain people in the Bible or certain saints, they got bitten by quote unquote like a fatal snake, but they didn't die, which means they already had the antidote. They were already taking the antidote in terms of the wine, all this kind of stuff. That's how they were able to kind of take this. And when you're saying like the body of Christ, it doesn't refer to a fucking mushroom, Steel Man. It's talking about how they were able to generate these antidotes. They used the human body, or they'd use what they would call like eunuchs as like a way of like transmute or basically filtering out or getting this product with the antibodies from the eunuch, you basically get an antidote. And that's why they were able to, like, certain kings were seen as godly, because like no matter how much like assassination attempts in terms of poison, all this kind of stuff, it wouldn't work. They'd constantly
So-
keep surviving because they already have the antidote.
I'm going to cut in for just a second and say that when I looked up the claims on both sides, basically there's evidence of damage and there's evidence of
Right.
neogenesis in the brain. There's the risks of temporary and persistent changes, mental health risks, hallucinogenic, persistent perception disorders, in developing brains that can cause damage or stunting. There are physical risks, same thing, and then there's also poison risks with mushrooms specifically. So there's evidence of both.
But can I touch on? Okay. So, but if we narrowed it down to actually psilocybin mushrooms, there is no dangerous poisoning effects. The LD50, you cannot overdose and die off them. And I would argue that if you looked into it, psilocybin mushrooms in particular, there are no scientific studies that would show that they damage the brain at all, including in youth. That they actually only either cure damaged brain cells or create new brain cells.
What's going to happen to all of us that haven't had mushroom experiences when we die? Like, what do
You all
we
go
do?
to hell. You go to hell, according to Christianity.
Well, no.
According to Christianity, the only way to heaven is through Christ, sir. You're completely false. So don't claim a Christian religion that you have no idea.
I'm kind of fucking with you, but I'm kind of.
I'm asking. No, let's take yours as true. Let's take all the mushroom shit as being true. If we die without having mushrooms in our system or whatever the fuck it is, what happens to us?
I mean, I'm not going to claim that I have all the answers to what happens after you die and shit, but I do believe that mushrooms are actually the key to immortality.
Steelman, I have a question.
Hold on. You should let him finish
I
the
have a-
statement, and then
I like to
ask it.
Okay, my apologies. Go ahead. My apologies.
Oh no, you're probably saving me from myself anyway, but because I was actually just going to touch on Teriak's message, which was that yes, all these other prophets and whatnot, according to a lot of the texts, were different entheogens and sacraments, but that's why the Bible talks about there are many gods, but one true God, and that all of these other sacraments, like well, we can list them off that are natural, but Jesus Christ, the sacred psilocybin mushroom, is actually the most ancient, is actually the only one that hooks up to all the, it's way different. Like a peyote button, that doesn't hook up to, you're not breathing peyote button spores right now. Peyote buttons don't feed all of the plants on the planet.
I don't see how this is even close to answering what I asked.
Peyote buttons don't eat dead, only live off dead organic matter. For example, they get their nutrients from the mushrooms. This is the Teriak's point. Because Teriak talks about, yes, there are, but I'm telling you, Teriak, that Jesus was the mushroom, and that yes, the prophets may have been other entheogens, but there is only one true God. And
right. So I mean, so you don't have an answer for what happens to the non-mushroom.
Okay,
people.
so I do believe that when you take the mushroom, you realize that that this is actually the key to immortality. This is the fountain of life, or the tree of life.
Right, but you don't mean like in a physical way.
Linked to the tree of life. No. When you take it, your brain starts to melt down into holy shit. Like consciousness, like the world, is actually like formed by like our mental state and like age and like Jesus healed right through the touch, just through faith. And if you realized what's going on here, that you could actually transcend death, you could actually transcend like time, like you could
cool.
That you realize
Can you show us somebody that's done that though? Because people have been taking mushrooms or taking Christ for thousands of years now.
So
is there like a guy,
Well, so I mean, that's the thing, is that this would be like the ultimate, like, this is for you, right? This is what I've realized, that the true path, it isn't for somebody else. Everyone wants to put it on somebody else, but when you realize that, like, it all lies on you, you know what I mean? Yeah. And if you want to become enlightened,
it'd just be a lot easier if you could point to a guy and be like, see, this guy's immortal because he took mushrooms.
Yeah. I see what you're saying,
yeah, that would help a lot.
Okay, so first of all, I think that there might be, and I don't know, I don't want to go too far off in the woods, but there could be some secret Illuminati people that actually do, like the Freemasons, who do eat this stuff all the time and who have tapped into this.
Freemasons are not eating mushrooms, bro.
When I get into okay, so first of all, they probably lost their traditions, just like the Catholics lost their traditions, right? The Freemasons were once the Knights of the Round Table. That round table was that's what we were talking about. That's when the mushroom grows up into, after the egg state, after the veil lifts, the cap goes into a flat table, into a golden disc. Okay, this is the golden tablets of Joseph Smith. They grow into the golden tablets, and then they basically look like a UFO with a beam coming down, you know. And at nighttime, when you go into a cow field, these golden discs light up, like they glow. They kind of like glow in the moonlight, and it looks like little UFOs with little beams coming down, right? And this is why when people, you know, they help, you can like contact, or we can get into how they contact like angels or entities what people would perceive to be as aliens and whatnot. This is why like farmers and aliens and cow fields and all this shit is always associated with all this stuff, is because they
wait. What are they associated with?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of going off into the weeds. There's so much like to unpack, like in the subject.
No, I mean, I just asked what happens to us that aren't on mushrooms.
What I meant,
and if people are immortal that do mushrooms, why don't they have a TED Talk or some type of YouTube video, like a DIY video, like how you can be immortal as well?
Okay, so TED Talk, you know, denied me when I told them I wanted to do my talk on Jesus being
what? Why?
Going out of a cow shit. You know, yeah, they weren't a big fan of that topic, I guess, but. I don't know, but anyways, yeah, and then of course Abe knows me. I was like, oh, so then I responded to them. I was like, oh, so you guys are gonna let this fucking, you know, trans dude or whatever get up and talk about fucking dildos or some shit, but I can't get up and fucking give you guys the answer.
Well, yeah, but I can show you a dildo.
Part of the issue though that I have, even I could see TED Talk even saying this, like the issue that I have with this is you've created a linkage between it and Christianity, which is in complete and direct opposition to all of Christianity. And so what happens with this is you would have to show the linkage in a clear and defined way, right?
Well, so I kind of do.
But you can only do that if you take mushrooms, though. Then you can see the clear way.
Because otherwise what happens is, then you are actually doing what is biblically said as twisting the word in on itself in order to deceive. So you would have to be able to prove this completely with evidence, with proofs. Otherwise,
but bro said it himself. How can anyone prove to you that the body of Christ is the body of Christ unless you experience it? And then you will know. And that's where Gnosticism comes from. Once you eat it and you know, then no one can tell you. I'm telling you right now, I would die for my faith. You know,
because you have.
Are you not immortal?
It's because you have writings from church tradition from the death of Christ till now, and none of them told us what you're saying.
But what I'm saying is that once you eat the body of Christ and you have communion with Christ, and it becomes a relationship between you and Christ, then nobody can tell you, there is no authority. It's you and Christ, right? And you know that your relationship with Christ is between you and Christ, and that Christ's body must be eaten in order to have that full communion.
But you only know this if you do it.
Right. And then you realize that all these saints and all these writings and all that shit are just people who have done it, or at least if they're legitimate, right? They're people who have done this stuff, and they're coming back and they're trying to tell you what they've experienced.
Why are they coming back? They're immortal. What are they coming back from?
Okay, if you want to get into it.
That's so circular, though. You have to do thing to find thing, but you can't find out that you need to do thing unless you find thing.
Wait, I'm sorry.
You don't know what you don't know.
I want to clarify this.
There's no logical explanation for anything that you're factually pointing out there, Steelman. You're literally going in a circle.
Well, I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain here.
Okay.
It's literally, you have to allow me just to briefly Steelman your own argument. So you have to eat said mushroom that you have no idea that said mushroom exists, because there's no history or litmacy compelled to anything that's showing you of a mushroom within the Bible, within the Torah, or within the Quran, anything in regards to biblical knowledge. So you're saying from not knowing anything from the Bible that says to eat this mushroom, you then can eat this mushroom, find God, find Christ, and become one with the eternal. But
and get supervision.
if you don't know any, Yeah, and get immortality and supervision, thus which never will happen ever in the world of anywhere within logic or within reason. So I don't
Yes.
understand where your logic comes into saying that, oh, well, if you eat this mushroom, you can find God. You cannot eat a mushroom and find a God. The only thing you're getting from that mushroom is your brain is literally becoming deep fried. And that's why you're hallucinating and you're seeing the things that you're seeing. There's no causation from eating a mushroom that helps you find Christ. In fact, it might actually push towards the antithetical of it, to where it's not going to help you find Christ, and the only thing you're going to find is the demons that are within your own heart. Just like any psychedelic that's out there, LSD, DMT, mushroom, psilocybin, whatever you want to call it, or whatever your particular dosage is, the only thing that does is causes your brain to literally fry all neuroreceptors within it to make you hallucinate and make you see things that aren't really there.
That's not
I
true
love
at all,
this. Is
dude.
you still mailing? This is you still meaning his position. I love that. Also, still, man, you did say yourself that your mind will melt when you take mushrooms. That was your verbiage when you were describing it earlier.
If it was my verbiage, then you
said your brain would be melting away.
No. Okay. What? No. What? No, I didn't say your brain was melting away.
I'm pretty sure. No, I made note of it.
No, there's a difference between your brain and your mind, right? What I mean is, you're actually become your mind, and you don't even realize there's a difference between your brain and your mind. Like the first time I even realized like what my mind was when I was in communion, right? And all of a sudden my mind, I was like, I could like see it like we do a computer, like how like we're working on a computer and we see different windows and tabs and all that shit. Like I could see how my mind worked, like what it really was and how it was really working and stuff. And like even our eyes, for example, let me give you another example. Like even my eyes, like I could actually feel the lenses of my eyes zooming in and out when I would look at different stuff, and I could zoom in on different dimensions and shit of like of things, right? When you look,
is that just awareness of
I'm sorry.
the fact that it's happening? Or?
Yeah,
yes,
my eyes.
exactly.
I don't have
It's
zoom on my
heightened
eyes.
awareness. So heightened awareness. So let me give you an example, Abe, of why I became a vegetarian off of one mushroom use. Right, I had eaten meat my whole life, never thought anything about it.
Never should have. Yeah.
Had prepared a salad with bacon bits for my mushroom trip, right? I was going to eat them. I went to go eat this salad, and it had bacon bits on it, but I was tripping. And I was like, holy shit, it looks like the little pieces of meat on my salad. I was like, it looks like the chef cut his finger in there. That's really gross. And I was like, oh, the chef didn't cut his finger in there. That's a pig's ass. That's even grosser.
Got a $10 super chat from Mad Lad Rad. He says, I have taken so much psilocybin and been around aeroponic grow ops with the best cultures. Calm down, homie. No. Even Salvinorin A, which is a purer and infinitely more powerful. No, just no, bro.
Well, so you didn't do it the right way though, bro. When you took it,
dude.
You don't know the secret to take it.
Right. This is why this is why the Catholics fast before.
Hold on. Let Steelman go. Go ahead, Steelman.
Yeah.
Well, to that guy, I just wanted to say this is why the Catholics fast before their communion. And I want to tell that guy if he needs to just fast before communion, and take a good dose, and if he still doesn't see Christ, then I will then I'll concede.
Wait, hold on. I don't think I heard you. So if I do. Wait, if somebody does it the way that you're doing it and they don't have the experience, then you'll say, okay, I guess I was wrong?
Yeah, I believe that if somebody fasted and took, I'll just say what's a fair dose would be what the anthropologist would call the 5 grams, I'm not going like 30 grams, but a 5 gram sufficient dose on a empty stomach. If they don't have a religious experience, then
but I thought you said that it all relies on you. That's what you learned. So why would you put it on other people for you to know, though?
No, I'm saying that this is the only way I can show it. This is the only way that, like I said, yeah, I know that I will.
Right.
I know that I would.
But you'll admit that you're wrong.
You could have a religious experience from fasting and then witnessing awe-inspiring music.
No, I'm not talking about fasting major. I'm talking about enough to, if you can't eat these. This is why the Catholics, for example, fast before communion. You can't eat them on a full stomach and get the full effect. I'm not talking about fasting for a long time. And no, you can't get this type of effect off of fasting. No. I'm not talking about fasting for like a week. I'm talking about just fasting for like a day, right? Eating them on an empty stomach. Like, I don't know what this guy's doing, why he's having such a bad mushroom experience, but if did he say he was growing them, he needs to get some better ones or something, right? Because I was going to say there's a reason they call them holy cows, right? Because they produce holy shit. And if this guy's not having a holy experience, then why the hell
I
is
grew
the
up
whole
in East
country of India
Texas.
worshiping these cows?
Well, okay. I grew up in East Texas, grew up on a cattle ranch, and there was a guy that would pay us if we would bring him mushrooms that we would go pick in the mornings or whatever. I'm going to be honest. I don't think he was using it for the betterment of himself or mankind through
Did you
Christ.
ever
I think
try
he
'em? You
just
never
wanted to
tried
get
'em?
high. Huh?
You never tried them?
What the fuck? No, I picked it out of cow shit. I'm not putting that in my mouth. Washed or not? That's just gross.
Okay.
Two, I was like 15, bro.
Okay. So yeah, and Terrence McKenna talk.
I've taken mushrooms before, like multiple times. One, I've never had a hallucinogenic trip from them. And I've taken a high dosage of them, even on an empty stomach before. The most that I could say that I experienced while on mushrooms from the 2 times that I have taken them, or 3 times at most that I've taken them, is colors are a little bit different and the sounds sound a little bit different. That's the only thing. I've never seen any form of hallucinogens. I've never seen, Muppets or anything like that dancing in the woods. Whereas my best friend, he says he saw Smurfs dancing in the woods, and I called him a fucking idiot.
Well,
So
Smurfs live in mushrooms, so that makes sense, though.
Well, see, that makes sense. But at the same time, I've never once from any drug that I've taken, and I've taken a lot of drugs in my time. I used to be a very, very, very bad drug addict. Never once from any psychedelic have I ever actually had a full-blown hallucinogenic trip. And I've done LSD. I've done, the whatever the fuck it's called within the
DMT?
mushrooms. Yeah, I've never got my hands on DMT yet, but that would be the one that I think I would have an hallucinogenic trip on.
No, let's talk
Because it's
about
an actual chemical that comes from your brain.
No, the LSD. Let's talk about that for a second, though, because that is a very powerful holy substance, right, in its pure form, which I
did you say
would call
holy?
the actual holy water of the Christian church, And so I would love to hear about your experience on it. You said you didn't. I didn't see any form. I didn't see any form of hallucinogenics. The only thing that changed for me was my perception of time and my perception of colors. That was it. Okay.
The colors
thank you. So
that I seen were more vibrant and more colorful and more wavier, and my perception of time was speeding. So what felt like a minute in real time, was actually like 30 seconds of my time.
But you can also have that experience though, whenever through the relativity of time as well, though. You don't, you know what I mean?
You
like when you're watching a good movie, it seems like it goes by fast. When you're having a good time.
I'm just tripping acid sometimes on nothing. No, dude, you have to take these substances to experience them. You don't just fucking get high on meth without taking meth. You know what I'm saying? You don't get high on LSD without taking LSD.
Right.
And I'm telling you, Steelman, that this is my own accountability and my own thing. I have done what you say to do, and I have not felt or seen anything from it.
But
so it could be my brain. My brain could be wired differently, and I might have a fucking advanced protection from God that says, no, I don't want you to see these demons, and I don't need you to see these demons yet, because it's not your time.
Or maybe you're not worthy. Maybe you're not worthy to have the mushroom Jesus come to you in your vision.
Yeah. Or it could just be the fact that everything that you've said so far is full of shit and has more holes in it than a block of Swiss cheese, my guy. Like you have no historical evidence. You have no backing of historical
I do have
values.
a lot of historical evidence.
Then please cite one source, that states in the Bible or in a religion that mushrooms are the end-all be-all for all Christians.
Please,
one
Jesus.
source.
Well, we could get in, if you want me to show you one source, then John Allegro's entire book, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, is directly from the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's one source.
Is it historically accurate is my questioning. You're citing a source of a guy who wrote a book about a scroll that he saw.
Well, he was hired to piece it. He actually pieced it together by hand and deciphered it, paid for by the government to do so. So I don't know how much more reputable you want me to get, but I will say that beside that, that was one source. That was one source. But I just want to drop one. I just want to drop one real quick for you because you said just one. But I wanted to talk about Professor John R. Rush, his work for first, if you want, because he actually shows pictures from cathedrals. And if you look up some of the, like the earliest image of the Garden of Eden in cathedral, there's the earliest painting of the Garden of Eden in a cathedral is of Adam and Eve holding holding Amanita muscaria mushrooms around a mushroom plant with the serpent. And,
so the serpent gave them the mushrooms.
Well, yes, but the serpent was also held on the staff as a symbol of healing, as we have today in the medical industry. Why? Because the serpent was Jesus offering his blood and his body in the Garden of Eden, just like he did at the Last Supper.
You're factually incorrect in regards to the serpent, but we'll deny. I'm just going to blow past that again. One
No, where was I factually incorrect?
Where are you factually incorrect that the snake was Jesus that was giving Adam and Eve the fruit of knowledge in the first sin? Where do I start, my guy?
I mean, I'll start with the questions.
Like it's literally you're not when we're saying about God and God revealing himself to the world as Christians, we have historical and biblical text to back that up for over 2,000 to 3,000 years worth of knowledge and information to be historically accurate and historically sound.
Let's talk about that for a second. Look at the history of
Steelman, I've allowed you to finish your I've allowed you to finish your point. Please allow me to finish mine.
Sorry, man.
You are quoting a book about a guy who wrote a book on mushrooms while he was looking at a scroll of the Dead Sea. Where in any of that is historical knowledge found? None. You have no historical evidence of any of the claims that you're bringing back. Again, you're using a circular logic to try to prove that a mushroom plant that you take, that you trip out on, that deep fries your brain like a stick of fucking butter in a deep fryer, is the end-all be-all for Christians to go to heaven. The only true way for a Christian to go to heaven is accepting and knowing Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. That's it. There's no tripping. There's no drugs. The Bible.
Who said that?
Wait,
historical text.
Still, man, do you think Jesus was a real person? Like he existed. He was of flesh. Like he walked the earth as you do, as we do.
Well, I want to touch on what. Yeah. So sorry. I just want to.
That's a yes or a no.
Well, it's not really. It's more nuanced than that.
No, it's not. Either he was of flesh, he was a person walked the earth as we do. Yes or no?
I will say that Jesus lives.
No, it's yes or no is fine. I don't know why you're trying to overcomplicate this.
Because it's not how you think it was. If I say yes, you're gonna think that the story that you could. It's a more nuanced story which I can explain. And I wanted to address Alwyn's fucking point. Now I forgot it. Goddamn it. All right.
Well, I mean, it was just a simple yes and no because I'm asking specifically because of your source, right? The Marco Allegro guy. Because
sorry,
he thought
Alwyn, I did not mean to fucking just overlook what you were saying, man. I was going to respond to that. I apologize.
No,
I didn't know a yes or no question was going to take that long. Sorry.
Yeah, you can respond, but please answer with a yes or no. Is Jesus an actual person of mind, body, and flesh like he is depicted in the Bible from a historical text?
So I'm going to have to say that
it's not a hard answer. Just easy. Don't fry your brain too much.
To make it easier to understand, since if I could only give a yes or no to make it fit into your head, I would say no.
Okay, so then
how do your mushrooms reveal you to Christ if Christ is not real?
Christ is real, but your historical idea that it was this person who walked 2,000 years ago, it was actually predates all that. It actually is far deeper than some guy that walked 2,000 years ago. That guy that walked 2,000 years ago, he may have existed, but he was eating these psychedelics that predated. Here's where I'm going with this.
But that goes against what you're saying, though, because if you're basing it on Allegro, whatever his name was, right? He said the whole point was that Jesus was wasn't a historical person, but a symbolic representation of mushrooms, of this trippy mushroom shit, right? That's entirely different than what you're saying now. I mean,
no, it's not though, because what I'm saying is Jesus was if Jesus walked 2,000 years ago, he was a mushroom sorcerer who was using a religion that predated 2,000 years ago. And Abe, this was what we were touching on. Well, I
So
think you were
then you
asking about
disagree
earlier.
with the main source that you're bringing all this from?
Sorry, man. Okay, I want to just be clear because it sounds like there's some confusion. So let's just slow down because I'm trying to get somewhere, but you keep trying to bring me somewhere. Where are you trying to bring me? What's the question?
What? I mean, this is the building blocks, bro. The yes or no if Jesus was a real person. You said, I can't remember what you said, but what I'm asking though is because you have referred to the source, right? The expert on this was the Marco Allegro with the
I'm not
Dead
the
Sea
expert
Scrolls.
on this, but one, he said for one source or one, whatever, that was one source.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And isn't he referred to
Well,
as
no,
being?
for example, there's R. Gordon Wasson, who was the vice president of J.P. Morgan, and he actually wrote the book called, what is it? The Mushroom of Immortality, where he said that the Amanita muscaria is the mushroom of immortality, which is what I've been saying, the tree of life, and then there's the tree of knowledge, the red mushroom and the white mushroom, the blood in the body.
Right. It just seems like the Allegro guy or whatever was saying that Jesus was a representation, was symbolic, but you're saying
Yes.
that no, Jesus is a mushroom. It's not symbolic.
No. Well, here, okay. Let me explain. Please let me. I will explain where I'm coming from. And I want it to make sense to Abel where I'm coming from. Is how it predates Christianity, because you got to remember where the Jews came out of Egypt before they created Christianity. And in Egypt, remember how we were saying, well, how did we know that this was the sacred mushroom cult in Egypt if they don't have any text about it? Well, here's how I know, Abe. Okay. I had no idea about any of this shit, dude, as far as ancient Egyptian mushroom religion or anything like that. And then I ate these mushrooms during a sacramental ritual one time, you could call it, okay, for PR purposes. Okay. And then I had this revelation. I had this revelation about this beetle and the scarab beetle. I had no information about that, right? I was just tripping and I was getting these revelations, because you can get revelations when you trip. And I was like, what is this? It said water is a medium. Okay, you get these messages. I got this message said water is a medium. And so to interpret the message, I went and looked it up. I was like, what is, I mean, I knew what these things kind of meant, but I was like, mediums and water, and I was looking it up. And I found out that scarab beetles don't drink water, and that they were considered a medium between the spirit world and the earth for the Egyptians. So I was like, okay. And so I clicked on the scarab beetle, and I was looking at images of the scarab beetle, and it showed that they roll dung, balls of dung, that they're actually dung beetles. They're dung rolling beetles, and they particularly live and dwell on cow dung. And they make their nests underneath in cow dung using cow dung. They make their nesting balls for their babies using cow dung, and they feed on cow dung and mushrooms. And these mushrooms, sacred mushrooms, grow on this cow dung. And I'm sitting here tripping, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And then it's showing the ancient Egyptians holding up this golden disc. But normally those dung beetles would be rolling a ball. That's a dung ball. That's actually a ball of dung that they roll. It's really weird. These sacred scarabs are actually dung beetles. It's the craziest thing. And then I realized that golden cap that these Egyptian dung beetles are holding, that's a golden cap of a golden cap fucking mushroom. And I'm sitting here tripping and fucking having this all revealed to me, right? And I'm like, holy shit, dude.
How is this revealed to you?
Well, I just explained it to you, because the scarab beetle.
No. How did you have this revealed? What was the process to get you to?
Well, I just explained it. I just got a message from the mushroom. It literally gives you an entire revelation within one sentence. It's how it works.
But you don't have to do any prepping for it, like all the secrets that they weren't allowed to tell anyone.
Well, no. So you
didn't have to know any of that.
Typically, if you want to have an experience with this thing, you have to be by yourself, and you have
right.
to
But you have to know how to
it,
do it correctly, right? Or everyone that does mushrooms would have these types of experiences.
I mean, you kind of do have to do it correctly. However,
So how did you learn how to do it correctly?
So I did study the anthropologists, basically through like Terence McKenna and whatnot, who studied, who actually traveled the world and studied the different religions and came to the same conclusion I did. But his conclusion was that the mushrooms are the only psychedelic that truly work the best, that they're the safest, that they're the realest, that they're the most ancient, and all this stuff. He never really completed the Christianity connection to them, but he was like a teacher in anthropology on them. I'm sure you know about Terence McKenna. If you don't, then I, obviously suggest you check him out. But that's neither here nor there. But
So that's where you learned the secret.
well, yeah, doing them by yourself, right? He talks about 5 grams in silent darkness,
Right.
And once you learn that, like, they actually speak to you, like, once you take them and you can, like,
Do you have to say something, or do you have to? Is it hand signals?
so it's just about listening, right? So like, it's the thing is that God like speaks to those who like listen, and the thing is that, and when we're sober, and even when without
Right.
Christ, it's just too hard to listen. I know you're kind of making jokes about it and shit, but the thing is that once you're in this thing and it takes you over, it actually like sets your cells on like a vibrational level, or at least for me, to where it like vibrates. You can vibrate to where you can communicate.
Oh, it
to higher
helps you get on the
entities.
correct frequency, right?
Exactly, and this is why I believe that churches have steeples on them, right? These steeples on these churches are actually antennas, and that it was originally designed where the Holy of Holies was the center of the church, was a dark room in the center where
they
the
grew
priest would take
mushrooms.
the sacrament. The high priest, right? The high priest would go in there and eat the mushrooms and get high in the dark room, the Holy of Holies, and he would
Right.
vibrate. He would vibrate to this frequency of what we would consider like. I mean, this is getting a little deeper for this
Oh,
conversation.
I'm with you. I'm aware of the frequency shit.
Yeah, like Sirius star system or something like that. Like, I'm not even going to say that space is real. I have no idea, but it's like they would actually vibrate to like this other frequency, what some people think is aliens, what Christians call angels. And this is why, even if you look in the Bible, it talks about, they come down in these basically spacecrafts, that they go up in what looks like flaming swords. They come down in pillars of smoke and all this stuff, and
Right.
and when you eat these mushrooms, you realize that these are actually like alien nanotechnology. That these are actually like intergalactical nanotechnology that like some other higher dimensional beings like sent out in this. I mean, this is getting a little
Now,
off.
do
but
they have to also eat the mushrooms to be accepted into heaven? The
Dude,
aliens?
So I have a question. If I vibrate at the frequency of air, can I phase through walls?
Can
I
you
have a
what?
question about can he phase through walls? That's a good question because you have
What does
the
that mean? Phase through walls?
yeah, like you walk through walls like Kitty Pryde.
Well, I don't know. Could Jesus walk through walls? Do you think? I mean, he walked on water. Could he walk through walls?
I don't. Well, no, he couldn't do that because again, he was a mushroom.
Alewine, do you think Jesus walked on water?
Within the Bible, it states that he walked on water. Yes.
Okay, so do you
Again,
think Jesus could have walked through a wall?
Probably not, but at the same
Ye
time,
of little faith, brother. Ye of little faith. Jesus could have walked through a fucking wall if he wanted to.
I mean, if he
could have
wanted
fucking
to,
summoned
yeah.
1,000 legions of angels at any moment to fucking destroy the world, but he didn't.
Or
right?
he could have taught all of us about these mushrooms in a more clear and precise, like
right. And they
precise
asked him,
way,
why
so
don't
that
you?
we all know.
Right. And they asked him, why don't you just speak to us more clearly? Didn't they? And he said, I speak in riddles for a reason, didn't he?
So when the historical text that backs up everything that I'm saying versus there's no historical text of everything that you state, one of us actually has the backing of knowledge and historical reasoning.
Oh, yes.
And the other one is just a hippie who takes too much shit and has the brain fried.
No,
That's
thank you. That was the point I wanted to address that I forgot to earlier. I appreciate you bringing me back. And to that, what did they say to Jesus? Exactly what you just said to me. They said, from what authority do you speak? And they left him at the point where he said, you have to eat from my body. And they said, what historical text and documents said we have to eat from your body? None. And they turned and walked. And they called him a dirty hippie, right? For fucking washing feet with his goddamn hair? Some shit?
Yeah, but he
What's
was
up, Melanie?
But he wasn't a real person though. He was an allegory. He was a symbolic representation though.
Right,
So
he was
that
a
didn't
symbolic
happen.
representation of every good hippie who takes mushrooms.
I don't think you know what.
When you take Jesus, when you eat the body of Christ, you become Christ. You can become Christ through communion with Christ, and that's the thing. And so, what Jesus did 2,000 years ago was he stayed high on shrooms for long enough to impact the world hard enough. And anyone can experience Christ through eating the sacrament that Jesus did.
This is where I'm having a problem because I'm not understanding what you think of Jesus if Jesus was real in flesh or
Jesus
not?
is the origins of civilization. So before
Well, no, there were
humanity,
civilizations before he was.
no, he was the origins of civilization. This is why I say, if you look at the Egyptian symbolism, which is where Christianity arose from, that comes from Sumerian and Babylonian symbolism. The same symbols of the winged serpent with the disc above it is the oldest civilizations. Assyrian, Sumerian, all that shit. The first civilizations, that's where Egypt's got it from. That's where Christians got it from. So the emergence of civilization, we see the same symbols as Christianity. Why? Because the emergence of civilization came from the sacred mushroom being eaten and the minds of humans being opened to technology, including agriculture, animal husbandry, and everything that comes along with
nanotechnology from the aliens.
Or just the fact that like Christianity is derivative of many other cultures that came before it.
So the aliens that brought us the mushrooms, that ate the mushrooms, that gave us the mushrooms, now are the gods of the mushrooms. So fucking lost in the weeds on this one, bud. Like,
well, that's what I was trying to get to. What can an alien do? If an alien lives on a planet without mushrooms, how can they get into heaven?
Yeah, like there's a circular logic to the never-ending cycle of fuckery.
No, let me ask
Like,
you, Matt, or whatever. So do angels have to eat from the body of Christ or not? They call it the bread of the angels, bro. I mean, so yeah, that's the thing. Is
that's cool. Can we
dude,
get back to what I asked?
Angels eat, man.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are we saying angels or aliens? I was talking about aliens myself.
Good to see you, mad lad.
Specifically asked an angel. I'm not a goddamn it. Now you got me doing it. An alien who grew up on a non-mushroom planet. How would they get into heaven without having access
you Rad,
to
man,
mushrooms?
so I don't get you two Mads mixed up. But what up, Rad? Mad's just trolling.
That's not a troll. That's a real question.
Okay,
it's a hypothetical. It's just a hypothetical question to get more clarity on what it is that you're saying. That's all.
You know, I always found the mushrooms thing to be like a sign that like we're like superstitious and religious by default. And, you know, normally our like sensory gating and our conscious brain is like filtering out all that shit. But as soon as you get rid of that, like our brain is like, where's God? I'm trying to find God right now. I don't care if he exists. I'm religious because now I'm high on mushrooms. So, you know, everything Steelman said, like, I don't necessarily disagree with as like a historical account, but I don't think it's proof of anything. I think it's proof that we're superstitious.
But the only way to go to God and find God is to believe in God. So the only way for you to sit there in your brain to say, I need to find God, is that you already have it within your heart that you know God as your savior. You don't have to take a hallucinogenic drug that deep fries your brain like calamari in the fryer to find God. You open your heart and open your mind to that, and then you thus receive his blessing of eternal life in salvation. You don't have to be high on drugs to find God. You can find God in the middle of a field, sitting there on your own and just thinking and praying about something. You can find God, like I did, from a woman actually bringing me to Christ and finding me a better path.
So do you think Steelman's crazy for what he said?
Do I think he's crazy? No, I think he's just, his brain is completely deep fried from all the mushrooms and psychedelics he's taking.
Well, it sounds like your brain is deep fried by default, and he actually had to do something to get there.
But here's the difference. Here's the difference there, Melanie. Here's the difference. One, I have historical knowledge and historical rhetoric that actually backs up my claims. He doesn't. Two.
So historically, we're just misled?
We have 2,000 to 3,000 years of biblical knowledge that allows us to see and feel and know what the hell was going on back then. He doesn't. One of which
you even have non-biblical sources.
Yes,
I have experience. I have experience as well. And Steelman, I think, or whoever was talking about Terrence McKenna and this whole almost stoned ape theory, which I don't believe that's exactly what it was. But yeah, I mean, I kind of was interested about how the fasting. He said that I didn't do it the right way. I would like to know what he thinks is the right way, because there's not a consensus among the community, and I was deeply down that rabbit hole.
Be careful, Stillman. You're about to spill secrets that cost people their lives back in the day.
Plus, I was a Freemason, so.
Well, hey, again, good welcome, Reverend Russ. I love to see a Reverend in the house.
Hi, everybody. God bless. Grace and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. I hope everybody's enjoying this beautiful Lord's Day today.
Your gain's a little high. You may want to adjust your mushrooms.
Oh, but
My mushrooms are off. Oh, let me see what I can do about that.
So they say, you know, well, basically, I mean, you just fast for like, you know, really overnight or like a day. Just don't, you eat them on an empty stomach, like the good Catholic, and basically 5 grams. And actually, the thing is, you know, psilocybin is like what the mushrooms contain, but then like when you eat them, your stomach acids converted into psilocin.
Yes.
Like, yeah. So if you can, I mean, drink some orange juice with your, you know, sacrament.
I feel like if
it'd be good.
I feel like meeting.
So I didn't do it wrong. So I didn't do it wrong.
So
I feel like it should be more specific though on the directions. If you're gonna, if this is leading to meeting God, into getting to heaven and being immortal, it should be a little bit more than like, well, maybe you know, a few hours, you know, without food.
Well,
if you have
no, what I'm saying,
around, take
I
that
give
as
you.
well.
I mean, yeah, no. If you want to do it like the real ancients did it, you know, go ahead. Yeah, fucking.
No,
fast for a
the
week
way
and
it
take 10
works is
grams
all I'm
and really
asking
get
for.
fucked up.
It's worth noting that it's worth noting
more
that you
than a
need
night, dude.
calories, right? You need calories for your brain to work. You need nutrients, and then by fasting, your brain works less, right?
It's not. No, it's actually. It's not just a fasting. It's not just a fasting. You actually have to clear out.
That's real.
That's what everybody. That's what the hardcore guys that were really involved with this were doing.
The people who were afraid that people would think that they're not religious enough.
No, this was in a community. This was in a community. This was way before I was even into considering theism at all. I was an anti-theist. Hard.
Did they have an antenna to get aliens to bring nanotech technology to bring you?
Rad, these guys are coming in like really fucking bad faith. Like, I hear what you're saying, man, and I would love to hear more about what you're saying. You know,
it seems
I'm gonna
that
smoke break to let the new guys talk. So I'm gonna step away. Have smoke.
It does seem to me though that like the worst way to be able to discern reality from fiction would be to make your brain have to work harder to do that by fasting, right? So like if you want to be like really gullible before you experience God, then yeah, fast.
Melanie,
go study fasting. Go study fasting, Melanie. That's not
what am I studying?
Melanie,
honestly,
honestly,
metabolism. Am I studying the metabolic cycle? Am I studying biochemistry?
Will you just let him talk for a second? Because I'm telling
Melanie,
you, you're just
the American diet will fuck your brain up.
Okay, so what does that have to do with God?
Melanie, the American diet isn't good. You got to clear out all that shit. Okay.
It's
for at least one day.
Nutrients and energy your brain needs to work though. Unlike your
Melanie,
diet.
for real.
So your brain stops working if you don't eat breakfast.
Yeah, when your brain doesn't have enough calories to operate, it actually
and especially when we're eating packaged food. So
homie,
like
I've been 100.
What happens when you turn the electricity down?
A poor kid.
Show me that you're not totally clueless. What happens when I turn down the amount of power going to a motor? Does it go faster or slower?
That's not
faster or slower
at all.
Does it go faster or slower?
That's not even analogous. That's not even.
Brad, don't be the troll. Melanie's just trolling for a second, okay?
You're right.
It goes slower, right? It goes slower, right? Because things need energy to work.
And so I know. I should just ignore Melanie. I should just ignore Melanie because
do it then. Do it then. If you give something
for
less
right now,
energy,
for right now, Melanie, for right now, can we get back to you?
If you can let me finish. If
you give something less energy, you're never finished. That's the problem.
Oh, okay. You could have fooled me. So if you give something less energy,
you don't know how to land a plane.
Oh, okay. I'm the one who's actually.
Okay, let Melanie hate on your point before you even said it, and then let sure you say it.
The Melanie
it's very simple, right? Like I want my computer to be powered on when it works. Otherwise, it's not.
I'm not your fucking computer, Melanie.
I want there to be sufficient voltage levels, not less than voltage levels, for it to work properly. Hey, you're going to.
Is a computer a human being? Is a computer? I know you will. That's what you're known for. That's what you're known for.
If you're this unable to prevent interrupting me, I will.
I have respect for you, Melanie. But can you give me a chance? Can you? Well, because I wasn't talking to you at all. You just interrupted. I'm trying to talk to this other guy.
Okay,
maybe
the only thing we can do
is talk to me.
The only thing we can do is ignore Melanie until she fucking goes on her spur.
If only you could let me land my plane. So typically speaking, things work better when they have enough energy to work. When they don't have enough energy, then they don't have enough power to accomplish their task. The brain is the same way. It needs calories to work properly. When you fast, your brain is no longer working.
It's actually
properly.
mitochondria.
That's why you think you're seeing God. And yes, mitochondria also rely on your metabolism, idiot.
Okay, whatever. Now, Rad, let's get back to how the real religious,
the
spiritual
jerk-off
ancients
session. We got it. Yeah.
would do this shit.
Thank you for landing your plane, though, Melanie. For real.
And thank you for having a jerk-off session right in front of us, as if it's not cringe.
Okay, because what I'm more interested in is talking about this true shit. Yes, he's right. You know, if you want to get into the true, like, religious, spiritual people, you want to do it hardcore, and you actually want to be like a high priest and shit. This is when you do, like, Jesus fasted for 30 days and stuff, right? You know, you fast for 30 days, you fast for 20 days, you fast, you know, if you want to get into the high level, you want to be a high priest, fast for 30 days, take 30 grams. And then I guarantee you, you will see God, you will see the Holy Son. You know what I'm saying?
Steelman, can you provide any contextual scripture supporting any of the outlandish claims you've made here today? I'm a preacher, I'm a man of the book, so I need scripture.
So wait,
Actually,
that
that one.
scripture that suddenly makes it true? No, that just means somebody wrote
So I
something.
guess
in the book
everybody
on it.
just jumps in, huh? I don't
Like
even
you
know
were
why
doing?
I
Like you were doing?
Yeah,
I didn't jump in.
Everyone jumps in, but hopefully with good faith, you know?
I waited till everybody was quiet, actually, and I got in there barely.
Look, at least I can actually make this panel revolve around me instead of just complaining that it doesn't.
Melvin, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you know, Reverend Russ,
Hey, idiot.
there are some.
Here, I'm going to
a lot
shut
of-
the fuck up because some
Only-
clueless fuck on a panel told me to. Here, let me do that right now. I'm shutting up right
You
now,
should,
okay?
because
I'm shutting up
you're
just to
fucking-
placate
What
you.
the fuck
Well,
is
Just
up
to
with
help
today,
you with your
Mel?
If you're
sad
gonna
little
jump
ego.
in between people to prove a point, then you should wait till they're both done and then go. You don't have to jump in
Dude,
to
I
cut them off
literally-
and then prove a point. Like everybody should, like if you're gonna respond to each other,
Are
then
y'all
respond
still
to each
learning
other.
that
but-
there's lag on this shit sometimes? Like, is that still new to you as a concept?
No, we're having like some real shit here. You come in spurting. What is the fuck going on with you today,
The
Mel?
Reverend said something, and I responded.
I
to it.
even thanked you for letting you for landing your plane because you usually don't.
Hey,
Did the
maybe you can try to
Reverend,
keep up. Reverend
Did the
said
Reverend
something.
address you, or
Reverend didn't
did the
address
Reverend
anybody.
address Steelman?
No.
Didn't address Steelman
He
either.
addressed Steelman.
He
Yes, he
did
did.
address Steelman.
I specifically said, Steelman, do you have any contextual scripture at all supporting any of the claims you made here today?
Okay, you know what? You're right. You did do that. But either
So-
way, this is, you know, maybe just do a 1v1 if you want to have this combo.
How
You ever think about like
the-
logistics and how stupid it is to want to have it your way on a panel with 6 people?
Well, generally
Melanie-
speaking, on my panels, people kind of just converse back and forth, and then if there's a chance to jump in, they'll ask a question, and people will be open to
Yeah,
it.
so
They don't just
Sounds
yell
like
at
a
each
culture.
other.
there's a pattern whenever Melanie's in the room.
You have a huge obsession with jerking tonight. I maybe call him that.
And you have a huge obsession with avoiding people who disagree with you.
And you have a huge obsession.
Oh,
with
it's not
saying
about
you're
disagreeing,
perfect,
it's
now,
about-
you're not. So we all have delusions.
I'm still just curious because I had a legit question. How does
I haven't got to
Scripture
say a
something-
damn thing.
How does Scripture saying something prove it to be right or wrong? Like I can
Nobody
write something in
made
a
that-
book right now, and it doesn't make
Nobody
it true.
made that claim. No, the claim that was made by Steelman was that Christians aren't true Christians because they're not eating mushrooms. Reverend Russ is now asking Steelman where it's spoken in the Bible, the book that Christians believe, that is needed.
So if it doesn't prove it true or false, then it doesn't really tell us anything if it's in the Bible or not.
Imagine
doesn't
playing
tell-
Dungeons and Dragons and trying to make up your own rules.
I'm
This
gonna
is
go
like-
take a
Doesn't
piss.
work.
Just
I'll be
admit,
back.
like
This
this
is
is no
crazy.
different than having
Mel
a
is
conversation about
successfully
Star
trolling
Wars. This is
hard.
no different than having a conversation about Star Wars and being like, "Well, does the lore say it? Is it canon? Is what you're saying
No.
canon to the story?"
I mean, okay, your point is fair, but it's also tacked on or attached to another answer, which is there is some body of scholastic work, you know, or maybe I could point to attach to that, you know, such as, you know, if you reinterpreted the Last Supper, like I said, and say took Allegro's interpretation of the Last Supper and how it was originally written, and how the Bible talks about how it's written in riddles, and maybe this is one of the answers. Or if you looked into the artwork, particularly of say, so I'm sort of like a, I don't know, I look at the symbols of different religions, right? Like there's statues of Buddha often underneath a mushroom. The ancient mystery schools of the Greeks showed the Greek ambrosia and nectar ritual. So the ambrosia and nectar was the bread and wine that the Greek secret societies were doing before Christianity arose out of that, right? And the ambrosia and nectar rituals show their artwork with mushrooms, them handing each other mushrooms as the sacrament. And so this is where I point to these secret societies. You can see it within their symbolism. It's hidden in their symbols. And when you learn, or it's blatant, or it's often blatant. Like I said, or it's blatantly depicted. When you look into the Christian artwork of cathedrals, you'll see Jesus is often depicted, and especially historically was depicted blatantly as a mushroom originally, and then later mushrooms were encrypted into Christian artwork through cathedrals. So while it was hidden, or still is hidden, just like the true mysteries of the Greek mystery schools, or the true mysteries of the Freemasons,
I'm a Freemason, bro. So that kind of adds something.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's not like a text out there that, right? Or there might be like I've written, text that could say that but I'm saying it's still what they believe is secret, right? It's not public information. It's knowledge of the mystery schools, the teachings. I don't know what degree you are, but as you go up in the degrees, I'm sure. I mean, don't they? If you're a Freemason, don't they actually? Aren't you sworn to secrecy?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Christians are sworn to secrecy?
No, Freemasons.
That's news to me.
Sorry. Yeah,
Freemasons are sworn to secrecy. And what I'm saying is they don't just write this shit out and publicize it. So the mystery schools, they don't just write this shit. It's actually oral traditions throughout the mystery schools. It's underground, truly underground mystery schools. And it's the same religion that's been going on for thousands of years. And it's what runs society ultimately. Society is given the fake version of it, the watered down version of the bread, but they're not given the real sacrament. And the people at the top, or the hidden occult, are using the true entheogen.
I disagree. I think it's more like a club for old men to feel like super powerful and important, right? Like it's like, oh, I'm retired now. Now I have to do something so that way I don't feel like a drag on society. Oh, here's this club of other old men. Like your Legion
Melanie,
is like the non-exclusive form of
You
that.
might know more about this. Would you like to hear somebody talk about it? Because I don't agree with.
I just wanted to make a quick point. You can jump in after me.
Would you like to
I
hear
started
anybody
talking
else but yourself?
first.
Go fucking talk to you.
I started talking first.
Yeah, no, Melanie agreed, but
so I'm not done though. I just want to point out that like snails are also a common thing in ancient literature. They pop up in pictures and stuff for no fucking reason. And there's also no reason to believe that they give us any sort of divine insight. So just mushrooms being present in the literature alone, again, doesn't really tell us much.
That's true.
Well, I'm not saying it's present in literature alone.
Art in general is what I meant.
Well, or arts in general, right? It's particularly present in the Jesus or in religious. I'm sorry, in religious context or secret.
No, what I said applies to that too. It would be like religious books that you would see the snails in, and like people fighting snails for some reason.
Okay, if there is, and see, this the thing is, if there is, usually mythology tends to have a root of truth to it, right? And if you can trace that root back far enough, you can usually find the truth to it.
But is it can I ask you, is it a fundamental truth of reality, or is it like a cultural truth that people believed at the time?
Well, that's what I mean. It's usually a fundamental truth of reality. Like if you could actually, I don't know what the snail thing is, but say if I researched into it enough in the area, you might be able to find a snail that had some particularly sacred properties that they were trying to reveal through their mythology.
Did everything everyone believed at the time, did it make sense? Was it realistic?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's just like Christianity, for example.
Well, I'm just you said it's a fundamental truth of reality. I would say it's more of like a cultural attitude at the time that may or may not be true, but it doesn't actually tell us about the truth value of that statement.
Well, let me give you an example, a perfect example of how Christianity is the same way, right? Christianity is actually what you would consider to be mythology,
sure.
But but it traces back to a fundamental truth of reality. And that's what I'm saying is that
what's reality?
the reality is, if you take
Like
the
Noah's Ark?
psilocybin mushroom, that you'll actually have this religious experience.
But that's
And
not
so-
that's not what being Christian is. So
But it is what being Christian is, and that's what I'm saying. If you trace it back to its kernel of truth,
No, it's not. That's
And-
not
and
what
that's-
being Christian is. I'm sorry.
how come the atheist knows
What
more about what being
trippers, bro?
Christian is than you do, Steel?
What do you mean? Of
How come
course
the
it is, John.
atheist knows
What do
more?
you mean? The Last Supper, Jesus specifically said, like, very truly, I tell you, if you do not eat from my body and eat from my blood, you have no life in you.
But you have to make a
Do you
leap
know
of
why
faith.
he said that though? Hold on, I got some scripture here. Okay, so this is Matthew 26 to 28. And as they were eating, Jesus took the bread and blessed it and brake it and gave it to the disciples and said, "Take, eat. This is my body." And he took the cup and he gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, "Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for the remission of sins." Do you understand the symbology here? Like, really? Do you understand
I'm
it?
trying to explain it to you. I've been explaining it for the last 2 hours.
Okay, so let me explain the real symbology here. Jesus is the Passover lamb. This is a hat tip to the old covenant. When Jesus said, for this is my blood of the New Testament, he's saying this is my blood of the new covenant. His blood ordained the covenant. Just like back in the day when Moses put blood on the mercy seat and established the old covenant, Jesus's blood on the cross establishes the new. This has nothing to do with tripping on mushrooms, bro.
No, I hear what you're saying, as far as that layer of metaphor goes,
But then we also have to reconcile the words of Paul here, though. So hold
It might
on,
be
because
easier if
I
somebody
have
has a question. You can ask me. I won't be able to speak. So if you have a question about Freemasonry or Terrence McKenna, the mushroom trips that I went through, ask me. I'll be here.
Have you met any machine elves?
Dude, Melanie won't
Bro,
let you
you're-
talk, man.
That's more salvia. That's more salvia, Melanie. That's more salvia.
Fair enough. I wanted to hear that story in particular.
Oh, that one's
So,
wild. That would take a long time. I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, Rad. I'm going to answer Rev for 2 seconds. So, Rev, I honestly agree. I believe that the teachings of the Bible and Jesus and everything are layered like an onion, right? And that there are multiple layers of teachings within the passages and whatnot. And if that is, one that's been revealed to you, I can see that as being a revelation.
Well, it's not just revealed to me, it's universally revealed to the entire body of Christ. This is held among Orthodox, Catholics, Protestants, and even classic reformers such as myself. We all believe that Jesus is our Passover lamb. When he says, "Take, eat, eat my body," he's literally making a reference to the Passover lamb. He is our sin sacrifice. He is for the remission of our sins.
See, I believe all that.
The totality of Scripture supports this entire notion. This is why it's a sacrament. This is why the Eucharist is a sacrament, is because this is something that he commissioned for us to do in remembrance of him. And we do it exactly as he commissioned at the Lord's Supper. He didn't take mushrooms and break them. The text here says pretty clearly he took bread.
Yeah.
And broke it.
But he
Thank
also
you for answering for me.
So he also compared his body right there, specifically that bread. Okay, that's a symbolic term, right? As you mentioned, because first of all, we hear about the bread of the angels.
Do you know what that bread of life is? Do you know what that symbology is? Do you know what it's from in the Old Testament?
Well, that's what I'm actually breaking down. It's symbolic of the bread of the angels, as the guy said. Do angels eat the body of? Or we mentioned, do angels eat the body of Christ? The bread of the angels, which is the manna, which was also likened to the manna in the desert. Jesus said, "Your forefathers ate from the manna in the desert and died, but he who eats from my body will live forever." Right? Why did he liken his body to the manna in the desert? Because the manna in the desert grew up.
Manna in the desert came down from heaven, such as the Son of Man came down from heaven.
That's what okay. And how did the manna in the desert arise? Right? It grew up in the morning dew, overnight, and if it wasn't consumed that morning, then it would get worms. Right? What is that exact trait of? Those were mushrooms. They would grow up in the morning dew.
No. Jesus had a specific. There was a recipe. There was a recipe for that, and you could find it in the damn book.
That's
There's a
dough.
recipe
Yeah,
for
that can also
manna?
be dough, Steelman, because we didn't have ways to seal, like we didn't have sealed containers. It can also be
No, it
like
grew up
whole,
and then it
like
grew
when
up
you
on the
think
ground like
about
little
it,
wafers. Is that
dew in the
morning dew.
desert dew in the desert brings life to the desert the next day.
No, dew in the desert, or dew is what mushrooms grow in because they require 100% humidity, and that's why you have to. They grow up in the morning dew, and then by the afternoon when the sun hits them, it starts. They grow worms, and this is exactly how the man is described.
But dough would do that also. Flies will impregnate dough with their larvae.
Okay, so with nutrients. All right, Melanie. There is one thing here, what she's describing with the manna and what people interpret. Okay.
Yeah, manna means life, and all I'm saying is that
and whatever they have to eat. Can I ask you a question, Melanie? Can we go on a real quick back and forth since it's really hard for me to even speak if we don't?
Not if you keep doing this. Just do it. Jesus Christ.
Go. Do it.
So,
do it.
For somebody to live, wouldn't they have to have complete proteins?
Complete proteins? No.
Yeah, so to live off of one substance.
Do you mean like all the amino acids required to make the proteins that are in our body?
Well, the essential ones, yes.
Ye of little faith. It's not what goes in.
Sure.
Okay, so in the book you can find even bread that is from sprouts that gives complete proteins, which I'm just telling you, there's a lot of things, and I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not saying everything, but I'm saying there's a lot of different interpretations, okay? And so that might be one of them, and that's the least of the things that I'm going to say because it's not even why I came up here, but nobody's going to let me have a chance at that.
Okay.
No, I wanted to hear you talk, Rad, about how, because it's right. So the, the shamans or religious leaders and stuff, the spiritual guides and stuff throughout different cultures, right? They do different stuff, like, like somebody mentioned fasting and whatnot. And there's a lot of stuff like yoga, the yogis in India and stuff like that. So what we do in the West for religious experiences are pretty.
Stretching?
Yeah, like what we do in the West here, right? We're so not thinking out of the box at all, right? We go to church and like eat a cracker and call that good for religious experience. But what Rad's talking about is what these, what these real shaman and whatnot do, where they fast for long periods, and then they eat these entheogens. Ultimately, is the ultimate way to have these truly deep spiritual, where you become reverends, you become priests, you become high priests, you actually become prophets and spiritual guides and whatnot, right?
Wait, we can still do that?
Yes. But the issue with this is when you're talking about caps and rings and everything else, then you'd have to be held to your own etymological context here. And because I genuinely looked at these things, and it's not like you're stupid at all. Like if you actually really get into this stuff, it's really hard to actually explain on an open panel to your defense. You really can't.
Yeah, man,
I think the Furby over here would actually really like it if they looked into it, because a lot of it is about like
I have looked
veganism
into
kind of-
it. I have
Did you
looked
call
into
him a
it.
Furby?
It's a lot about not harming animals. It's a lot about not harming animals.
Right, but did you
I
do
work
the
on a
right
mushroom
build-up
farm,
to the
by the
mushroom
way.
dose?
I have
We know
looked
about
into it deeply.
curtail, we know about
I
all
have
the-
looked
yes, the
into it
protein.
deeply.
The protein.
I have looked into it deeply.
Okay.
And here's my take. It's about
Okay.
as batshit crazy as all other religion.
Oh, you're Canadian. I
Well,
get
then
that.
we agree on one thing then.
What?
I'm not as bad of a guy as you think I am. Actually, you should follow me on X,
Okay, Melanie.
because I would like to speak to
Melanie,
you.
you haven't tried it, have you?
I've
Well, he has tried it the right way. He didn't know
I've
the
done
secret.
salvia as well. I've done a lot of drugs.
Well, okay.
Not
I
quantity
don't like to
wise,
compare.
but diversity wise.
Yeah, I don't like to compare mushrooms to like
you,
other
Chuck.
drugs because that's like
Hey man,
Yeah, have you
yeah,
done
it
have you
doesn't
done
work in your
DOC, Steelman? Huh? No, I was kidding.
so Chuck, to Chuck's point, see those are that's like a person who walks away. Chuck, read John 6:66, right? At this point, many of his disciples left him because they said this is a hard teaching to accept. They said the same thing you did. If we have to eat something to experience God, then that's not God. Tell that to Jesus at the Last Supper.
Well,
This
no,
is
tell
the problem with the
symbolic
translation that you're
mushroom.
reading. The translation that you're presenting, you don't have to. I would challenge you to find that in the Word, and even though sola scriptura, I don't believe it, and I really just find the Bible as a little cliff notes, especially because I'm more orthodoxy and inclined, except for But anyways, I used to be a huge anti-theist, there are issues with your interpretation of what you just said there, and you'd have to break it down because that's not what it says.
Wait,
that you need to eat
wait.
something to find God.
Wait. Why do you use that scriptural passage in the first place? If the passage right before it is Jesus saying that the Father sent him as the gift to forgive sins, and they found it hard, where's the connotation? You're saying you're reading into it that Jesus is a mushroom without it ever saying anything like that.
No, I'm saying the passage.
Yeah, and this is the difference between exegesis and eisegesis. See,
Yeah,
exegesis is
the etymology.
conveying the text. Eisegesis is reading your own beliefs into the text.
That's
so let's
where
go
I
back
said
to
somebody should have
the
a
manna
question him
from
on his
heaven.
etymology. That's why I came in here.
Which passage? I didn't know.
I think you mean his epistemology, but
No, he's
John-
talking about edible. We're talking mushrooms. He's edible.
you're saying John 6,
Epistemology, if you don't understand the etymology, dog.
John 6:66. From that time, many of his disciples turned back and no longer walked with him. But in John 6:65, it says, "This is why I told you that no one can come to me unless it is
Unless
granted
the Father
to him
has
by the
enabled
Father."
them. Thank you. No, unless the Father has enabled them, right?
You has
Or what did you
has
say?
unless it is granted to him by the Father.
Okay, yeah.
So,
there's a
like,
future, right. No, thank you. No,
so
let's hold this point.
you would have to read into it.
We can't interrupt this. Hold on. This brings us back to that earlier stage where this guy was talking. Mad was talking about, are we predetermined, or does God only pick who can come to Him?
Well, that would be the
Thank you,
predetermined
Matt.
part. Yeah.
I didn't talk
John-
about that at all.
No,
No,
I
Matt. Mad
he brought
machismo.
up- because
Can I ask a question to
it-
Steelman? Can I ask a quick
Oh,
question?
okay, well, I was done. Go ahead.
Well,
Derek.
hold on a second, because I really wanted to flesh this out because it was an
sure.
answer to a point earlier. I apologize, but I just wanted to, so we don't lose this thread, right? The answer to that was in John 6:5, like Abe said. This is why I told you that no one can come to me and the Father has enabled them, or the Father has granted them, or whatever translation, right? Because this is exactly what the answer is, Kismo. You cannot get to Jesus. You cannot get to heaven unless God enables
Has taught you the
It's not up to
secrets
you.
of how
God
to do the
picks and
mushroom.
chooses. God picks and chooses, just like you said, just like it says in John 6:65. God picks and chooses who
Read
He
it.
wants to allow.
Read it. Read John
God to
6:65.
see
I don't want to hear
heaven.
your interpretation.
It's been
We
already
just
been
read
read
like 6
multiple
times.
times. But so
So
my
how is
point
that a
though,
point against
my
what I was saying, Abe?
point of bringing up the whole predeterminism is that how can you to learn a secret that you can only know if it was predetermined for you to know it? It just boggles my mind. It doesn't.
Right,
I
but
can't-
that's what Christianity riddles over and over again.
Because that extinguishes free will. Your interpretation is incorrect.
Okay, John 6:65 explicitly proves what I'm saying. And
That
the
would
Bible
diminish
says it.
free will. That would diminish free will.
Right.
Repeat what
The
you
Bible-
said.
Then the Bible diminishes free will because over and over again it says
That's your
you can only do the
misunderstanding.
Father.
Let's talk about it. Why don't you read it verbatim?
Well, I just pulled up a different translation than Abe. But
In context,
they're basically the
verbatim,
same.
please, sir.
It says
Yeah,
Because
which
you are
translation are
defending.
you using?
I think still,
It says-
man, good faith.
Okay,
I really-
okay, we're gonna use the New International Version. It says, "This is why I told you that no one can come to me."
Can I
unless
recommend the ESV, bro?
the Father
Go to
I was
the
about to recommend the same
ESV.
thing.
We're going to do word for word
Dude,
translation.
can you just read the
NIV is thought
regular
for thought.
fucking Bible?
Just go ahead and get a word for word translation for us, either KJV, ESV, or NASB. You could even go legacy.
Okay,
But dude,
ESV.
touch
It
that
says,
NIV stuff.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, I've got the
Yeah.
okay. I got the ESV. It says, "This is why I told you that no one can come to me unless it is granted him by the Father." Okay, and again, what I'm trying to say is just that.
What does that
It
mean
says-
to you? What does that mean to
Well,
you?
it's supposed to be self-evident. It means exactly what it says. I don't want to misinterpret the Bible. It means to me that no one can come to Jesus unless it is granted to him by the Father.
It's not self-evident for all people. Do you understand that that book is written only for the believers? It is said in that book that that book is not for the profane.
May I ask my question now?
But yeah. Thanks. Sorry, Mel. Thank you.
So like I get that like some people take mushrooms and see God. Hypothetically, if because it is at least reasonable to say that some people also see Satan. If 50% of the people who take mushrooms were to become like religious for God, but then the other 50% would become religious for Satan, as in like they support Satan. Who'd be right in that scenario?
Okay, Melanie, let me break this down on what I feel like. This is why they have the shaman actually was traditionally the spirit guide, right? Which is now what we consider today priests, right? So if they're in anthropology, right? If they're an Eastern religion, we call them a priest. If they're not an Eastern religion, they're called shamans, right? They used to be called witch doctors, right? It's just a priest for a religion, right? Now, so you would guide this person, the spirit guides. First of all, the Harvard University did called the Harvard psilocybin experiment. Okay, check that one out if you want, where they gave like 10 students psilocybin in a church, and like 8 out of 10 of them said they had a positive religious experience. And we can get into, they had life-changing experiences that said it was more,
or how scientifically rigorous that even is.
Actually, it didn't say religious; it said spiritual.
Okay, yeah, and it was like as significant as having their first child and things like that.
So it had nothing to do with Christianity.
But Melanie, to also further address that point is that so I think a lot of these people who are talking about these demons and whatnot that they're experiencing, these are like their own demons, right? That they're carrying with them. This is how this whole spiritual cleansing, this whole forgiveness of sins and things like that Christ provides.
Wouldn't that make the God that they're perceiving their own subjective God then too?
You also didn't answer my question fully. My question was, who would be right if 50% of people who took mushrooms ended up believing in Satan and 50% ended up believing in God?
It wouldn't matter to you, Melanie, because you believe in subjective morality.
Well, Melanie,
so that's a bad faith question.
I'm actually curious about Steelman's perspective on this, because from what he said so far, I cannot.
Okay, then I correct myself. If you frame it in that sense, because he believes in does Steelman believe in objective reality? I don't know.
Well, you can only achieve that through mushroom.
There you go. Now,
no, that's
just spit when I laugh.
Yeah, that's a dumb. So no. The answer is no.
Says the people who look into a book for answers. Sorry, what are you saying, Steelman?
Okay, so yeah, my answer would be that with the proper guide, these people are actually these demons that they're facing, they're going to cleanse themselves from these things, right? They're going to purge their demons. They're going to be forgiven for their sins through this experience of, being so-called baptized through fire, you could call it, or whatever you want, so to speak, right? Or exercised through Christ.
So who's right? The Christians or the Satanists in my hypothetical?
Well, you're just talking with two subjective morality people. So it doesn't really matter.
It's the Luciferians, right? It ultimately comes down to the Luciferians, which is that they realize, it's the Luciferianism.
I'd agree that
that's the main reason I left. That's the main reason I left Freemasonry, is because a lot of these motherfuckers were really involved in that. No matter whether it be Wiccan High Priest, Sandia Mountain Lodge 72 is where I was raised at 19, right?
So trendy to say you're a Freemason online now. Has anyone?
I'm not anymore. I'm not anymore. You missed that. You missed that. I'm not. I disavow. I
got it. You're just like the third person to say anything like that, and I'm just saying it's starting to become a trend in my mind.
So Mel,
you missed the point where I said I was, and then when I say I am, it's because they say I am.
What I said, it doesn't change what I said.
So yeah, it does, because it's not trendy. Okay. I disavow them. It's the complete antithesis.
It's usually people who think the Illuminati.
You should back me. You should back me on that.
No, it's actually extra hilarious.
I'm denouncing them. I'm denouncing them.
You just reminded me of how extra hilarious it is, because it's usually the people who think Freemasons run everything.
It's hilarious that you're holding me to something that I told you I denounced.
Hey, but I got to tell you my story about joining the Freemasons, right? So when I was like 17 or whatever, I was thinking about joining them just to see what they were about, and I kind of wanted to just join them and expose them or whatever, which I ended up doing on the site on accident, not joining them, right? But so I went to my local Masonic temple, and I don't know if you've ever been inside one, dude, but we snuck around in there a couple times, and it's really crazy in there. Like I could explain how there's leather thrones with pillars on either side.
What lodge? Because I told you my lodge. You got to tell me your lodge.
There's lots of but
you're
I'm
not.
trying to tell just okay.
That's
So
clandestine. Shut up, dude.
they even have like like stadium seating in there and stuff with like
Well, yeah, 'cause they have a lot of
right
people.
right in the middle of this right in the middle of town, you know. But anyways, and like like all this weird symbols, skull and bone symbolism, and all this stuff.
That's clandestine. That's clandestine lodge.
But anyways, when I was
That's
walking
not
around there one time,
AFM. That's not it.
I bumped into there's like this old. I was sneaking like basically sneaking around in there, and there was this room with this old man in there, and I was like, oh shit, and I was like,
Did he offer you
anyways,
mushrooms?
I talked to him for a minute, and he was like the
He offered
secretary
him
of the
head.
Masons. Yeah, he was the secretary of the Masons. He said, and that I talked to him about like joining and stuff, and he told me I had to meet up with him for breakfast a couple times, and he'd like discern my character and whatnot before I could like join, and then so I met
So
up
he
with him.
dated you. He dated you.
Yeah, we went out to a few breakfasts together.
What the?
At like at like the local
Very
breakfast shop. He'd go to the same breakfast shop like every Tuesday or whatever. So I'd go there and meet up with him and talk to him sometimes. And
So when I first decided to join the Freemasons, I thought it would all be secret handshakes, mysterious
Same
rituals,
here.
and a lifetime.
Now
supply
all of a
aprons.
sudden they're everybody's
So
I
on
joined-
initiation, but on initiation night, I showed up ready to unlock the secrets of the universe. The Lodge Master
And
sold
you
the
already knew
enemy a
them.
tiny,
You already knew them.
ancient-looking book, only to inform me that my first task was to memorize all the Masonic signs, but only by watching a guy who clearly had 2 left feet attempt the ceremonial walk across the room without tripping over his own robe.
This is a long walk.
By
for a
the end
joke.
of the night, I didn't know if I had learned the signs or the steps for interpreted dance. But the real initiation, it turns out it was just figuring out how to politely answer, so what is the Freemasons at every family dinner for the next month? Spoiler, yes, we do have secret handshakes. No, I can't show you.
Cool story. So I almost joined Freemasons when I was a cop, because if you don't know, there's a lot of Freemasons in the police and in the military. I didn't, because they were like, oh, it's all this. They have all this volunteer shit that you have to do. I'm like, I'm not. That's not why I'm doing it. So I know the secret handshake, and when promotions and races come up, I get that leg up. It's mostly networking. That's the way I looked at it. And the guys that I knew that weren't Freemasons, yeah, that's how they saw it as well.
Freemasonry is basically dead in most states. If you want to know about it, Oregon, where I'm at right now, I'm pretty much Portland, right on the outskirts of Portland. It's huge here. And Freemasonry, by and large, is not held by a conservative value people. It's mostly like Wiccan high priests and different things like that. If you actually want to know, the other 2 people who just spoke, I don't know what the fuck they were in, because like I tell you, Sandia Mountain Lodge 72. I don't care. I said the other 2 people, Sandia Lodge Mountain 72. You can look that up. My name's Aaron Quintana. I was in that, so take it with a grain of salt.
So
Those
Machismo,
clandestine lodges, and they probably didn't know it.
Well, buddy, Machismo, I tend to agree with you. By the way, that was all a Chat GPT thing I had.
And I disagree with Freemasonry.
So I can jump onto the bandwagon.
So stop lying.
It's like Scouts, right? Like you're not like joining a military or anything.
You
like
might have been Boy Scouts. That's why you're
not
gay.
doing anything that is actually a thing. You're learning skills and you're like networking with other people who may be in your community later on. It's just a club. It's
exactly
a bunch of old men. So how many old men were there compared to how many young men were there?
But Mel,
I'm telling you, that shit's dying, and we did it. We did it. Me, not you guys. I did it.
Wow,
A
you're
lot of
flexing
people like
so
me.
hard on nobody right now. Like,
Well, because you guys are lying. You guys are lying.
Well, I'm sorry. Are you speaking to me? That you're saying that I'm lying?
Yeah, both of them. I'm not saying it 100%, but I'm saying throughout your lodge. You're not lying.
What
Throughout your lodge.
percentage? What percentage am I lying?
If you don't throw out your
25%?
lodge, I don't know.
I never said I joined. I said I was thinking about joining them so I could, for the networking and for being in when I was a cop, bro. Because there's a large number.
Oh,
of
not you. Okay,
Freemasons.
not you. There was somebody else who was talking.
Oh,
No. You're right. A lot of cops, a lot of the police are, and actually, when I was involved, one of my when they tried to get me to recruit, which shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I didn't think y'all could recruit.
Yeah, that right. Good men find Freemasonry was the motto, right? That's when I knew it was bullshit. And I was just looking. I didn't have a family, like a good family. I was on the streets, man. I was looking for something, like some kind of. But then I also saw these things. Like I'm 35. Probably doesn't. Some people say I don't look like I'm 35. But when I went to join, it wasn't to join for any of these reasons. It was like because I was on the wrong path. I wanted at least some kind of guidance. I didn't really join for all those different reasons. But when they told me to recruit, that's when I was like, "Fuck you guys, I'm out."
My brother in Christ, you are not a Freemason, and for you to disparage the Freemasonry name is fucking despicable.
Wait, so I wasn't? So Sandia Mountain Lodge 72, why don't you go down? Why don't you? You don't have to go down there. You can email them today.
I don't have the
Who was that said that? Who was that that said that? Who was that that said that?
My name's Ashton, and I said it proudly because my
Okay,
grandfather.
so where was your lodge? Where was your lodge?
So my lodge is actually located in Altoona, Pennsylvania, where my grandfather.
What is your lodge's name? What is your lodge's
Dox
name?
yourself right now on the internet.
What is it? Yeah, I don't care.
What?
No, I know you already did it. I was saying that sarcastically.
What is your lodge's name, dude? I denounce this shit.
Would you fucking shut the hell up for 5 seconds to listen to a word that I'm saying? I am not a Freemason.
These people have no evidence for their claims.
Motherfucker, would you shut the fuck up for 10 seconds? God damn it. You're worse than Mel.
You just call me a liar and you don't have any evidence for your claims.
There's always somebody who's at least slightly worse than me.
I was literally texting Abe the exact same thing. I was texting him how make me like this other guy more.
You gonna cry? You gonna cry?
I'm not gonna cry at all, dude. I'm talking to a weirdo on the internet. Like
everyone's a Freemason. Do you remember after I said I was a Freemason? Now we got 3.
I don't think anyone else claimed to be a Freemason.
I never claimed to be a Freemason. My grandfather.
No. We got 2. We got 2.
No, if you listen,
Furby said they were.
If you listen, Furby read a ChatGPT script about being a Freemason, and Steelman said he broke into a.
Right, and that's how he met a lover that was there.
So
he talked a lot about
both of them were making
dating.
claims about not
I
being
don't
them,
even
but
care.
By the way, I just did that to join on the bandwagon because I said it was becoming trendy. So I was going to show that it's becoming trendy, and you totally fell for it. It was so funny. Thank you for getting trolled. Thank you for getting trolled.
I thought you were at least 33rd degree.
I am 33 years old.
So. I fell for it. I fell for it.
Do me a favor.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Explain the first Masonic law of the 33rd degree Masons. Can you?
Explain what? The first rite?
The first Masonic rule and law.
The first Masonic lodge?
You're cutting
You're breaking up. Can you repeat that? Some other people are talking
the first
over
law
you.
of the 33rd something.
The first law?
Yeah.
The first law? That doesn't exist. That's not what you're talking about.
Then you're not a 30.
Anyways, while you guys are arguing about handshakes, I'm gonna go grab me some coffee. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna need to brew some coffee because
Explain to me the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, and all these other laws of Freemasonry.
The first law of Freemasons
Go
Club
ahead.
is you don't talk about Freemasons Club.
It's Fight Club, yeah. I wish I was in Fight Club because I joined Freemasonry. It's a bunch of pussy shit.
I mean, they do a lot of volunteer work. That's good.
Isn't that the Shriners? I thought the Shriners did a lot of volunteer work.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Shriners Hospital.
I haven't
actually
noticed.
similar.
Like I noticed the Rotary Club, they have like their names on stuff, and like Shriners go around doing stuff. I've never seen anything where it's like the Freemasons did this.
They keep their volunteer work secret.
Oh no,
that's sus.
When you said what girls, I think Furby said they were like a Boy Scout or whatever. Yeah, that was started by Freemasonry. And look at it. Look at it.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
No, it was started.
Oh, was it by the Shriners?
What was his name?
Was it by the Shriners?
Yeah, if you've been through Scouts, you
Oh,
know
well, then who are the Shriners? Who
Yeah,
can
it's the
be a
dude that tried
Shriner?
to bring
Who can
hippos
be a
to
Shriner?
America.
Who can be a Shriner? Who can be a Shriner then? Who is allowed to be a Shriner? Answer. You have to be a Freemason to be a Shriner, you stupid fuck.
You do not. You're fucking retarded. You do not have to be a Freemason to be a Shriner. My grandfather is both. I have dealt with this my entire life. The Freemason Society.
That's what I just said, you stupid fuck. You just proved my point. You have to be a Freemason to be a Shriner. My grandfather
Sir,
is
you don't
both.
have to be
Yes,
a
yes, sir. That's exactly what I said. Congratulations, you big fucking wig, smart fucking individual.
Mad
All
Lad,
right,
what's your
man.
blood
You made a
alcohol
point. That was a
content?
good one.
Listen here, Mushroom Man.
Can we switch
Listen here,
Mad Lab
Mushroom Man.
to push to talk?
These are the facts.
Before,
Mad
can I,
Lad,
can I,
Mad Lad, what's your BAC? Let's do a BAC.
Yeah, switch me to push to talk if you don't want to actually hear from somebody who's actually been through it.
Mad Lad, can you claim without lying you have 0 blood
I
alcohol
don't have that
content
ability.
right now?
I literally just started drinking when you wouldn't shut up.
I don't believe you.
I told everybody on panel I'm grabbing a beer right now.
Yeah,
don't
but
believe
you
you.
didn't say I'm grabbing my first beer.
I didn't say I was grabbing my first beer.
Yes, that's what
No,
I
I
said.
didn't. No,
You
I
just said
didn't.
you started drinking though, so that would have been your first.
But see, the point is that you're doing an ad hoc. You're
That's not
doing
an ad hoc.
an ad hoc. Sorry,
No, I'm
still
genuinely
stuck on
clear.
work.
You genuinely seem drunk as fuck right now.
I'll be honest,
Okay.
I did notice a little slurring when you first came in. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
Like I'll
fine.
admit it, I'm high.
Am
as a
I
kite
wrong
on
though?
weed,
Am I
but-
wrong? Am I wrong about anything I've said?
I'm
Yeah,
sure
I
I'm wrong. I don't know.
I
It's
got
hard to
multiple
keep track.
people against me, so it's
You
kind of
started
hard not to
drinking because
talk.
of me. You started drinking because of me. When you're
Everybody starts drinking because of you, Furby.
You want
Everybody.
an ad hom? You want an ad hom? You're clearly just a habitual day drinker. Okay.
Oh, that's true. But at least I'm right, and you're delusional.
Oh,
So go ahead.
about what?
shit. That's what you are.
You
You're
even
full of fucking
admitted that you just jumped on the bandwagon to put in the lie, didn't
Because
you?
I thought it
Furby?
would be funny because I was joking.
Well, see, you do that sober. You do that sober.
No,
So
I'm
how
high
does
as a
that
kite.
take away
I
from
smoke
my
a lot of weed.
credibility?
I'm high as a
How does that
kite.
take away? Yeah, okay, I've been smoking. Actually, I smoked a grip of weed before this. Not gonna
Probably
lie.
shouldn't have. Just some
I
advice.
was-
Don't do it next time.
Well, you're not as smart as me, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You
No, it
wish.
always works out when you're intoxicated or high and come on a live stream on YouTube.
Yeah, well,
Does
the
that
facts,
go-
the facts,
I
no
can
matter
guarantee you,
what.
My
If-
ability to kind of
If
like
somebody
step
is
back,
outside of this and they look up what I'm saying, my shit's true. If
I
they look up
guarantee you
my
though-
lodge,
okay.
my lodge exists.
I guarantee you though. That,
Yours
like,
don't.
he's not gonna let me talk.
The more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
My man, you're literally the only one on this panel that has said they are a Freemason. No one else here has claimed to be a Freemason. So yeah, all of our
Provide
lodges.
a real argument.
What the fuck? Were you talking that whole time while you were muted so you didn't hear anything I said? What I said was you're the only one here that has claimed to be a Freemason. So yes, all of our lodges, I'm doing air quotes, don't exist because we never claimed that they did because we weren't in them.
Actually, Furby did.
No, how does he fall for it again after just talking about how
Furby said
At the-
and admitted
at the
it.
end,
I'm
no.
just jumping on the bandwagon. Go
At
play
the
it.
end, listen, Furby read a text from
Furby is a
ChatGPT,
troll sometimes.
and
Furby
then
is
at
a
the
troll
end,
sometimes.
and then at the end said, "I got that from ChatGPT."
You're the only one
I
who fell
wanted
for
to
it. Where
troll
is
you.
you, you stupid bastard?
you're the only one still claiming he claimed to be a Freemason?
I'm not anymore. I just told you I denounced it 1,000 different times here. You guys still can't jump off your fucking shit.
So Chad.
My grandpa was a part of this and that, the other. I'm like, provide lodge names, provide evidence. You can't.
I'm so dead. I can't stop laughing.
Wait, did I mute myself?
So
or
that
did
just
somebody-
proves.
Fuck.
Did you just prove what? Oh, wow, that was like an hour late.
I don't even know what's happening anymore. I've fucking lost my mind at this point.
I tell you what, Milani, you should never be on a panel without him. He should accompany you on every stream you go on, just to make yourself look better. You get what I'm saying?
Oh no, I get it. I just I do know how to let other people dig a bigger hole than I do when I can. So, and smoking weed helps with that, which is what I was going to say easier. Although it's not helping me talk right now because I'm at half coffee nap laughing my ass off.
Nice. This is funny.
Oh boy.
Sometimes I swear I have the weirdest shit happen on panel, and then afterwards I'm like, "What even just was that?"
That actually killed me though. Like,
Yeah, that was
Everyone's got to
interesting.
smoke with Mel. Yeah, they found the marijuana residue in the incense burners of the what is it, like the Jewish temples or whatever. They just
Oh boy.
walk through there with their incense and just hotbox the church for everyone.
Steelman, why don't you just say you want to be a shaman for fuck's sakes?
Oh man, I did my shaman days when I was younger. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But,
I know, but like it
you know.
seems like you still want to be.
All right, Melanie. So I'm gonna guide you, right?
Oh, okay.
Fast for a
man,
week.
just
Get
like
yourself
that
10
old guy
grams.
did to him.
Here's the trick, Melanie. Don't go outside until you're fucking sober or until you're leveled up on your magician skills. You know.
But like,
And
how
you'll be fine.
sober? Like, I haven't taken sugar or caffeine.
No, Abe, I meant when she after she fasts for 10 days and eats 10 grams. The trip to a successful trip.
Oh, you don't want me
yeah,
going out when I fasted for 10 days.
No, I was just trying to figure out what sober means to you.
No, when you fasted for 10 days and then you're tripping, right? When you're like if you're that's the trick. You hear these stories about people going outside and they're like one of my buddies, right? Like he went to a concert, yeah, and he thought that like time stopped and all this stuff, and like the only way he could get out of it was like fucking to break a car window, and then he did. It's like, okay, this is why they had the shamans and the mystery schools and whatnot. Like, it's like, don't go outside unless you're like adept at the sorcery, right? Until you're a master
Right,
at your
yeah.
craft.
Unless you rolled a nat 20, do not try to go outside.
Yeah. So yeah, and then you don't want people around you either, right? Because like especially like me and my buddy, you become real tight if you are friends with somebody and you can successfully trip with them, and you experience these things together. Then you build a bond that's like unbreakable. But otherwise,
Is
people
Jesus usually cool being the third wheel, or who? Because you know what I mean.
Jesus
Like, if
is
you're-
the third wheel.
Huh?
Is the only third wheel, baby. You know.
Well, like if you're gonna take mushrooms with a friend, and now Jesus is like, oh great, there's two of you here.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so exactly. You both got to be tripping. If only one person is on them, then the other person it has to be open-minded. And the other thing is they'll get a contact high, but the other thing is they won't be able to be enlightened like you. And so
I'm
it's
sorry.
kind of
I'm sorry, you can get
and
a
it's kinda-
contact high from being around somebody that's on mushrooms.
totally, dude.
What?
Oh,
The
totally.
emergency
So,
room
I
must be
think it's
tripping balls
psychosomatic.
all the time then.
My
I mean, there's so many people going in there on psychotropics and psychedelics that like the whole ER should just be totally stoned.
I mean, I
No,
was
they're
a cop
not.
for 8 years. I worked nights over weekends in a major city in Texas. I was around drunk and high. Everybody I was around
See,
was either
this
drunk
guy's
or
talking
high.
about like
And I've
No, I'm talking
never
about, like,
had a
true- and-
contact high from being
Yes.
around
right, because
somebody.
I'm talking about the actual sacred substances.
Talking
there's,
about
like, basically two.
psychic.
Oh, is that
Well,
a
yeah,
different
so-
mushroom?
Hey,
Still, man.
that's a good point.
What
I
about
wasn't
placebo?
joking when I said that.
What about placebo though, right? Like, could that not just be placebo effect? This person is acting high. That makes me feel weird. Therefore, I'm gonna say that I feel high as well because I feel weird.
Oh yeah, like somebody gave you a
Well, no, it's
duels.
see the thing is, it's just like what Jesus did, right? Jesus basically gave everyone a contact high,
Well,
that's
no,
what
I
you
thought
do
he
is-
gave him the mushrooms to eat, not of himself, right? Because he was in the room and as a mushroom.
So what Jesus really did, right, is he went around saying like, these kings are fucked up. We don't need kings.
Well, see, what I think Jesus did was he said, just like we have in the law book. So he said, look, you have the laws, but the thing is, in order to enforce the law, the only punishment for breaking the law is love and forgiveness.
Steelman, do you agree with Occam's razor
What?
that usually the simpler answer is the correct one?
Well, I'm giving you a simple answer. I'm saying that the Old Testament is the law book. The New Testament is how the judges are supposed to, and how the executive.
Oh, hold on, not all the
government
books
is supposed
in
to
the Old
enforce the law.
Testament are law books, though. There's a specific number. Rev?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so the first 5 books of the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Number, and Deuteronomy, are written by Moses, and they are considered the Torah, the law. Those are the only law books.
Well, that's what I'm referring. That's what I'm referring to.
Everything else in the Old Testament is prophets, writings, poetry.
Okay, yeah, sure, but and so when I'm referring to the law books, I'm saying that what they tried to use against Jesus was often the law, right, in those books. And what I'm
Right,
saying
yeah,
is
the
Jesus
Good
was-
Samaritan. That's that whole parable that because it was a lawyer that came up to him and asked him the whole thing, right?
Well, no, I just mean the whole story of Jesus was him going through breaking all the laws, and then them trying to come in and enforce the punishment. And I'm saying that
Jesus didn't break any
No, he didn't break
Torah
the
laws.
Well, according
Jesus,
to the Jews,
okay.
he did.
No, he broke their traditions.
No,
Their
but according
traditions
to,
that stood in
no.
opposition of the
Was it
Torah
not against the
law.
law to? Was it not against the law to work on the Sabbath?
Okay, but all right. The reason he brought that up was just basically common sense. Like, oh man, it's Sunday. I can't get the cow out of the ditch.
And
because
didn't
it's
the Jews
Sunday.
come along and say you're breaking the law? You're working on the Sabbath?
As a formality, not as a
According to their tradition.
not a legal
And then
matter.
and then when they went to stone the adulteress, didn't they tell Jesus, "Look, she's breaking the law. We're going to stone her"?
And
he
did
didn't
he
deny
not?
that she broke the law. He didn't deny she broke the law. He said, "Okay, break the law
Yes,
no more."
But
and
you
go
see
away.
but you see, if you go to the Torah and
showing
you
the
look,
judges- he
hold
was showing them how to enforce
hold on. When it comes to the adulterous woman, if you go to the Torah laws, it specifically says that the man should be punished too. No man was presented to Jesus. Therefore,
Yeah.
they were not keeping the Torah
this
perfectly.
is-
They were mounting their own tradition on top of the Torah
Oh
law.
my gosh! Therefore, they were not keeping the Torah perfect. Okay,
Yes.
this is so Jewy though. You're saying, oh, they didn't present the one. You think Jesus?
Yeah.
Holy
What do you?
Hold on.
Who do you
Whoa,
think
now.
Jesus was like a Gnostic or something? He was a Jew. He was a practicing Jew. Bro.
Well, obviously Jesus was a Gnostic.
Obviously, you dumb
So
dumb.
no, but the point, but not to get off just from that point you were saying. Oh, you think that Jesus was really saying, no, I would stone them both if you could bring them both here, but since you can't bring them both here, she can go free. Was that what you're saying? That was what his point was.
No, he
Oh,
was
how about
showing. No, that was the
Isn't that what he was
flaw.
saying?
That was the flaw in how they presented the accused.
Right.
They
right.
did
He's
not
saying, had you
present both
presented,
parties. That's
Right.
not what Jesus said. But he proved them to a point that they, one, weren't keeping the Torah when they did
Thank you,
that,
Kokomo.
and two, when they brought her, they wanted to stone her, and Jesus said, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." And none of them were
Right.
without sin, so they had to
Right.
eventually walk
Oh,
away.
so it wasn't about. So it wasn't about. He didn't say when you present the husband, we can cast the first stone. He said we can cast the stone. He without sin cast it.
Well, there's
And-
also
and-
a little
and-
bit more too. You got to remember what he was writing in the dirt as he was speaking to them as well.
Go ahead and explain it. What you mean?
Oh no! I was gonna let Rev take over at that point. It's been too long.
So scribbling, Jesus bent down and he scribbled something in the dirt. The scriptures doesn't exactly say what he was scribbling, but some would has speculated that he was literally writing that law that they were trying to condemn this woman by. That's just one speculation. Me, I have no speculation beyond what's written in Scripture. What's written in Scripture is clear. When adultery is committed, the man and the woman should be presented both for
Thank you,
punishment.
Kokomo.
That's just Torah law.
What
And
the
the fact that when they presented the
punishment?
woman to Jesus,
Thanks,
the
sir.
punishment for such sins is usually stoning, which is why they
Okay.
wanted to stone the woman.
Okay, so was he? If Jesus was considered sinless and he was the one with the authority to cast the stone, why didn't he do it?
because the Son of Man has authority to forgive sins. He made that clear
But
several times,
did he-
even in the
but-
synagogue.
So, did he break Jewish law by not stoning them?
No,
Wait, I'm sorry. Wasn't
How
his
not? I
brothers
thought
was to
Jewish
make
law
a new
said that they
covenant?
needed to be stoned.
the Jewish law also says present the man and the woman.
So had they presented the man,
Let me ask you a question, Steelman. If the Jewish law didn't have a law to put people to death, why'd they have to go to the Romans to put Jesus to death? Exactly.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
that's a good point. Yeah.
no, I mean, I think they were under.
They didn't have a law to put people to death. That's why they had to go to Rome.
Well, I think that maybe he was just under the Roman authorities, jurisdiction or something. Maybe when he fled to Rome.
So why would they stone a woman to death if they didn't have a law to put people to death?
Well, okay, so we can get into the nuances of this. We'd have to redo a little research. What if
How big
somewhere
was the
along the lines,
stones?
what if they were in Israel or whatever when
Known
the
for their soft
prostitute?
rocks.
Sorry, when the prostitute was discovered, they weren't in Rome. Is that? Remember getting my timeline right?
Wait, weren't they at a
They could have been jurisdiction.
It was during one of the major Jewish holidays, right? The
Sorry, what's that?
celebration. I think it was during what celebration was it?
Because Abe, you're talking about who had jurisdiction over the matter to
I
kill
wasn't.
people, right?
I'm
Oh, I'm
saying,
sorry, Abe looks like he didn't get that answer.
I'm just saying, if the Jewish people didn't have a law to actually put people to death,
They did have a law to actually put people to death, but the thing is they lacked the legal authority to execute people under Roman law. But then here's the paradigm. When you go to Acts and you look at Stephen, when he went before the Sanhedrin. Now the Sanhedrin is basically the Jewish court. They're the ones who rule if you've broken the law, and if you have, then they execute the punishment, whether it be paying a fine, servitude, or even the death penalty. So you see Stephen get stoned by the Sanhedrin after the crucifixion of Christ, but for some reason at the time of Christ, they simply just didn't have the authority to execute the man.
Almost like the Roman authority would have to sign off on it first.
Yeah,
Interesting.
they failed to the.
No, Abe, don't try to be like make some mysterious point. Make your point. If you're going to
No,
try to make
that's the point.
trying to,
They wouldn't even have the legal right to do it.
So Jesus
in the
didn't have
land.
So are you trying to say that Jesus was saying, "Sorry, guys, we can't stone the adulteress because we have to consult the Roman authorities"?
I didn't say that.
But also,
what are you trying to say?
Did Jesus preach to break the law, or did he say that you should function within it so long as it didn't go against God's law?
Yeah, didn't he say he came to fulfill the law, not to?
Because I'm pretty sure you're like commanded to follow the laws of the land so long as they don't aren't superseded by the laws of God in function. So you're
how
like
does this affect the
using
adulterer?
this as a tool. Never mind.
No,
you're
the
not
reason I'm
even.
throwing the
I don't
adulteress-
even think I could explain it to you. Actually,
I'm listening, but I'm saying the adulteress is the fly in your ointment because the adulteress obviously wasn't doing the will of God, and yet she wasn't
I
punished
didn't
for
say
it. So
the
how does
will
that
of
fit in
God.
here?
I said the law of God.
Okay, she wasn't following the law of God.
And neither were her accusers, because they
So-
brought her to Jesus instead of bringing her before the council, the Sanhedrin.
So, okay, so
they
are you
also
saying that
brought
Jesus-
only one party of the sin.
I'm
They
walking
didn't bring
with
the
you on this.
man; they only brought the woman. So they had already not followed the law. Now, if you
Okay,
go
so
to
can I repeat?
Deuteronomy 4:2, hold on, because this is Torah law, and this is the crux to where the Jews fell on in the Second Temple era. Deuteronomy 4:2, ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. When you take away from Torah, or you add to Torah by tradition, you are in fact committing sin. You are violating Deuteronomy 4:2, which is a law, which is what the Jews did in that time. They took away from the Torah and they added to it. It's just that simple. Jesus came and corrected them.
So are you saying that that because the Torah law required the man and the woman to be presented, and that they would have had to have been presented to the Roman authorities to have a
Bro,
proper?
you're missing the entire point
No,
of
I'm
that. They were
Hold on,
bringing.
how am I-
Hold on,
see,
they were
let
bringing
me give you a
her.
fair chance.
No. Hold on. They're bringing her to Jesus, not for her to be punished, but to test Jesus. This guy who's bringing this message, right? That's every time that one of these lawyers, and when I say lawyer, that's what they were called because they were experts in the law, right? They were trying to trip him
Okay,
up
so
and
let me
catch
make
him.
sure I'm on the same page, right? So I'm going to just say it, what I think he's saying without trying to, right? So he's saying, you guys are saying, now you're in agreement with him, that the Torah or whatever required that the man and the woman be presented.
Oh boy.
And that in that case, they would have had to have been presented to the Roman authorities in order for there to be a proper execution of them for their adulterateness or whatever. Is that
Not only that, but they'd have to present both parties. They would have to go
That's
before
it.
the Sanhedrin.
Well, that's
The
what I said.
Sanhedrin would have to rule on it. They brought her to Jesus in the middle of the street and asked him to judge her.
No, okay. So, but what I'm saying is, so you're saying the proper route, not to bring her to Jesus because he was just some fucking hippie on the street, right? They should have brought the man and the woman to the whatever you called it, San Pedro or whatever the heck, and then that as long as he signed off on it, then
It's
they
not
could
a
have
city in
taken him-
Texas.
Yeah, then they could have taken him to the Roman authorities and had them executed. Is that what
But
you're saying? I mean,
it is a highway in San Antonio.
guys, is that what you're saying? Because where am I not getting what you're saying correct? Like, how am I keep trying to lay it out in simple 2 + 2. Is that what
Well,
you're
here's
saying
the
or not?
issue. You're like you're like on the outside of theology, trying to completely understand the theology without any precepts of theology in your understanding. And then what you're doing is you're grafting your own understanding on top of everything that you're reading and thinking that it's supposed to function the way that you think it should function.
Wait, hold on. No, I'm taking myself out of this. I'm saying in this isolated story, you're saying that there's this case, this thing called the Torah, where in the law it says that if somebody wants to, that if somebody commits adultery, that the man and the woman need to be presented to this certain council, and then they need to be taken to Rome in this case in order to be executed. Is that right? Or am I wrong about what you're saying? How is that? Where am I wrong about that?
We're saying that none of the prerequisites were met in that story for it to even be done the way that they were trying to do it.
Right. The prerequisites would have needed to be, they needed to have the man and the woman. They needed to present them to this council that signed off on it.
Listen,
and then
I'll just give it to you right here. Leviticus 20:10. And a man that committeth adultery with another man's wife, even he that committeth adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. Leviticus 20:10. That's
we're on that check. Man, woman, check. That's the first checkbox we have to convict them and crucify them, right?
Yeah, it was a litmus test.
The man
That's
and the woman
what they were doing to Jesus. They were giving him a litmus test, just like when they brought the coin to him and says, and hands him the coin. You know,
you don't want to walk with me down my road because you know what I'm exposing. Let's check off your boxes. Then let me go down this road for 1 second.
Fine, do it.
You guys can't seem to. Okay, let's check off your boxes. Let's check them off. We got man and woman. Okay, now they're presented to the council. Checkbox. Council says they can be killed or they're guilty. Checkbox. There's a witness presented, 2 witnesses presented, check boxes. Boom, boom. We checked all those boxes. We took them to the Roman authorities. The Roman authority says, okay, we're going to agree. You can all stone them. Check box. We've checked all the boxes, Jesus. Now we're here, Jesus. Now can we stone them?
They didn't do that.
No, I'm saying, I'm asking you not in that scenario. I'm saying in a theoretical situation, say that they did check all the boxes for Jesus. And then they brought the man and woman here and said, look, now we've checked all the boxes.
What?
Now can we stone them? What do you think Jesus would have said?
If they checked all the boxes, they wouldn't have to bring them to Jesus.
The point why would they bring them before? Why would they bring them before Jesus, who isn't a part of the Sanhedrin or the upper echelons of anything in their government or their nation? Why would they bring them to him in the street?
Why did they bring them to him? Why did they?
Because they were trying to trip him up and make him seem like he is a
that's
problem.
Okay, so let's say that's why they brought him. You're guessing what their intention was. I'm saying, say that's why they wanted to see what he had to say about it. Say they said, okay, now we've checked all the boxes. Now can we kill them according to your philosophy, Jesus? Do you think he would have said yes?
It would make no sense for them to go and check all the boxes and then try to litmus test Jesus against them because they followed the
in
law.
A hypothetical situation where all the boxes are checked. Do you think Jesus would have thrown a stone at her head?
No,
why not?
We don't know what you're like asking us, like all these side tangent things that aren't even there.
Self-evident. No, I can't believe that it's so hard to walk through this. Of course, if you brought them with all the check boxes and brought the man and the woman and said, "Here you go, Jesus, you're without sin. Go ahead. Here's the stone." You think he would have just fucking stoned him to death? No, he wouldn't have. Obviously, and that's the fucking moral of the story. You guys aren't getting that. How is that going over your head?
You're dismissing the entire purpose of them bringing her to Jesus. Like the intent is what is important here.
You're saying we were just testing you, Jesus, to see if you would follow the letter of the law perfectly.
That's what they did every fucking time. Are you kidding me?
No,
the Good Samaritan story starts by a scripture expert coming to him, asking him a specific question, wanting to trip him up.
And trying to seek a way to destroy his credibility and or take him to have him put to death. So any way they can get him to trip up and make the wrong choice.
Then let me address that. I think I got a win right here. Okay, here's the end all, the nuke that ends it. If that's why, if everything you guys said true and I can see all that, then they won because Jesus didn't say check all those boxes and then you can kill them. No, he said he without sin cast the first stone. I would have said boom right there. You broke the law of the Torah because the Torah said we had to check all these boxes first, motherfucker.
I'll be honest. I actually stopped listening pretty early on in that.
How would his statement break the law?
Because if they're going to test him on whether or not he's going to follow the law to the T, the law to the T didn't say he without sin cast the first stone. The law to the T said you got to check all these boxes that we already discussed.
So you're saying that a man who's not a part of the Sanhedrin and he's not any part of the upper echelons of leadership doesn't know the law as well as them. That's his trip up and he should be put to death.
Isn't that what you guys are ultimately
No.
trying to say, that they went to test
No,
him?
no, because it's not his position in their government
So then,
or in their church to make those calls at all.
so then when they brought the adulteress to him or whatever, or he came across them or whatever, why did they?
He's
Why didn't he
making a
just say this has nothing
claim
to?
that he is the Son of God. They're bringing these things before him to trip him up, to destroy his credibility, and to cause damage to him or create a reason to have him put to death because he is fly in ointment. Remember your own statement? Like
Yeah, no, I just don't get how him saying he without sin cast the first stone is not him tripping up. Why wouldn't he just say, I don't know, this is not in my jurisdiction or whatever you're saying? This has nothing to do with me. Isn't that what you're saying? It's out of his jurisdiction.
I'm a nautical.
It had nothing to
expert
do
in
with him.
scripture.
Oh my gosh, dude. I
I
don't know.
Oh,
I don't know what
Aren't-
you're trying to get at. You're like,
aren't you saying that because it was a totally different culture, because they had nothing to do with him, because their laws were differently, he had no authority to say what happened to these people or this woman or and her husband?
first of all, Jesus wasn't a Pharisee or a Sadducee. He wasn't part of the Sanhedrin. He had no say in these kinds of
Hey,
matters.
so I'm
And
right,
then they
right? I'm understanding what you're saying, right?
Okay, so if the police come to you and they ask you what they should do, should they arrest
Right.
you if you get it wrong? Is that
Well,
what they would
if they're
do? Is
coming
that
to- if they're-
normal?
Okay, here's the thing, Abe. Let me explain. Okay, let me break down in what you're saying, modern day terms. If I'm a lawyer who's claiming, if they're saying that he's a lawyer who's claiming to follow the law to the T, which is what this guy's saying, and the police come to me and say, we found this woman,
She's-
isn't he saying that they were testing him to see if he was going to follow the Jewish law to the T, right?
They were trying to get him
On
to
breaking the law.
make claims or do things that would break their tradition in some way.
Right. And
Him
Right.
saying, "He who is without sin cast the first stone," is saying, "I don't have a say on that."
that is having a say. If they brought a lady to me, if the cops brought a lady to me who stole something and said, "What should we do with her?" and I said, "He who hasn't, he without sin, arrest her," and then I tell her, "Steal no more," and go away.
I mean, if
That's
it's your
me having
store,
a
that's
say.
cool with me.
That's me having a say. That's not me saying, "I don't know. I'm not a cop. I'm not a lawyer. You fucking do your own job." That's not what he said at all, is it? He specifically said he would, he
You
without
keep saying
sin.
you don't put yourself into this, but you're putting everything is on you. Like everything is your prescription. Everything is your view of how it should have been, how it could have been, how the hypothetical would have been. All these things you're just layering on yourself and then saying, I'm just asking questions. It's not about me. But I would have done this.
Questions.
I'm not
Like
sure
how
where
much actual understanding do you even have of the culture, of the Pharisees, the Sadducees, of the Sanhedrin, of the legal structure, of Rome's legal structure over Israel, or Judea, like any of that? How much actual understanding do you have? And then you're going to try to use this as a point that you see in scripture that supports you because you can twist it in some way to make it fit.
No,
How much
I'm-
do you
okay,
actually know? My question.
Well, I thought I knew the heart of what Jesus's point was, and if you're trying to tell me that at some point we could have gotten Jesus to throw a stone at the adulteress's head, or say that it's okay for somebody else to do that,
Where's the sin?
In your defense, still, man, you also thought Jesus is a mushroom, so it's understandable
Is
that
it okay
you
if
may
we
have
go
been
to
misinterpreted.
See, like,
go
let me-
straight to the text real quick?
Yeah,
Because I
do
got
it.
the scripture up. I'd
Do
love
it.
to show this to you.
Do it.
And early in the morning he came again into the temple, and all the people came unto him, and he sat down and taught them. And the scribes and Pharisees brought unto him a woman taken in adultery. And when they had set her in the midst, they said unto him, Master, this woman was taken in adultery in the very act. Now Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned, but what sayest thou? This they said, tempting him that they might have to accuse him. But Jesus stooped down and with his finger wrote on the ground as though he heard them not. He was ignoring them. So when they continued asking him, he lifted up and said unto them, He that is without sin among you, let him cast the first stone at her. And again he stooped down and wrote on the ground. And they which had heard it, being convicted by their own conscience, went one by one, beginning at the eldest, and even unto the last. And Jesus was left alone, and the woman standing in the midst. When Jesus had lifted up himself and saw none but the woman, he said unto her, Woman, who are those? Where are those thine accusers? Hath no man condemned thee? She said, No man, Lord. And Jesus said unto her, Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more. So right there in the text, it literally says they said, tempting him that they might have to accuse him, just as I laid out. They brought her to him. They broke Torah. They didn't bring the man according to Leviticus. They didn't bring her before the Sanhedrin nor the man. Instead, they brought him to Jesus in the streets. Right. Jesus already knew this was a trickery, that they were trying to catch him up. So Jesus ignored them. And then Jesus hit him with, let he was without sin among you, cast the first stone at her.
No, see,
and then he put it back on them for their conscience. And then, just as the scripture says, they being convicted by their own conscience went one by one, beginning at the eldest, right, even unto the last. And Jesus was left alone, and the woman standing in the midst.
Right, I think it's pretty clear there. They weren't.
Jesus smoked their litmus test. It's just like if somebody asks you, "How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?" and you answer them with, "Well, man should not survive by bread alone, but by every word proceeded from the mouth of God." You've already beat that litmus test, because now you've shifted what hunger is to you and what hunger means to you. So now the litmus test falls invalid. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what Jesus did here. They gave him a litmus test. He ignored them. He gave them an answer that totally blew their litmus test out of the water. They were convicted of their own conscience, and they all left. And when they did, and nobody stood there to accuse her, Jesus told her, "I accuse you not either." Because one, the law wasn't kept in the accusation. And then when he told her to go, he told her not to sin anymore. And that's the whole crux of the thing. You will be forgiven, but you have to repent. Sorry to sermonize.
Agreed. By the way, check the private chat. I messaged you there way earlier when you get a chance.
Okay.
And by the way, you see the same thing when it comes to the Good Samaritan story, right? The thing that makes it fascinating is that at that time, Samaritans were like the the Florida men of antiquity. Like everyone, like they were hated, which is why he used him in the story of the dude on the side of the road, and the only person that stopped and helped was a Samaritan, because it's the last person the lawyer would have expected to stop, because they were looked at as like the worst of the worst people. Forcing him, like, it's been a long time since I've studied this shit, but you understand what I'm saying? Like, whenever these questions come up to Jesus, it's not that they're asking for his opinion. Like, they're like, "Oh, I wonder what Jesus thinks about it." It's like what Russ and I have been saying, is to catch him in a lie.
Yeah, and if we go to Matthew 22:15, we see it again. Then went the Pharisees and took counsel how they might entangle him in his talk. And that's when they brought the coin before him. This is what they did. This is constantly what they did. They even came to him and said, like, "Hey, if you be the Messiah, give us a sign." Jesus said, "You get no sign but the sign of Jonah, a wicked and adulterous generation you are."
So let me give you. Sorry, there's so much there. Oh man, I was going to tell you the part that I didn't understand about what you're saying. But there was a few different points that I wanted to touch on that I kind of forgot about. Can you remind me of the main point that you were making?
Well, the main point is that when the Pharisees came to Jesus, they often came to Jesus to try to trip him up, to try to trick him, to try to test him to see if he was truly the Messiah, the Son of God.
Yeah, thanks. So the part that I don't understand, then, or I'm having confusion making the connection with what you're saying, is that if he told them, if they were tripping him up because they didn't follow the actual procedure of the law, like getting the witnesses, as somebody pointed out, or like bringing them to court and all this stuff, right? If that was the procedural error that they were trying to trip him up on, then didn't he fail their test by saying he without sin cast the first stone? Wouldn't he have supposed to have said something like, "Well, there is no witnesses," or "There is no man here and witnesses," or "You didn't bring him to the court"? Wasn't that what you're saying they were trying to test him on?
Well, that would still be the point, because there was no witness brought. There was no proven
Right.
crime at that point at all.
Well, that's what I mean. So didn't he fail their test by saying he without sin cast the first stone? Because then I would have said, well, there, you failed the test, because even if a man has no sin, how can he cast a stone on them when there's no witnesses against them? Right? I mean, doesn't that make sense? Isn't there, if their witnesses are required, for example, if you're going to say that was the reason why they couldn't cast the stone, then why didn't he say, bring me the witness and I'll cast the stone?
They also weren't permitted by the law to cast stone themselves. And that's what you're missing.
I'm still having a lot of trouble understanding why you think Jesus, who's just a teacher of these people over here, should have a say over the life of a woman who they've brought to him with no witnesses or anything. It's not even his say.
I'll tell you
He
why.
has claimed to be the Son of God, so they bring her to him to see if he'll bring righteous judgment on her, because he's the Son of God. He has the right to do that, right?
Okay.
And
yeah, you see why I think that? Because they did
he
that.
He says, who is without sin, cast the first stone. There's no witness here. The law hasn't been met.
Hold on. Even if the law was met, okay, the law hasn't been met.
It wasn't
So
met.
let me go with you on that, Abe.
By them.
He says the law hasn't been met.
No, he
So
didn't say
Are you
that.
telling me that according to Jesus...
He didn't say that.
No, but by implication, right?
No.
You're saying he was implying it. What were you saying
Imagine in modern times, you drag a random man off the street, and you drag him not in front of a judge, but you drag him in front of, say, a court recorder, a clerk, or something, and say this man committed murder. Should we put this man to death? Like, where's the electric chair? Like, you see what I'm saying? They skip the entire judicial procedure.
Okay, right. And so what would be really weird to me is if they're coming to me to test me whether or not I'm going to give them a jury trial and all this shit, right? Let's just say that they're coming to test me on whether or not I'm going to follow the law, right? Is that what you guys are saying? First of all,
they weren't asking if she should be tried. They're asking if she should be executed according to the law. That like, should we exact punishment? Okay, first comes trial, then comes punishment. She wasn't even tried according to the Jewish law.
right?
The Jewish law wasn't upheld at all.
They just let her go instead of saying, "Okay, you're right. Now we got to put her through the legal system." Obviously,
because there was no way. They didn't give a shit about her. They didn't care what happened to her. That's not the point. They weren't like, "Oh, we're kind of on the fence about what to do with her."
So what? If the point was to test whether or not he was going to follow the law,
no,
how
not
did he follow the
not
law?
to follow the law. No, it's not about following the law. It's about his interpretation of said law, right?
Yeah,
and every time
if you're saying that the right interpretation of said law was they need two witnesses, they need the man, they need the court, and all that shit. Then
I didn't say that. I thought the men should get off scot-free. I said that from the beginning.
Then according to Jewish tradition, it would have been on the Sanhedrin to deal with it, not Jesus.
So Abe, why did Jesus deal with it instead of saying it's on the Sanhedrin?
Because he was sent here. He's subverting what they expect. The same thing when the homeboy asked about
they asked Jesus to stone this woman, and then Jesus told around and asked them to stone this woman.
So basically,
they already knew they had no authority to stone the woman.
Hold on, Abe is saying it's a jurisdiction. Abe is arguing pure jurisdiction, right? You're saying the Sanhedrin or whatever had jurisdiction.
You are totally jumping over everything in this story in order to try and get some justification for why he did the wrong thing, when in reality he ignored them because they were trying to tempt him to do the wrong thing.
I don't think he did the wrong thing.
Because there's... What?
I think according to your logic, he did the wrong thing.
No, they were trying to get him to do the wrong thing.
And what would that have been?
They were trying to trap him into condoning something.
If Jesus would have picked up a stone and bounced it off that woman's forehead, they would have stoned him too for blasphemy, for saying that he was the son. Because he would have violated the Torah laws, dude. He would have skipped the entire judicial procedure. The man wasn't presented.
That's my point. So when he said,
they weren't brought before the Sanhedrin. So if Jesus would have just picked up a stone off the ground and hucked it at the woman, he would have been guilty of violating Torah. And that's what they were trying to get him to do. They were trying to get him to slip up.
Okay, so then when he said he without sin cast the first stone, wasn't that a violation of Torah?
No.
How would that not have been a violation of Torah?
Because they had no authority to do so either. There was no man present.
Isn't that just the
There was
same
no
as them picking up a
witnesses
stone and
presented.
throwing it at
It
her,
was
basically?
not that they did not take her to the
No.
Sanhedrin. They did not take the
How?
man to the Sanhedrin. They could
According
not
to
stone that woman until she was convicted of her offense. So that's why Jesus said, "Let he who is without sin among you cast the first stone."
But you're saying that had he picked up the stone and thrown it at her, then he would have been guilty of breaking the laws of the Torah,
Yeah,
because the Torah
yeah,
said that she needed to go through judicial proceedings.
yeah. But also the law was kept
Because
in part because the man was not presented. I just read to you Leviticus 20.
And then I'm
That's
trying to
because
say,
because the people who brought her to him did not believe that he was the Messiah, the Christ, and so he to them wouldn't be one without sin. And if he did do that thing, he would have broken the law. And they thought, hey, if we bring him to this man who's claiming to be the Son of God and without sin, and he has the right in his mind to do this thing, he could do it, and then he'll gain an even bigger following. So it's a temptation for him to smash her and take the following and grow even bigger.
well,
And
hold on.
they
Now
were
you're
trying
just
to tempt him into doing something he should not do by
but where?
Jewish
But
law.
you're saying that they were trying to. Okay, so let me say repeat what you said to me. You're saying that they were trying to tempt him into throwing the stone at her, so that could be his way of claiming that he was sinless and therefore divine, and that would be a blasphemy.
Or some form.
Okay,
They were
so
trying to tempt him. It says it in the word.
oh,
yeah,
What are they
because
trying
he
to
would have
tempt
been
him to
breaking the
do?
Torah too.
right,
Like if
and
Jesus would have took up a stone and threw it at that woman, like I said, Jesus would have been in violation of the Torah. They were trying to catch him on Torah violations. They were trying to trick him up. They were trying to prove that he's not the Son of God. You know, that he's not the Messiah. That's what they were trying to do. It was a litmus test. Like I said, it's nothing more, nothing less. They didn't present the man with the woman. They had no witnesses of the adultery, even though they said that she was caught in
and
the act. They skipped the whole part where they had to bring them before the Sanhedrin, and instead they bring him to Jesus on the street.
But
It
you
was a
see how he
litmus
failed
test.
according to
It
your
was,
logic. I'm saying according to your logic
Jesus
of
didn't
witness
fail the
test.
test. Jesus would have failed the
Wait,
test if he would
wait.
have took up a stone and threw it at the woman. The fact that he did not even the fact that he didn't throw a stone at the woman proves that he passed their litmus test. He didn't fall for their buffoonery.
So you're saying that he would have been okay with it as long as they had the witnesses, the man, and
No.
gone through the courts.
It wouldn't have even been brought before Jesus
Let's
if
just say it
they had
was.
followed the
Okay.
proper procedures.
Why?
So are you saying
Why
are
would
you
they?
saying that because you're
Why
saying that's
would
a red herring? You're saying I'm adding a red herring by saying
You
let's add
are.
this scenario. Okay, and I'm saying that I think that that's the point of the story. I don't think it's a red herring. I think that the point of the story is that had they gone through the courts, had they had the witnesses, had they had the man and brought him to Jesus, then I think his answer would have been the same.
Why?
But the thing is, they wouldn't be bringing them before Jesus if they had went the proper way. I mean,
Exactly.
if we're working in a hypothetical where we're still applying
Well,
the Jewish
why can't they just
law,
bring
then
it to,
then that hypothetical wouldn't even work out.
why can't they just bring him as a test, like you said?
I
like they
mean,
did
if
the
my
first
grandma
time?
had wheels, she'd be a bike. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, you're saying they brought him to him the first time as just a little test. He didn't have authority or anything. But they brought him.
Why? No, we're saying exactly what is written
Yeah, they just brought him as a test, right? To test
as a
it.
temptation.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, in this scenario, maybe they bring them these people back and they say, okay, here now we have two adulterers with two witnesses. The council is judged on it. Now we're going to come test him or tempt him to see what he does next.
Because because they got owned so hard by the G's. That's why they got embarrassed. They're
Literally, I want you to understand what's happening right here. Okay, Steelman, it is written this way. We are telling you what it says and why it doesn't. Why it didn't go further than that. And instead of saying, I understand, you're saying, let's make a hypothetical to see if things would have happened differently so that I can prove my point.
Yeah, no. So I'm trying to get into like the spirit of Christ, right? Because you can take these stories of Christ. This is like qualified immunity, right? You're saying if these exact details don't line up in the case, you can't bring me a case that where the exact details line up.
That's
then you
not
get
what qualified immunity is.
No, I'm giving an example of generalizing it, right? I'm saying that if you can't bring up a Supreme Court case that's the exact same, if there's minor details, we can throw that out as grounds for qualified immunity. You're saying
Okay,
that
no,
if the exact
qualified
details-
immunity is immunity for police officers when they're
I
acting
know it is,
in a court.
dude. You guys don't get the generalization. of
No,
what
you realize that Jesus had zero authority in the situation.
So wait, now you're trying to
Jewish
apply a
people,
legal
right?
framework on the Jewish laws that doesn't even belong to Jewish laws. You're trying to apply modern
No, I'm
Western
trying to
laws
apply it to
to
your
it.
mind, to Abe's mindset. I'm saying,
No,
Abe's
according
saying,
to them, Jesus had no authority in the situation at all.
But
So-
they still brought them to him, not to test whether or not he had the authority.
What do you know? They were trying to check if he thought he did.
Yes,
And
as they did over and over again throughout the New
Okay.
Testament.
and so you're saying that if he thought, you're saying, Abe, that if they thought he had the authority, that he would have just stoned her?
What do you think they were tempting him to do, Steelman, in this situation? They were tempting him to condone stoning her to death in public without a witness or approved sin.
Okay, my question to
outside of a Sanhedrin ruling, and under Roman dominion.
But,
Under
I'm
Roman
trying to-
dominion, they couldn't execute people. They
I'm
had to
trying
go
to-
to the
I'm-
Roman authority to do
Right,
so
we
as
have
well.
that
So the
checkbox.
Sanhedrin would hit a ruling. They'd say, yeah, death, just like they did with Jesus. So you can go and read it in the Gospels. They brought
Right.
Jesus before the Sanhedrin. They convicted him of blasphemy. Okay,
that's a
but
perfect
then they
example.
had to take him to the Roman authorities
You gave
and
me a
tell the
perfect
Roman
example.
authorities that they found him accused of a sin worthy of death.
You gave me a
And then
perfect
and then
example of that.
Pontius Pilate had to give a ruling on it. And that's how it went. So if Jesus would have just stoned this woman in the street, he would have failed their litmus test. But not only that,
Okay.
he would have probably got crucified anyways by the Roman.
Then why did the Roman legionnaire need forgiveness when Jesus had gone through the legal system and was legally being killed? So if the Roman legionnaire wasn't guilty of murder, he wouldn't have needed forgiveness.
Did he need forgiveness from a crime, or did he need forgiveness for the conviction he felt in his heart for the thing he had done?
They're the same
Exactly.
thing. A real crime. Governments don't create crimes. Law is God's law. All law. It's never ever changing. The government can write something in the paper, man's law, saying what's good and what's bad. And if man says that it's okay to kill Christ because he said he was God, no, all law says that's wrong. And so when the true law says no, you cannot, and that's what Jesus came to say. Just because man's law says it's okay to kill somebody for breaking the law, like the adulteress or like Jesus, then he came to show, look, don't cast the sin or don't cast the stone at the adulteress, just like you shouldn't have fucking stabbed me while I was on the cross. It's the same thing. He was, we gave him the death penalty, and he was trying to show us not to give people the death penalty, even if they go through all the legal system.
Yeah, but the New Testament also says the wages of sin is death, and all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. See,
Right.
you're
Right.
conflating
No, did you
a
hear that?
lot of different things.
No,
together.
I'm not at all. Because like you said, the wages of sin is death, and all have fallen short. So therefore, every man is guilty of death, worthy of this punishment of death. Like you said. So, and that's
Yeah,
what
the
Jesus
curse
was
of
ultimately,
Adam.
and that was Jesus's point. So if you want to kill somebody, punish somebody with death for sin, then you start, I can't say it here, but what I'm saying is that if every man is guilty of it, then every man is guilty of it. You can't point the finger at somebody else and say, we're going to kill you, when we're actually, according to the Bible, guilty of the same thing. How am I wrong on that, Abe? Didn't he just say that the Bible says we're all worthy of the punishment of death for our sin? And that's what Jesus was saying. How can you stone the adulteress? How can you crucify this man on the cross?
I'm
when
not
we're
going
all-
to dig into spiritual versus physical theology with you, because you already twist everything that gets said anyway. Like, I don't know
the
how whole thing with the scenario of what we were talking about. You still wanted to read everything that you thought into it, even if it wasn't. And when we said, no, that's not what it was this thing, then you needed to create a scenario. And then it's like each next thing you're like adding more to try and keep your preconception that you had already in place.
Yeah, and if I'm to quote Jesus here, if I tell you worldly things and you believe them not, then how can I tell you spiritual things?
Also, it was during the Festival of Tabernacles. I knew it was one of them.
It's just, if we just go back to the very first thing, right? Where is the disconnect for you in the scenario that we started with that you brought up?
I think you're missing the point about like why Jesus was even humoring this. It's he's facing the power, right? They had all the power. This this structure that they had, this religious structure. They controlled everything about it, right? And they became corrupt in that time.
But okay, I'm trying to offer just like a basic, right? It's the
All right,
basic,
gentlemen,
like,
I have to step away for about 5 or 10 minutes. I'll be back in a short.
Okay.
all right, right on. So I mean, you know, I'm just applying the what would Jesus do, you know, thought experiment to the scenario of someone who has been convicted properly through the legal system of death. If they then brought that person to Jesus, I'm saying, what would Jesus do?
Okay.
I'm curious as to what you guys think. I know I have my opinion on what I think Jesus would do, which
I
would
think
be
he would have done what he did.
We saw what he did.
The whole point of it is he's forcing them
no.
to. Is about the corruption, bro. It's not. It's not that they would be legally justified. The whole point of it is that they had that this body of this political and religious body is corrupt at this point, right? So the whole
We didn't see what he did, Abe, because you're saying they weren't brought through the legal body properly. If they didn't have the witnesses and all that stuff.
Stillman, he did what he did, and it's written what he did.
But then you have people arguing, well, yeah, but there wasn't a witness. That's why he did that and all this stuff. And I'm saying, what if there was a case where they had the witnesses, they had the man, all the boxes were checked, and then I wonder
Stillman,
what
can I ask you a question? Do you think maybe that there's like church fathers over the last 2,000 years that have written about this exact scenario repeatedly and explained why?
I'm wondering what you think about it, because I know that there's a lot of church fathers who've done a lot of weird shit, and not I don't believe everyone's opinion just because they're in the head of a church, you know.
Oh well,
I'm
I
not a
would
church
start-
father, and
I'm
I
not saying
haven't
you are.
studied it for my whole life. And there's also the fact that people close to the situations wrote about them and continually pass things down over time that allow us to kind of understand it in a way we don't really understand it now, because we're really, really far away from the way things were and the way that things acted and the way that people saw them.
Right. And also, you got to keep in mind when this was written, it was written for the people of that time. So there's a lot that you don't know unless you were there. There was a lot of things that weren't said because they didn't have to say it, because, you know, those that are hearing it read would have known, right?
Well,
So again, Paul Tillich, by the way, start with some of his work. One of the most influential theologians of the 20th century. Paul Tillich is amazing. The Courage to Be. I'd start with that one, right? If you want to see some really good information about what's actually happening, you know.
Well, I'm just trying.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to keep it simple on Jesus' character. I feel like you guys are taking what I'm saying and acting like it's crazy. But what I'm saying is, I simply can't see Jesus willing to say, okay, guys, now that they've gone through the legal channels, now that you've got the witnesses and all the boxes are checked, go ahead and stone her. I just can't see Jesus saying that. I don't see that in his character. I don't see that in the, you know, in the persona of the Jesus archetype or the Christ archetype, you know. You get what I'm trying to say in good faith? Like, I'm just trying to say that I don't think Jesus is going to condemn the death penalty under like probably those like any, you know, in the,
Do you think that God do you think that God rained fire and brimstone on Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah, but that was the Old
God-
Testament one. He was that was before Jesus came in and calmed him down.
Well, exactly. Jesus called
No, not
the
exactly.
God of the old Bible, you know, he said your God is that of Satan, you know, when he was talking to the
No, he
Jews.
was not talking about.
If you want to, Abe, if you want to talk about how the old God loved the smell of burning flesh, and you know, and he required them to go stab at each other and women, children, every living creature, and in fact, he flooded the earth because he despised humanity. Oh, God loved the earth so much that he gave his only begotten son. No, God hated the earth so much that he flooded the whole fucking earth, except left one fucking drunk ass motherfucker. And it's like
He wasn't
that's
drunk
the God
until they
you're talking about.
landed. When they reached shore. That's he wasn't drunk on the boat.
Dude was an alcoholic, you know. We all know it. We can all read through the lines.
Oh,
And-
I'm aware.
yeah. And
I saw
I'm just
the
saying-
Russell Crowe movie. I got you.
Yeah, so I don't know. That sounds like a good one. I haven't seen it, but I should.
No, I think it's by the same guy that directed Dune.
I'm gonna
It's
check
not
that
that
out.
good, though. It's not that good.
Well,
It relies heavily on the Book of Enoch, so it's very
But-
confusing if you don't know it. If you don't know the Book of Enoch going in.
My issue again is that you read into the scripture what you want it to say. You're adding all this context, all this craziness to things, and zero theological understanding. You're just gonna layer on what you think things mean, and because you think it means that, it means that.
Well, here's why. I get what you're saying, but to my credit, I'm saying I feel like by, you know, that you know, if you believe in the Bible's inspired by God at all or anything like that, that it's sort of written to be simple for man to understand. I get that there's deeper levels of, you know, the different translations and the histories and all of that, and it could be studied forever and ever. But what I mean is that once you sort of gather the persona of Christ, right, the archetype character of Christ, like what would Jesus do? I think you can sort of build a framework around it, right? And I'm just asking you, depending on what's going around, even if you say you know all this stuff about the history, can you say that Jesus would rightfully stone that woman under different conditions?
What I'm saying is, I think that you are claiming to know the heart or the mind of something so far beyond you. And then, on top of that, you're willing to read into the scripture whatever you want it to mean. And then you're going to turn around and say that only mushrooms are true Christianity. And so I'm like, if you're willing to just read into the scripture whatever you want, and then also say that mushrooms are Jesus, at which point have you made yourself trustworthy to look at scripture and give me any kind of semblance of understanding? And then argue, okay, he just left.
By the way, that started with him saying, guys, I got to win here.
Oh, well, it's like you're going to push a mamby-pamby Jesus who couldn't possibly ever pass judgment when Jesus is literally the one that's going to judge you at the end. Like, hello, McFly.
This is why it's not a good idea to try to read the Bible on your own, because one, depending on what there's so many different translations and words have changed meaning so much, right? That it just reading, the King James version is difficult to understand without knowing what those words meant at that time. Simple things like if John 3:16, right? God, for God so loved the world, he gave his only, right? At that, so when we see the word so, we think of it as like almost a multiplier, like I loved him so much. But at that time, it was more of it meant like in this way. This is how God loved the world, that he gave his only begotten son. It wasn't, but when you read it with our current interpretation of the word so, it doesn't change it, the scripture, right? But that's just a small sample of what happens throughout, especially the King James version, because words change meaning over such a long time. That's why you shouldn't just be there reading like, oh yeah, I know what thy and thee and ye is. I got this. You know what I'm saying?
I do. It's just, there's a level of frustration in me, and it's not even like it's like, I get that this is what you think this means, but even if we went to all of tradition and all of history, it has not been that. And because you have imbibed a substance, you believe you know better. And not only do you believe you know better, but you're going to read into it things that aren't there, and then tell me I'm wrong about what I'm reading plainly. That is bizarre to me. And then justify it with hypotheticals to try and prove the character of the ultimate judge as not being willing to judge anyone.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you that I really appreciate you having me on, and I'm going to be listening in on this on my phone. But it was good to see you, Abe. I'm sorry. And I was next time I talk to Flo, I'm going to apologize to him for what I was talking about, with you when I was disparaging you in his chat. So anyway, man, I'll let him know, and I appreciate you. I respect you, and I'll be listening, and thanks.
Hey, still, before you go, man, I just want to say that I think chat should as well. I really appreciate you hanging out. Even though all of us disagreed with you, you took it all in sport, and you try to address it the best, even if we really disagree with you. But that is awesome, and it is good to see that people will be willing to defend whatever points they may have without it turning into whatever happened when I left to go have a smoke, whatever that was.
Yeah, thanks. And you guys seem to know a lot about it now. you guys are defending it half the time. So welcome to the cult, guys. I'm excited for you to be fully initiated when you take your fast and your communion.
Man, as long as I get that supervision, I'm on board, bro.
All right, man. Much love, y'all. Thanks again. I'll be listening. Peace.
Have a good day. Never a dull moment on this channel, I suppose.
Yeah, I want to come on here more because it's bananas. Every time I tune in, I'm like, oh, I got to get on here.
It gets crazy.
How do you meet these people?
I
Like,
guess
we-
I attract them somehow. I'm not
so
sure.
I've been doing YouTube for a few years now, and we run in entirely different circles, you and I. There's no crossover with us, which is funny, man.
It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, man. But making me go grab books from. Anyway, man, that was interesting. But yeah, no. So I think that I'm a Jesus mushroom guy now. I kind of liked it. It flows better. Better power set.
It's such a weird. I mean, I've already argued with him so many times, but
I think he needs to find a good PCA Presbyterian church or an Eastern Orthodox church to get into so he could root himself into some actual traditions and stop trying to be the arbiter of truth for himself. That's when people get into like weird rabbit holes like what we just saw here, mushroom tripping Jesus and stuff like that. But we do have warnings in scripture, Galatians being one of them. If any man preach another gospel than that which ye have received, let that man be accursed. This is something that I have to take seriously as a preacher because, like, I have to be very, very careful. I stay within the doctrinal lines of like the Westminster Confession and all of that.
yeah, I can totally understand that. I mean, I'm really, really hesitant to talk about certain things for myriad reasons, honestly. But and Gorilla Biscuits, you are correct. There has been a decent amount of bad blood flung. I'm a pretty patient fellow, and I'm willing to still talk to people because sometimes I think that, one, I can't make a value judgment on somebody's heart. And if that is the case, maybe a conversation with somebody is willing to have a conversation with me may open something up. There's a hope in me that sometimes if I converse with people, there's a chance that something might spark and they might look deeper and they might go, oh, maybe I should go to church.
Well, yeah. The only person that wins in a debate is the person that loses because they're the one that has the cognitive gain, right? They're the one that learns new knowledge. The other one is just, fortifying what they already know is true. You get what I'm saying? So, which is why, I'm always up to talk about things, even if I don't know about it. That's how you learn. You ask questions.
Yeah. And to be fair, I often just keep my mouth shut, even if I know exactly what's going on and how to combat things, because sometimes I just want to see if people will combat things, but I don't know.
Yeah, it depends on on when panels get that big. By the way, I think most of the chaos comes from who you have on the panel, not necessarily how many people are on the panel, because people jail differently, right? Not everybody gets along. There's people I do not get along with at all. Neither one of us. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it just depends. And I think when it comes to panels or whatever, the way I always look at it, you have to have, it's like a basketball. You have to have your shooters and you have to have your support. You have the guys that can generate conversation without other people, but you need people that they can bounce off of, that can have those responses. You get too many shooters, you're gonna have everybody talking over each other. You get too many support guys, no one's gonna say anything, and the conversation will probably just die. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Like, it's why I can't do solo streams, because I guess I need someone to bounce off of. I guess need someone to help generate that, and then I can go.
I could see that. I think it just depends on the energy and the topics that are happening. Because I can go alone or like full blast with a huge panel or just one-on-one. But like today, I've been up basically all night, and I was up yesterday too. So I'm like, I'm a little bit worn out, and I'm only gonna jump in when I need to jump in. But it did get real chaotic for a little bit there, and I thought about breaking stuff up, but it would go really crazy and then settle out. And then go really crazy and then settle out. And I'm like, okay, well, this isn't that bad. Because sometimes it gets to the point where everybody's just screaming over each other for an hour straight. And it's like, okay, I'm done. You're all going to stop now.
I'm not going to be on a panel that I would not listen to. And I would not listen to one of those panels. You know what I mean? Like Friday Night Tights, like Gary Nerdrotica and those guys. I've never watched it. I know all those dudes. I'm cool with all those guys, but I do not, because I do not enjoy just the over talking constantly. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's just, I just can't listen to it. Plus, I don't like listening to streams that I'm not on either.
Yeah, I have a firm dislike of overtalk, generally speaking.
Yeah.
But I try to hold back because sometimes that actually prompts a better conversation. So if it's just like straight contentious screaming over each other for a long time, I'll start piping in. But like sometimes that screaming over each other actually pushes it into something that is good, and then the conversation continues to flow. But it's hard to gauge that. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So you just got to kind of watch and divide when needed, I guess.
Well, and there's also other factors like lag and shit. Try being on a panel with an Australian, see how much he talks over you because they're shitty internet, you know? So there's a lot of those factors. And the worst are when you have those people who are only listening for their opportunity to say something. They're not listening to what's being said. They don't care. They're not going to respond to it. They have what they want to say, and they're just waiting on you to shut up long enough for them to say what they want to.
Right. It's the difference between active listening and listening to make a point. Yeah. Big time.
Yeah, I try really hard not to talk over anybody, and I try to do more listening than talking, so that way I can get a solid grasp of the conversation at hand. Otherwise, I'm just a useful preacher. And then sometimes, of course, I'll get into the sermonizing, and then people try to talk, and I'm just like in my own zone. So I'm trying to break from that too, because it's kind of like a profession. You know, if you're totally used to doing something that's your routine, then, you know, that's what you stick to. So I'm trying to break that when I get into like panel space and open conversations and stuff, especially about scripture. So
I've kind of noticed it with you too, Rev Russ. You do a lot like I do. You'll just sit quietly till it's your turn to speak. But once it's your turn to speak, you're like, no, I'm speaking because it's actually my turn to speak now.
yeah, and I noticed you gotta be kind of loud and assertive on open panels too. So.
Yeah, it's like rebounding, man. I don't know, so many basketball references, but you gotta throw those elbows sometimes, make space.
It's true.
And it's trying to find that balance, because I still got to present myself properly because of like my profession as a preacher, but I also have to be able to be a little bit more authoritative and inject myself into conversations. But it's just finding that balance there to where I don't look like a pious asshole. So
it also has a lot to do with who it is that you're with as well.
Also true. Well, and that's the other thing, right? Especially on this topic, that's bound to happen. If you're talking about things, even if you're not going to dig into scripture, even if you're just having a talk about concepts that have to do with Christianity, there's almost immediately judgment from the chat that, oh, you think you're better than us. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm literally just telling you the precepts I stand on and believe. I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm not saying any of that crap. But like the inherent belief is that because you believe Jesus Christ is God, and you believe he was sacrificed for the sin of man, and you believe that you are walking the walk to get to heaven, somehow you're saying you're above them. And that's not what's being said at all, but for some reason that's the twist that happens in the mind of people that have no connection to Christ at all.
Yeah, and it happens a lot, but you see it even with like political ideology as well. People get so wrapped up in it that it becomes who they are. So they don't see it as you criticizing their ideas or their beliefs. You're criticizing them personally. So they get offended personally, right?
Yep.
Rather than separating themselves. And you see this a lot on one side of the political. I'm not going to say which one, but we all know who it is. That whenever you try to criticize policy, they take it very personal because you're erasing them.
True.
Yeah. Harris 2026. Wait, what year? What should be going for president again? 2028. Harris. Yeah, I'm looking for a Harris AOC ticket to win the White House.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
It's the all ladies reboot of the Oval Office.
Oh my gosh, that would be terrifying.
Oh, that would be the perfect ticket for the Republicans. Honestly, it would be perfect. But I don't even think they would make it out of through the announcement because they would be fighting over who gets to be president, who has to be vice president.
Yeah, that would be something, actually.
By the way, we talked so long about YouTube shit and panels and stuff. No one has even attempted to comment about it in the chat. They are off on an entirely different conversation.
That happens. One night I was having a full panel and there was a whole bunch going on the panel, and they were discussing the proper way to cook hot dogs in the chat for the whole conversation.
How long does it say to use a Weber? Like use a grill, charcoal?
I mean, there was the grill people. There was like the fry people. There was microwave people. There was like everything, and then all the different ways you could do it in each. Just like a full-on heated debate about hot dogs.
Weird.
Which reminds me, I don't have a hot dog emoji, and I probably should.
You should definitely have a mushroom.
Oh my gosh, I should.
Emoji. Yeah. How can you not?
It's craziness.
I'm so worried that I'm gonna go down that rabbit hole, like I do with everything. Flat Earth, man, I go down that hole so quick.
I'll tell you what, if you go down the mushroom rabbit hole, it looks like there's some level of coherence to it, but the moment you start digging, in my opinion, it just falls flat, because like John Allegro was the one who worked with the Dead Sea Scrolls. If you go and you look at it, he's like completely discredited by scholarly works. He's completely discredited by everything in the era that he was in for his completely loose use of interpretation and his lack of citations and all this stuff.
Didn't he hinge it on the translation of one Greek word that was used, and it was a mistranslation or something like that?
Something like that. And then when that went forward, what happened was Allegro's works and his book about Christ being a mushroom goes forward, and people pick it up and then keep building on the work that was already discredited, and it just kept going until we're here now. From the Dead Sea Scrolls discovery till now, there's just been generation after generation of reworks and added additions and finding things that connect. And it's like all of it is this superficial, looks like, feels like connection between these things.
Vibes. Yeah, a lot of vibes going.
And then like, oh, this culture did this thing, this culture did that thing, and it's like puzzle pieces that don't actually fit, but fit just close enough that it makes it look like it's a truthful or a convincing story to go forward with. And it's like, I'm sorry, it doesn't actually fit. It just seemingly fits to those who want it to be true in the first place.
Well, because we recognize patterns. We're built that way, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know. I may have mushroom blindness, but I've never seen mushrooms outside of a pizza compared to Stillman, who sees mushrooms in everything. They're everywhere, from Santa Claus to the Egyptians to it's almost very similar to the ancient alien people that believe in, like, well, if you look at the culture that was here in South America at the same time as the culture that was in the Sahara Desert or whatever, they drew the same flying turtle, whatever. You know what I mean? And how is that possible? They live so many thousand miles away.
Have you guys seen the movie Half Baked?
Of course.
Yeah.
You know that guy
telegraph.
that shows $20 bill? He's like, have you ever seen the back of a $20 bill on weed? That's the total vibes I was getting. So it's like, you know, once you fixate on something, especially like a addiction or a drug or something, then that becomes your whole world. It becomes your entire ethos. So everything that you see, you're seeing through the lens of that narcotic. And that's just the fruit of what we saw here today.
Fascism Watch, let me just throw this out to you. I am not the federal government. The First Amendment does not guide my chat. I don't actually have to let people say whatever they like, however they like, whenever they like.
Yeah. I would let you as long as you agree with me. That's my line. Like, you can say whatever as long as I would have said it. That's just me. By the way, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't really have anything else to add to that.
Well, I was just gonna, because we're talking about translations or whatever, and I put this in the private chat for Russ. Joel M. Hoffman, he's a translation guy. He has some great books on how the Bible is translated, what the issues are now with so much more advancements in translations and shit. It fantastic books, man. Joel M. Hoffman, he's a theoretical linguistic.
You'll have to send it to me in
I'll
Discord,
put it in Discord,
because linguistics is
Yeah,
a
I'll
big thing
definitely
for me.
check it out.
Yeah, I enjoy his stuff too, and he has a enjoyable reading style. It's not super academic, you know what I mean? Like what you can find with some guy, like who am I thinking? Bart was it Ehrman? Bart Ehrman? I like his work too, but sometimes he can get a little too academic with his writing. By the way, Russ, I recommended Paul Tillich to Stillman for him to check out.
Yeah, for sure. Those sound like good authors and stuff. Hopefully he can get on like a solid track. Like I said, he needs to find himself some solid ground to stand on. PCA Church and Eastern Orthodox Church, something. He needs some guidance. His heart seems there, but you know, he just needs to get on that right path.
He should like go to liturgy and talk to a priest, because at least he could get laid out on some foundational theology at the very least, right? Or at the very least, he could ask the questions he's asking here and get a decent answer back, and hopefully actually listen and hear the answer.
Well, yeah, I mean, because for me at least, for the most part, like what Michelle de Montaigne said, you know, I speak the minds of others, not to speak theirs, but to speak mine more clearly. Basically, like when I'll reference all kinds of people. It's because they already figured out a way, and they're way smarter than me to say what it is that I'm thinking. That makes sense?
Say that again.
Okay. I don't know why I brought it up in the first. I've been up all night too, bro. It's like I was tempted to take some more Addies, but I was like, oh, I don't know. I have a prescription. It's fine. But basically, I would say, how did I get there? I don't know how I got there. I was just reversing Michel de Montaigne about how he said, like, I speak the minds of others only to speak mine more clearly, more precisely, or concisely, right? To help.
That's part of what I love about conversation, is that it like opens you in a way that, like, we're conversing about something that I have already looked into and studied some, and as we converse, more comes out, and when things come out, it leaves space somehow for new things to come in and me to continue on and be like, oh wow, I never thought of it that way, but I'm in the middle of a conversation and I never had the deeper thoughts about it because I didn't actually converse further on the topic. So definitely, as you converse, not only are you getting the inputs and the ideas from that person, but you're also expanding the ones you have. And I don't know, something about the mind is like once you've gotten the things out that you've already conceptualized, you're now free to conceptualize further on them.
Yeah, agreed. Why would you want to read the atheist interpretation of a? Well, one, if we're talking about Bart, he's not so much as an interpretation. He focuses more on the synonymous writings in the New Testament, specifically about like the writings of Paul or whatever. That's his most of his focus. But I mean, why wouldn't you want to hear opinions, like hear what others that may disagree with what they have to say? You know what I mean? It's a good way to sharpen your own ideas. So when you are in a conversation where you're better at relaying what it is that you're trying to say, also with having an idea of what's coming back your way. You know what I mean? Like, it's a good thing to hear what others have to say, especially if they're on the quote unquote other team. I'm just saying.
That Gen Z Bible is terrible.
Yeah, it gives us a good idea of how to approach certain heresies, especially like the modern ones, like the Good Vibrations. I just wonder, like, is the Beastie Boys song "Good Vibrations" a part of their liturgy or something?
Ooh. Thank you, Bill. Have a good night or day, whatever it is. There.
If I got two really good books, if you're interested in the Apostle Paul. One of them is The Life of Paul by James Stalker. This is a really good one. And then Paul's Idea of Community by Robert J. Banks. I definitely recommend checking these two out.
If you guys are gonna bring up books for me to read, you'll have to send it to me in Discord because my mind is not sharp enough right now to remember.
I took a screenshot of his books and his name. I'll be sending it to you now.
Awesome. I'll have to find you on Discord.
Hey, Russ, what do you think of Rob Bell? He had a moment in time, didn't he? Got real big there for a minute.
I'd have to look. I'm not familiar.
Rob
with
Bell
Rob
is the
Bell.
Love Wins guy.
Love Wins guy.
Yeah. Wasn't it his book where he I wouldn't call him a quote unquote like a universalist. You know what I mean? But definitely that book kind of leaned there. It was okay read. Rob Bell's not too bad. I haven't seen him in a long time. I stopped looking at a lot of people that I used to read just because if I really like someone, like one of my favorites, man, is Peter Rollins. He's a theologian and philosopher from Ireland. Love his shit, really do.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't listened to him since Trump was elected the first time, because the last thing I want to do is to go to check out what he's doing, and he's hanging out in Seattle with Antifa or whatever.
Antifa. What do we call those guys? Like useful idiots or something like that?
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out the terminology. I'm not all that political. I'm a independent constitutionalist, though I do being conservative. And that's simply, I don't do party lines simply because of my faith in Christ. My what do you call it? My allegiance is to the throne of God and to God alone. So that's where my loyalties lie first and foremost. It's God, family, community, then country, in that order for me.
Right. But that automatically makes you one of the most far right conservatives ever, according to today. You know what I mean? I think for the majority of the people, like I regularly hang out with and talk to, they were all on the other side of that line until it's been moved so far. If you're not, lock and step with Sanders and AOC, sorry, getting too political here, then yeah, you're not left enough. You will be considered far right. Anything right them out. So yeah.
So in Protestant circles, I'm considered like extremely conservative. No female clergy. Things have to be done according to the book, by the book. We don't do appropriation of sin or glorification of sin. That stuff's not welcome. And in my circles. So yeah, the more liberal leaning Protestants, they really don't like me much.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
And then of course the political left, like I guess I'm like Stalin to them or something. So more power to them.
A lot of us do, to be fair.
Yeah,
I feel like
I've
they
been
look at
accused
everybody.
of like fascio Christianity, and it's like,
oh, that's a good one.
What is that? They're like, oh well, you're conservative and you're a Christian, therefore you're a Christian nationalist.
Well,
Like, that doesn't make sense at all, because you're attaching a theological stance to like a political stance. Sorry.
Well, I was just basically going to say that's like the stance at this point. If you want anything that's Christian or nationalism based at all, then you've already fallen into those brackets for everyone. So on that side.
I mean, in a lot of cases, if you're against, I don't know, universal healthcare, open borders, you're basically, you know, a 1930s German painter.
Well, I'm vehemently against also the welfare state. And I fall back to the founding of this country. The reason why churches are tax exempt is because churches are supposed to provide those social outlets for the community, such as help with food, help with bills, housing, food pantries, all of that good stuff. Soup kitchens, that's the church's role. And that's why churches are tax exempt, is because the church is supposed to fill that void, not the state. So these people who say, well, we want separation of church and state, well, then get your socialist state out of the church's jurisdiction, because that is our jurisdiction. It's been that way since the founding of this nation.
Real quick, yes, I know he's Austin. When I started that, I didn't know how close to him I was going. I didn't know how broad I was going to make the analogy or whatever. So it just ended up that I was like, oh, well, fucking, it's basically him. Yeah, but I'm also American, so they're all German. Basically, you know, outside of our north and south border, you're foreign.
What did you see?
Oh, somebody said he was Austrian. Talking about that painter.
No. GB said I saw that. Clip it. I don't know what I did. Oh, my hat starting to move. Is that what you saw? Gorilla Biscuits?
Hat almost went on vacation.
It's trying. Especially when I'm getting more and more tired. I mean, it's pretty good at holding on, but jeez.
Wait, hold on.
It's heavy though.
How does that work? Is it just tight?
Something.
You got like
it's
bobby pins and shit in a weave?
Magic.
Mushrooms.
That's for sure.
Man, they really can't do anything.
It's the magic resurrection hat, but unlike Frosty, mine doesn't just fly off all the time, okay?
All right, Abe, I think you should go to sleep.
I don't think I'm going to sleep at this point. I have to go on the Uncomfortable Bible Study podcast here in a little bit as a special guest. So,
oh, what's that?
There's a guy on YouTube. His channel is Vibe. I don't remember the exact name, but it's Vibe. It's called the Uncomfortable Bible Study, and he asked me if I'd come on for an episode. I said yes a few months ago, and today's that day. So later today at some point.
I actually have a stream tonight as well. It's a political stream. Do y'all know who Carrie Smith is?
That name is super familiar.
She does the D program. Something I forgot exactly what it's called. She was left and then converted to the right a while back. She's been on Tim Pool and all kinds of other different shows.
I've heard the name. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, she's great. She's great. But I hop on hers every once in a while. But and then she comes on the stuff I'm on as well. But
Man,
so I got a political thing tonight.
Throw your link in my private in the StreamYard, and I'll plug it in the chat.
Yeah. I had to start a new channel because I got screwed over on my other one, so I'm having to rebuild from scratch.
Got hit with that cancellation, huh?
Well, no. So I had two actual copyright strikes from the WB.
Oh wow.
Oh, it's even better. because I did this show called Street Smarts where we would watch old after school specials because they were hilarious, right? Well, there was a show on the WB back in the early 2000s that you would hear at 3 a.m. while you were holding your girlfriend's hair while she puked, and it was called Street Smarts. It was a game show, nothing like what we did. They copyright strike my channel twice because of the name, because it was the name was Street Smarts. No bullshit.
That's wild.
Yeah, they got taken down, but it fucked me from there on out, so I never could get monetized. So I just started a new one, which is called Matt's New Channel, which I'm gonna put in the back.
That's dirty. That's dirty work, man.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, man, I was moving too, bro. It was going great, but it happens. So yep, Matt's New Channel. We the only thing really I got going, I got a weekly thing on Tuesdays, 9:15 p.m. Central. It's me and like 5 other guys. We will. Our guy Chad will start reading a story from history. Last week we did the Lobster Boy. We've done the Charles Coutu, the guy that assassinated President Garfield. Did him way before the Netflix thing. Anyway, we interrupt. It's like Mystery Science Theater 3000, but story wise, it's great to listen to if you're playing a game, want something to listen to in the back. You'll learn stuff. You'll laugh. It's a good time. Yeah, the Lobster Boy. Well, boy, he was an asshole.
Good times. Be for fun.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
All right. I suppose I should probably go brew some coffee and slap myself in the face a few times.
What time is that next stream?
I don't remember. I'm like waiting for a Discord message and him to be like, "Where are you?" Like, oh shit, I'll be right there.
That's funny, man. Well, hey, dude, thanks so much for having me on again. I've been looking forward to being able to come back on since the last time that no one remembers I was here.
Yeah, man. I mean, I remember the name, but I couldn't remember the conversation, and so generally it's like, if I don't remember the conversation, then I don't remember.
I tried. I even went back to find it, and I was like, "What? What are we talking about?" I had no clue.
Good question.
Yeah. Russ, it was nice meeting you as well.
Yeah, nice meeting you too. I really enjoyed the conversation. And I'll definitely check out your channel. Sounds interesting.
Oh, it's all nonsense. I nothing I do on my channel really is ever serious. It's not something I want to do. You know, there's other channels that I go on if I want to quote unquote be serious. But yeah, I have fun with it.
Right on. I've considered like doing Bible studies or something like that, but I just got to gauge the interest for it. You know, it's kind of boring, like jumping on trying to do a Bible study and it's just you and nobody watching.
I know people that have done it. Melanie Mack, if you ever heard that name before, I think she does it.
Yeah, she got popular first though. She built an audience and then started doing it.
Man, it must be nice to build your audience by saying one word over and over and over again. She's very nice. I've met her. She's very nice. Not something I would do. I would have made some of those choices.
Look, we all know how this works. A female will get the attention that you do not. And because of that, they will get a following, regardless of what they're doing. It may be used for good, it may be used for evil, but it will happen.
Even if they're an avatar, just like mine right here, they will still run laps over you if they have even the slightest personality.
Yep.
If they're on camera, you don't need to know shit.
I've seen it. I mean, I'm not saying that every single woman online will get that attention, but like, I don't know. Men are funny creatures. That's all.
Yeah, bro. I honestly started in a more of a joking way, turning up the misogyny just to counteract all the simping that happens, which just leads to everyone accusing me of being gay. I'm like, that's fine. I don't give a shit.
I mean, most of these spaces, it's like, nope, no simping in chat. You will get timed out. That's ridiculous. Stop it.
Yeah, it can get a little much sometimes. But anyway, oh, dude, we were actually thinking of we tried, but the voice technology isn't there. We were gonna actually make our own avatars, the whatever they call them, the animated chicks, the waifu chicks or whatever, and they do the little
Oh.
streams, right? But we needed to do a voice mod to so we were just gonna do our same shit, but as this animated avatar with a voice mod to sound like a chick, so that we could actually make make something on of YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's risque, but
Oh, it would totally work though, but the voice mod's not there. We weren't planning on doing anything but what we always do. Just really to see the difference.
yeah. Did you see a difference?
Well, we couldn't know. We couldn't it's just not the way to mod your voice or whatever. At least what I found. It wasn't capable of making it even slightly convincing.
Yeah, that makes
So,
sense.
yeah.
It would need to like actually just be a different voice, and it speaks what you've said in
Right.
that voice.
Which would be difficult for a live stream. You could do uploaded videos like that. You could do
Yeah.
an AI voice completely.
Because voice modulation doesn't work very well. Well, if you take like voice to speech to text, and then have the text be read by a female voice, then it would be different. Because I think that's more achievable than voice modulation from male to female for voice. I don't know.
Yeah, but there will be a lag, in response if
course.
you're live. Yeah,
Of
so
course.
it would stick out. But all right, guys.
Have
Bye,
a
Chad.
wonderful day.
I hope everybody in chat has a great day. Especially
Indeed.
Bill. I think Bill was one that was giving me props way earlier. That guy deserves all the good days.
What incoming raid? From where?
Wait, hang on, maybe I will stay.
I gotta make some coffee. What is happening right now? Bill, who's even live right now? Is it you? Oh, Mr. Bill, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bill. Holy smokes. Okay. Well, I need to make coffee.
While you make coffee, I'll sit here and read the Begats.
Oh, well, while you make coffee, I'll sit here so he doesn't do that.
Oh my.
Wait,
To
what's
read the
Begats? I don't know what
Beatitudes.
that is.
Well, if you're a millennial, you do the Begats like the Pokey Rap. So
Like the what?
He's talking about the lineage.
yeah, the Begats, the
oh,
lineage
God.
of Christ and Matthew and Luke.
Everyone's favorite part of the Bible.
Yeah, rap it like the Pokey Rap, man. Makes it interesting. The kids love it.
Goodness gracious.
Do they?
Well, it depends on the circle and the Sunday school and the teacher, of course. But yeah, you can use familiar things that kids are used to
Yeah.
to engage with the gospel and scripture as well.
Right,
Okay,
you're like,
so-
no cap, for real.
Before I step away to make coffee, Mr. Bill, I suffered the same fate about 5 hours ago. I told chat I'm going to find somebody to raid and I'm going to get off. I couldn't find anyone to raid, and then I ended up getting raided by someone, and then I just stayed. And I've been here since, and now you just raided me too. It's because of DebateCon.
What's
True story.
DebateCon?
It is a debate event that's happening in Nashville, Tennessee this weekend, and the debate sphere mobilized to go meet other big debaters, Andrew Wilson and others who are there debating. They're doing like live debates as well as Q&As and events, and so tons of debaters from the debate sphere went there, which is basically our space, or at least I'm adjacent to it, connected to it in multiple ways. So, yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I've never heard of DebateCon. I've never been to a con.
I've never been to a con.
They all look so sweaty.
This is true. This one seems pretty cool. There's like, obviously there's the in-building debates and all that stuff, but there's also like get-togethers, like big barbecue and hang out with all the people in the space, and would have been kind of cool.
I've been to meetups like from YouTube communities or whatever. Man, there's some weird people in some of these communities. Not all of them.
There's weird people on the internet in general, man.
But 1 out of 4, you're like, oh, you're that guy. You're why that stereotype exists.
I would agree with that. And on that note, I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'll be back.
No problem. So, Russ, how do you feel about? I was trying to think of something controversial to ask you. Oh, are you watching what is it? The Book of David on Amazon?
No, I'm not. I
I
haven't
watched the first season. It was
really
great.
get into those, but there is one movie that's on there. His Only Son, I think it's called. It was decent. It's the story of Abraham. I thought that was an okay one.
Oh, you know what I watched the other day? Risen. I rewatched it the other day. Like it was crazy. It treated. It was almost like it was a like from a noir, like a detective noir, right? So Jesus, you know, he was resurrected, and now the Romans, they send this guy in to investigate, like, well, who moved the body, where did he go, and so he's investigating it throughout the movie. It's pretty cool, man.
I'll have to check that one out. That one sounds interesting, and that's from the perspective of like a Roman, right?
Yeah.
Investigating the resurrection. That's
Yeah,
fascinating.
trying to figure out, you know, who hid the body or you know what they did and all these and who was behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah.
enjoyed it.
There was speculation, I think, in the early days that the body was absconded, but you know, like there wasn't much witness to it, and I think that's why it didn't really stick as well as like the resurrection did. The resurrection narrative definitely stuck, because there was eyewitness to it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a reason why. You know, there's been so many religions throughout the history of humanity, but there's a reason only some have actually stuck around. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the mushroom Jesus ones, and you know the legitimate.
Yeah, that one's going to fade out pretty quickly. I hope once people start realizing that mushrooms is not the way.
It may be one of the more fun religions I've seen.
Oh yeah, I've heard of sects like that try to use drugs as a method to communicate with God, but there's really no scripture backing for it. And I think they just use it as an excuse to use drugs. So
well, I don't know, man. I think that they are experiencing something.
oh yeah, they're experiencing a high.
Yeah,
they're tripping. So yeah, like I'm familiar with those kinds of people in community. I've been in all places and among all people. One thing that is for certain when it comes to the psychedelics, they try to pin it as like a non-addictive thing, but it really is. I've noticed that people that dabble with the psychedelics, acid, mushrooms, and other stuff, once they become dependent on it, then it's their fixation, and then everything evolves around that. So
you think it's more because of the experience of being that they're addicted to, rather than it actually being addicted on a substance level, like you would see with meth and the ones that are chemically like you can become chemically dependent upon them. You know what I mean? Like the lifestyle. Like a lot of people smoke weed a ton, not because it's addictive in that way, but because they're addicted to the vibe.
there's usually a lifestyle that comes with certain drugs. It seems like back in the day, marijuana was associated with hippies and stuff like that, and then of course meth with hillbillies. You know what I mean? So there's certain crowds these narcotics roll with, and there's a whole lifestyle and stuff that comes with them. So I think the whole magic mushroom thing does ride on that theological line, especially for those who kind of seek more spiritualism than actual religion. So they're trying to map out their own idea of the cosmos, and they're trying to do it through mushrooms and their own brain. So it doesn't really work out too well for them.
Look, I mean, I think it would be great if, you know, there was more rainbows and unicorns in outer space, that, you know what I mean, that we can link up with and be happy. You know what I mean? No, I don't think anyone's against a utopia. The idea of a utopia is just some people realize, no, dum. Socialism, communism, never going to bring that to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And even Christians, we seek a utopia, the new heaven and new earth, after the resurrection and the final judgment. So we seek that too, but we know that we can't have that in this fallen apostate world, because anything devoid of Christ is bound to fall, and anything that's built by man, because man is a fallen being, anything that's built by man will inevitably fall, whether it be buildings, ideologies. It all comes and goes.
True. Yeah, I mean, it's not as if, you know, the argument of the eschatological argument of like what happens after you die is a new idea. It's been happening from the beginning, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's the if it's traditionalism, conditionalism, universalism, what have you, these you know, these things have been debated for. I actually read a really interesting book from a dude. He started researching to write his book in response to this whole universalism movement that was happening early 2000s or whatever. And by the end of him writing the book, he's like, look, I'm not saying that I'm now a universalist, like I think everyone ends up in heaven, but I'm not as sure as I was when I started this. And the thing I appreciated the most is that he had an entire index of all of the scriptures, like what matched up for each of the three, right? So whether it's the traditionalism, you know, your heaven, your hell, your conditionalism, where like hell exists until, you know, God rids that entire thing, like it ceased to be at some point. And then universalism, everybody returns to God eventually, you know. And there's different variations of the three, but he had it all categorized, you know, which ones would supported which, you know, belief or whatever, which I appreciated.
Right on. I take a more scriptural approach to the eschatology of things, the final things. So, like, for example, at the final judgment, it's written, Revelation 20:13, and the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged, every man according to their works. And death and hell were cast in the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the Lamb's book of life was cast in the lake of fire. The previous verse said that's the second death. Jesus says, fear not him that can destroy your body only, but fear him that can destroy both your body and soul in hell. And that's that final judgment. There is a resurrection of the dead, and the first resurrection of the saints. The second resurrection is of everybody else to go before that great judgment throne. And that's why I'm here. I'm here to try to guide everybody to Christ, so that their name can be found in that Lamb's book of life, so that they should not perish in the lake of fire.
So the thing that's I've always been hung up on, as far as, is the idea that, like, the age of accountability, and the idea that if you die, you've never heard, or you, for instance, right? Let's say a 15-year-old, right, past the age of accountability for the most part, right? Hasn't never gone to church, not religious. He's not a bad kid. He's 15, you know.
Yeah.
In a car with his parents weren't, you know, drunk or whatever. They were hit by somebody else. He dies. But he's condemned for all eternity because
it's not a condemnation for those who die outside of Christ. It is the natural way of things. The body returns to the earth, and the soul goes to Sheol and awaits the final judgment. And upon the final judgment, and it says here, right. Let's see, let me get to it. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away. And there were found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. So it's not for me to say what judgment they will meet, but I do say that in verse 15 it says, and whoever was not found written in the Lamb's book of life was cast in the lake of fire. Because you see, the thing is it's written in scripture, no man is justified by the works of the law, but it makes it very difficult for me to say. And that's why I'm the preacher. That's why I have to go out and tell people about Christ. We have to let people know. And then we have to pray for that God has mercy on those who have not heard, who don't know the left hand from the right hand, and hope that he has mercy on them as he had mercy on Nineveh in the days of Jonah.
Yeah, right.
But without that certainty, we must spread the gospel, and we must bring people to Christ.
Yeah, it's though all people deserve condemnation, God's mercy can override the demands of justice, right?
Yeah, but that's not exactly for me to say how God will judge. So
right, yeah,
and that's why you must be fearful for the Lord and know and have faith in Jesus Christ, because as the scripture says, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and the wages of sin is death.
Right, and also every knee will someday bow, and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord to the Lord, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, and it's a messianic prophecy. The Lord said unto thy Lord, sit at my right hand until I make thine enemies your footstool. But you see, the thing when I say for the wages of sin is death, there's another part to that verse, and it's Romans 6:23. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And that's what we have to evangelize. That's why we have to tell people is, the wages of sin is death, and not just the mortal death, but the second death as well. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ. So we have to bring people to Christ. And, and it's hard for me to say how people will be judged outside of the body of Christ, because within the covenant of Christ, outside of the covenant that is in Christ Jesus, there are no promises.
Yeah, oh man, it was way too late in the day for me to try to get into this, and it's been so long since I've looked at anything. But I don't like the idea of it almost being you have a cosmic gun held to your head saying, if you don't love me, I will send you to hell.
Well, it's not a cosmic gun that's held to your head. It's a life preserver being thrown to you. If you're drowning in the ocean and I throw you a life preserver and say, hey, this is the only way you're going to survive the mess that you made for yourself, are you going to say, well, don't put a gun to my head because you're throwing me the life preserver? It's not a lifeboat. I want a lifeboat. Or throw me a vest. You know what I mean? If all I have for you is the life preserver and I throw you that life preserver, am I really holding a gun to your head?
So I'm thinking more of the brimstone fire, like the very hell oriented preachers.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that feels more like it, if you're not doing this, you will burn. The ones that say
I preached the hellfire and brimstone. Right. I mean, Jesus preached hell more than anything else. If you read through the Gospels, Jesus preached hell a lot, significantly, and that's a part of the gospel. It's not just the birth, ministry, death, resurrection, and ascension of Christ. It's also what the cross brings for us. It is our life preserver, so that we should not die. And that's why Jesus said, go forth unto all nations, make disciples of them, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, because we have to save them. I.e., are you saved?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I know I'm looking through it from a very human-centric You know what I mean? Because when I
Oh
see
yeah, I understand, and
crime and
it's
punishment,
a hard one to understand and to wrap one's mind around, and sometimes it can seem unfair, but that's just the work of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. See, when Adam and Eve ate that fruit, they didn't just know objectively right from wrong or good from evil, and prior to that, they didn't know like right from wrong. That's totally ambiguous. When they ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they then had the ability to determine for themselves what was good and what was evil. And that's when they stopped relying on God, the arbiter of truth, to determine for them what is good and evil. And then they became subjective unto themselves. So when you look at stuff in the Old Testament, you say, man, that seems wrathful, or that seems unfair to your position. It would, because you've partaken of that tree. But from God's perspective, it's righteous. It's righteous judgment. It's truth. He's the arbiter of it.
Well, I think I don't look at the Old Testament like in the negative way. One, I think a lot of it is depicted as not as a positive thing. You know what I mean? It's not being celebrated, and it's also a process. It's humans, you know what I mean, coming to the place, you know.
And a lot of times people point to like Sodom and Gomorrah and be like, hey, you know, that was, you know, God smote an entire city, 2 cities and all the surrounding cities. But when we go to the text and we look, and especially in Genesis 18, we see Abraham pleading with God, and you know, he starts like, hey, if you find 100 righteous men, will you spare Sodom? And God says, yeah, I'll spare Sodom for 100 men. And then Abraham goes down all the way from each time he asks God, and he keeps asking God the same question: if there be 90 men, there be 50 men, there be 10 good men in Sodom, will you spare it? If there be one good man, and he gets down to one good man, if there be one good man in Sodom, will you spare it? And God said yes. But then when the angels of the Lord went down into Sodom and they met with Lot, they found that there was no good men in Sodom. There was nothing good there. And the angels of the Lord took Lot, his wife, and his daughters, and even extended the offer to the husbands of the daughters. They didn't want to come. And they took Lot out of there, because Lot was one that was found righteous among them. So God's wrath passed over Lot and his family, except for his wife, who got turned into a pillar of salt because she decided to look back.
Women.
Exactly. You know, it goes all the way back to the garden.
Yeah, well, I mean, and you do see that, you know, pretty consistent throughout, where people are, where God is willing to listen to people try to not negotiate, but try to like, well, what if this? You know what I mean? Well, it's been so long, but somebody was getting ready for a battle, and God wanted him to cook over.
Thank you, Daniel Ramirez.
Cow dung or something, and he's like, "Look, I've never done that before. I've never broken that law before."
Yeah, that was Ezekiel. He wanted him to use human fecal matter to cook bread. So basically, use it as coals, not necessarily eat it, but just use it to cook.
Right.
Ezekiel's like, God, that's a little bit beyond the bounds. He's like, all right, well then use cow dung instead.
Right. For the modern day, Ezekiel said, like, that's ick. That gives me the ick, and God was like, all right, capping. I'm capping. You don't have to do it. For real.
Mm-hmm. God showed mercy on his prophet. So we see a lot of acts of mercy from God, especially in the Old Testament, especially with the wrath. The wrath of God, if you read the scriptures contextually, he's slow to anger. So he gives place for repentance and turning back and doing right. Just like how he sent Jonah to Nineveh and told Nineveh, like, hey, you guys are doing wrong and God's going to smite you. Nineveh reacted positively. They fasted, they bore sackcloth and covered themselves with ashes. And Jonah even got a little angry about that. He's like, man, you know, I was kind of hoping for some fire and brimstone. And you know, and God laid it to him, and it's like the last verse of Jonah. Why should I smite these people who know not their left hand from their right hand, you know? So, I mean, like I said, when it comes to people who are outside of Christ, I fall back to that and pray that God has mercy on those who do not know. And hopefully there's some way for them, but without the certainty of it, we do need to preach the gospel and spread it.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, you know what I mean? Man, I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's too late. But yeah, I love getting to have these conversations. I don't get to do it very often anymore.
Oh, I nerd out on theology, so
I'm bro.
It comes with the territory. But yeah, theology, I love talking about scripture, church history. I read the Apostolic Fathers. I've got every creed, confession, and catechism from the Apostles' Creed all the way up to modern Reformers' creed and confessionals. So I just nerd out on all this stuff. And it's fun to talk about.
Yeah, most of mine's. So I grew up in a Baptist church. You know, my dad was the music director and all that. And
there you go. Dispensationalism. Baptist. So you follow like dispensationalism and stuff like that.
So the way I've always explained it, we were allowed to dance. We couldn't. It was all white. I come from East Texas, but we were allowed to dance. So that was the Baptist we were.
Nice. Yeah, I started out in Pentecostal evangelical circles.
Oh boy, I've been.
It was the church of my mother and grandmother. And it's through those circles that I was ordained and went through all the training and stuff like that. And then of course I expanded my knowledge and have since left Pentecostalism and most of your modern denominations, and now I just fall back on the teachings of the Reformers, the Church Fathers,
right,
and then in agreement with the broader church history and apostolic witness. So I'm just here to preach Christ and Him crucified.
I went to a pretty sure it's Pentecostal church with a girlfriend I was dating when I was in high school, and I had never been around people who spoke in tongues. I definitely wasn't ready for the old lady to grab the back of my head as she did it. It was an experience.
Yeah, it's usually an experience among those crazy Pentecostals. But I found a lot of doctrinal errors and stuff like that as I grew and matured, and that's one of the reasons why I left. One thing I don't do is pre-tribulation rapture theology. I do believe the gifts of the Spirit did not cease. They act, and they act according to His will for the glorification of the body of Christ, which is the church. And of course, the Apostle Paul gave us rules and regulations for operating in those spiritual gifts, and the Pentecostals do not abide by those rules. And seeing that they don't abide by the rules of Paul in regards to spiritual gifts, I have to question,
What about the Appalachian, the snake holders or whatever?
That's
I can't remember the term.
Yeah, that's the snake handlers. That's a misinterpretation of scripture from Luke.
Of
You
Mark.
shall tread on serpents and scorpions, and they shall not hurt you, and you shall take them up. Yeah, all that stuff, and really, they don't see what Jesus said when He was tempted by Satan. It is written, "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God," and that's why they get bit, and that's why they had to start defanging their snakes and stuff like that, so they don't curl up and die. Because guess what? You're not the Apostle Paul, who got struck by a snake and cast it into fire, and nothing happened to him.
Yeah, when you tug on the tail of a tiger, don't be shocked when it turns around. But as far as so it was in Mark, right, where the most of that came from. But it was the earliest copies that we have of the gospel according to Mark didn't have that included.
Well, the long ending of Mark, they say, isn't included, but that's only 2 transcripts that don't have it. But then also, if you look at the papyrus of those 2 transcripts, there is plenty of room for that long ending of Mark. So I'd present the argument that they're simply just incomplete manuscripts. because we also have the apostolic fathers who quote the long ending of Mark, and they predate those transcripts that don't
So
include the long ending of Mark.
You think maybe it was from the Q source?
Well, you gotta think that these scriptures, especially the copies, they were created by hand by a community that was heavily persecuted by Roman authorities. So they didn't have just free grace just to sit around and inscribe openly and freely. They were mostly doing this on the road, running from Roman persecution, Jewish persecution, because the Jews would go and hunt out the Christians and then point them out to the Romans, and then the Romans would persecute them. So it's not like they were able to have free range to copy these manuscripts. And that's why sometimes you'll see some scribal errors in these manuscripts as well. I think it was heavily due to the nature of persecution and trying to do this stuff underground. So you end up, so here's a scenario. You end up, you're sitting there and you're in a catacomb, or you're in a shack, and you're trying to copy the Gospel of Mark to the best of your ability. And you're getting to that one point, and the next thing you know, Roman soldiers start kicking in your door, and you grab your work and you run. But then you're caught, and then you're killed. And now your incomplete manuscript is there for everybody. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's kind of how I would envision something like that occurring. And like I said, like if you go and look at these manuscripts, there's that big blank spot that the long ending could fit in. So it just makes sense in that hypothetical.
That's cool. We don't have time today, but I would like to hear your thoughts on the Pauline, the letters of Paul, and how many or pseudonymous writings are genuine. I'm gonna guess you're in the camp of all 13 were written by Paul.
Yeah, all of them were, well, not written by the hand of Paul. I mean, he even says in some of them that it's somebody scribing for him or writing for him. So of course, but it is the voice of Paul, because it's stated clearly that this is Paul. But also you have cohesion between Paul's writings as well. And then of course the early apostolic witness that says, yeah, these are the letters of Paul. We know Paul, and we know what he taught, and this is literally what he taught. So, and that's where the canonization comes in, and a lot of sola scriptura people get caught on this, but I'm not one of them. I duly fully affirm the authority of the early church to recognize what is canonical scripture and recognize what was actually written by the apostles, because Christianity didn't start out in numbers of tens of millions. It started out as a small sect of highly persecuted people, and everybody knew everybody. And Christians would also have litmus tests for each other, like Irenaeus and Polycarp would ask each other, like, is this the writings of John? What did John teach you? You know what I mean? So like they were able to verify this stuff. And even the Gospel of John wrote this at a very old age. And it's also implied by early witness that bishops and even the apostles that remained came to John and said, hey, can you write your account for us? And then we also see evidence of that in the Gospel of John itself, where where it's clear that John isn't the only person writing, that that at certain points there's people affirming what he says as true, and that's the other apostles and bishops who asked John to write that gospel. Now we wouldn't know that without the church tradition telling us, and of course that early witness writing these things down for us to recognize. So
yeah. Like I said, I spent a lot of time when I was really deep into this, but from from a apologistic, like it was more secular academic for it. But I've always been in both. You know what I mean? That's why I brought up Paul Tillich. Love Paul Tillich. You know, and Robertson, who wrote. Oh man, what did he write? It was based on the idea of from Paul Tillich about the ground of your being, like what's it called? To look it up. It's really good as well. So I try to look at both what people are saying from both those sides or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. And I try to do the same thing. It's skepticism that draws me closer to Christ because I can examine the evidence for myself. It's there, it's tangible. We have historical records. We have tens of thousands of manuscripts. We've got the Apostolic Fathers bearing witness. We have archaeological sites. When archaeologists go to dig in the Middle Eastern areas, especially around Israel and Jerusalem, they use our scriptures as their guide. So I know that our scriptures are true. They're grounded in something real. And, there's nothing that can shake my faith that Christ walked among us, that he is the Son of God, resurrected fully and bodily. Like, that's
and
a,
I
that's a
also
hard one
I
to-
also
hard one
agree
to
with
break.
that. I'm in the same camp as that. I do believe in Christ, in the word of Christ. I just it's not even concerns though, because it's all reasonable to some extent for things, but I do think that there are things about there are things about the Bible that you could point out as, I don't want to even say issues, but without it being detrimental to your faith or to the like the testifying of your faith. You know what? Do you get what I'm saying? Like you can acknowledge that certain things, like the synoptic gospels probably weren't written by, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It was Greeks, and because they were written anonymously and then later
Well-
assigned those.
Well, the issue with that is that that there's no contingency at all about who wrote the four canonical gospels. The earliest witnesses affirm Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So if there were any arguments about that early on, then we could say, there might be some speculation that these men didn't write these. But since there was no contingency among any of the early witnesses, and I'm talking all the way up in Greece, as far south as North Africa, and even far east, they all agreed on the same thing, separated by great distances, that these men wrote these gospels. So, I don't see where there's any kind of speculation that they might not have.
Man, you're gonna make me go grab all my freaking books again, so I can go back and better formulate the argument for the other side of this.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, no, 'cause
It's a hard one.
I studied at Texas State for theology. I switched from philosophy to, but it's been fucking years, bro. So a little rusty. And like I said, I don't get to have these kind of conversations very often.
Well, even outside of outside of the early councils that canonized our scriptures, we can even look at the other scriptures that didn't make the cut and
Right.
tell why they didn't make the cut. One, they were either written way later than those councils, or
Right.
those councils received those and said, "Hey, this isn't written by Peter. This isn't written by Thomas and stuff like that." Like, they were able to recognize who wrote what because they were, like I said, a very close-knit community of people, and they knew each other.
Well, for the most part, yeah. But then you did have the ones that, and Paul does talk about this, who preferred, Paul over another one, over Peter.
Well, that's teachers. As far as teaching authority within certain
Right.
churches, I am of Paul, I am of Apollos, I am of Christ. Was Paul crucified for you? Are we baptized in the name of Paul? Thank God that I crucified, that I baptized none of you, lest anybody would say I baptized you in my own name. Yeah, I know that one very well, and that was more so to the authority of who comes, who teaches, and
Right.
stuff like that. And then Paul also expounds later in that certain epistle that he that planteth is nothing, neither is he that watereth, but it is God that gives the increase. And that's That's what it is. And there was a harmonization in the Gospels because, as Paul said, anybody that comes unto you preaching any other gospel than that which ye have received, let him be accursed. These men went around, they preached the exact same thing. They were of one mind and one accord when it came to preaching the gospel. So me, like, I have to be in one mind and one accord with them and try to convey the text as accurately as possible to stay within the bounds of the Christian faith and tradition and our doctrines and stuff. So
right. What do you think about the idea of that there being a source that, so Mark was the first written, and again, this is coming from probably a different area than you, but that there was
that's a speculation based on manuscript age, and there's also evidence that the scriptures were, especially our gospels, were written way earlier than our early manuscripts. For example, the Gospel of John P52 shows that it was written like within the 1st century, but then you also have to consider textual transmission, and it's not like today to where I can send you an email. Or they had the printing press. These texts had to be copied by hand, and then they had to be spread, basically snail mail. So if you take that into consideration and then look at the number of manuscripts we have for the Gospel of John, it points to John being written way earlier than even the early manuscripts.
Really? Because I mean, John is the least similar, like is the most unique of the Gospels, right?
It can be said that it's quite unique, but there's a lot of overlap in all the Gospels. But also John,
of course, yeah.
John, and according to the early witnesses, John wanted to see what others had written, so that he can make sure that he gives a unique perspective of his perspective,
right,
to where he could share what the others had not.
Right. Yeah. So I hadn't heard. I'm looking forward to looking into John, his being the earliest gospel.
Well, it's not that it's the earliest. It could be the oldest, but again, the Gospels, I'm pretty sure, were written within decades of Jesus's life, at least 30 years. I think is the most recent estimate.
I haven't seen it that close. And Mark would, as far as I knew, was the closest to that time, and then Matthew. The theory goes that the authors of Matthew and probably Luke had access to Mark, as long as the Q source that Mark based his on, which is the assumption is that it was more of a collection of what Jesus said rather than a narrative.
Well, there is a writing called like sayings or something like that,
right?
But that wasn't received as scripture by the early church,
right? Yeah,
and then also it seems more like when you read it, it seems more like something like that you would give like students to learn how to read and write. It wasn't something to be taken seriously.
Well, we've never had a copy of whatever this source is that theory goes that these were based off of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need more information on sayings. I had been really studying into that deep of that particular text, but I know that if it were actual scripture and if it were the sayings of Christ, that the early church would have recognized it as such, right. and it would have been canonized in some way or received in some way. So, like the Apostolic Fathers, we have like the Epistle of Barnabas, the 5 books of Irenaeus. These are received as good text by the church. You know what I mean? It's authoritative text in a way, but it's not scripture. But I don't think either the Orthodox or the Catholic Church use sayings as anything really. But I could be wrong on that.
No, I don't think they do either.
Circles.
That's what I'm remembering from a long ago. We never had a copy of the Q source. It basically is kind of the academic way of explaining the similarities between the synoptic gospels, right? It seemed as though they were pulling from the same source.
Yes, their Big Bang Theory.
Right. Well, okay. Yeah, I can see that. You see the same thing with the Old Testament. You know, you have the Yahwehist and the Elohim. You know what I mean? That there was like 2 different stories of creation of all that, and when all the tribes came back together, rather than choosing one over the other, they kind of included both, which is why you'll see things that contradict in the Old Testament.
Like what?
Oh god dang! I knew I should have started this at one. So off the top of my head, what I can think of immediately. So with David and Goliath, right? He hits David, and then he cuts off David's head with Goliath's sword. But then a little bit later, another dude came out of somewhere and cut off Goliath's head instead. Right?
I'm not sure that's how the text went.
We start with Genesis, right? Because I think there's a contradiction with when the first woman came to be, right? It's been a minute.
So the contradiction with who the first woman is? Are you talking about
not the whole Lilith thing, but the on this day God created man and woman, and then later on saw that Adam was sad, and so he made a companion, right?
Yeah,
which is where the Lilith thing comes from. Like, what happened to that first woman? Apparently, she was just, kind of an asshole.
Yeah, that's kind of due to not reading the scripture in context. Here, I'll pull up Genesis 2 for you real quick. So in Genesis 1, you get an outline of creation, but then at the top of Genesis 2, let me get it up real quick. It tells you what this account is. This is an here. Where is it? Okay, so Genesis 2:4. These are the generations of heaven and earth when they were created in the day that the Lord God made the heavens and the earth, or the earth and the heavens. And so it's like, okay, so you have the outline in Genesis 1, and then Genesis 2 goes more in depth on the story of those early man and woman that God had created. There's no contradiction. If you go to Genesis 1, it says God created man and woman. And then if you look at Genesis 2, God created man and woman. And in that order too. He created Adam, and then he took a rib from Adam and formed Eve out of it. So just not really a contradiction. It takes a really non-contextual reading to try to see
and it's
that.
been a long time since I've read the argument for the other side. To flesh it out, I wish I would have had time to kind of, look back into it. But
yeah, and another argument that I hear is that the Old Testament doesn't support the notion of a Father, Son, Holy Spirit dynamic like a Trinity. But if you read the scriptures, it's there. Genesis 1, let us create man in our image after our likeness. If one were to say, well, he's talking to the angels, or angels beings that have power over creation, because then that becomes, borderline heresy. Both in Judaism and in Christianity would affirm that angels do not create. So who's God talking to when he says let us? But then also when we get to Genesis 3 real quick. In Genesis 3, 22, God says, and the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now let he put forth his hand and take from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him out of the garden. So here we see the man is become as one of us, as God. So there's a plurality of God right there. Let us make man in our image. Behold, the man has become as one of us. So it's there. And it's there literally from Genesis 1 and 2.
So you're going to absolutely love what I remember about the Holy Trinity. I'm too hungry to get into it. I need to follow you on Twitter or wherever I can find you so we can do this, because it's a teaser. So Constantine, when he brought them all together, it wasn't about like it was to for with one God in heaven, there should be one king of Rome, one ruler of Rome, right? So he kind of forced them into the idea of them being that there being not three different entities, but all one. And there's a lot more to it that I would have to go back and freshen up on. But Yeah, basically, because Constantine, by the way, who I think was actually more influential on the growth of Christianity than even Paul, because once he converted, it opened up the entirety of their Roman Empire to
Right.
hearing about Christianity. You get what I'm saying?
Well, all Constantine really did was he basically just decriminalized Christianity. And the thing about Constantine and Christianity wasn't that popular of a religion at that time for Constantine to take it up and use it as a banner to do anything in the empire.
Exactly.
So it makes no sense for a lot of the contributions that people apply to Constantine. They're just farce. It makes no sense in the grander scheme of things, nor according to historical record.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think him, decriminalizing it had a huge influence on the spread of Christianity throughout the
Yeah, absolutely. It gave, and that's why you see the councils popping up after that, because
Right.
they actually had free space to actually do these things and to canonize and to lay out their doctrines properly and all of that stuff, because they were no longer being persecuted. They didn't have Romans kicking in their doors and stuff like that. And it really gets down to, like, people are willing to ignore the reality of what that persecution looked like for the early church. And then what came after, once Constantine made Christianity basically decriminalized. He didn't make it the state religion. That came a little later, but he
Right.
just simply decriminalized it.
Yeah. And also, I think I'm sure there's probably political reasons why he did do that.
Well, it was more along the lines that he was a Christian and he experienced something like phenomenal.
Right, with the
are you
vision
familiar
of
with
the cross on this shield.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the road. Yeah, it wasn't just on the shield. He was on the hill, if I remember this correctly. I'm just
It's been a
going
while.
from memory. But he was on a hill and he saw in the sky a big burning cross, and it was the Road, I think. And he heard a voice say, "By this sign, conquer." Now, can you imagine standing on a hill, seeing a big burning cross in the sky, and hearing a thunderous voice from heaven saying, "By this sign, conquer"? I mean, I'm going to paint that on my shields and I'm going to war. I just got word from on high. We're doing this. So I think it was
somebody
his
slipped me a
conversion.
mushroom.
Yeah. So I think it was more so along the lines of his conversion to Christianity, which led him, because he was also the emperor after he won that war. So he's Emperor Constantine.
Yeah,
So-
because there was multiple at that time, and so he kicked out the other because it was regional, right? There was different, right, and that plays into what I was saying earlier. But I feel so bad for Abe because I just saw what he said in the chat about he doesn't know enough. I'm gonna get out of here. Russ, where can I find you? Where can I follow you?
You can find me on YouTube, Unapologetic Preacher. That's also my handle on Discord. I'm not doing much yet, so.
Bro, I would have you on anything I do if I can just sit here and just hammer out all these questions to you, because I find this stuff very fascinating.
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic, and once you start diving into it and peeling it back, you can really see the truth come to light in everything that's in Scripture, everything that's in our traditions, and it really jives well. So I encourage everybody to explore church history, read the Apostolic Fathers, read your scriptures, read the Bible. Plain reading of scripture is always good for you. But remember, don't try to interpret it yourself like that one guy up here trying to turn Jesus into a magic mushroom. Okay, you gotta stay within the guidelines of what's been established by good and godly men that came before us. For example, I recently discovered that I'm the 11th great grandson of Reverend John Knox, the reformer who started the Church of Scotland. And through that line, I'm also first cousins 8 times removed to Reverend John Witherspoon, the only clergyman to sign the Declaration of Independence. So I have some big shoes to fill. And then they also had big shoes to fill before them as well, and those men before them. And it all goes right back to the cross of Christ, which is what I am here to preach.
That's awesome, dude. And I am here to offer up things for you to knock down in
Awesome.
your pursuit.
And I do enjoy the conversations. I love talking about this stuff because, you know, it's not talked about enough, and there's way too much conspiracy theories going around out there that attempt to discredit Christianity, the body of Christ. Like our holidays are pagan and our religion's based on paganism. Like I can dismantle those arguments.
Well, and I think we're seeing specifically recently as there's a flooding back to the church, that those are intensifying.
And is also the
claims
more
against.
traditional too. Is the more very straight line. By the way, your audio, for me at least, Abe, is
Yeah, you came through like a robot for a second there.
No, I can't hear you at all now. You're muted. Perfect timing, but I am
I just shut it off.
Slept out for
Turn it back
real
on.
for real this time. I'm gonna head out though. This has been fun. I can't wait to do it again. Sorry that we got so political and religious on your channel tonight, Abe.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. This has been awesome.
Oh, no
Yeah.
problem.
Good one.
Bye to
Weird
everybody
one.
in the chat. And I'm out.
All right, have a good one. God bless.
Yeah.
To get going here pretty soon, I have another stream to jump onto. Webster Report. They talk about like politics and stuff occurring today and all that. And you know, I try to add a little bit of theological perspective to their conversations. So,
Russ, are you in my Discord?
I'm not sure. Let me pull up Discord real quick. I'm new to Discord too.
I understand that. I actually, when I was using Discord originally, it was just for gaming, and then I left gaming and YouTube for a short time. And when I came back, everybody had a Discord, and I'm like, oh, so now they're using the gaming communication chats for YouTube. And then I go into Discord, and it's so much more than it used to be.
Mhm.
Just like everything, though, right? All these, like, they're like social media things, and then they become live streaming and social media, or they're just a download site for video games, and that becomes a streaming platform. It's like, oh, everything's
Yeah.
changed a little bit.
Yeah, that's crazy. I haven't I touched Discord I'd say about 7 or 8 years ago, and only for a second. But yeah, I'm totally new to this. So what's your Discord handle?
So I put in the private chat, I put the Discord link, and it's just my Discord for this channel, and I'll be in there and everybody else who's regulars on the channel, and then you can add me from there if you want, and just for future stuff, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, anytime you need an apologist to come on and set some stuff straight with the Mushroom Jesus people, I'm always here to.
When I
lend a
saw you in
hand.
chat and he was up here, I was like, you know what? It'd be nice if Reverend Russ would come up here too, because honestly, I kind of was trying to generate good conversation, but also, like, I don't know. I was already tired, and there's other people who probably would have things to say on the topic, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just do it, because at least then the conversation can progress.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. And it's always good to have a grounded voice on a panel when things are getting crazy. So
Yeah, for sure.
awesome. Well, thanks for having me up. I'm on your Discord. I'll go ahead and send you an ad and everything.
Awesome.
And God bless, brother, and have a great and blessed Lord's Day.
Awesome. God bless you too. And good luck to you on the next one.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good one.
Oh, wow. What a night. I started this stream to work on the mic because it kept going robot like every few minutes. And as you can see, for most of the night, it worked really well, functioned really well, which is good. Still has a problem here and there. Well, I unplug it, plug it back in. We're good to go again for a bit. So anyway, I started this just just to test the mic, and the way I was doing it is so that I could pull up my stream, turn the sound on, talk into it to figure out if it was roboting or not while I was changing the settings, and people started filling in the chat. And then as people are filling in the chat, I'm like, oh, I'm just doing a test with the mic. And the crowd in the chat grew and grew and grew and grew, and I'm like, oh, Okay, so this is becoming a real stream. And it was already late, by the way. Like, I've been at it 9 hours, which means I started this after midnight. And I did not intend to actually do a full-blown live stream. I was just going to do, like, fixing that, maybe chat a little bit with the chat, and then crash. Because today, I have the Uncomfortable Bible Study at Vibes, which I don't even know what I'm going to be able to add, but we'll get there. At least it's a topic that, I don't know, it's a weird one. It's about angels. What are angels in the Bible? So, anyway, so then it progressed to being a little bit of an open panel with just a few people at first, and then exploded into a full panel, then got even bigger from that. So, I think I have a decent base of knowledge, but I have a bunch of research also pulled up that I've been going through. It's a funny topic too, because there's a level of, and for you probably know this from me already, but there's a level of linguistic play with words that could be done, and I don't know which direction that's going to go, right? So you look at verses like, many have entertained angels and been unaware or not known. You have things like that written, and so I'm sure that'll come up. And because it's the Uncomfortable Bible Study, there's going to be a certain level of secular or atheistic influence on the opposing side that's going to try to bring stuff like that up to try and muddy the waters. Lower class, it's good to see you, sir. Haven't seen you in a bit. However, I would say, like, biblically, it's a consistent theme, you know. A hat stream. That's a good idea, GB. That's a really good idea. So yeah, it'll be interesting. If nothing else, it'll be interesting. So, it's been a long evening. It's funny because in the chat, somebody even earlier, what was it? I think was it you, Blood? Somebody. No, maybe it might have been a Death Knot, but they're like, title of stream, test stream, short, whatever, and then also stream 9 hours long or 8 hours long. And I'm like, yep, that sounds about right for my channel, I guess. Indeed. Indeed it is. But it was funny. I swear it happens to me every time too. If I intend to go live for an hour or two, it's not going to be an hour or two. It's going to be 8 hours long, probably. Good to see you, Jess. But yeah, if I say short stream or something like that, and I set a goal, and it's like, oh, after the first hour or 2 hours, if you meet the goal, then I'll keep going. They'll meet the goal, and then it's going to probably end up just being the whole day. So it's kind of weird. So once I do Vibes thing, I'll restream it over here for anybody that doesn't want to go over there. Not to say that I want his viewers. I'm just, that way I have record of it, and anybody who wants to watch it from here can. So I think I was looking while we were still live. I looked, and I think it said that it's at 4. I'm going to say it's at 4 p.m. It's at 4 p.m., but his time zone, pretty sure, is like California. So let me double check this real quick. 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that should be 5 p.m. for me, which is in 4 hours. So there's a conundrum in this. I made coffee and I'm drinking it, but I am definitely feeling the tired. there's a risk if I do try to lay down that I'm going to sleep right on through that time. However, if I set an alarm, I should be able to wake up. Also tell my wife I have to be up. I should be woken up, or I just stay up. I just drink coffee and stay up and don't take a nap or anything. Well, that's the fear, Teddy, because I'm not super sharp at the moment, but if I take a nap, there's a chance I'll wake up stupid. Like sleepy stupid, right? Like I'm too tired and out of it to pay good attention. I'm not catching things. I'm not on the ball like I should be. And so you're probably right. Like even if it was just like a 2-hour nap, that'd probably be helpful, but I suppose we'll see how that goes. As for now, if I am going to do that, I probably should take some time to do more reading on it, prepare myself for the event, because I think I'm a special guest, but I think who's going to be there is like Beth and Dusty and Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, and Vibe. So if I have to plot out in a profile-y kind of way what kind of things are going to happen within the talk, I can kind of predict what actions and questions and topics will come up. So it's probably best to prepare for those things. Cold shower and coffee. You're not wrong. It's been a long time since I used those methods. And as I'm not that old, but I definitely don't want a heart attack either, right? To be fair. Oh. Some folks living from Nashville. Actually right now, Teddy Bug, I think Jim Bob is debating Planet Peterson right now in Nashville. And I think it was being streamed in Discord in some places, but I'm not exactly sure where. I don't know if it's online too. I think if you check Modern Day Debate, there's a possibility that they're live streaming it, but there's also a chance they don't stream it live and then they put it up after the fact, because that way there's a primo-ness of being there. Like you didn't catch it, so you don't get to see it live, but we'll put it up after the fact and then you can go and see it. I don't remember what their debate was supposed to be about, though. I can say I wish I had pooled to go or figured out a way to go. But they're there right now. I wonder if they'll actually be on the Bible study or not. Unless he moves it, which would be possible. I would have canceled it till next week, honestly. If I was Vibe, I would have canceled it till next week, because this event is too big and there's too much going on over there to be 100% sure. Yeah, I wouldn't want to schedule something and then expect people to pull away from the debate con stuff that's going on, right? There's live debates there's events, there's all kinds of stuff going on. I wouldn't want to pull people away from that. I would rather they get all that they can out of that experience. And so is that so, Lauren? It's probably a good choice. Although I've also read like statistical works that talk about how if you're gonna nap, you shouldn't nap that long, right? Like 2 to 4 hours is actually jumping over the line and putting you too far into sleep. And by doing that, you may wake up more tired or requiring more sleep on top of it. And something like 30 minutes to 90 minutes is the optimal amount for a nap. And the reason for that is the REM cycles that the average person goes through in that timeline is not so much that it puts your body into a full sleep cycle, but it's enough to actually create recovery in the brain and body. Yeah, I mean, it absolutely depends on the unique individual, right? Because we're bio-individual in those kinds of things, but I would say they say 60 to 90, and I think that's because most human beings fall within the 60 to 90 for one or two REM cycles, whatever it is. And so it would make sense to not step way over that, because then your body's now like fully hit the sleep. So, and really a nap is supposed to refresh the mind and make you feel a little bit refreshed. I'm sure you guys have all experienced this before too. Like you go and you lay down because you're tired, but you don't really want to go to sleep, and you don't actually fall asleep, but you're laying there for a little while, and then you get up and you feel quite a bit better just because you let your body rest and your brain turn off for a minute with your eyes closed. You actually legitimately feel better. I've also had vice versa happen, so. What? I would actually flip that, Steelman. I would flip that completely. I would say any myth of aliens currently used by humans is most likely some demonic presence. I would say the fallen would greatly appreciate being seen as aliens so that they could wreak havoc and act like they're the very thing that shouldn't exist to draw away from Christ and the church and trick people into following some really screwed up thing. And if we look at like even what the scientific community says about all of this, we should have already had contact if contact was possible, and we can already see far enough that if we can't see or observe something, that there's nothing. And then you put that into perspective and go, oh, who said they were going to ascend to the heavens and sit on the throne of the Most High? Oh, yeah, Satan. Where would that be? That'd be like above the clouds. That would be like up. That would be like, yeah. And then if said thing then could appear like it's something greater than it was and come down, then it will just look like it's an alien, but in reality, it's not. Who knows, though? That's just a conspiracy theory from Abe. So. You know. Some random guy in a top hat on the internet. Starting to think that debate song that I played for you guys that is going to go with the theme of the thing I'm creating, starting to think I might need to change the music type that's in it. Like, change it to less rock style and more something catchy. I mean, parts of it are good. The lyrics are pretty decent, but I think if I change the musical style, it might make it better for it. Welcome in, OG. Ever heard of ancient aliens, bro? Great point. It's a good point. Well said. Let's see, I might have to do a cover of that, right? And then change the style to heavy bass. What is that? Somebody, okay, I'm going to play something, just a little bit of it for you guys in chat, and you guys tell me what the music style you think it is. so that it'd be easier for me to describe it if I'm typing it out, okay?
Well, I woke up this morning, thumb hurt from the scroll.
Okay. What is that? You tell me what you think that style is. It's definitely soulful. But there's got to be more to it, right, Teddy? There's got to be more to it. There's definitely a taste of the folk R&B. Chain Gang. It is. It definitely is that. Yeah. What the fuck? Okay, smart asses. Are you? Are you really? I think you're tricking me. Hold on a sec. Is this still happening? I'm actually surprised. I'm sure there's pros and cons to this statement, but I'm actually surprised. Am I surprised? I was going to say I was surprised, but I don't know that I am actually. Never mind. Keep that to myself. How do you guys think all that conversation went? All that conversation? Like, you know, the 56 of them that we had. Probably more than 56, actually. I have no idea how to even count how many. Where did that go? Where did I even put this information? Too many conversations to follow. It was something. Now that's a great sentiment, Blood Logos, because that's like that statement, right? Somebody has a baby and they think their baby is the most beautiful baby in the world, but that baby looks like a gremlin. It literally looks like Yoda, fully aged, came out. And they're like, look how beautiful my baby is. You can't say your baby's ugly. So instead you say, it's something. Right? I mean, it's fine to tell them that the baby is ugly. That's fine. But a lot of people will be like, I'm not gonna insult them or their baby's looks. I'm just gonna say that's definitely a baby. Okay, this is that's what the okay. Hold on. I think I found a description of what that music type is actually. It's good stuff right there. It's informative. Looks inbred. Hey, I will not confirm or deny whether I was born with a beard or not, okay? There is a possibility. Although that song I was just starting to play for you says that it's glued on and it looks like an animal that's still wiggling. I don't think that's the case. But Avarice was being a smartass when he wrote the lyrics to that song. So, not that he made the song, I made the song, but he wanted those lyrics specifically. So, we did it. And it was goofy. That's fair, Teddy. That's a good response in the scenario that I brought forth. Oh, looks just like mom. That's a good one too. Look, Teddy. I have a few jobs, okay? A few jobs. Okay. Jobs, I'll call them contracts. Most Doritos, if not curled in some weird way, should look like an arrowhead, I think. Gorilla. I think. That's maybe that's just an opinion statement, but that's what I would say. They should be they should be triangular at the very least, right? Oh man. That's fun. Oy oy oy. Yes, actually, what's funny about that, Scott, if you look in my Discord, there's I put a section for like debate prompt ideas. And there's one that's like, is Abe actually a vampire or does he hunt vampires? And then one right under that asked another question that's another tangent to the vampire question, and it's like, oh, that's great. I mean, it's not what I was going for in originality, right? Actually, here's a good question. Who in chat knows how this happened? How this was born? Or is that too old of lore? Well, that's funny too, Tuddy, because I think I resemble Abe far more than that actor did. I do. What was born? Is that that question feels like a trap, Gorilla. That question feels like a trap to me. Well, I think that would be obvious, wouldn't it? The Abe being a vampire thing? I think that would be an obvious question that would have to be asked. Have a good one, Blood Logos. We'll see you later on. Oh, I said how the Abe sitting before you became a thing. Actually, it's almost like it was predestined. Throw that out there. Who knows? But Smoking Spaceman, you have been here since like just shy of day one, probably. Unless you were here day one. I can't even remember at this point. Well, not day one, right? Because if we're being completely honest, Abe's channel's been here a lot longer than people realize, I think. A lot longer than people realize. Right? I have done plenty of things when it comes to that. I wouldn't need to look at lineage, though. You were one of my first Smoking Spaceman, and it's because I hung with Chris and that crowd so much that I had built trust in you already because we had plenty of conversation. So I'll show you guys this because it's interesting. Yeah, you were. And that was because of Emmett's association with me and lower class, right, Scott? Okay, so check this out. This is an interesting thing. I'll show you guys this. In our space, in our little space on the internet, how long have listen. I'll be fair with you, Teddy. I know my lineage pretty well already. In our space, when did each of the bigger creators in our space start their channels? If you had to guess, like, what's the ballpark figure of when people's channels became a thing? When do you think? Actually, we could even look, right? Because all you have to do is go into YouTube and type in their channel name. And you can pull it up. That's not right. I can't spell right now either, it seems. I've lost that ability in the last few hours. See, yes, even if you've only been around for a few years, you still could make an educated guess, right? Like, you know the lore, or you've seen videos back this far from that person, right? Then the question becomes, well, they're making content. Their channel started around this timeline, right? I think Jay Dyer, is that what you're talking about? Jay Hyde Park? Okay. 5 years for him, right? It's about 5 years. Maybe a little bit. But that number's weird because Twitch came before and they were on there. These guys were on there a little before that. Not a huge amount of time before that, but a decent. Get it? Am I robot? Am I robot in career? Is that better? Did it fix it? Am I back? Good. Okay. So this is what I was going to show you. This is my channel. Can you see that? See that right there? That's crazy. That's crazy talk, okay? And if I went to this and went down, 9 years ago, 7 years ago, I didn't push for my channel to grow big until like earlier this year. But that's crazy. (2011) July of 2011. Yes, Gorilla Biscuits is on there. Crazy. Crazy that I've been here that long. Brie Rodriguez. Brie the burrito maker. Brie. My first video upload was 9 years ago. Smoking Spaceman. Actually, there's a grouping of videos 9 years ago. And then there's one from 7 years ago. And then a dead space of me just watching, listening, learning. Yeah. Wild, right? No. Term limits are for the weak, Cree Dog. If you want success, if you want legacy, then you need to not limit the people's will to elect a man again. Look, for something like that to happen, Seth, there needs to be a will of the people. And as it currently stands, we have multifaceted fractures on every side. There isn't enough unity in one singular party in the first place to even stand your ground for anything. So, first of all, I don't actually want anything like that because I know how that looks. And I don't think, yeah. Okay. So, I was going to show you guys something. Let me just lose my head for a minute here. Lose my head. Let me just lose my head here for a moment. That's freaking hilarious. Unless it's not that funny. Maybe it just seems really funny to me because I'm a little tired. A little goofy. But, you know. I'm good with that. I think there's more than a strong possibility that would be the case, GB. I don't know how many people actually have looked into all of the details, the intimate details of what happened, but habeas corpus was suspended, which did cause a massive uproar, but it was not all that were suspended. It was a region that habeas corpus was suspended. And to those of you who don't know what that means, suspending habeas corpus means taking away the First Amendment, at least for a time. And the reason was he had to be able to tamp down the rhetoric and the speaking and the spreading of rebellion against the Union. And so when you do that, what happens is he suspended it in a small region, and there was like a mass movement on the outside of that region in order to push back against the suspension. And once the suspension of habeas corpus in that area was suspended and the outside became the uproar, it became widespread after. Like, fine, if this region hasn't suspended so it doesn't spread, and all the rest of you want to throw a fit, it's suspended across the board. And so basically, if you're caught speaking any kind of rebellious speak, or you're speaking out against what's happening, or trying to raise the rebellion and recruit people, you were jailable on the spot. So, yeah, probably. After the suspension fell and everything was reunified, there's a very strong and real possibility that we would have seen a movement to sweep in and charge him in some way, shape, or form. Now, I don't know that it would look the way that we see it today, but for sure, there would have been recompense of some kind, right? I think that when we look, though, at history, there's several, like plenty of examples throughout presidencies from the beginning of the U.S. to now to see that presidents have had to overstep at pivotal moments when things got way off the rails to assert order, basically. That I wouldn't even say that one was about security in any way, shape, or form. I would say that was about order. Like, this country is not falling apart because I'm not letting this shit fall apart. You're all going to fall in line, and we're going to solve this, or you're going to jail. It's why like all the stuff going on right now cracks me up a little bit, actually. You get into this argumentation about, oh, this is unconstitutional, and I agree that we should not allow our government to not uphold the Constitution. And I swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution against threats, both foreign and domestic. So I don't agree with trampling the constitutional rights. There are certain things that have been done in the past to save the nation itself. And so it's really hard to know where that line is. I think we should fight it at all costs if our constitution in general is being assaulted. Uratari. You can tell him I said yut. So that it's a really weird one for me because I obviously completely support my oath still to this day, and I believe that the government is too big and is too empowered and is doing more than it ought to be. But again, where's the lines? Yeah, I don't know how you could let it be rescinded, right, Jared? Once that oath has been taken, there's something, I don't even know how to put it. Like, it is now a duty that you have accepted, and there's no end date on that. But here's a question for you, Jared, and any other vet in the chat. If you've taken an oath to protect the Constitution against threats both foreign and domestic, and that Constitution gains amendments or has amendments rescinded due to something like Constitutional Convention, then what? You protect and defend the new one? What if it's a constitutional amendment that's made a change that you don't agree with? Do you still defend it? Because it's no longer the same Constitution you swore to an oath to protect and defend, because it's now different. It's changed. So where's that line for us? Because I've been thinking about that recently. Like, if constitutional amendments are added, or if a constitutional convention is held and the ones that we have are changed in some way or rescinded in some way, do we then still support the new one? Because I have to think that there may be a time coming where we do see either more amendments or a changing / rescinding of certain amendments. And if that is the case, I'm curious what we do then. Yes, that's part of it, Ferrer. That's part of it because, look, I hold to the framework that is currently, right? Like, I don't want warrantless surveillance. I don't want overstepping of constitutional rights. I don't want any of those things. It's what it represents, for sure. However, like, if I was to say, like, internally, right? It's the baselines, right? Like I don't even know how to put that part into words. But I agree with it as it is. Okay, here's one for instance. If there's a political movement large enough, strong enough, and steadfast in a belief, and we have a huge majority and a constitutional convention is held, and they repeal the 19th, right? As servicemen and women who have taken that oath after the constitutional convention has been held, if a constitutional if an amendment has been changed or gotten rid of, you have to now hold the oath to the new, because the incoming military personnel are going to be holding to the new. And then where does that leave you if things are changed that you now disagree with? The same would be true, Tuddy, if there was some movement that was big enough and strong enough to sweep in and hold a constitutional convention and try to repeal something like the second, right? Where do we stand at that? Because they went through the legal routes. They did it the right way. They got the numbers, they got the states, they got the 2/3 vote. What then? I know that it's one of those questions that you don't really think about just normally, but ever since Ferrer and I had that conversation, there's been little clicks that I'm like, okay, look at the political atmosphere of the United States currently. Look at the forward routes we have afforded to us currently based on what's going on. I'm not saying I have an answer for this, by the way. I'm really not. It's just a weird. Look, I understand where you're coming from on that, Smoking Spaceman, and you and I have gone back and forth on some of this. At some point, you and I are going to have to have like a full-blown conversation, but I only see certain roads forward. And that's not to say there can't be little offshoots and changes and stuff, because there is some wiggle room on what is to come. But I think if you game this out, you can see pretty clearly what the options, the bigger, most prevalent options are. Oh, he was saying you're like me, Bree. Like, look, I'll show you. See this, Bree? I asked them when they thought Abe Dinkus's channel started, right? And I did that. Oh, I'll make it bigger, sorry. It's hard to see. I did that. Right there. And then I chuckled, right? And then I did this. I said, oh wait, I went videos. And I scrolled down down to the bottom. And I said, this one's 9 years old, 9 years old, 7 years old, and then a whole bunch from this year after. So I think that's what we were talking about. He said we have old channels. That's what he said. We have old channels. Yeah. Okay, so for your, sorry, I just scrolled back up to see what your comment was after that little spiel. I tend to agree with what you're saying right there, right? But you and I both, right? We're both American citizens, and so we have some level of political animus, right? We want for certain things, even if that means a push to change things for the better, a push to change things to improve both culture and function of the nation. And if that is the case, then yes, we support the Constitution that we swore to protect and uphold, but that doesn't mean that we don't have any say or wants in it being improved, if it can at all be improved without degrading, destroying it, or harming it in some way, right? And I would almost say that we may even have a greater duty due to our service to pay attention and push for the betterment. Wait, Stats, who are you responding to? I basically agree with your take earlier, Ferrer. If there was some, some kind of crazy overhaul type movement, I would have to look at it and say, do I still agree with this document? Because I did not swear to defend and protect this form of constitutional structure, right? I see, Scott. I could see that. Okay. You're right, Mr. Boulay. I should take a nap. But I'll have you know, Emmett did say sleep is for the weak, and then turned around and went to bed. Told me, don't go to sleep. Sleep is for the weak. And then he turned around and went to bed. Nobody's allowed to forget that. Okay? Emmett told us sleep is for the weak, and then he went to sleep. So, I don't think I have to spell that out for you. There's some connotations. So I'll remind him that he's weak later, for sure. And if he says he's not weak because he went to sleep, that's cope. It's all cope. Oh, Haro. Is anybody else live yet? That's the question. Is anyone else in the space live? Oh man. Oh look, Destiny's live. Oh my gosh, sorry. Crack myself up sometimes. That's confusing. Yes, a short. You know what, Cecil? 9 hours is short when you're 216 years old, okay? That's like a teeny tiny sliver, okay? This guy. Captain Crystals. Yeah, this has been weird. DebateCon happening has been weird because there's nowhere to raid people to. Not reliably. Wait, was there a question? Did I ask a question? This is not good. Yeah, it's very strange that. Yeah, I've done 12s, 14s, 18s. I think I did one that was like 20 plus. It might have been over 30. I'm not sure. I don't remember at this point, but this has been the test of the Dinkus broadcasting system. This is only a test. What were they debating, Farir? What were they debating? Vibes is in 3 hours. Fun. Real fun. Yeah, I'll stream it to mine as well, but I don't understand why there's like no one available in our space. Actually, I wanted to play you guys a song. That's what it was. I was going to play you a new song. It's a good one. There it is. But it's a cover. It's just a cover. Don't forget. One, is Trump or MTG better? And 2, cloud seeding real or not? Well, I don't even know how that's a topic because cloud seeding is absolutely real. We also have the boat shooting ocean spray into high atmosphere, not high atmosphere, but you know what I mean, with like aqua jets. So those two are easy. What's gob? I don't know what that is, Teddy. Gospel of Bob. I've seen Gospel of Bob, but I don't know anything about him. I've seen his streams pop up. But... Okay, while you guys talk about the Abe Grondike soap, I'm going to play the song for you for my upcoming debate training show thing. And you guys tell me what you think. There's two versions. There's a rock version and there's this one that I just made. But I'll play it for you.
Lights flash fast, the crowd ignites. Words like bullets in the night. Step to the podium, fight for the mic. Who's got the edge? Who's got the bite? Boom, boom, the clock's a loaded gun. Tick, tick, you're almost done. American debater, take your stand. Speak your truth, make your demand.
It's good, but
American debater, rise or fall.
in that one, it mispronounces it. That's so weird. Here, I'm going to play the original because it's better so far. That one has a great undertone, though. I like it a lot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lights flash fast, the crowd ignites. Words like bullets in the night. Step to the podium, fight for the mic. Who's got the edge? Who's got the bite? Boom, boom, the clock's a loaded gun. Tick, tick, you're almost done. American debater, take your stand, speak your truth, make your demand. American debater, rise or fall, one by one, who will out-talk them all? Oh, yeah. One by one, who will out-talk them all? Oh, yeah. Your voice ablaze, sharp as steel, cut through lies, show what's real, sweat on your brow, nerves of fire, truth or defeat, what's your desire? Boom, boom, the pressure's on the line, tick, tick, no more time. American debater, take your stand, speak your truth, make your demand. American debater, rise or fall, one by one, who will out-talk them all? One by one, who will
Have a great day, free dog. So yeah, that's the original one. And the words aren't mispronounced, which sometimes I've noticed. For some reason, AI does that. Like, it'll be a normal word, and for some reason it, like, pronounces it all funky. Instead of debater, the other one says debatter. It's like, debatter's not a word. AI, you should know that. Get smart. Sheesh. You know, that's what I'm saying. Get smarter. You know?
That's what I was tripping on.
That's what I was tripping on. Yeah, get smarter, Skynet. Do better. I mean, you did just mention her name. We'll see if she pops up again. Daxer. I have done that, actually. Funny enough, for I've said, can I ask you a question while holding that? Before. I've done that. It was pretty smart ass to do, but I did do it. Yeah, Tuddy, it's almost like the gears are slipping. Well, I don't know. Let me see. Let me see. What is going on? Oh my, that's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Looks like there's a lot of craziness coming up. A lot of craziness coming up. Also, I imagine there's going to be all kinds of craziness when people get back from DebateCon and start streaming again, actually. Be all kinds of stories, all kinds of stuff to talk about. Probably. Yeah, I don't know these channels. You know what I'm realizing is I'm not usually perusing at this time of day. Yeah, I agree for real. I think it's going to be really wild. Between the stories, the clips, the recordings that they took while they were there, the random arguments and everything, just all of it. There's going to be all kinds. And then everybody's now met different people they didn't know before. They're going to have different stances on people that they didn't have before. There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot. I'm sure of it. They're going to be like, wow, that person's way nicer than they thought they were. Or that person's a horrible person. They're way worse than I thought they were. It's going to be a lot of that, I'm sure. I think there'll be both, actually, Smoking Spaceman. I think there's going to be random drama, stupid drama, because there always is stupid drama. If there's humans, there's stupid drama. The other part is there will probably be some things of merit and substance. New alliances, new collab connections, new all kinds of stuff will probably happen as well. So it'll be interesting for sure. Here's a question. Good to see you, Phil. Is Andrew's event tonight, because Grids was what, Friday night or Saturday night? Friday night, right? When Rob and Tom debated. So my guess is, well, today's the last day, right? I'm sure some people will stay till tomorrow and then leave, but plenty of people are going to go. No, there's no way. They're not going to go to like a big event tonight. Yeah, that's what I thought. So there's no way there's going to be a debate tonight and a bunch of hangout, get together and driving home right after, because is it scheduled for real? I don't think I caught that one, Wikimoto. Who was it? Do you know who it was? Smoking Spaceman, that would make a lot of sense. You already have all these people in from all over the country. It would make a lot of sense to hold something, because look, if you do a big after event and it's the crew, there's going to be drinking, there's going to be food, there's going to be hangouts, there's going to be probably spin-off hangouts from that hangout, I would imagine, right? People will be up late, they're going to go to bed. Probably, I would imagine, if it was me, if I was in the area and I was doing that, I would have stayed this last night and then left tomorrow morning or tomorrow day, whatever. Okay, thank you, Teddy. But yeah, anyway. Hakikachu? Oh, that would make sense then. If he was repulsed, that would make all the sense to me, actually. Hakikachu is... Let me put it into perspective for our beautiful chat. If you don't know who Daniel Hakikachu is, Daniel Hakikachu is a pseudo-theologian, apologist for Islam, who gets around in the debate space as far as on that higher tier against people like David Wood and Inspiring Philosophy and Andrew, and correct me if I'm wrong, Hakikachu has also debated people like Jordan Peterson and probably people in the orbit of Crowder and all of those. If you watch his stuff outside of these events, he's not the same dude, usually. He's like, meh. Meh. Well, in the words of Emmett, Robo Abe is the best Abe, okay? Yeah, him and the whole cadre, like Hakikachu and the others in that group of like Islamic debaters, they seem so disingenuous when they argue. They're more trying to tear down whatever they can in your belief structure rather than actually argue the points. And so, am I still roboting? Am I still... Okay, good.
Hey, EOD, good to see you. How's Nashville? How goes the con? Good. I'm glad you're having a good time. Got to meet some people? Did ya? I'm so glad that finally happened. For you to get to go meet them in person. Also make some more new connections and brotherhood type things, you know? Achilles, good to see you. Good to see you. So, what's your plan today, EOD? I'm sure you're going to events later, right? Are you guys on lunch or something right now, or are you done at the convention hall or something now? I bet it was. I bet it was nuts. I mean, cool. You doing the crew event next then? Cool. Cool beans, dude. I'm very happy you got to go and watch the debates, meet the people, do the camaraderie thing, like the fun, the going out and doing stuff. So, I'm sorry if I'm not showing that I'm excited for you. I'm very excited for you, like top tier excited for you. But I'm also very tired, because if you didn't notice the title of this stream, it is Short Testing Stream, and it's currently been live for 10 hours. So, y'all left to DebateCon, and there was nobody live. Like, nobody. Just like blips of lives from people at DebateCon. So, I had to hold it down so the debate sphere could have their fun, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Does EOD want a link for a moment? Por el momento. Paiste. It's all on me. Yeah, no, I don't think it was all on me. It would have been a much bigger crowd if that was the case. Oh, look at that. Look at that. There's the man. Oh.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah.
Guys having a blast out there?
Jake Bar.
I told Jake in JS's Discord call that he was gay, and he's like, "What'd you say? What'd you say back to me?" I jump in the Discord. They're like, "Oh, we're talking
that guy."
Yeah,
Fuck that guy.
Everybody just busted up laughing. I was like, "Oh, that's good." I was like, "I wish I could be there, but I couldn't be there this year. Maybe next year." But
yeah,
guys having a blast?
Man, it's been fucking amazing. Everybody's been super nice and awesome.
Yep.
I was really surprised. I thought for sure this guy would be an asshole, but he's not. He's cool as fuck.
Of course, he's not going to be an asshole. If you were like a piece of shit lefty, like a real piece of shit lefty, he'd be an asshole to you, like big time.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
But the fact that you're on his team, of course he's not going to be an asshole. You're his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd be surprised, man. Most of the people in attendance are all Crucible crew. We've taken over this whole fucking hotel.
Yep.
Good.
It's been good times.
Good.
Dude. Oh yeah. Let me see who I can see over here. Jake Rattlesnake's up at the bar.
Jake Rattlesnake's over there.
Yeah.
Nacho.
We got Johnny MD's hanging out with us too. What's up, man? Who that? That's Johnny MD right there.
Hello, sir.
Good to see you. Good to see
Hey,
you.
I was told when I was on EOD's stream by some cran eater. Who's that Marine's name?
Grumple Stiltskin?
Grumple.
He said I sounded like you. I don't know what he meant by that. Like, but I hate hearing my own voice. But you know, your voice is cool, man.
It might be that you're just as laid back as I am, and so we both sound overly calm all the time.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's probably what it is.
I recently started watching your streams too, because I think it was Rob. One time he transferred over to you, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
Awesome. Been having a blast or what?
Up until today with personal issues, it's been great. Like sticking here in the present. Without my own personal issues, it's been amazing, man.
That's awesome. Good.
Seeing Andrew, seeing Rob, seeing this guy.
Daniel.
And,
you can tell him my first name. I'm Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah.
And then seeing Jake.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to say Jake. It's Jack or Jake.
I have the same name as Jake Rattlesnake. Just remember that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, there's Nacho over there.
You just call him Vo.
BO Pod. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go walk around.
All right.
Okay. What's up, man? I got Abe Dink is here.
Hey, hey.
How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, dude?
Oh yeah.
Not too much. Not too much. Figured have EOD pop up while you guys are still there and say hi to you.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to
Yeah.
see you, man.
You guys having a blast or what?
Dude, we're having a blast.
It's been crazy.
Well, we out till 2 in the morning
Yeah.
at the bar.
Downtown.
Of course you were.
And then we go back to the Airbnb and we're up till 4 o'clock in the morning.
I didn't do that last night. I did that the night before. That was a mistake.
I'm exhausted, dude.
I bet you are, dude.
So much coffee, and I don't think it's helping. No amount of coffee.
No, you're gonna need another night of sleep.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna need to sleep for like a whole day, dude. This is why I'm also taking tomorrow off, dude. I put in the vacation days for the whole weekend, dude. Like,
oh yeah,
holy hell.
That would be smart.
A lot of rest, dude.
Oh yeah.
What
that
are we
would be
chatting
smart.
about today? What's happening? You know,
He's been going for 10 fucking hours, dude. Like he's nearly
Look,
dead.
you guys all dropped the ball because when you left, nobody went live.
I started to, and then I was like, dude, it's 3 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
and I need to go to bed.
That's
And
fair.
then I didn't.
That's
Then
fair.
I stayed up for like another hour playing pool.
So what's funny is this stream started as me testing my mic settings. I was like resetting everything up and fixing everything,
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
and it was gonna be like less than an hour fixing all my mic issues and setting stuff up, and now it's 10 hours long. I'm like, fine, cool.
Sometimes you just gotta send it. Sometimes, you know.
Yeah,
It's true.
pretty much.
It's true. Very
It's
true.
like go with
Dude,
the flow, man.
it's been a blast though, dude. The surroundeds were all really good, and unfortunately, those aren't going to come out for like months. They apparently
I
take
ki-
a long time to edit or some shit.
I kind of
They were
figured.
really good. They were
That's one
really
of the.
good.
That's what I said to these guys. I was like, I bet you they're not going to release stuff instantly. They're going to make it kind of a primo thing. If you were there, you were there, and later it'll all come out. So
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
behind a paywall right now, unfortunately.
I've got some pictures, but they weren't letting us take any video.
Yeah, they were only letting you. It's like they'll kind of flag you for like taking too long a video. Like, okay, like stop recording now.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, which I get. They're trying to, you know,
They're trying to
on the event. Yeah,
it's primo content,
premium
dude.
access, dude.
That's right.
So yeah, I mean, we're winning. You know,
we are. We're kicking ass out.
we're winning. You're losing.
You're not tired of winning yet?
Are you tired of all the winning? No, we are. I mean, it's been a slaughter fest the whole weekend.
It has been.
Yeah.
That's
Everybody's
epic.
winning. They're whooping ass.
Really?
Taking names.
Well, speaking of slaughter, okay, we got Craig over here who just got his poop pushed in by Rachel Wilson.
Yeah, we all know that I destroyed Rachel, and all of you are now disavowing Rachel because I ruined her so badly, right?
Oh my gosh. How goes it?
Had a great time. How you
Good.
doing, guys?
Good.
Hanging in there,
Good.
man.
I
Yep.
gotta get some more coffee. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but this is really bad coffee.
It's not good.
No, I was hoping
It's got caffeine in it.
the fridge, and that's all gone.
You guys should have sent Mr. E on a coffee run. That's what you should have done.
I haven't seen Mr. E.
What?
I don't know if he made it or not. I don't think he did.
Oh,
Avarice is hanging around somewhere.
well, you should have sent Avarice for no, you shouldn't have sent Avarice for a coffee run. You would have got spiked coffee for everyone.
I was gonna say, Coach Mac listen to Coach Movies did.
You would have got all kinds of weird shit if you sent Avarice.
Yeah, you're not lying. That's who got the Airbnb where Nacho is staying. It's a really nice house, but man, those guys will never sleep. I swear. 2 days ago, I went out there and we were up till freaking sunrise, and I finally
Dude,
made it back to our hotel.
It's too much excitement.
It is.
It's like
He
people
has-
finally getting to meet people, and like it's huge.
Dude, he has so much energy. Like he is exactly. And this has been true for most people. It's like they're exactly who they are on the panels and on the internet and everything. Man. I don't know how he does it, dude. His energy is just through the fucking roof all the time. Even though he only
Avarice?
slept like 2 hours last night. Yeah,
Yeah, he's wired for it, man.
he sure as hell is. Okay, hold on. Let me go see who else I can find over here. A lot of security guards over there. Got armed security on the premises all the time.
Good.
Okay, I'm gonna. Jake's talking to somebody right now, but we'll come back to him in a minute. Ooh, that's hot. Okay, so I gotta go. I gotta go through this here checkpoint. Hold on, just a second here. I'll put this down. Lighter. Lighter will set it off, and my key. I don't want my key to get fucked up. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Hey.
You're good.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Breathing.
How do I switch my camera around? I don't even know, but there's all kinds of people out there. This is like the back room before we get into the conference hall and all that. So I could.
Sound like crazy.
I'm talking to Abe Dingus. You want to talk to him?
Hey, Dinkus.
There's Average.
What's up, Average? Good to see you, buddy.
I'm Jeff Gerald.
That's impressive.
I do
That's
champagne pops. Yeah.
that's quite the identity change.
Yeah, I also do those $100 donos. Yeah. So you know I got the champagne pops. I'm Jeff Gerald. Champagne pops for everybody.
How do you have Gerald's jacket? How did you get Gerald's jacket?
He's stealing everybody's clothes, is what it is. He keeps stealing all the clothes. Look over here, we got.
It's Avarice. Avarice is here. Hey everyone.
Oh, you're Avarice?
Suck, I'm a loser.
Oh.
No one likes me. I'm annoying and loud, and that's basically it. What more do you need to know?
Yeah.
How you doing, Abe?
I'm good. How are you, Spiro?
He's been fucking streaming for 10 hours straight.
You've been streaming for 10 hours straight?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
man. You have Avarice energy. Right? Yeah.
I have Avarice energy, but I'm much calmer.
It depends. It depends. Only in verbal loudness. That's about it, though. Yeah. Fortunately, he lost his voice. The best blessing of the day. God does grant miracles. Yes.
God is just.
God is great. He's great. Okay.
We got
Oh my gosh.
all of the Rob Nor merch. So y'all get into Rob Nor's stream and start buying some merch. I will say that. That's what I'm wearing. Hey, look. That's what we're talking to. Abe Dinkus.
What up, Abe?
Rob?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. I got a little Austrian painter memorabilia. Got my hot dog shirt on that everybody shits on.
Big pimpin'. You know my chat loves hot dogs, though, Rob. You know my chat loves hot dogs, so.
Yes, right. Well, I mean, Phallic champagne. But they're not doing it.
Right? There you go.
We drank too much last night, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah. It's fun. It's a good event so far. We're doing good. I'm pretending like I'm someone. Some people have had me like sign an autograph. And it's like the only time I have to do that's like when I'm arrested. So it's like a little, it's nice to actually sign and not be in legal trouble.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of it,
Oh, yeah, I'll sign it.
I think it's that kind of famous status, right, Rob?
say again?
I said it's the kind of famous status.
Fucking awesome. Sweet. Look at that.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh, look. I don't know. He doesn't want anybody to know that. Okay. Man. We got Grid One here, talking to Jim Bob and all kinds of great people, man.
That's awesome.
The debate's going on. So
I'm sorry. Yeah, they're pushing us out here.
Okay.
Oh, shit. It's been
Badass,
good
dude.
times. It's been great fucking times. We're having a blast. And like I said, everybody's been so incredibly nice. It's unreal. That's true. Hey, hey, done. Done. You want to talk to Abe?
Hey, what's up, Abe?
Grid, good to see you. How you guys doing?
Good. I can't really see you because I don't have my readers on.
Oh.
I mean, I can see you, but I can't read anything.
Well, all you need is the hat. The hat's enough.
The hat is enough.
Tells you everything. Everything you need to know. The crown of tyranny. You see it.
That's it. Our most tyrannical president.
Well, you take away free speech. That's pretty up there.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
I'm telling you,
Suspend habeas corpus.
the event that you put on was freaking awesome, though. I had a blast out there. I've been
Yeah.
having a blast all weekend, man. It's been awesome.
Yeah. This dude has.
I've been drinking a lot.
He's been out of control. He's been out of control.
I have been.
Hey, man, when it's a once-in-a-lifetime type event, you got to go all the way in, okay?
That's true.
Yeah. Well, we may actually do more of those events. My wife has actually been kind of pushing me to do another one in a few months.
Badass. That would be awesome.
What kind of wife is that to like make me have fun? What's going on here?
I believe they call that.
As we know it.
I believe they call that a good woman.
A good one. That's right. That's right. Oh, you like doing this? It was fun. Well, you should do it again.
What?
What?
It was a great time, man.
It really was. Yeah, it was awesome.
Well, I am sorry that I missed it.
Did you watch the debates?
I watched Rob's with Tom. On yours. I haven't gotten to watch all the way through all of them though. So
Well, I got to be honest. The Jake Barr and Tyler debate over should we continue to help or support Israel?
Yeah.
That is a legit debate. Like I was a little nervous because that's a channel wrecker.
Could be.
But they were pros, man. It's a really good debate.
yeah, it's a topic that needs talked on too. You just can't do it as publicly as you'd like to.
Right. Well, we did. we were flirting with the line of TOS in a big way.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sometimes you just gotta toy with Big Brother, right?
That's right.
You know, if you don't know where the limits are, you better find them and just ride them for all they're worth.
Very fair.
Do that.
I got my new Rob shirt.
Oh yeah. Me too.
Badass. I want one of those. Damn.
Well, you want? Yeah, we'll figure something out. He's got a shit ton of them, so I get the feeling we're gonna have a few left over.
Make sure you pay full price. He needs the money.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, that's the truth of the matter. You don't ask your brother for a discount. You give your brother the full price and possibly more because you know what he
I
had
just
to
shoved
do
an
to get
amount
it.
of money at him, and he gave me stuff. I
Good.
didn't even ask. I was like, whatever this buys me.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh shit, man. All right.
Badass, gents.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, it's been cool, man. So it's been a really great event. The whole thing has been really cool. I didn't get to watch debates yesterday because I had stuff going on here, but today's been awesome. I'm gonna get out. I think people are gonna start trickling out of here in the next hour or so. Jim Bob's on his way out right now.
Yeah.
They've got a flight to catch, so
I'll see if I can grab him.
you should go grab him before he leaves.
Okay.
See you guys.
See you, good. Thanks, man. Okay. Hey, Jimbo, you want to talk to Abe Dinkus? Who? Abe Dinkus.
Who?
Yo, what's up, Abe Dinkus?
Good to see you.
What's up, dude?
You guys kicked ass. I hear you all kicked ass.
You've been streaming this for 10 hours?
I have.
Yeah. Not this, but
just everything.
Yeah, he's been on for 10 hours. He was only supposed to go for like an hour, and then shit just blew up.
It's a really nice hat.
Yeah, it's I call it my crown of tyranny.
That's his signature, man.
Nice, dude.
Oh yeah, thank
God bless you.
God bless you all. Be safe on the way home.
Yeah, he says be safe on the way home. Travel safe. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, man. It's been great. It's been great. Everybody's awesome. Everybody's exactly who you think they are. So I've been having a fucking blast. It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
If Crucible takes over DebateCon again, everybody gotta come. Y'all definitely gotta come. So.
Well, before we got to talk to you, that's one of the things I said is it's freaking badass because you get to go there and meet all these people and build those inroads, build that network connections.
Yes.
With the people that you already kind of communicate with, but you don't ever get full access to talk to those people. Not really. And so that's badass that you got that opportunity.
Hell yeah, man. Like I say, I wouldn't have been able to do it without, the help and the charity of others. So,
Yep.
Community's been amazing. It really has.
Sometimes that's what it takes, man.
And now I have a priceless piece of Rob Noor merch that's going to be worth $1 bazillion one day. So
True. Very true. It's good stuff.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm super glad you got to go, dude.
Me too, man. I'm stoked, and I'm sorry that you didn't get to come, man. You should have been here for real. Very good time.
Next year.
Next year. I got it.
That's what we'll do. So.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. There's one more. You guys got to talk to. Okay. We got JS Urban Adventures hanging out outside. He's good people. Mike Ball's hanging around somewhere. He's really cool. There's Beth is over there. Hi, Beth. I got Abe Dinkus here. He's live right now.
Hey, Beth.
Hi, mommy.
Okay, my phone is.
Hello, my dear. How are you?
Hello. We're well. How are you?
I am so tired. Oh my god.
I imagine so.
The Crucible party last night was
It was off the chain.
It was a lot.
We rented
Seems
a whole
like-
floor of the bar. It was crazy.
Yeah, they rented like a whole floor of Garth Brooks bar.
Holy shit.
Open
That's
bar.
awesome.
Like I haven't had a drink since March, so that was like I was double fisting. Like I had water in one hand and a drink in the other, just like.
Holy crap.
Yeah, have you ever seen water in a can before? I hadn't till last night.
City life. I guess. I don't know. I'm glad you guys all got to go and make those connections. That's freaking awesome.
Oh my gosh, it's been surreal, honestly. Like meeting people and experiencing them in person. It's been really, really cool.
That's awesome. I'm so glad you guys got to do
I
that.
got
JS.
Who's that guy?
This
Who's
guy
that
cleaned
guy?
up so nicely.
He was wearing
That guy.
He was in a suit, like nobody recognized him at first.
I saw him in his suit. I saw his pictures, and I talked to him the first nights he was there. So, did you have a blast, JS?
Yeah, it's fun.
Good.
He tried to pick up a girl at the bar.
Oh.
They went inside and there's a country song playing and she's like, "Do you like this song?" And he was like, "Not really." And she just
She walked away. They're like, "You should have just lied. I should have just."
Did you
started
forget
swearing."
you're in Nashville? Like,
Yeah, I know. It's- like, I don't really like country music. I was like, "Shit, I'm in Nashville talking." Like, duh. That was a mistake.
duh. Oh, you dork.
Yeah. We wish you were here, Abe. You would have been an amazing addition to our motley crew.
Absolutely.
Like I told EOD, there's next year.
I couldn't do it this year, but maybe next year I can hightail it wherever it is and meet everybody.
That would be
Be
awesome.
for fun.
Hello to the chat. Good to see everybody.
Yes.
A bunch of us we've been trying to stream from our B&B, but that's one thing is our internet is shit and nobody can stay connected. So it's just been like, okay, fine, whatever. And then it's so busy. Some of these guys actually brought like their video games.
Why haven't you gotten them out of the damn suitcase?
Yeah. Still in
Well,
the suitcase.
that makes sense. There's probably a lot to do.
It's been nonstop. Nonstop.
That's awesome.
But it's good to see you. I hope you're having a great day.
Yes. Doing good. Doing good. I'm glad you guys got to do that. It's so cool. Like, it's way cool for everyone.
Yeah. Grid has been awesome too. Like they've been really cool. Really cool.
Oh yeah.
I figured
it's
that
been a
would
good
probably
time.
be the case.
Yeah. Well, you know, in some cases, I think people online, right? You know, there's always some level of performativeness that we put on.
Absolutely.
For our shows, for the chat, for everybody. And so sometimes you meet people and it's, oh, I really didn't like expect you to be like this, but they haven't been too far off from what you expect, except for a few people. Jake Var looks way more Mexican in person. It's kind of shady. It's kind of sus. No, I'm joking.
It's kind of
He's one
sus.
of my.
I mean, he says it. He says it when he's online. He says, like, trust me, if it wasn't behind the camera, I'm way more Mexican. So, hey, at least it's true.
What? You broke up for a minute.
Oh, I said, he says it on his stream. Outside of my camera, I look way more Mexican, I promise. He says that all the time. Now you guys are saying it's true, so
It's true.
misconfirmed.
Way more Mexican in person. I was like, wow, dude.
Yep.
Hiding from ICE or what?
Indeed.
This might not have been the place to come, Jake.
Oh, gosh.
Tell
Yeah.
about the FBI building next door.
Oh, I'll let you do that because I don't know about the FBI building next door. I think that must be why Jake's staying somewhere else, right? I'll see you later, Abe. Mwah.
There's a headquarters in Nashville. It's right next door to the fucking hotel.
Oh, my
I was
gosh.
pretty sure there's a Glowy around here somewhere.
Probably more than one, then.
Yeah.
Just ask him if the crow flies at midnight.
You want to talk to Abe Dinkus? We got Abe Dinkus. What's up, Abe?
Good to see you.
Agrolipolis
Yeah.
Rex.
Yes. Asaurus Rex. Yes, of course. Did you have a blast, dude?
Yeah, dude. Look at
Good.
this chain he's rocking. Look at this. I wear these like every day. I don't know
Yeah.
what he's talking about. Yeah, man, it's been cool though, man. It has been. It's
Got
been
to meet
super
everybody?
fucking cool. Yeah, yeah.
Sweet.
Everybody is cool as shit too, man. They really are. Even Craig. It's good people, man. Yep. So, anyways, yeah, I'll hand it back to the host.
Yeah.
No, Abe's hosting. Yeah, the panel is.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, well, you know. Same idea.
Oh yeah.
Good to see you.
Yep.
Drive safe on the way home. God bless you as well.
Will do,
Yes.
man. Thank you. Oh yeah, man. Again, I'm so floored that everybody's as cool as they are. I really am. It's fucking awesome. So. And it's
what
a
you-
beautiful day. There's not a freaking cloud in the sky. It's like 60 degrees outside. We couldn't have picked a better weekend to do it. I'll tell you that.
Well, it looks nicer there than it is here, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's been fantastic, man. I'm so glad I came. I really am. So I highly recommend anybody out there who's thinking about it next year or whatever, definitely fucking come. It's been a great fucking time. So
It's badass.
hells yeah.
It's going to be a hell of a week after that.
Yeah. I'm gonna be sore, I'll tell you that. Sore and
Everybody-
fucking hungover for at least 3 days.
I was going to say, everybody's going to be sore and tired the first day or two, and then after that, they're going to be jazzed and supercharged to tell everybody everything about everything.
Oh yeah.
I think it'll be fantastic.
For sure, man. Oh shit. All right.
So you're heading back today or tomorrow?
No, no. We're gonna head back tomorrow. Like I said, the main attraction tonight is Andrew's going up against somebody else on. Well, yeah, it's just another tab here. Yeah, Richard Carrier, Christianity or secular humanism, which is best for society.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's gonna get heated.
Yeah, it generally does. Oh man, you should see the fucking debate between him and Mr. Pikachu. You know what I'm talking about?
Hakikachu. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
just telling my chat about Daniel Hakikachu earlier. So,
Yeah.
because he got brought up. They're like, he looked disgusted when he went up against him, and I'm like, I would too.
Exactly, man. Like he was not prepared for that argument at all. He got blowed the fuck out.
I don't think I've ever seen him seem prepared. Ever. Like when he went against David Wood or Inspiring Philosophy, it doesn't matter who he debates, he just gets stomped. And he comes out thinking he did so well and Islam won the day, and it's like, oh my.
Yeah. Nah, not so much.
Not so much.
But yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but definitely keep your eyes out for any highlights or coverage of that because that was hilarious. Andrew's
Sounds good.
debate was perfect. So
That's awesome.
Spiro and Rob did a lot of the prep for that, so you definitely thank them for that.
Badass. Badass.
It's been great though. I've been having a blast.
Good. All right. Well, if I don't talk to you again before you travel home,
Yeah.
enjoy your evening.
I surely will.
And be safe on the way home.
I surely will. Amagad got me down here. He's gonna be getting us back. So he's out looking for some place to do some photography. So that's one of his hobbies is photography. He's been looking for cool spots to take pictures and stuff. So
awesome.
But he should be back here for the main event and whatnot. Very
good.
safe, man. It was great meeting you. You're awesome. All right. But yeah, man, I'll let you go. You've been going for 10 fucking hours. You need to get into bed. So. Might be off.
Enjoy yourself.
But yeah,
And God bless you, EOD.
I surely will. If I see you streaming later on tonight or tomorrow or something, I'll try to hop back on, give some more updates.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right, man. You take it easy. Later.
Yes. God bless you, brother.
God bless, man.
Well, that was fun. That was a little unexpected and a lot of bit of fun, right? So we get to see EOD at DebateCon and a whole bunch of the conservative and Crucible crew folk. That was pretty freaking cool. And when I realized he was going to go around to everybody, I tried to throw the chat up so your guys' chats would come through to them too. So, yeah. I definitely want to go next year. So, definitely. That was very cool. That was very cool. I bet it would be a ton of fun. I mean, think about it. He even went up to Craig, who's like Mr. Overly Aggressive a-hole most of the time, and he was buddy and pretty chill. Like, funny thing is, we're, especially as debaters, we're very aggressive about our positions in a debate, but they're still just people. So, fun times. Smack James for you. You could just message him and tell him that. He'll do it. You know, sometimes you just Energizer Bunny it and keep on trucking, okay? Sometimes that's just what you do. Just do it. That's what you do. Of course, EOD. Thanks for giving us the walkthrough and the intros and the introductions. Well, intros, introduction, everything, you know. It was awesome. That was very awesome.
It's very cool of you to do it too. So, yeah. Well, this has been a very eventful stream. Went from fixing my mic to random small conversations to a Gnostic squabble to Bible talk to debate con and saying hi and bye to people. Like, I think that's a pretty fantastic stream, to be fair. Indeed. Indeed. That was freaking cool. That was definitely freaking cool. How is Big Soda? Yeah, a short test stream. What a title for this specific stream, okay? Start. There's so much happened in this stream, it could have been like a whole week's worth of streams in one. That's basically what happened. This is a currently 10-hour, 48-minute short test stream, okay? So, for it to be a long one, usually if something's short, right, and something's long, the long thing has to be substantially bigger, substantially longer than the short thing. So, it's got to be at least double, right? For something to be long, it'd have to be at least double that which is short, I think. Look, I wasn't intentionally clickbaiting or grift streaming, but sometimes nature throws you a bone. And in this case, nature is, I don't know what. I just kept going. I don't know. So, what a blast, ladies and gentlemen. What a blast. This was quite the eventful night. I would agree with you, Big Soda. Corey Barton, I would agree with you. An accidental grift is the best type of grift. Endurance is the key. And drink water, right? Just drink water. Which I didn't do a lot of, but my anatomy doesn't always work exactly the same as other people's, you know? So. I don't even know, man. That was too much. That was so much. Like. And it cracked me up a little bit. Like, you want to say hi to Abe Dinkus? Who? It's like, oh yeah, that guy. Right. Oh, man. Corey Barton, you have a good point. Wash it down with a big soda. Just wash it down with a big soda. You know you want to. Well, let me check a few messages real quick here and figure out what we have going on. Still don't have a response from this. Okay, so I have not received a response in that matter. I mean, to be fair, the hat has become the brand, right? Like, there's no way around that. The hat is the brand at this point. See, look, it's even right there. We got so many things. The hat has become the brand, so
just got to embrace what you are, right? The guy with the hat. Well, if I'm being fair, that's also true for rear. That happens to me often. I'll message somebody and then I'll wait a decently long time for some form of response. Some people who are active, like have active communities in their Discord, will get back to me, but those who are not that active or don't have a big community in there will not. They just won't. Or a lot of people in the debate sphere specifically, I think, communicate more through X than they do through Discord. So I think that's part of it too. So. True, I am still streaming. And I'm just going to throw this out there to all of you guys. Like, I know jokes get made about the hat being made of paper and blah, 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 blah. It's not paper. It is hefty. It's a fairly solid hat. And it's not a light hat either. Look, I don't want to allude to the fact that it might come off, because obviously it's what keeps me going. But if it did come off, there would be a huge red crease across my forehead. Okay? Huge. Huge. So. Well, what I do need to do is invest in even better hats. And then I have to figure out how to transfer the magic from this one to a nicer one. That's what I need to do. How that's done, you got me. I have no idea. I don't think it's paper mache either. Look at that. That thing flew. Did you see that? That was crazy. You hear that? That does not sound like paper mache, does it? It was almost off of my head long enough for the magical effects to stop working. And I don't know if you all know what that means. But it was almost. Look. Let me look. If this is a short stream, just imagine what a long stream means to me, okay? Imagine that. Figure it out in your head. What does that mean? Ask yourself that question. Yeah, I either almost disappeared into a poof of ash, or you almost saw the dark side. I can't confirm or deny which one, but you almost saw something. Doom, you missed a lot. Like a lot. It's my fault because I didn't send you a message or anything. Because, as you can see with the title, it says short test stream. Which is exactly what it was supposed to be. I was fixing my mic issues so I don't go robot every 5 minutes, right?
And I made it through fixing a bunch of those issues, and it's actually holding out very well. I've only had to unplug it a couple times in the last 11 hours. But evidently, 11 hours is a short test stream. So you missed me working on my mic to fix it, and, using the open window of YouTube to check as I was going to see if, I have no idea. To see if I can get it working good, which it has been working really well. And then the next thing was random chats with a few people because I was in the middle of fixing the mic and trying to get everything good. And then that became a full panel of people. Then that became what did I call it earlier? A Gnostic squabble. And then Bible random stuff. And then it went from that to EOD at DebateCon, talking to different people from our community at DebateCon as like little mini meet and greet style interviews. And then it went from that to this, me randomly talking to chat about the absolutely crazy eventfulness of the night. And if I left anything out, and any of you were here for parts of it, you can let Doom know what else was missed, because it was wild. Yeah, see, Kokomo, I think I need to find more donation bots, right? However that happens, that's what I need. I need more donation bots too. So. But I'll say this, Doom, it kind of feels like no one was live, and most of the time no one was live, so this weekend has been strangely eventful in that way. Like, everybody goes off to DebateCon, nobody goes live while they're at DebateCon, except for little ones. And then, because nobody went live, I had no one to raid to, so then I'm just here. And people keep coming, and then there's nobody to raid to but Abe, so people raid to me, and then when I go to raid, nobody's live. And I'm like, oh, interesting. Interesting how that works. Guess I'll just keep going. Oh, that's true. I did show them when my YouTube channel started. I did do that. That did happen. It does kind of sound like an average Abe stream, but with some twists, you know? That's also true. That is true. He did. I'm not like actually casting blame, but because there wasn't enough people live, there was only one place really to check out. For the people that didn't go to DebateCon, that is. And so, here we are. I should probably go drink more coffee. That's what I should do. Because I only drank less than 1 cup so far. And I think I made that hours ago at this point. That, and I'm supposed to go on, like, Vibes channel in 2 hours now. If that's still happening, I don't even know if that's still happening, but if that's still happening. But as you just saw, wait, what? Wait, what? No, I did not sleep, Abby. I did not. I did eat some, yes. I did do that. I did do that. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, okay. Good stuff. No, Abby, I had to hold down the fort, okay? I had to hold down the fort. And actually, I was rewarded for holding down the fort. Because if you weren't here shortly, a little bit ago, EOD is at DebateCon. And so he got on panel with his cell phone and walked around to all the people, like Jim Bob and Rob and Grid and Avarice and all kinds of people, to say hi to them and let us say hi to them and talk to them a little bit. And it was pretty cool. So that was nice. Boom. 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 This guy. Okay. Here we go. Share screen. Oh my gosh. Boom. Oh, that's outrageously comical. That's freaking good. That's good stuff right there. Call the cops. Somebody call the cops. This guy's saying he made coffee too loud. Oh my gosh, that was freaking funny. You're right. I think the cops probably do want coffee, to be fair. So, there is that. That's true. He did give him a good free promo. That is how you can get customers in the door, right? Everybody knows they have coffee now, right? Probably decent for business. Well, well, well. I suppose I should get off of this stream since it's rapidly approaching that 12-hour point. And probably get more coffee. So that I'm ready for a random, not actually random, but a random restream of what's going to happen at Vibes. So I guess I shall attempteth to utilize my capability of placing you elsewhere forthwith. That is not what's going to happen, Abby. I can't do that. Now, I will say, Abby, you would be correct. You would be correct if I had not made a prior obligation to do something. GB, I don't actually have a back. It's gone. There's no back there. I have no back to speak of. Okay, it's gone. Yeah, if I hadn't made a prior obligation to be on his stream, then I'm looking. That's not what I meant to. Oh. I'm very confused what just happened. I don't know where this video is that's playing still. That was a weird reaction. So I clicked a button. And my computer did, pulled it to, no, I'm not asleep. It pulled a short that was like Scooby-Doo. And then it was playing the Scooby theme. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. It was doing that.
And I clicked out of that, and it continued to play the music. Even though the video was gone, it wasn't even in the small form. It was nowhere. And Scooby-Doo was still playing, like really loud in my ears. And I'm like, this is not okay. Whatever's happening right now, this is not okay. That's what it felt like. Just throwing it out there. Just being honest with you, okay? Alright, so here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to send you off, like I said before. And then I will be back for Vibes stream at, well, I'll just say in 2 hours, if it happens. I'll restream it here. If it doesn't happen, then it might be later when I come back. Because then Bree will be technically correct. Because I probably will crash if I don't have that obligation. So, yeah, that. And in the meantime, I will bid you all adieu. Enjoy yourselves for the next 2 hours. I would love to see you back if I do go on Vibes and recast it. So, until then, good luck, God bless, and enjoy wherever you end up from this raid.
You can't handle the truth. Son, we live in a world that has walls, and those walls have to be guarded by men with guns. Who's gonna do it? You? You, Lieutenant Weinberg? I have a greater responsibility than you can possibly fathom.